Chapter 1. The reincarnation succeeded, but only partially, and the dream of a harem seems to have faded. After a dizzying whirl of sensations, Xiaobai, who had been burning the midnight oil completing a plethora of tasks for the original demon, ceased his contemplations. Soon, an unusual sensation enveloped Xiaobai's consciousness. Darkness and silence engulfed him, as if all sensory perceptions had been stripped away. He could neither feel his breath, nor sense his heartbeat, as though he were sinking into a quagmire or plummeting into an abyss. Everything appeared to be void and ethereal. Thought, awareness, and I. Does existence truly exist? Everything seemed chaotic, disordered, and terrifying. Yet, amidst this turmoil, there was also a fleeting sense of ultimate relaxation. It was as if he had discarded all burdens, even his very corporeal form, leaving only his true self to drift within the chaos. Regrettably, this exquisite feeling of relaxation was short-lived. Child, now that you have regained consciousness, do not linger in this state any longer. If you continue to dwell here, you shall lose all memories and cognitions, ultimately losing your very self. A voice, dignified and solemn, shattered the silence enveloping Xiaobai, awakening him from his gradual descent into oblivion. However, the ensuing wave of fear once again submerged his consciousness. It was the innate human terror of the unknown darkness and void. Do not be afraid, most fears stem from ignorance. Then, the authoritative voice began to explain, or rather, ramble to Xiaobai. Even though Xiaobai was accustomed to skipping over plots, he had little desire to listen to this monologue. Chaos, a realm of disarray, yet brimming with mystery, is capable of nurturing the seeds of all wisdom, the true spirits. But within chaos, and feasting upon chaos, no matter how much the true spirit grows, it ultimately remains chaotic and disorderly. Thus, before the countless tribulations, the first deity of chaos, Pangu, with his supreme power, annihilated those gods who had completely succumbed to chaos and only knew slaughter. And thereafter, the god Pangu, using himself as a foundation, opened up a true belonging for the countless true spirits born in the primordial chaos. That is the strongest realm within chaos. The primordial realm. In this realm, true spirits are but ethereal seeds, while flesh and blood serve as the foundation for nurturing the spirit. Without a corporeal form, true spirits are mere rootless seeds. Without true spirits, the corporeal form is nothing but a lifeless mass. But when true spirits and the flesh of mortals unite as one, it marks the beginning of a brand new life. Through the sustenance of the corporeal form, the true spirit shall gradually grow, eventually transforming into a soul with its own cognition, insights, and wisdom. Yet, the flesh and blood of mortals are bound by limitations. If one cannot transcend, as the insights within the soul multiply regarding the myriad of things in the world, and the corporeal form becomes unable to bear this burden, it shall gradually weaken until death. Then, the body returns to the earth, and the soul returns to the netherworld, perishing in silence or awaiting rebirth. However, you are rather special. Your soul did not descend into the netherworld, but instead drifted beyond the primordial realm. It floated into a brand new realm, created by the deity modeling after Pangu. Though it is a matter of fate, destiny is predetermined. As the first soul to drift from the primordial realm to here, I hope you can carve out a unique trajectory in this realm. Thus, I shall bestow upon you a portion of my divine authority as this realm's deity. As long as you call upon my name, you may wield my divine power. Remember, my name is Yahweh. Now, go forth and embrace your new life, child. Thus, this world, which bore an 80% resemblance to Europe on Earth, welcomed a young girl named Tiya. You may wonder why it was a girl. Here is the scene after Tiya learned to speak at the age of 3. Dismissing the servants and hiding in the restroom, Tiya spoke to the air. In the name of Yahweh, I wish to converse with Yahweh. Moments later, a dignified and solemn voice resonated within Tiya's mind. Child, do you have any questions regarding this realm? Why was I reborn as a little girl? I observed your soul and found many memories of various human females in different states of undress, as well as some animated figures composed of lines, which even I find exceedingly adorable. It seems you must be a human female. Thus, to help you adapt to this world more swiftly, I arranged for your rebirth as a female. And then, I want to be reborn as a boy, Tiya insisted to Yawa. I want to be reborn as a boy. Tiya reiterated her demand. That is impossible. Yawa firmly refused. I want to be reborn as a boy. Yawa entered silence mode. In the name of Yawa, I wish to converse with Yawa, the heir. I want to be reborn as a boy, the heir. Thus, this matter ultimately concluded in silence, and Tiya was compelled to endure a mundane existence. Moreover, as a girl, Tiya was obligated to learn various intricate etiquette and skills befitting noble women, such as handicrafts and culinary arts. This left Tiya, who had only needed to wash her hair and face in her previous life, increasingly exasperated. Yawa, you wretched scoundrel, what about my harem dream? My harem dream? Chapter 2. Born into a peculiar family, I seemed to only know how to slack off. Though Kuin was gone, and my mindset was somewhat shattered, life must continue. Reincarnated Tiya was born into a peculiar noble family, bearing the surname Basak, thus her full name being Tiya Basak. From Tiya's understanding, the Basak family had existed since the inception of the empire. The family held a hereditary dukedom and possessed a territory in the northeast of the empire, larger than a province of Tiya's previous country. However, the current Duke Basak, Tiya's father, seemed rather disinterested in managing their lands. Aside from the family's grand estate and the vicinity of their primary industries, nearly all the remaining lands have been entrusted to subordinates and more distantly related branches of the Basak family. Were it not for witnessing her father attending to administrative duties daily, Tiya might have suspected he was also slacking off. Additionally, having lived here for some time, Tiya felt that their household was remarkably sparse compared to other noble families. Currently, aside from the children, there were only 2 men in the household, which likely explained why Duke Basak entrusted most of the land to others for management. Among the 2, one was Rand, Tiya's grandfather, the former Duke Basak and previous head of the family. He was a terrifying old man with the strength of a grand magus, currently holding the position of principal at the elementary school Tiya attended, a rather idle role. However, aside from during events, Tiya had scarcely seen this old man at school. The other was Charles, Tiya's father, who inherited the dukedom, a high-level mage. This father of hers, with a refined exterior, could easily be described as a quintessential gentleman. In his 30s, presiding over such a vast estate, yet he had only taken 4 wives. In this world that should be considered devoted, right? Yet, Tiya had secretly heard through the grapevine that he allegedly had several mistresses. She could not ascertain the truth of this. Aside from these 2 pillars of the family, the remainder of the Basak household consisted of women and children. Currently, including Tiya, there were 6 children. Tiya was the most unfortunate among them, as her mother had passed away shortly after giving birth to her. Aside from Tiya's tragic mother, the rest of the family dynamics felt quite peculiar, even to Tiya, who had read countless novels. Tiya's grandmother, Rand's wife and Charles' mother, was a complete mystery. Tiya had never seen her from birth until now, and hardly anyone at home ever mentioned her. Moreover, Tiya had never encountered any of her father Charles' siblings throughout her life. However, once, when introducing herself as Charles' daughter to a visiting noble, the response was, "Oh, the daughter of the 3rd son of the Basak family." The 3rd son of the Basak family. This implied that Tiya's father Charles had siblings, and he was the 3rd in line. According to the standard plot tropes in novels, Tiya's imagination began to run wild. Was the reason she had never met them because her father Charles had eliminated them during the struggle for the inheritance? Damn it, I hope I don't encounter such clique power struggles in the future. Upon reflection, although Charles seemed indifferent to his children, allowing them to roam freely. Among the 6 of them, aside from Tiya, the unfortunate one, the other 5 still had mothers to manage them. How could the woman who stood out among so many beautiful women and married into a duke's family possibly raise ordinary children? First, there is the first doctor, Linear, who has successfully won over Charles. His favorite pastime is to roam about with his 2 sycophants from the same class, leveraging the status of the Basak family to flirt with young maidens. At such a tender age, he has already become quite the seasoned player in the realm of romance. In Tiya's eyes, although he appears to be a mere wastrel focused solely on seduction, the young ladies he flirts with are all precious daughters of powerful noble families. Securing one of them would undoubtedly mean an additional ally in supporting Linear's claim to the title, blatantly paving the way for his future quest for power. Next is the second lady, once hailed as the social butterfly in her youth. This individual is particularly fierce, having borne Charles 2 sons and a daughter Jay, Gavin, and Daphne. The two brothers, Jay and Gavin, are known for forming cliques at school, either rallying support for themselves or ostracizing others. The teachers dare not intervene, fearing the wrath of the Basak family. However, Tiya's investigation reveals that the individuals they recruit are all noble heirs with prospects of inheriting fortunes, while those they exclude are merely weaklings, timid and lacking any hope of inheritance. This is evidently another strategy to lay the groundwork for future power struggles. Daphne, too, is anything but simple. As the daughter of the most sociable second lady, she possesses an innate charm and an adeptness in managing relationships that rivals her mother. It is no exaggeration to say that nearly all the boys and girls in the academy regard Daphne as an idol. Furthermore, due to her mother's influence, other noble families are eager to encourage their children to befriend Daphne. Remarkably, even when Daphne whimsically declared her disinterest in boys and revealed herself to be a lesbian, her popularity showed no signs of waning. Tiya feels that if Daphne ever wishes to contend for the title of Duchess, with such a robust following, she might very well have a chance. Lastly, we have the third lady, a high-ranking sorceress akin to Charles. Like the first lady, she has produced only one offspring, a daughter named Ellie. Tiya personally believes that Ellie, inheriting the third lattice striking white hair and crimson eyes, is the most stunning of the Basak family. A heartfelt sentiment from a white-haired, lowly enthusiast. Though Ellie may lack Daphne's social prowess, her aptitude for learning is truly formidable. By the age of 10, she had mastered cultural studies and noble etiquette, subjects that typically take others 14 years to complete. Subsequently, Ellie's mother, a sorceress, sent her to the Royal Magic Academy in the imperial capital to further her magical studies. Truly, she embodies the quintessential model of the exceptional child from Tiya's past life. Look at that illustrious individual over there, and then compare to yourself. A nightmarish realization. With her remarkable intellectual gifts, Ellie is destined to become a high-level sorceress. Titles? Merely playthings in her hands. As for Tiya herself, she evaluates her situation as utterly languishing. So languishing that apart from a few delightful girls in her class, she cannot recall the names of others. Don't ask, it's simply a matter of poor memory. Upon returning home, she heads straight to the family library, built solely for show, to indulge in novels. There's a saying that goes, reading novels is a temporary joy, but reading them continuously brings everlasting delight. Since her father, Charles, is rather disinclined to tend to his children, and her mother passed away shortly after giving birth to Tiya, it is Tiya who has been truly left to her own devices. Were it not for her reincarnation as someone with memories of a past life, she would likely be lost by now. It was only when her elder sister Ellie skipped grades and entered the Magic Academy at the age of 10 that Tiya began to feel a twinge of anxiety about her own future. She suddenly realized that one need not attend a Magic Academy to learn magic. Furthermore, the library she frequents seems to house introductory texts on magic. In Tiya's view, she is a complete social inept. Therefore, to secure her future, she must follow her sister Ellie's example and delve into the study of magic beforehand. Moreover, Tiya recalls that before her reincarnation, the god named Yahweh bestowed upon her a unique ability to wield a portion of divine authority simply by invoking his name. If she could harness that to cast powerful spells, wouldn't it mean she could ascend to the pinnacle of life and perhaps even cozy up with a wealthy beauty? However, reality is often cruel. After countless experiments, Tiya discovers that the utility of this power is severely limited. Take the most fundamental spell, the fireball. After successfully condensing her magical energy and focusing it, she finds that by uttering in the name of Yahweh, followed by the specific spell name, she can indeed unleash it. Yet, the fireball cast in this manner proves to be not only underwhelming in power, but also lacks directional control. It turns out to be far more effective to utilize her own mental prowess to release a more versatile and dynamic conventional fireball. Moreover, the magical energy expended when invoking in the name of Yahweh is identical to that used when Tiya casts spells normally. After many attempts, Tiya concludes that the only real utility of this invocation seems to be for observation. To ascertain whether an object can serve a particular purpose, one need only silently think in the name of Yahweh and look it activates without the need for dramatic incantations. Is this akin to the identification spells from novels of her past life? A rather feeble and diminished version. It seems best to wait until she turns 14 and enrolls in the Magic Academy to truly strive for mastery. Alas, she cannot escape the fate of languishing. Chapter 3. Yet in the presence of milk tea, they are hardly worth mentioning. As Tiya gradually acclimates to life here, she begins to contemplate how to extricate herself from her current existence, which resembles that of a sloth. Forcing herself to rise from slumber, without the timely summons of her maid, she would likely remain in bed. The tedious rituals of grooming, without her maid's assistance. She would surely languish, greeting her father and 3 stepmothers with grace over breakfast, and then attending school, merely passing time while in a state of apathy. Come noon, partaking in a refined lunch, enduring the afternoon's lessons on noble etiquette, and finally, joyfully anticipating the end of the school day. Should she continue this languid routine, Tiya fears that when the time comes to vie for the position of head of the family and its title, her own indolence would render her the first casualty in the struggle for power within the Basak family. For instance, being promised in marriage by some elder nobleman in exchange for assistance. Goodness, even contemplating it sends shivers down her spine. Fortunately, after a prolonged period of lethargy, Tiya has ultimately discovered a viable path forward. During a recent school-organized picnic, out of sheer boredom, she cast a version of the identification spell on a flourishing thicket near the picnic site, only to uncover that this verdant growth was, in fact, tea plants. It is worth noting that while the nobility of this world possesses a fondness for afternoon tea, the gods, in their cultural replication, failed to fully capture its essence. Thus, what they refer to as tea is merely a concoction of various flavored sweet beverages. Moreover, the sweetness is often derived from a mere touch of honey or sweet grape juice. As for the sugarcane and beet that could yield white sugar, they are regarded as peasant fare here. If Tiya could secretly produce various types of tea and procure beets to create sugar, the delightful milk tea, as well as the refreshing lemon green tea and lemon black tea, would undoubtedly captivate the palates of noble young ladies, leading to a substantial profit, with a wealth of gold coins at her disposal. She could then devote herself to studying magic, making the pursuit of personal freedom a mere formality. Thus, Tiya decisively emptied her ordinary spatial ring, a mere cubic meter in size, into which she stuffed the tender leaves she had plucked from the tea plants. As for the assorted trivial items that had previously occupied the ring, they would serve as gifts, a means to maintain the social relationships Tiya deemed precarious. The small trinkets and plush toys she had purchased during her idle strolls, while likely beneath the notice of the daughters of wealthy noble families, would surely delight the daughters of ordinary minor nobles. However, the young ladies who received Tiya's gifts mostly expressed their gratitude before hastily departing with their heads bowed. For instance, the young daughter of Baron Ross Town, whom Tiya recalled was named Felina. Felina, do you like this pendant? If so, it is yours, Tiya inquired casually, opening the lavishly wrapped box containing the pendant. Miss Tiya? But this pendant looks quite precious. Can you truly give it to me? Felina nervously glanced at Tiya, eyeing the beautifully packaged pendant. Ideas nothing, in comparison to the treasures I am about to acquire. The value of this pendant is insignificant. Tiya then noticed Felina seemed a bit anxious, fearing she might decline the gift, so she offered her a gentle smile. Yet, clutching the box containing the pendant, Felina quickly lowered her head and fled. Have I frightened her? Tiya pondered in confusion. Ultimately, Tiya was left contemplating whether her spontaneous act of gifting had alleviated her concerning social relations, but all of that is secondary. The mere thought of the spatial ring brimming with tea leaves banished all her worries. Upon returning home, Tiya sequestered herself in her room, embarking on her endeavor to create authentic black tea. Drawing on her past life's ignorance and conversations with a tea vendor on WeChat, Tiya vaguely recalled that green tea required the leaves to be spread out, sun-dried, then rolled into strips and dried again. In contrast, black tea involved rolling the leaves into strips, covering them with a damp cloth, allowing them to ferment at a constant temperature until they turned red, followed by drying. Comparatively, green tea was the simpler option. Nonetheless, despite its simplicity, Tiya opted to produce only black tea. After all, milk tea or lemon tea made from black tea were her absolute favorites. Without hesitation, she recalled the steps and eagerly commenced her first tea-making endeavor in this new world. First step, dry the tea leaves. It is already evening. Where is the sun to dry the leaves? However, this is not a major concern. This is a magical world, and even though Tiya could only wield some rudimentary low-level magic, she thought to use a fireball spell to heat them instead. Tiya retrieved several fresh leaves from her spatial ring and began testing the feasibility of using magic to replace her original plan. Yet reality proved harsh. The low-level fireball spell merely crudely concentrated the fire elements in the air through magical mediation, resulting in a limited effective range, and the volatile nature of the fire elements made it unstable. This won't work. The range of the low-level fireball spell is insufficient. At a distance, its effect is feeble, and the magical energy it carries is inadequate to wither the leaves, while getting too close causes the unstable flames to scorch them. Tiya reluctantly discarded this simplest method and fell back into contemplation. Perhaps due to spending most of her time in this world in a state of inertia, Tiya felt her mind had become considerably duller than in her previous life. And for a moment, she could not conceive a better solution. Oh well, the spatial ring can preserve freshness. If all else fails, she could simply wait until tomorrow to dry them in the yard. Glancing at the charred remnants of the leaves on the table, Tiya sighed in resignation. Knock, knock, knock. Miss Tiya, it's time to come down for dinner. Tiya's personal maid gently knocked on the door, calling softly to her from outside. According to the customs of this world, a noble's personal maid is typically selected and purchased at a slave market, then sent to a specialized maid training school for instruction. If she successfully graduates, she is then assigned to her master, renamed according to the master's surname, and a master-servant contract is signed, officially becoming a personal maid. Originally, she had been Tiya's mother's personal maid, tasked with caring for Tiya's mother during her pregnancy. However, after Tiya's mother passed away following her birth, the maid became Tiya's personal attendant. It can be said that Tiya, having lost her mother, grew up under the care of this maid, who retained the name bestowed by Tiya's mother, Norma Pansy. Tiya's mother's name was Klaus Tonley, and her surname before marrying into the Basak family was Pansy. Thus, her full name was Klaus Tonley Pansy. Tiya had once inquired about her mother Klaus Tonley's surname, but Pansy seemed to be a rather unique name, unknown to common folk, while the nobility was reluctant to discuss it when mentioned. Therefore, Tiya's understanding of her mother is limited to her name, Klaus Tonley Pansy. Tidying up the clutter on her desk, Tiya opened the door and made her way to the dining room. Chapter 4. Under the stimulus of sour cream stew, wind and fire magic, activate. Milk tea. Here I come. Tonight's dinner at Tiya's home consisted of tenderloin steak, sour cream stew, and fruit salad. The combination of black pepper and sea salt used for the steak seems to hold a terrifyingly high status in this world. Had Tiya not been born into a noble family, she might have only dreamed of its taste, which is equivalent to that of gold. Coupled with a hint of rosemary, this represents the pinnacle of culinary delight available to the nobility. Although the flavor is not displeasing, she has grown immune to it after years of consumption. Perhaps due to the scarcity of spices in this world and the Basak family's immense wealth, Tiya finds this delicacy far less appealing than the savory, bouncy braised beef shank of her former life, and that wretched sour cream stew. Who knows why the people of this world enjoy such a bizarre concoction? Perhaps it pairs well with red wine. Observing her father and 3 stepmothers savoring their wine with great deliberation, Tiya felt a wave of curiosity wash over her. However, from the perspective of someone not yet of drinking age, this dinner was bearable only because of the fruit salad. After all, only the plethora of fruits is difficult to tire of: chips, cola, and spicy cold rabbit. How I long for you all, Tiya murmured in a daze. In moments like this, she yearned for the myriad delectable snacks from her past life, particularly the numbing and spicy flavors of Sichuan cuisine, which were utterly irresistible. Yet reality is harsh. Here, aside from pepper and rosemary, the only spices she has encountered are the woefully scarce cinnamon and nutmeg. Tiya has never seen any seasonings such as Sichuan pepper, star anise, or bay leaves for sale in this world, let alone industrial-grade snacks like cola and chips from her previous life. Tiya, what are you mumbling about? Seated beside her, Daphne, intrigued by Tiya's murmurs, leaned over to her, inheriting the scarlet-tipped locks from her mother. A delicate fragrance wafted toward Tiya's nostrils, while her light brown irises sparkled under the opulent glow of the Basak family's magical chandelier, seemingly harboring a cosmos of stars, playfully flickering with her mischievous lashes. Tiya found herself momentarily entranced. Daphne in her youthful innocence then seized the opportunity, swiftly pouring her share of sour cream stew into Tiya's plate. It appeared that Daphne shared little enthusiasm for such a culinary dark art. No matter. She proceeded to devour the substantial fruit salad before her. It was merely a waste of food. As a noble, one must grow accustomed to such indulgences, faced with this sister, who was merely a year her senior. Tiya felt no anger could be summoned. Even if Daphne relished teasing her, even if Tiya felt utterly ill-equipped to handle Daphne's antics, she chose to silently accept it. For Daphne's adorable appearance and whimsical nature struck a chord deep within Tiya's XP system. Were she to appear in an anime or film from her previous life, Daphne's quirky charm would surely have made her an instant sensation. Figures, merchandise, and all manner of collectibles would undoubtedly have emptied Tiya's savings. Alas, if only her own likeness could grace the screens of her past life, she wondered if anyone would find her appealing. Accompanied by her fruit salad, Tiya swiftly and gracefully polished off her small portion of steak. A brilliant idea for roasting the wilted tea leaves had just struck her. Perhaps it was the inspiration drawn from the sour cream stew that ignited her creativity, as a flash of insight birthed the concept. Since directly employing the fireball spell risked scorching the leaves, she could incorporate wind magic as an aid. Much like a hairdryer from her previous life, she envisioned encasing the fireball spell within a gust of wind, directing the resulting warm airflow toward the laid-out leaves. In less than 10 minutes, she estimated, the desired effect could be achieved. With excitement, she trotted to her room, spreading the leaves from her spatial ring across the tabletop, ready to implement her newfound plan. Harnessing the mental fortitude born of dual life memories, she summoned her magical energy, capturing the free-flowing fire elements in the air and condensing them into a sphere. Awakening it. The beginner's fireball spell was successful. Dividing her focus, she replicated the process to capture the wind elements nearby, controlling their movement around the fireball before awakening them. The beginner's wind spell was a success. The azure wind elements entwined with the fiery orange elements danced in Tiya's pale blue eyes, their resplendent forms radiating a scorching gale, swirling swiftly in midair. Tiya's silvery gray hair, tinged with light chestnut, flowed gracefully in response to the elemental commotion. Gazing upon her creation, Tiya was inexplicably reminded of a term from a game in her past life. Diffusion? Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming urge to play a game. Shaking off her distractions, Tiya directed the heat-laden wind elements toward the spread-out leaves. To maintain a consistent supply of warm air, she concentrated her formidable mental energy once more, condensing another batch of wind elements. Forming a perfect closed loop with the previous airflow, now came the test of her magical reserves and willpower. As Tiya had chosen to conduct her tea leaf roasting in her bedroom, she soon realized her oversight. Although the gentle warm breeze was directed at the laid-out tea leaves, the heat dissipated throughout the entire room. Persevere. Perseverance brings victory. Sweat gradually soaked through Tiya's clothing, particularly at her chest, where the fusion of fireball and wind magic was most intense. Even her modest bosom felt the uncomfortable cling of her damp attire. Alas, her custom-made Lolita dress felt like a suffocating cocoon, denying her any respite from the breeze that the wind spell should have provided. The lower half of her body, concealed beneath her skirt, was also affected. Though the hem reached her knees, this world had yet to invent the luxury of sheer stockings. Thus, noble young ladies, including Tiya, donned drawstring lantern shorts beneath their skirts to avoid any unfortunate exposures. The stark temperature contrast between her bare calves and the covered upper portion, ensconced in the lantern shorts, was striking. Curse it! Had she known, she would have changed out of this ensemble beforehand, Tiya lamented inwardly. Fortunately, the laid-out tea leaves could not withstand the heat for too long. Otherwise, she feared she might become the first fool in history to be dried out by her own magic. After being caressed by the searing winds of her composite wind spell, the edges of the leaves curled slightly, becoming much softer and revealing a deeper shade of emerald green than before. The next step was to roll and twist them, allowing the juices within to seep to the surface slightly. After gathering and compressing them, she would cover them with a clean, damp cloth and place them in a warm, ventilated spot to ferment. Easy enough. Coincidentally, Tiya's home boasted a location that fit these criteria perfectly. The bathing area. While waiting, Tiya deemed it essential to change her clothes and wash away the sticky sweat clinging to her. At this moment, the advantages of her noble status became evident. She grabbed a basket containing her change of clothes and the rolled tea leaves, along with a few interesting novels by the writers of this world. Tiya resolved to spend the next few hours, while the leaves fermented, in the bathing area. For a slacker like her, nothing could be more delightful than soaking in the bath with a novel in hand. Chapter 5. As a noble, I finally savor milk tea, yet I still choose to slack off. The fermentation of black tea leaves typically requires over 4 hours. If Tiya were to remain in a regular bathing pool, she would likely end up with her skin peeling off in layers. Thankfully, her family's bathing area was a top-tier luxury facility, equipped with everything one could desire. After bathing, she lounged on a beach chair simulating sun-kissed sands, engrossed in her novel, while a maid prepared a refreshing glass of iced juice. This simple life was nothing short of blissful. 4 hours, if only she had some of the entertainment devices from her previous life. Tiya felt she could easily stay here for 40 hours. After thoroughly enjoying the amenities of her private bath and indulging in a soothing massage from the maid, Tiya finally remembered the tea leaves she had brought for fermentation. After several hours, the once crushed emerald leaves had transformed into a rich reddish-brown hue, exuding a robust aroma of tea. All that remained was to dry these fermented leaves, and she would be finished. Gazing at the products that should not exist in this world, Tiya's sole desire was to complete the drying process swiftly, add milk, and savor a cup of authentic milk tea. She entrusted her damp undergarments and dress, soaked in sweat, to the maid for cleaning and changed into her spare undergarments. After donning the casual attire prepared by the maid, Tiya swiftly made her way back to her room, carrying the fermented red tea leaves. The fragrance would surely waft far and wide while drying, so it was imperative to avoid processing them in the open, accessible bathing area. Otherwise, if Daphne, who delighted in teasing her, caught wind of it, her precious tea leaves would be at risk. Even if Daphne did not discover her secret, the possibility of being found out by others loomed large, like her father and his 3 wives, or Daphne's 2 brothers, Jay and Gavin. Ever since Ellie had gone to the Imperial Capital's Royal Magic Academy, the Basak family had only Daphne left, a lively and adorable little girl to dote upon. Therefore, whenever these individuals found themselves with idle time, they would share amusing anecdotes with Daphne. As for Tiya, although her looks were hardly inferior to those of her 2 sisters, her lack of social skills and inability to read the room left her at a disadvantage. Outside of mealtimes, she spent her days either wandering about or lounging in the library or her room. How could she possibly earn her family's affection? Alas, she found herself sinking into melancholy once more. Pull yourself together. Think of the tea leaves nearing completion. Lift your spirits, Tiya whispered encouragement to herself. Upon returning to her room, she locked the door and opened the window facing the outer courtyard of the duchy. She laid the fermented tea leaves once more upon the table, which bore a charred mark from her earlier experiments. The courtyard was lush with greenery, and at this late hour, no one would likely be wandering about. Furthermore, the flowers and plants would effectively mask the scent of the red tea, allowing Tiya to proceed with confidence. Drying them would require a similar approach as before, but with a slight adjustment to the ratio of fireball to wind spells. Previously, she had aimed to soften the fresh tea leaves for easier rolling, but now she needed to dry them. Thus, Tiya planned to alter the ratio to 3 fireballs coupled with a cyclical wind spell. With 3 sources of heat, the wind produced would be intensely hot, ensuring that the freshly fermented leaves would dry rapidly. Having learned from her past experience, she wore loose-fitting attire this time and had opened the window beforehand. Perfect. Once again, she released her magical energy through the magical medium, carefully controlling the capture of the elemental fire and wind that freely roams the air. She released the anticipated magic, directing the warm breeze towards the tea leaves. Savoring the fragrant aroma wafting from the tea, carried by the wind element, Tiya felt that her previous efforts had indeed been worthwhile. However, it seemed she hadn't really put in much effort, merely sweating profusely before retreating to her private bath for over 4 hours. Alongside casting a few basic spells, well, it appeared she had thoroughly acclimatized to her noble identity. Tiya wryly mused to herself. After a brief moment, the tea leaves that had spread across the table were successfully dried, and Tiya contentedly collected them. She first filled a jar to place into her spatial ring, while the remainder was stored in a beautifully crafted wicker box that she had purchased at a high price, seemingly crafted by elven hands. Next, naturally, it was time to indulge. She then retrieved the jar of black tea from her spatial ring, opened the lid, and pinched a generous handful of the brown tea leaves, dropping them into a pot filled with milk, activating the magic crystal stove. The first cup of milk tea from this otherworldly realm began to brew. During the wait, Tiya once again took out the novel she hadn't finished while enjoying her time in the bath. The book was titled My Adorable Little Sister Who Was Fostered in My Home Turns Out to Be a Dragon. Thus, I, who have always wanted to stand out, become a dragon knight. Hans, this is your aunt's nephew's wife's mother's sister, who will be staying with us for certain reasons. You must not bully her. Hey, my name is Hans. What's yours? Askenberty Erki Dorian's Baron Dragon. What a long name. My father once told me that those with longer names tend to be more timid. But from now on, I'll protect you. Anyone who dares to bully you will face my wrath. Hey, Dory, how can you eat so much? Stop. This is mine. No stealing, Mom. Mom? I never expected that the sister who has lived with me for so many years is actually a genuine dragon. Wait a minute, a dragon? It seems, a dragon knight. My ultimate dream is finally within reach. Please, another me, even if she is my sister. Askenberty Erki Dorian's Baron Dragon. I, Hans, shall dedicate my life to fulfilling my promise to you. Would you like to become my... Tiya resolved that if given the chance in the future, she must meet this author, to see how such a peculiar mind could craft such an extraordinary book. As the milk in the pot gradually came to a boil, the distinct aroma of the milk tea began to waft through the air, tantalizing Tiya's senses. If there were any beverage from her past life that could challenge the supremacy of cola, it would undoubtedly be milk tea. It lacks the nobility of red wine and the elegance of coffee. What it possesses is the warm, fragrant essence that lingers between one's lips and teeth. The richness that belongs to it is worth savoring for a lifetime. Even being reborn in another world cannot quell my love for it. Lifting the ladle, she cautiously brought it to her lips. Ah, after taking a gentle sip, delicious. Chapter 6. The Aftereffects of Staying Up Late and Have I Frightened Felina Again? After an unforgettable night, the next day, Tiya appeared at school with heavy dark circles under her eyes. Their essay saying from my past life. What was it again? Staying up late is delightful for a moment, but it's always delightful to stay up late? That doesn't seem quite right. It appears to be something else. In any case, Tiya currently felt quite dreadful. Having been here for some time, she still hadn't grown accustomed to the act of skipping school. Thus, upon being awakened by her devoted maid in the morning, Tiya sluggishly went through her morning routine and arrived at school. Her steps were unsteady, as if her very essence had been drained. Her head felt heavy, as if she were bearing a leaden weight. Yet her senses were sharper than usual, and her consciousness remained relatively clear. Accompanied by the teacher's hypnotic incantation from the podium, it wasn't long before Tiya drifted off into a drowsy slumber. Just before falling asleep, Tiya finally realized the source of her discomfort. Damn it. It must be because I overexerted myself with magic yesterday. Having yet to reach the age for enrolling in the Magic Academy, Tiya was unaware that in this world, under normal circumstances, a novice magician without systematic meditation training could only perform 7 or 8 basic spells in a day, based on their magical reservoir and mental fortitude. Moreover, these spells had to be conjured and immediately released upon awakening the elements. Yet yesterday, Tiya's first spell was to sustain a fireball, the most taxing in terms of magical and mental energy. In midair, allowing it to remain active, while simultaneously casting 2 wind spells to seamlessly integrate with the fireball. After merely 4 hours of rest, she then proceeded to cast 3 fireballs, also suspended in midair, and added 2 seamlessly cycling wind spells. Such an exertion of a magician's mental and magical energy was nothing short of fatal. To put it another way, if a typical novice magician attempted to unleash and control magic at such intensity, even if granted an additional life, they would undoubtedly perish. Tiya hoped that when she eventually enrolled in the Magic Academy, her classmates and teachers would not be too demoralized. Otherwise, upon witnessing their defeated and self-doubting expressions after encountering her, she might not be able to suppress her laughter. Joyful moments are always fleeting, including the kind of joy derived from dozing off in class. Although, due to her status as a daughter of the Basak family, the teachers generally refrained from disturbing Tiya's slacking off as long as her studies were not neglected. However, exceptions do exist, such as the graduation ceremony for the upperclassmen before summer break. which was mandatory for all students. Tiya, wake up, Felina, who had previously received a gym bracelet from Tiya, volunteered to wake her. The morning classes had concluded, and they were about to attend the upperclassmen's graduation ceremony. Wake up! Seeing that Tiya did not respond, Felina continued to softly call her name. However, Tiya still showed little reaction. As a master of slacking, Tiya had come to perceive her greatest improvement since becoming a noble as being able to sleep through class without startling awake upon hearing her name called. Unlike in her past life, coupled with the aftereffects of yesterday's overexertion with magic, Tiya remained lost in the sweet dream of indulging in milk tea. After attempting for some time and still unable to rouse Tiya, Felina found herself engulfed in self-doubt. How can someone sleep so soundly during class like a pig? Tiya, hurry up. After the graduation ceremony, we can finally enjoy summer break. Wake up. With one last plea, Felina softly called out to Tiya. Fortunately, this time Tiya finally responded. Huh? Is it fake? Opening her drowsy eyes, Tiya was finally stirred by the mention of a vacation. Thank goodness. Tiya, you're finally awake. Seeing Tiya come to, Felina nearly burst into tears of joy. Yet Tiya remained in a daze, expertly grabbing her small bag, preparing to head home. Tiya, today is the school's graduation ceremony. All students must attend. Have you forgotten? Only after the ceremony can we enjoy summer break. Felina swiftly grabbed Tiya, explaining again. Slightly regaining her composure, Tiya finally understood Felina's explanation and halted her steps homeward. The teacher had already taken the other students to the auditorium. It was just the two of them left. Let us hurry, hopefully. We can still make it. Pulling Tiya, who was finally back to normal, Felina hurried towards the school auditorium. Although this world was filled with fantasy and magic, the graduation ceremony was surprisingly similar to that of her previous life. The leaders of the academy took turns delivering speeches and bestowing blessings upon the graduating students, while the graduates feigned heartfelt gratitude toward these leaders whom they rarely met. Ultimately, the audience, nearly dozing off from the lengthy speeches, sang the school song to bid farewell to the graduates, bringing the event to a close. The only aspect that provided Tiya with a sense of involvement was that her two older brothers were among the graduates, namely the 14-year-old Jay and Gavin, the two sons of the second madam. Additionally, Tiya was pleasantly surprised to see her sister, Daphne. Her eldest brother, Lionel, had graduated the previous year at 14 and had gone to the Royal Magic Academy in the imperial capital, attending the same magic academy as her other genius sister, Ellie. While her second brother, Jay, and third brother, Gavin, had turned 14 this year, they seemed to be preparing to attend another academy in the imperial capital, the Imperial Magic and Martial Arts Academy. Yet Daphne was only just 13, not old enough to graduate. How could she have graduated as well? Moreover, she was going to the Imperial Magic and Martial Arts Academy. If it were due to exceptional magical talent that she graduated early, wouldn't she be better suited for the Royal Magic Academy, which focuses more on magic? Perhaps I should ask later? Ultimately, Tiya decided to abandon that thought and began to contemplate which dessert shop to visit in the afternoon for some delicacies to enjoy during tea time. With the tea leaves now available, the afternoon tea experience would undoubtedly soar to new heights. After pondering for a moment, Tiya extended an invitation to Felina. Although she lacked social experience and had relatively poor talent in that area, however, all of my classmates and teachers have left, leaving only Felina to voluntarily stay behind and take responsibility for waking herself up. It would be utterly remiss of me not to express my gratitude. Moreover, I now have tea leaves on hand, which are perfect for preparing a sumptuous afternoon tea to honor Felina. Afternoon tea. At Miss Tiya's residence. All right, very well, no problem. I shall certainly arrive punctually. Subsequently, reminiscent of when Tiya gifted me that gemstone bracelet, I hurriedly clutched my handbag and dashed away with my head lowered. Only Tiya remained, rubbing her face in confusion, pondering. How strange, did I frighten her again? Why did she run off? How peculiar. Chapter 7. Tiya's past life and the unexpected afternoon tea plan. Although since my reincarnation, I have accepted the reality of being transformed into a mere numerical zero devoid of a harem dream by that old miser Yahweh, I have yet to truly integrate into my surroundings. In my previous life, my parents, having been instilled with the notion of continuing the family line from a young age, hastily married without much consideration, resulting in my birth into that world. Thus began my lonely childhood amid a city of concrete and steel. My parents, in their quest to render our family more respectable, obliterated the beautiful life I once had. Each day became a relentless pursuit of labor and wealth for humanity, a species characterized by complex thought. Solitude is the most fearsome poison. In such an environment, my former self, Tiya, separated her exterior from her interior. Outwardly, I maintained a friendly demeanor, rarely denying requests for assistance. I recall a time when a new young teacher jestingly asked the female classmates, "If you had to choose a boy from our class to be your future husband, who would it be?" Almost all the girls playfully chose him. Why him, you ask? Because he would undoubtedly help if called upon, and he was genuinely kind. Furthermore, he wasn't unattractive. Yes, and have you noticed, he has never gotten angry. Yet, did you ever feel that he spoke very little? Aside from helping, has anyone really conversed with him? Certainly not me, reserved and taciturn. This was how my former self isolated her true self from others. Gradually eroded by the venom of solitude from an early age, I was ill-prepared for social interactions. Thus, whenever I encountered someone attempting to converse, I would instinctively distance myself. Consequently, even upon reincarnation into another world, bearing the memories and traits of my past life, I still subconsciously maintained a subtle distance from those around me. Oh no, why am I suddenly recalling those trivial matters from my previous life? Pull yourself together, Tiya. You are no longer the person you once were, and this afternoon, a lovely young lady is coming to share tea with you. Realizing my disconcerted state, I quickly slapped my cheeks and activated my motivational mode. If you observe someone who appears to be a slacker yet manages to sustain a commendable mental state, she must possess an ultimate passive skill that enables her to uplift herself swiftly. Upon returning home, I contemplated how to properly arrange my first formal afternoon tea invitation. What items are required for such an occasion? I fell into deep thought. After years of reincarnation here, aside from lessons on aristocratic etiquette, I had never genuinely invited anyone for afternoon tea. Prior to this, my so-called afternoon teas were solitary affairs. Unless I felt inspired to bake, I would typically grab a novel, find a delightful bakery, order some pastries and drinks, and indulge there. Indeed, a rather lackadaisical approach, however, this time, as I am inviting an adorable noble lady to my home, I resolved to be more thoughtful. The location would be my room to avoid interruptions. Next, the crucial matter of tea. For fruit teas, I considered lemon black tea, honey pomelo black tea, and passion fruit black tea, all simple to prepare by brewing black tea and adding fruit juice. Then for milk teas. In addition to the classic combinations, I planned to create some upgraded versions like coconut milk tea, red bean milk tea, and cheese milk tea. The only disappointment is that this world lacks pearls, so I cannot make the iconic bubble tea. Next comes the sweets, pastries, and snacks. I intended to personally craft a sea salt pudding that I had previously tried and found quite delightful, allowing the subtle saltiness to enhance the pudding's own aroma and sweetness. Along with a batch of egg tarts infused with raisins, as for the remaining dried fruits, simple cookies, and overly intricate pastries, I would enlist the help of my devoted maid, Miss Norma. Yes, every detail has been meticulously planned. Let us get to it, however, before I could call for my maid. Knock, 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 Miss Tiya. A lady claiming to be your classmate wishes to attend your afternoon tea. Shall I bring her to your room? Looking up, I saw that it was indeed my maid, Norma, yet the news she bore was not favorable. Cursed be it. I had just drafted my plans and prepared nothing yet. Why has Felina arrived so early? Tiya despaired. Glancing at the magical crystal clock, precisely 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Ah, Felina arriving this early is indeed quite peculiar. Utterly speechless, I felt overwhelmed. Miss, shall I bring her to your room? Norma inquired again. Noting my silence, I invited her, but I didn't expect her to come so early. Please do bring her. What to do? What to do? What to do? I am anxiously awaiting a solution, in the end. The result was, send her in. Before I could consider my options, my maid, Miss Norma, had already ushered Felina and my sister Daphne into the room. Wait a moment, Daphne. I stared in astonishment at my sister, who had just completed her graduation ceremony that morning. Daphne, what are you doing here? Daphne turned to the slightly nervous Felina beside her. Who are you? Are you here to play with Tiya? Before I could intervene, the anxious Felina blurted out the purpose of her visit. What? Tiya has actually invited someone for afternoon tea. Count me in, count me in. Daphne suddenly became exceedingly excited. Hearing this, my mind raced with a singular thought. Oh no, my precious tea leaves are in jeopardy. Chapter 8. Snuggle. Alas, it's not me, but thankfully, there is milk tea. Out of courtesy, I first introduced my equally bewildered classmate Felina to my unexpectedly joining sister, Daphne. Subsequently, due to Felina's excessively punctual arrival and my afternoon tea guest list expanding by one delightful addition, I had no choice but to lay all my cards on the table. I apologize, Felina. I did not anticipate your early arrival, and thus have not yet begun preparations. But fear not, with Norma's help, we should be able to manage swiftly. I could only pat my meager chest in assurance to the two before me. Having said that, I prepared to rush with my maid, Norma, to the kitchen. In no need, I brought some pastries I made for lunch. It should be enough, Felina quickly interjected, showcasing the lovely little basket she held. Last, I noticed the exquisite small basket in Felina's grasp, neatly filled with delectable pastries that, at first glance, looked irresistibly scrumptious. Nice. Crisis averted. As long as we resolve the pastry situation, the tea should be a piece of cake. Norma, please fetch 3 small magical crystal stoves and 3 matching kettles. Oh, and also honey, pomelo, lemon, passion fruit, a tender coconut, red beans, light cream, and cheese. No need to bring too much, just enough for the 3 of us. Understood, Miss Tiya? Norma swiftly noted the items and exited to begin preparations. After instructing Norma on the ingredients, I beckoned the two to take a seat and began arranging the tea set, finally pulling out my precious, hard-won black tea leaves. Meanwhile, Daphne, with her curious head, gazed at the somewhat anxious Felina, whose face turned a deep crimson from the attention, nervously fiddling with her clothing. The sight of her bashful demeanor nearly caused me to drop the cup I was holding while preparing the tea set. Thankfully, I managed to steady my hand through sheer willpower cultivated from my past life. Otherwise, this expensive, custom-made tea set, which has been gathering dust since the day of purchase, is likely to be sent away on the spot. Subsequently, Daphne grasped the sides of her chair with both hands, leaning slightly forward, supporting herself and the chair beneath her on her toes, and shifted to the right, positioning herself right next to Felina. Hey, how did you manage to get Tiya to invite you for afternoon tea? Daphne inquired with curiosity. Caught off guard by Daphne's sudden question, Felina appeared somewhat flustered. Well, when I saw Tiya still asleep just before the senior graduation ceremony started this morning, I woke her up after that. We attended the ceremony together, and once it concluded, Tiya invited me to join her for afternoon tea, so here I am. Miss Tiya? She rarely invites others, doesn't she? Felina hesitated for a moment before quietly asking Daphne again. Felina, please correct your adjectives. It's not that she rarely invites anyone. It's that she has never done so. Daphne interjected with a slight pause, her tone tinged with lament. She is practically like a little iceberg. Then, as if struck by a thought, Daphne fixed her gaze intently on Felina's bashful demeanor, observing her with a renewed seriousness, as if she wished to etch the scene into her memory. Could it be that Tiya is fond of this type? Meanwhile, Tiya was preparing the tea set and leaves, but being in the same room, she still overheard the conversation between Daphne and Felina. Unsure of how to respond, Tiya chose to feign ignorance, arranging the exquisite tea set meticulously, and placing the portioned red leaf tea in front of each person before finally taking her seat. Curiously, Daphne picked up the small bowl containing the peculiar contents and sniffed it. What is this? It has such a strange aroma, and it's quite intoxicating, she asked. Upon seeing this, Felina also took up the bowl filled with tea leaves, brought it close to her nose, and displayed an eager expression. This is the star of our afternoon tea, but as for how to use it, you'll find out shortly, Tiya teased, deliberately keeping them in suspense. During this time, Daphne even encouraged Felina to taste it directly to see if it was delicious, but thankfully, Tiya intervened just in time. After the 3 of them savored the exquisite pastries brought by Felina for a while, the maid Norma pushed in a small cart carrying the ingredients Tiya had instructed her to bring, arranging them neatly on the table. Seeing that all the materials were in place, Tiya began to introduce her prized tea leaves. This is tea, a concoction I just made yesterday for beverages. It needs to be boiled with water or milk and paired with supplementary ingredients for consumption. As for its flavor, once you taste it, you will never forget it. With that, Tiya commenced her milk tea brewing tutorial. Let us start with the most basic milk tea. She filled the kettle with a small amount of water, added the tea leaves and red beans, and heated them on the magic crystal stove until boiling. Then she added milk and cream, reducing the heat and simmering for a short while stirring continuously. Once the fragrance wafted up, it was ready to drink. However, please do not gulp down all the freshly brewed milk tea at once. The remaining tea in the pot can be enjoyed in other ways, so do exercise restraint. Following Tiya's instructions, Felina and Daphne successfully prepared their first batch of milk tea. Pouring it into beautiful teacups, the aroma immediately tantalized their taste buds, leaving only the primal human desire for deliciousness. Drink it. Slurp. Even though the freshly brewed milk tea was still quite hot, Felina and Daphne elegantly finished their cups, pairing it with the exquisite pastries, and then turned their eager gazes towards Tiya, who was still cautiously savoring her tea at a snail's pace due to the heat. Hurry up, don't keep us in suspense, Daphne urged first. Seeing that even Felina, who had previously appeared somewhat nervous and blushing under Daphne's scrutiny, was now staring at her with bright eyes, Tiya could only hasten her pace, quickly finishing the remaining milk tea in her cup. Next up was the enhanced milk tea with a red bean base. Pouring half a cup of milk tea into the cup, she then retrieved the softened red beans from the bottom of the pot and placed them into the cup. Savoring the richer flavor of the milk tea infused with red bean essence, there was also another way to enjoy it, mashing the red beans with a spoon so that they fully blended into the milk tea, enhancing both the flavor and texture. You could even add cheese to the milk tea to create a cheese red bean milk tea, lifting their teacups, perhaps due to the addition of red beans. Both girls were completely focused on the red bean milk tea, neglecting the pastries. Meanwhile, Tiya continued to savor the delicious pastries that Felina had brought. Among them was a pastry that exuded a subtle coconut aroma, which Tiya found delightful. The flavor of the coconut milk tea she was about to prepare would surely complement this pastry perfectly. Chapter 9. The grand milk tea feast concluded, and it was time for the iced red tea to chill. So fragrant, pairing it with the soft, fluffy red beans is utterly satisfying. After finishing her red bean milk tea, Daphne stretched contentedly, expressing her satisfaction. If only I could enjoy such milk tea every day. Felina beside her also squinted her eyes in contentment, marveling. As the flavor of the remaining milk tea in the pot grew more intense, Tiya was finally ready to unveil the last variant of the milk tea, coconut milk tea. Although the magic crystal stove had been simmering it on low heat since the initial brew, the portion remaining in the pot had become somewhat too thick after the three of them had finished tasting the original milk tea and the red bean version. It was time to prepare the final type of milk tea. Taking a pre-prepared coconut, she poured the coconut juice into a bowl for later use, then asked the maid Norma for assistance in splitting the coconut in half. Using a fruit knife, she cut the tender white flesh into a grid pattern, then used a spoon to scoop out the coconut meat into small chunks. After a little stirring, she diluted the overly thick milk tea with the coconut juice. And thus, a unique, otherworldly coconut milk tea was completed. The flavor is quite good, Tiya remarked, taking a small sip of her creative concoction. Though the coconut aroma was much subtler compared to the industrial-style coconut milk tea made from coconut powder, it was still delicious. Across from her, Felina and Daphne, having seen Norma finish processing Tiya's coconut, eagerly followed Tiya's example. They poured their coconut juice into their bowls for later use and handed the coconuts to Norma for processing. Pouring the milk tea into the coconut shell, they added the previously poured coconut juice, stirred it well, and 2 cups of delightful coconut milk tea were completed. The aroma has changed again, but it seems less fragrant than before. Daphne was the first to give her assessment. However, this sweet aroma is also quite lovely, especially when you encounter the little chunks of coconut submerged in the milk tea. The texture is incredibly smooth and delightful, Felina added. After sharing their thoughts, the 2 milk tea enthusiasts from this world continued to indulge in the sweet coconut milk tea before them, occasionally exclaiming their admiration. Observing the sweet smiles of the 2 beautiful girls as they reveled in the pleasure of the milk tea, Tiya felt a fissure forming in her previously impenetrable heart, which had struggled to integrate with others. With a knowing smile, Tiya resumed devouring the exquisite pastries that Felina had brought. If memory serves correctly, Felina mentioned that she had personally made these treats at noon. Unexpectedly, the usually reserved Felina turned out to be a master pastry chef. Each pastry bore its unique and perfectly balanced sweetness, ranging from soft to crispy, complemented by their exquisite appearances. Tiya felt utterly enchanted by these delicacies. taking a sip of the rich milk tea and then a delicate bite of a pastry. She savored the delightful satisfaction slowly blooming on her palate. The thought of the upcoming summer vacation, free from classes and ripe for leisure, elevated her spirits to new heights. "Felina, look what I've discovered," Daphne whispered to Felina, leaning closer and discreetly pointing at Tiya. There sat Tiya, reclining in her chair with squinted eyes, a satisfied smile gracing her face, resembling a well-fed cat basking in the sun, radiating an aura of cuteness and laziness. Perhaps having just devoured a cookie, her little mouth continued to move slightly, and her long eyelashes fluttered with each motion. This scene left the two girls utterly spellbound. "How adorable," Felina marveled softly. "Indeed, as her sister, I've never seen Tiya look this cute before," Daphne concurred. Though Tiya has always been smiling since childhood, that smile resembled the standard smile taught by etiquette instructors. "I even thought she could only smile in that formal manner. Now, I feel compelled to hire a great artist to capture this moment forever," Daphne added with a wistful sigh. Perhaps sensing Daphne and Felina's hushed whispers, Tiya opened her eyes, gazing in confusion at the two girls huddled together. Upon seeing their strange expressions, she became even more bewildered. "Is the coconut milk tea finished?" Tiya inquired. However, Tiya, feeling somewhat perplexed, could only continue to introduce her next planned tea to the two. The milk tea had been concluded, and now it was time for the true tea to take center stage. Moreover, lemon should not be added to milk tea, as it would cause the milk to curdle and the flavor would be unpalatable. Tiya explained. After removing the kettle used for boiling milk tea and the cups that held it, she called upon Miss Norma, the maid, to bring 3 clean kettles. Tiya then began her demonstration. After enjoying 3 rounds of rich milk tea and sampling some pastries, it seemed that everyone was nearly full, thus it was time for something refreshing. Authentic tea. Once the water boiled, she placed a small pinch of tea leaves into the teacups, followed by pouring the hot water over them. After a brief wait, as the tea leaves unfurled and the water transformed into a reddish-brown hue, it was ready to drink. Additionally, the deeper the color, the stronger the tea flavor. One could taste it while the color was still light. And if they liked the flavor, they could wait until the tea leaves were fully steeped and the water darkened before indulging further. As Tiya performed her actions, a new beverage appeared before the three. But this time it was not milk tea. It was genuine black tea. After staying up late the previous night to dry the tea leaves, she had hastily brewed a small pot of classic milk tea that she had longed for, yet had not yet tasted the simple essence of black tea. Hence, Tiya was quite eager for this cup of tea. Lifting her cup, she gently blew across the surface before savoring her first authentic black tea in this world. The faint aroma, reminiscent of floral notes and refreshing citrus, was indescribable, ultimately encapsulated as a fragrance derived from nature itself. The initial sip was slightly astringent, yet accompanied by a hint of sweetness and richness. It was this intricate blend of flavors that beckoned one to indulge again and again. Gradually, Tiya finished her cup, then turned her gaze towards Felina and Daphne. It appeared that they were still struggling to acclimate to the taste of ordinary black tea. Thus, it was time to move swiftly to the next step. You both will undoubtedly enjoy this next one. Honey lemon black tea, also known as iced black tea. This time, she directly placed the tea leaves into the kettle with boiling water. Then halved the lemon, squeezing its juice into the brewed tea. If a tangier flavor was desired, passion fruit could be added, followed by honey to sweeten it, and thus, the iced black tea was complete. Following Tiya's actions, Felina and Daphne prepared their own iced black tea. Subsequently, Felina voiced her confusion. "But, Miss Tiya, it's still hot. Why do you call it iced black tea?" Tiya pondered for a moment. Placing it in the kitchen's refrigerator to chill would take too long, so she ultimately decided to demonstrate a trick for the two. By utilizing her magical affinity, she summoned the ice elements from the air and divided them into 3 portions, gathering them before each of them in the kettles containing the non-iced black tea, activating the elements. The basic ice crystal spell, accomplished, with Tiya's spell successfully manifesting, a layer of white frost formed on the kettles that had previously contained non-iced black tea, transforming it into genuine iced black tea. Tiya proudly gestured an OK sign towards Felina and Daphne. However, upon witnessing Tiya's magic, their expressions of awe quickly turned serious. "Tiya, when did you learn to use magic?" Daphne was the first to inquire. Observing Daphne and Felina's solemn expressions, Tiya found herself in a state of bewilderment once more. Reflecting on the magic she had just employed, she reasoned it was merely the most basic ice crystal spell. There should be no issue. Right? Perhaps last year? Or the year before? She couldn't quite recall. What's the matter? Fortunately, Felina, having enjoyed the rich milk tea alongside Tiya and Daphne, was less tense now. She took over the explanation from Daphne, beginning to elucidate to Tiya. 500 years ago, the climactic battle between humans and the demon race was nearing its conclusion. At the brink of defeat, the ability to wield powerful elemental forces was learned at the last moment, resulting in a Pyrrhic victory for humanity. After that, the magical elements we once knew, which could be manipulated by humans, underwent a complete transformation. They became difficult for humans to wield, or rather, they developed a faint consciousness of their own. Although the magical elements with their nascent consciousness were no longer willing to be arbitrarily controlled by humans, exceptions did exist. Just as individuals with different personalities have varied friends, magical elements too would befriend those with whom they resonated. As long as one possessed sufficient will and mental fortitude, they could learn systematically, forming magical affinities during meditation to radiate their mental energy to the elemental beings drifting nearby. During this period, if one could find a magical element with high compatibility willing to befriend them, they could nurture these elements with their mental energy, transforming them into a cohesive entity known as magical power. Distinct from singular elements, they could then wield the elemental beings and cast spells through this shared magical essence. However, all this hinged on possessing sufficient will and mental strength. Thus, the prerequisites for ordinary individuals aspiring to learn magic became reaching the age of 14 or having completed the foundational courses in language, literacy, rhetoric, logic, arithmetic, and etiquette that began at the age of 6, perhaps due to speaking too much, or simply because she was eyeing Tiya and Daphne as they sipped their enticing iced black tea. Felina paused her explanation to pour herself a glass of iced black tea, deciding to quench her thirst first. Noticing Felina's pause, Daphne instinctively took over the explanation, continuing to elucidate to Tiya, your other sister, Ellie, was able to advance her magical studies because she completed these courses early and proved her mental strength. I too, though my talent is not as exceptional as Ellie's, took 3 more years to finish these courses. Yet, even after completing them early, success in mastering magic at the Magic Academy was not guaranteed. Each individual's affinity with elements differs. Some may spend their entire lives as mere novice magicians. Moreover, even if one manages to form their own magical affinity, they may never find the compatible elements through meditation, ultimately remaining unable to become even a novice magician until death. At this point, you should understand why Felina and I are so serious. Right? With the explanation concluded, Daphne once again lifted her chilled beverage, savoring it sip by sip. Meanwhile, Tiya found herself overwhelmed by the flood of information from Felina and Daphne, her mind teetering on overload. Is it because I didn't finish all the courses quickly enough? Tiya meekly inquired, in her understanding. The pathway to entering the Magic Academy required either reaching the age of 14 or having completed all foundational courses, leaving her in a state of confusion. Are you even listening, Tiya? Daphne sighed in exasperation. According to your account, you learned to use magic last year, meaning you were 11. Tiya have independently learned to cast spells without instruction or meditation at that age indicates your elemental affinity and mental strength are extraordinarily formidable, far surpassing mine and Ellie's. I even suspect that the elements are clamoring to enter your body. If only you had informed me or father when you first discovered your magical abilities. With such alarming talent, you could have entered the Magic Academy without any of those courses. Moreover, had you told me or father back then, with your aptitude, you might have already become a highly respected intermediate magician by now. Setting her cup down, Daphne excitedly conveyed her thoughts to Tiya. Felina also nodded earnestly in agreement. Upon hearing this, Tiya finally grasped their implication. In essence, she did not need to toil away with these tedious courses. All she needed was to showcase her magic before her father, feign a bit of prowess, and she would be ushered into the capital's Magic Academy as a prodigy, basking in adoration. Not to mention, she might even attract a host of admirers. Wait, most entrants were over 14, so perhaps they should be called older sisters. Goodness, had all her years of study been in vain? Tiya slumped back into her chair, her eyes unfocused, overwhelmed by the realization. Seeing Tiya in such a state, Felina and Daphne assumed she had recognized her mistake and felt immense guilt. They quickly moved to console her, It's all right, Tiya, with your talent. A year's delay is nothing. Would you prefer to attend the Royal Academy of Magic, or would you rather follow in my footsteps and choose the Imperial Martial Arts Academy this evening? I shall discuss it with my father, and if all goes well, I will take you next week to the Magical Academy in the Imperial capital to complete your enrollment. Daphne gently caressed Tiya's adorably disheveled hair, savoring its silky texture while offering her words of comfort. Meanwhile, Felina took Tiya's little hand and similarly reassured her. Indeed, with Miss Tiya's remarkable talent, enrolling this year might very well lead her to become a distinguished intermediate mage by next year. Moreover, I have been studying ahead. If I put in a bit more effort this summer, I shall apply for early graduation and accompany you to the Imperial capital. Listening to the concern expressed by her friends, Tiya felt her spirits lift slightly. However, perhaps it's best to postpone enrollment until after this summer. At the very least, I wish to enjoy a carefree summer vacation. Tiya mused. Thus, she promptly turned to Daphne and said, Daphne, could you please mention the matter of attending the Magic Academy to my father? But let's hold off on enrollment until after this summer break. Didn't Felina say she could complete all her courses this summer? That way, Felina and I can enroll together, and I will have her company on the journey. As she contemplated the upcoming summer, Tiya's mood brightened once more. Chapter 11. The first day of summer vacation. As the iced red tea in their pot quickly ran out, Tiya formally declared the afternoon tea gathering over for the first time. The remaining tea leaves that she had hidden in her room were also entirely sent away. Since Felina planned to diligently work at home this summer, aiming to apply for graduation upon the beginning of the next term and accompany Tiya to enroll at the Magic Academy in the Imperial capital, the next 2 months would likely see her absence. Therefore, before parting with Felina, Tiya painfully decided to part with a portion of her treasured stock, preparing 2 jars of tea, one for Felina and the other for her sister Daphne. However, at that moment, Tiya found her sister Daphne seated on her bed in an adorable duck-like posture. Stunned by the sight, Tiya's mind was forced into a dual-threaded mode of operation. One thread registered her shock, while the other overloaded and crashed entirely. Oh no! Something is amiss. There is definitely a conspiracy afoot. Although she desperately wished to look away and regain her cognitive faculties, Tiya found herself unable to tear her gaze from the scene. Her poor single-core brain trapped in a state of shock and paralysis. Noticing Tiya's bewilderment, Daphne quickly composed herself and spoke. Tiya, I have been accepted through a special channel, and I will be meeting my mentor at the Imperial Martial Arts Academy next week. That means I will not see you for a full 2 months. As she finished speaking, Daphne raised her hand to wipe away a couple of tears from her eyes, as if on the verge of crying. Touched by her sister's emotion, Tiya felt her own eyes moisten. Daphne continued, addressing Tiya. Therefore, in order to leave a memento for the sister who will be in the Imperial capital and unable to see you. Tiya, could you give me these tea leaves as a farewell present? Daphne gestured towards the small basket that should have contained all of Tiya's treasured tea leaves, which Tiya had intended to put away. Overcome by emotional turmoil and her brain still in a state of paralysis, Tiya instinctively handed over the tea leaves. It was only after Daphne had dressed and departed with the basket of precious tea leaves that Tiya finally processed the situation. Oh no, how did I end up giving away all my stock? Furthermore, didn't I hide those tea leaves beneath the bed? Just like that, Tiya lost the precious tea leaves she had painstakingly crafted in her room. Fortunately, she had stored a jar of tea in her space ring. Otherwise, she would have truly lost everything. However, Tiya couldn't help but feel that Daphne had anticipated her regaining consciousness and coming to claim the tea leaves, prompting her hasty departure. Now, the house was utterly silent, leaving Tiya all alone. Lying on her bed, Tiya muttered in boredom. Yet for some reason, she felt a sense of emptiness that was more pronounced than before. To prevent Daphne from coming over out of sheer boredom to tease her, Tiya decided to retreat to her family's library to read. However, most of the books in the library were rather dull. To ensure she could enjoy her time idling away in her small room in the library, Tiya often visited the local bookstore, purchasing a few interesting books to keep in her small space or the library. She resolved, today, I shall not idle away at home. I will visit the bookstore to buy a book and then go to the bakery to relax. Rising from her bed, she called upon her maid, Miss Norma, to assist her in grooming. Afterward, Tiya donned her custom-made pleated dress, secured the matching waist belt that also served to cinch her waist, and tied a blue bow that complemented her eye color. All set, she was ready to embark. "Miss, shall we head to Ian's bookstore?" inquired her maid, Norma. "Yes, please wait a moment. I will summon the carriage," Norma responded before stepping outside. Tiya escaped the clamor of the bustling city. Affluent nobles typically chose to establish their grand mansions or castles on the outskirts of town, making a carriage an essential mode of transportation. Tiya's family was no exception, possessing several carriages for their journeys. Along with a dedicated coachman. "Miss, the carriage has arrived. We can set off now," Norma signaled to Tiya. Nodding in acknowledgement, Tiya made her way outside and climbed into the carriage. It's still the same as before. "I haven't brought my personal maid, Miss Norma." Although Tiya had been in this world for quite some time, she still had not grown accustomed to the idea of having someone quietly following her everywhere. It felt rather strange. Moments later, upon arriving at the bookstore, Tiya instructed the coachman to wait nearby before stepping inside. "Welcome, Miss Tiya." Upon seeing a familiar face, the store owner Ian greeted her warmly. Tiya nodded in acknowledgement and promptly headed for the shelves to select books of interest. As the store owner Ian signaled to his staff to attend to other customers, he personally approached Tiya to assist her as a loyal customer of noble birth. "Are there any interesting new books lately? Please recommend a few to me," Tiya inquired of Ian, who had approached her as usual. The new books from those old fellows may not pique your interest, Miss Tiya, so I will recommend this one." After a moment's contemplation, Ian walked to the shelves, retrieved a book titled In a World Painted Red and White. I welcomed the citrus-colored spring, and began to introduce it to Tiya. This is a novel that was just released recently, and it has become incredibly popular among the young noble ladies. Almost every lady who visits my bookstore has inquired about this particular book. It's selling like hotcakes. Moreover, the author appears to be a student at the Royal Academy of Magic. Using the pen name The Red and White Ghost, Upon hearing Ian's description of the book, Tiya suddenly recalled a distant memory. For some inexplicable reason, she thought of someone. Could the author of this book be my sister, Ellie, who was merely a few months older than me but completed all her courses by the age of 10 and entered the Royal Academy of Magic? Chapter 12. No way. My sister is actually a hidden novelist. Due to her psychological age far exceeding her physical age, Tiya had never wished to feign childishness by frolicking with peers of her own age when she was younger. Even though she fell within that childish category herself, ultimately, Tiya chose to read to pass the time. After all, even if she was idling, she could not simply lie in bed and daydream indefinitely. Thus, the family library became Tiya's exclusive sanctuary. However, she unexpectedly encountered an uninvited guest there. With snow-white hair, crimson eyes, and dressed in a custom pleated dress similar to her own, her sister Ellie sat comfortably in the plush chair Tiya had adapted for herself. Propped up on her chin, reading a novel that Tiya had purchased from outside and stored in the library. Occasionally, she would chuckle softly at amusing parts. Indeed, she was none other than Ellie, Tiya's sister, who was just a few months her senior. Recalling that moment, Tiya chose not to disturb her sister, finding the scene rather pleasing to the eye. Instead, she selected another chair and quietly began her own reading. After that, Ellie likely discovered the joy of reading novels during her leisure time. Thus, in the following days, Tiya frequently found her sister with her flowing white hair and crimson eyes in the library that had once been her solitary retreat. Subsequently, as this individual grew increasingly captivated by the novels purchased for Tiya, and her remarkable aptitude for learning began to manifest, what was initially a collection of books sufficient for Tiya to peruse for several days was devoured by Ellie in mere hours. It was then that this character began to exhibit increasingly peculiar behavior. On one occasion, in the dead of night, upon finishing the first half of a novel, but finding the second half in Tiya's room, she stealthily ventured into Tiya's bedroom in the dark to rummage through her belongings. Meanwhile, Tiya, blissfully asleep, was suddenly roused by the sound of items being disturbed. Groggily opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of Ellie's crimson eyes glimmering in the darkness. Along with her flowing silvery hair, a ghost. Thus, Tiya's room became home to an occasional visitor, a spectral figure of crimson and white that would quietly grace her presence at night, leaving Tiya with an enduring psychological shadow. Fortunately, due to her extraordinary learning capabilities, Ellie completed all her courses by the age of 10 and was subsequently sent by her mother to the Royal Academy of Magic to study sorcery. Reflecting on these events, Tiya was now certain that this particular book was undoubtedly intertwined with Ellie. Promptly, She instructed the shopkeeper, Ian, to package it along with a few other intriguing selections she had made, preparing to purchase them and savor them leisurely at a nearby bakery. Opting not to place them in her spatial ring, she cradled the bundled books and began to stroll along the street. Although their family carriage awaited, Tiya preferred to take her time wandering alone. As she admired the scenery and the people progressing toward their various goals, she sought out a bakery that appeared relatively quiet. Before long, Tiya discovered her target, a modest bakery recently adorned with a revised sign, named Greya's Mirage. The sign outside proclaimed, "Newly arrived magical brown honey, affordably priced, yet incredibly sweet, and the pastries made with it are simply delightful. Come and taste magical brown honey, and at such a reasonable price." It must be said, the enticing words on the sign successfully captured Tiya's attention. Though she had no shortage of pocket money, it was precisely this abundance that had left her somewhat weary of honey-sweetened pastries, making it the perfect opportunity for a change of flavor. "Welcome, beautiful lady." Upon entering, Tiya was greeted with the enthusiastic welcome from the shop attendant. "What is this magical brown honey mentioned on the sign?" she inquired. Finding a window-side seat, the attendant smiled and began to explain to Tiya. However, it turns out that the name was not what it seemed. It was actually dubbed improved sprouted grain-based corn extraction product by the grand alchemist Mr. Izzard, who had inadvertently created it while researching new brewing techniques. Had it not been for the recent mass production at the factory, we wouldn't even have been able to stock it in our store. "So, would you like to give it a try?" After finishing her introduction, the attendant promptly began to promote it to Tiya. Drawn in by her enthusiasm, Tiya readily agreed. "I'll have a serving of your magical brown honey, a honey grapefruit, and then a selection of pastries made with it, freshly prepared." "Certainly, please hold on a moment." The attendant immediately set off to the kitchen to inform the baker of Tiya's order. While waiting, Tiya began to peruse the novel she had purchased, naturally starting with the one suspected to be pinned by her sister Ellie, The Crimson and White Me, Welcoming the Citrus Spring. After flipping through a few pages, Tiya's initial suspicions were confirmed. The author was indeed Ellie. The book commenced with descriptions of Ellie's childhood and daily life, written in a refreshingly diary-like style. "Unlike my classmates, I possess peculiar white hair and a pair of crimson eyes. They seem somewhat reluctant to approach me, and I lack the courage to tell them that apart from my hair and eyes, I am no different from them. Days turned into weeks as I repeatedly attempted to muster the courage to speak to them. Yet time and again, I fled in fear. Today, having completed the knowledge in our textbook ahead of schedule, I requested to leave early, and the teacher readily agreed, in contrast to my pure white hair. She boasts a head of silvery hair with a hint of light chestnut, accompanied by striking blue eyes. Almost every time she returns home, she heads straight for the library filled with countless books. It seems there lies an inexhaustible joy for her. Before she arrives home, I decide to investigate what enchantment resides within that place. Upon reaching this point, everything aligned perfectly with Tiya's memories. It truly was Ellie. Moreover, Tiya had always believed that Ellie, being so exceptional, must have been quite popular among her peers, only to discover that her situation was even more disheartening. She had no friends at all, even in her own lackluster existence. Tiya had at least one companion, Felina, who was willing to accompany her to the imperial capital for school. Just as Tiya began to ponder these reflections, the attendant suddenly approached her, bearing the freshly prepared pastries and beverages. "Miss, your drinks and pastries are ready. Additionally, we have also brought you the magical brown honey." Chapter 13. Malt Sugar. It is indeed malt sugar. Along with Tiya's requested drinks and brown honey, the attendant presented 3 pastries. One was a mousse cake drizzled with strawberry jam, appearing utterly delectable. Another was a 4-cornered pastry filled with what seemed to be blueberry jam, and lastly, a few seemingly ordinary small breads, their exteriors crisp and golden. "We have prepared a mousse cake and pastry filled with brown honey, and the jams inside are made from fresh fruit combined with the brown honey," the attendant explained to Tiya. "Are those small breads also made with brown honey?" Tiya inquired, puzzled. The small breads were originally intended to have a layer of brown honey brushed on top before baking for a sweet, flaky crust. However, considering you specifically ordered brown honey, we ultimately decided to bake them as standard bread, allowing you to enjoy them dipped in the brown honey, the attendant clarified. "Thank you for your consideration." Tiya expressed her satisfaction to the attendant. Surprised by their thoroughness, Tiya arranged the pastries and drinks within easy reach. placing her book to the left, securing it with her left hand, and thus commenced her unique solo afternoon tea ritual. While her posture might be somewhat incongruous with noble etiquette, in fact, entirely contrary to it, she mused that as long as she did not frequent the establishment often, and given the sparse clientele, who would remember her less than graceful afternoon tea demeanor? With this thought, Tiya silently commended her own wisdom. The first delicacy she chose to devour was the seemingly mundane flaky bread, solely to sample the so-called brown honey. With a gentle pinch using her thumb and index finger, she lifted a small flaky bread, dipped it twice into the brown honey resting in the dish, brought it to her nose for a brief whiff, and then took a hearty bite. Had her mouth been larger, Tiya would have attempted to fit the entire morsel in at once. A rich malt aroma enveloped her senses. Previously harboring doubts about the sugar production standards of this world, she now felt assured. Though its hue differed from the orange she remembered, it was undoubtedly malt sugar. While malt sugar may not rival white granulated sugar in sweetness, its distinctive flavor far surpassed it, and when incorporated into pastries, one would not encounter the gritty texture characteristic of white sugar. Most importantly, the intense malt aroma harmonized beautifully with the bread, creating a delightful experience that rivaled even her homemade milk tea. Dipping this world's version of brown malt sugar, Tiya swiftly consumed an entire small bread in just 2 or 3 bites. A sip of honey grapefruit drink quenched her thirst, and before long, the entirety of the flaky bread had vanished. Shifting her gaze from the left to the right, she turned her attention to the remaining 2 pastries, savoring them slowly while continuing to read. As the honey grapefruit drink dwindled, the 2 pastries swiftly followed suit, disappearing just as quickly. As for the flavor, while it is indeed pleasant, perhaps the taste buds were initially dazzled by the simple yet robust sweetness of the malt sugar buns, causing the subsequent mousse cake and flaky pastries to seem rather mundane in Tiya's mouth. The mousse cake, emphasizing the rich, creamy sweetness and its delightfully soft texture, remained largely unchanged in flavor despite the inclusion of a layer of cake made with malt sugar in the center and a drizzle of strawberry jam crafted from malt sugar on top. The flaky pastries, on the other hand, showcased the intense flavor of blueberries, rendering the distinctive aroma of malt sugar somewhat insignificant. However, perhaps out of sheer boredom from the lengthy wait, the coachman engaged in a rather profound discussion with a passing gentleman about what truly constitutes good music. Observing their engrossed conversation, Tiya, having nothing else to occupy her time, refrained from interrupting and quietly settled into the carriage to enjoy a play. The only notable drawback was the absence of sunflower seeds and a beverage in her hand. "What do you know, coachman? Only the grand symphonies performed by Master Martini and his orchestra are worthy of being called true music, especially when paired with the sweet voice of the lovely Miss Timmy's. Even seated at the back, I can feel the cleansing of my soul," exclaimed the gentleman with the handlebar mustache and round hat. The coachman, unwilling to concede, retorted, "Humph! That rubbish melody from Martini hardly qualifies as music. Do you think I haven't heard it before? You. The idol had been insulted, and the gentleman appeared somewhat incensed. "What right do you, a mere coachman, have to attend a concert by Master Martini? Aren't you afraid of inflating your own ego?" Yet, the coachman struck the carriage vigorously, proclaiming, "Humph! Do you see the family crest on this carriage? I am the personal coachman of Lord Basak. What music have I not heard?" he continued. "Look at you, in your pitiful state. Only able to afford a back row seat to Martini's concert, yet you dare to boast?" From her vantage point, Tiya continued to observe the debate between the 2 men. "What concerts have you attended, coachman? Even if you are accompanying Lord Basak, you can only eavesdrop outside the theater," she thought. "How dare someone of your lowly status disparage Master Martini?" After a brief moment of silence, the gentleman with the handlebar mustache seized upon a flaw in the coachman's argument and quickly countered. "Humph! A truly great piece of music cannot be diminished by the walls of a theater. As for Martini, he resorts to fabricating lists of fictitious musical geniuses to elevate his own status, placing himself at the top. Even the esteemed Maestro Reno from the capital would not dare to claim such a title." The coachman disdainfully replied, "It's evident that Martini is nothing more than a shameless clown." Watching the 2 argue, debate, Tiya couldn't help but smile as memories of the diverse electronic music she adored in her previous life flooded back to her, along with the names of their creators. Artists like the likes of Martin Garrix, Marshmello, the Chainsmokers, and the ever-catchy CB came to mind. During countless late-night study sessions or gaming marathons, their masterpieces filled her ears, and she found herself longing for that experience again in this world. Amidst her nostalgia, a bold idea suddenly sparked in Tiya's mind. The sound produced by a speaker is generated by the vibration of a diaphragm at specific frequencies. What if I attempted to use wind magic? Chapter 14. The Magic of the Speaker, and oh no, my magic has become sentient. The principle behind the speaker's sound production is not overly complex. When an electric current passes through a coil within a fixed magnetic field, it vibrates a diaphragm at a specific frequency, generating sound. So, could I perhaps guide the wind element with my magic to create sound through specific vibrations? Tiya felt as though she had stumbled upon a new frontier, completely ignoring the ongoing debate outside. If successful, she could listen to those exhilarating soundtracks from her previous life even in this world devoid of speakers. Gathering a portion of her mental energy, she began to channel her magic to summon a small cluster of wind elements and activate them. Let's see if I can produce any sound, Tiya murmured to herself. After a brief contemplation, she shaped the wind element into a nearly disc-like form and commanded it to move rapidly back and forth over a short distance. As the disc-shaped wind element vibrated quickly, it produced a sound reminiscent of a gentle breeze, and it felt quite refreshing. After several attempts with similar results, Tiya found herself sinking into frustration. Could it be that a single wind element is simply too soft and lacks the medium to generate sound? She pondered. She gathered another small cluster of wind elements, reshaping them into a concave thin sheet. This time, however, she did not activate it directly. Instead, she coated its surface with a thin layer of compressed earth element to enhance its durability before activating both elements. In Tiya's mind, since the single wind element was too flimsy, adding a thin yet resilient layer of earth element would allow the wind to vibrate the tougher membrane, thereby producing sound. After preparing, Tiya activated the elements once more and commanded the wind to move rapidly back and forth. Soon, she heard a buzzing sound similar to that of a bee's wings in flight. Last. I have succeeded, Tiya whispered joyfully. Elated, Tiya decided to challenge herself further, attempting to recreate a beloved BGM from her previous life. Time to Go Home, composed by Danish producer Jaku. Closing her eyes, the melody began to materialize in her mind as she concentrated on channeling her magic, guiding the wind and earth elements to vibrate according to the melody she held dear. Buzz, click, whoosh, sizzle. Tiya was met with a cacophony of odd sounds emanating from her speaker magic, utterly unlike what she had envisioned. This is nothing like what I expected, Tiya exclaimed in despair. The bizarre sounds persisted, and despite multiple attempts, each time the speaker magic produced only strange noises, leaving Tiya increasingly disheartened. One last try. If it doesn't work, I'll have to put this idea on hold. With renewed determination, Tiya summoned her magic for one final experiment. Tiya finally indulged in the beautiful music from her previous life. She decided to pour all her mental energy into a precise control of the speaker magic's vibrations. However, as she linked her entire mental energy to her magic for greater accuracy, an unexpected occurrence ensued. Tiya discovered that her magic had spiraled out of her control. Not only that, but it seemed to take the initiative to draw upon her mental energy as well. What on earth is happening? Alarmed, Tiya hastily severed the connection between her mental energy and her magic. Moments later, sensing her magic had calmed down, Tiya breathed a sigh of relief. It seems this endeavor is futile. She lamented softly, her gaze drifting back to the two men still engaged in their heated debate. The coachman rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms, while the gentleman with the handlebar mustache had completely abandoned his gentlemanly demeanor. His tie wrapped around his arm and his collar wide open, exposing a tuft of chest hair. Strangely, neither of them had resorted to physical confrontation, instead continuing their passionate exchange of words. Perhaps this was the last vestige of civility. Tiya mused. Suddenly, a perplexing thought inexplicably entered Tiya's mind. It felt odd, as though she were a computer with an input of, unexpectedly added to her memory, which was then processed by her brain. Almost immediately, Tiya felt her previously calmed magic stir once again. A perplexing thought inexplicably infiltrated Tiya's mind. Almost immediately, she sensed her magical energy stirring once more. This time, however, it felt as though it yearned for her to establish a connection through her mental prowess. Goodness, could it be that this entity has attained sentience? After a moment's hesitation, Tiya ultimately decided to allocate a portion of her mental energy to link with it through the conduit of magic. What followed was an astonishing spectacle. Her magical energy actively summoned her mental force, gathering elements to create the trumpet spell, which she had just spontaneously conceived from the fusion of wind and earth elements. Furthermore, it successfully activated, bypassing Tiya entirely and taking control on its own. Simultaneously, she felt the portion of her mental energy linked to the magic beginning to dwindle. Yet, shortly thereafter, a melody identical to one from her memories, "Time to Go Home," began to emanate gently from the trumpet spell. Goodness gracious! This thing has truly come to life. Overwhelmed by the familiar tune, Tiya, perhaps due to her astonishment, could no longer contain herself and uttered a rather elegant phrase from her past life. Fortunately, the two individuals outside remained engrossed in their debate and did not overhear her crude exclamation. In the midst of her astonishment, Tiya quietly surrendered to the long-awaited music. The soothing rhythm, paired with a melody that flowed as gracefully as a withered tree awakening in spring, enveloped her like a gentle breeze, placing her upon soft clouds, drifting away. Subsequently, Tiya found herself dozing off in the carriage, lost in a haze. Chapter 15. Which fool is Martini? Miss Ellie is my true love. After Tiya had succumbed to slumber while listening to the music, the two individuals outside seemed to grow weary from their prolonged argument and the distraction of the onlookers gathered around, leading them to a tacit agreement to temporarily cease hostilities. The coachman stepped back, leaning against the carriage behind him, while the mustachioed gentleman in a round hat chose to rest against a large tree on the opposite side of the road. A melody wafted through the air. "Where is that music coming from?" the coachman pondered. "Is there a concert at a nearby theater?" The gentleman under the tree shared the same curiosity. Once silence enveloped the area, both men simultaneously caught the exquisite melody drifting from Tiya's carriage. The coachman, leaning against the carriage, heard it most distinctly and began searching for the source of this seemingly nearby music. Glancing around, he noted that there appeared to be no one in the vicinity performing. Moreover, the music was evidently produced by more than one instrument. After listening intently to the beautiful melody, the coachman couldn't help but cast an incredulous glance towards the carriage behind him. Skillfully climbing to the driver's seat, he peered into the carriage and was met with an unbelievable sight. His young lady had somehow entered the carriage and was now asleep, her head tilted. Floating before her was a peculiar object radiating a bluish and pale yellow glow, resembling a spell. Yet, the coachman had never encountered such a magic before, and he realized that the enchanting melody emanated from this strange magic. "Ah, this?" he gasped in astonishment. On the other hand, the enchanting magic floating before his young lady was indeed the source of the delightful melody he had never heard before. Turning to retrieve the reins, the coachman prepared to drive away, casting a glance at the mustachioed gentleman across the road who appeared to be lost in thought for some reason. Listening to the exquisite melody emanating from his carriage and recalling the peculiar yet exquisite magic he had just witnessed, the coachman could not help but feel a hint of concern. Could that fellow also hear the enchanting music produced by Miss Tiya's strange magic? However, he quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning that the distance of the road between them should shield him from such sounds. He then raised the reins and turned the carriage around, departing. Meanwhile, the mustachioed gentleman, accustomed to sitting in the back row at concerts, had notably keen ears. As the coachman turned the carriage, he suddenly perceived the once faint melody growing louder. But before he could savor it, the music began to diminish again. Raising his head in confusion, he glanced at the luxurious Basak family carriage moving further away, and suddenly, realization struck him. This exquisite music was emanating from that detestable coachman's carriage. He had previously heard whispers of a remarkably gifted young lady named Ellie from the Basak family. Recalling the features described to him, he remembered that she was said to have naturally white hair. Furthermore, he recalled glimpsing a figure through the carriage window, whose hair also appeared white, albeit appearing slightly silvery with a hint of light chestnut, due to the dim lighting within. With this revelation, the mustachioed gentleman became increasingly convinced of his conjecture. The person inside that carriage must be the talented young Lady Ellie, and the beautiful melody he heard was her practicing some new instrument. Such marvelous melodies exist in this world. Truly, she is the prodigy of a duke's family. The mustachioed gentleman marveled. "I wonder when Miss Ellie will hold a concert. Such splendid melodies compel me to sell everything I own just to secure a front-row ticket and behold her beauty." With newfound determination, the mustachioed gentleman made his way to a nearby tavern, intending to indulge in a few drinks to bid farewell to his former ignorant self, who once idolized that musically inept fool. Martini, humph. Compared to Miss Ellie's music, Martini's performance is nothing but a cacophony. Had I not heard Miss Ellie's celestial melody, I might still be foolishly adoring that imbecile, Martini. Miss Ellie, from now on, you are my salvation. My true deity. As he sipped his drink, slightly tipsy, the mustachioed gentleman murmured to himself at the table. With a languid sigh, Tiya slowly awakened in the comfort of her large bed. Upon surveying her surroundings, she fell into a state of bewilderment. Wait, wasn't I asleep in the carriage? How did I end up lying in my own bed? She then glanced at her attire. Even my clothes have been changed into pajamas? Tiya's confusion deepened. Fortunately, her ever-watchful maid, Miss Norma, heard her voice and promptly entered to alleviate her perplexity. Miss, you are awake. Upon hearing Miss Norma's response, Tiya finally grasped the situation. After enjoying a refreshing slumber, a sudden wave of hunger washed over her. How hungry I am. I had just eaten quite a bit of snacks at noon. Why am I already so famished? She then raised her gaze towards the sky outside. Well, it is already evening. Norma, is it time for dinner? Tiya inquired, clutching her hungry stomach as she looked at Miss Norma. However, upon seeing her young lady's distressed expression, Miss Norma quickly added, Are you hungry? I can't prepare some snacks for you to tide you over. After Miss Norma departed, Tiya, still feeling hungry, decided to distract herself by indulging in whimsical thoughts. Before long, a question crossed her mind. I fell asleep. The magic should have dissipated on its own, right? Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, why would Miss Norma appear so calm? Chapter 16. A sacred and untouchable summer vacation with delicious rabbit meat. The unremarkable summer vacation unfolded, marking yet another day of leisure. Tiya luxuriated in a delightful slumber until nearly noon, then casually picked up a novel she had set aside the previous night, continuing to read while lying in bed, giggling to herself in delight, intending to do so until lunchtime. However, as lunchtime approached, Tiya still had no intention of getting up to groom herself. Instead, she opted to ask Miss Norma to bring her lunch to her room. Meanwhile, her three ladies had chosen to accompany her precious child to the Imperial Capital's Magic Academy for support. With that, the household was left primarily with the butler and maids, thus negating the necessity of adhering to noble dining etiquette in the dining hall. How comfortable. Before long, Miss Norma arrived, knocking on the door with Tiya's lunch in hand. Upon seeing the meal laid out, Tiya climbed out of bed, still in disheveled attire, and made her way to the table where she had previously entertained Felina and Daphne, ready to dine. The lunch brought by Miss Norma was simply delightful. A delectably soft and flavorful honey bun, a refreshing glass of lemonade, a small bowl of fruit salad, and the pièce d'assistance, a plate of mouth-watering herb-infused sautéed rabbit. If all goes as expected, this tantalizing dish should be the creation of the maid, Miss Norma, specifically prepared for Tiya. With a novel in her left hand and a fork in her right, Tiya poised herself to indulge. Suddenly, knock, 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 little Tiya, are you in there? What a delightful aroma. I'm coming in. A sudden knock at the door interrupted Tiya's motion to spear the herb-infused sautéed rabbit with her fork. Moments later, she was greeted by her long-lost grandfather, Rand, as he entered. The first sight that met Rand's eyes was Tiya, dressed in disheveled attire, holding a novel in one hand and a fork in the other. Ready to dine. Witnessing this scene, Rand cleared his throat awkwardly. It's already noon, little Tiya. Why are you still in your pajamas? He remarked, somewhat speechless. Meanwhile, Tiya remained oblivious, still poised to stab the rabbit, gazing in astonishment at her grandfather Rand, who had just barged in. Fortunately, the quick-thinking Miss Norma promptly ushered Rand back outside, swiftly assisting Tiya in freshening up. Moments later, Miss Norma reopened the door, allowing Rand to enter once again. But this time Tiya had transformed into the elegant visage of a refined noblewoman, though her expression remained somewhat frosty. Glancing at the now-cold herb-infused sautéed rabbit, Tiya felt a twitch at the corner of her eye, a fleeting urge to lash out. Grandfather, did you come to see me for something urgent? Tiya inquired. Observing his granddaughter's seemingly icy demeanor, Rand sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Could it be that she was upset over his witnessing her less than appropriate attire? Regardless, he decided to offer her some comfort. Rand seated himself opposite Tiya and began explaining his purpose for the visit. With the school on summer break, I've had some free time, so I went to assist your father with managing affairs on our family estate. While there, I happened upon a letter from your grandmother Di. In the letter, she mentioned hearing from Daphne that you possess extraordinary talent, teaching yourself magic at home. She is currently employed at the Imperial Academy of Magic and Warfare and wishes for your father to expedite your journey to the capital so she can personally instruct you in magic. Seeing your father quite busy, I took it upon myself to come find you, Rand elucidated to Tiya. Why, grandmother? Tiya replied, somewhat perplexed in her understanding. She had never encountered a grandmother. However, Rand quickly grasped the misunderstanding and clarified. Ah, I nearly forgot. You've never met your grandmother. It's been so many years, and now my youngest granddaughter is heading off to the capital for school. Sigh. After explaining, Rand sighed deeply, casting a meaningful glance at Tiya, who finally comprehended why she had never met her grandmother since birth. Suddenly, Tiya recalled her earlier speculations regarding her father Shar's siblings and seized the opportunity to inquire further from her grandfather Rand. Do I have uncles or aunts? Did they not intervene with my grandmother? Don't mention it. Your eldest uncle took your second uncle, both young, to the abyss at the continent's edge to enlist in the military, Rand replied. Gone? Tiya queried. Puzzled. No. You do have an aunt who was particularly close to your grandmother since childhood. When your grandmother was angry and attempted to flee to the capital, your aunt didn't hesitate to pack her bags and follow her. I'd rather not speak of her. Just mentioning her makes me angry. Rand gritted his teeth as he spoke. Fine, Tiya sighed, covering her forehead in disbelief. What a mess. I once thought they were all vying for inheritance rights or some noble ambition. But it turns out none of them are reliable. Yes, you, little Tiya, understand me the best. Unlike Ellie or that Daphne girl, who left for the capital to study without so much as a word to me. Sneaking away quietly, Rand nodded enthusiastically at Tiya. Damn it, let the world be destroyed. If I had known to go to the capital to find my grandmother, how could I enjoy my summer vacation at home? You scoundrel, no. I must preserve this summer at all costs. Tiya fumed silently to herself. I'm willing to mediate your conflicts, but I made plans with my friends to wait until the end of summer vacation before enrolling. Tiya asserted, staring at her grandfather Rand. Upon hearing this, Rand appeared somewhat hesitant. But your grandmother expressed a desire for you to begin studying magic in the capital as soon as possible. I have made plans with my friends to wait until the end of summer vacation before enrolling. Tiya reiterated firmly. Fortunately, Rand ultimately relented. Chapter 17. A day of sorrow for the mustachioed gentleman in the round hat. Another ordinary summer day, yet again a day of languor. To avoid interruptions, Tiya chose to head directly to her dedicated activity space, the library, after rising at noon. She prepared a large pot containing at least 2 liters of non-iced black tea, which could be transformed into iced tea with a simple low-level ice spell. After requesting Miss Norma to prepare a basket of delicious pastries, Tiya linked a portion of her mental energy to her magical prowess, activating the horn spell, and commenced her leisurely reading mode accompanied by delightful background music. In the distant city center, the Shinobi's Grand Theater was hosting a grand concert. The star of this event was a super popular young singer named Galia from the capital, standing at a height of 165 centimeters. With an adorably sweet appearance, yet possessing a voice that resonated with a magnificent and passionate timbre, entirely incongruent with her delicate looks. The performance began with several seasoned maestros warming up, guiding the audience into the right mood. Subsequently, the super popular young singer Galia made her entrance from a rising platform, her soaring voice harmonizing with the suddenly invigorated performance of the maestros. As the audience became entranced by the exquisite melodies produced by the maestros with their instruments, and the enchanting voice of the sweet and lovely Miss Galia resonated from the center of the stage, nearly every listener succumbed to the spell of the performance. However, among the throngs of spectators, one individual remained an exception. Seated at the back of the venue, sporting an elegantly curled mustache and a small black round hat, his expression was not only devoid of emotion but also tinged with a hint of self-doubt. Since discovering a new musical faith by the name of Ellie and abandoning the mediocre music of Martellini, the mustachioed gentleman in the round hat found himself in a state of torment. He had visited countless places seeking news of when his musical goddess, Miss Ellie, would hold a concert, Yet all he received were dismissive responses. Not ever. Who is Ellie? Never heard of her in his anguish. He ultimately sought solace in the tavern, drowning his sorrows in drink. Yet even in a drunken stupor, he could not shake the memory of the exquisite melody he had heard from Miss Ellie's performance. Liars! They're all a bunch of charlatans. At the table, the mustachioed gentleman clutched a bottle of alcohol, his voice quavering with indignation. What do you mean, drink to forget? They're all frauds. Hearing his lament, the patrons of the tavern cast sympathetic glances in his direction. Poor fellow, he must have been cheated on, one patron whispered to his companion. Do you think he is having trouble in that department? Another patron speculated, their voice too loud for the context. Yet, perhaps stunned by his own far-fetched thoughts, he forgot to speak in hushed tones when gossiping about others. After hearing this outrageous remark, the other patrons turned their gazes toward the mustachioed gentleman with increasing pity. Fortunately, the mustachioed gentleman remained ensnared in his sorrow, oblivious to the outlandish comments, or he might have retaliated on the spot. Ultimately, a stout gentleman in the tavern could no longer bear to watch. Remembering the young singer Gallia, whom he had recently become a fan of, he approached the mustachioed gentleman, sitting beside him to offer comfort while promoting the talented young diva. Gallia, my good man, would you care to join the Gallia fan club? We're offering discounts for new members, not $9.98, not $698. Join now for a flat rate of just $19.98. Upon returning home, the inebriated mustachioed gentleman didn't even reach the bed before falling into a deep slumber, only to be awakened by his wife upon her return from an afternoon tea with friends. What a disgrace to be drinking heavily in the middle of the day. Don't lay on the living room floor and disgust me. Get up and get out of here, she scolded him. Seeing his lack of response, she grew furious and began to kick him. After several jabs, the mustachioed gentleman was forced awake with bleary eyes. I clambered up from the ground, only to find myself face to face with my plump friend, who spent her days indulging in lavish afternoon tea with her besties. Acutely aware that my petite frame stood no chance against her formidable presence, I sighed and straightened my attire before begrudgingly departing from home. The world is vast, yet I find myself devoid of a place that can warm my heart, a sanctuary I can call home. How tragic, how utterly lamentable. As I wandered the streets, I was enveloped in sorrow, pondering my plight. Perhaps I should seek out a concert. Music might be the only balm for my aching spirit. Thus, I silently made my way toward the nearby opera house. As I passed by the newspaper office, I inadvertently glimpsed a familiar name. Gallia. I exchanged 2 silver coins for a newspaper featuring the latest magical imagery. As I strolled along, I perused the pages. Upon reading the article about the immensely popular young diva, Miss Gallia, touring the Duke of Northeast's domain, I found myself captivated by her enchanting magical likeness. The concert was set to commence tonight. In just over 10 minutes, surely I could make it in time. Before attending Miss Ellie's concert, I would first indulge in the melodies of Miss Gallia, hoping her music might alleviate my sorrow. A little over 10 minutes later, at the ticket booth of the Shinobi's Grand Theater. How much for a ticket to Miss Gallia's concert? What? It's that expensive? I exclaimed in disbelief. Do you have any cheaper seats available? I inquired again, hoping for a discounted option. Please hold on a moment, sir. Although the last seats are sold out, it appears a gentleman cannot attend, and I can offer this ticket to you for 1 gold coin. After a moment's contemplation, the ticket seller announced the price. Very well. Ultimately, I reluctantly parted with a gold coin in exchange for a familiar seat at the concert's end. I settled in with eager anticipation. However, when the concert commenced, regret washed over me. While the melodies performed by the esteemed musicians were certainly commendable, and the entrance of Miss Gallia was nothing short of breathtaking, I felt that, in comparison to the music of Miss Ellie I had previously heard, there was something lacking in the performances of Gallia and the masters. In the absence of Miss Gallia, the soothing music of the masters had not felt particularly discordant. Yet, when Miss Gallia took the stage and began to sing passionately, the vibrant melodies of the musicians transformed from gentle to fervent, leaving me in a state of torment. How peculiar it was. Something felt amiss. Was it the absence of that profound resonance that strikes the very core of one's being? I pondered silently. I considered leaving, but then recalled that I had purchased this concert ticket for a gold coin. I must endure, even if it meant weeping through the performance. Ultimately, after suffering through the evening at the Shinobi's Grand Theater, I made a difficult decision. Since I could not wait for Miss Les' concert, I would personally visit her at the Duke of Basak's estate. I would go to any lengths to hear Miss Les' music. Thus, unbeknownst to both Tiya's indifference and Les' obliviousness, a colossal misunderstanding began to take root and gradually expand. Chapter 18. Such a complicated process. Is this really instant noodles? Another mundane summer day unfolded, yet again marked by a sense of lethargy. Unlike my usual gentle awakening, today I was roused by the discomfort of my deteriorating health. I was utterly drained of energy, my mind clouded as if it were about to explode. Lying in bed, I struggled for what felt like an eternity. Not only could I not rise, but even the novel I had tossed aside the previous night felt too heavy to lift. Damn it! Surely, I had overindulged in the homemade red bean milk cakes I had devoured while absorbed in my reading last night. There was no choice but to call upon the ever-reliable Miss Norma. No. Ma, a call, slightly louder than a mosquito's buzz, echoed through the air. Oh no. This is bad. Realizing the state of my swollen and dry throat, I despaired. After a brief moment of stillness, I attempted to rise once more, but once again failed. In desperation, I resorted to my final ploy. Breaking a cup to signal for help, gathering my strength, I rolled over to the left, but I still fell short. Fine. I would roll over again. With another determined motion, I sent the water cup from my bedside crashing to the ground. Perfect. That should do it. Soon after, upon hearing the sound of shattering glass, Miss Norma, who had been vigilantly watching over my room, hurried to my door. Knock, knock, Miss Tiya? Knock, knock. I'm coming in. Receiving no response, she boldly pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to find me sprawled on the bed, feverish and gasping for breath, resembling a gelatinous creature. Miss, what's wrong? Miss Norma rushed over to assess my condition. It seems you have a fever. Pressing her forehead against mine, she immediately felt the burning heat radiating from me. It was evident that I was indeed running a high fever. She quickly fetched a towel, dampened it, and placed it upon my forehead to help cool me down. Subsequently, she hurried to inform the steward, requesting that a physician or priest be summoned to treat me. To aid in lowering my temperature, Miss Norma diligently wiped my body with lukewarm water. Fortunately, after her persistent efforts, I finally managed to groggily open my eyes. I really want instant noodles, I mumbled in a daze. In my past life, whenever I caught a cold and lay in bed without an appetite, the very thought of instant noodles, often dismissed as junk food, would tantalize me. All it took was a little effort to rise. Boil some water, pour it over the noodles, and wait a few minutes before indulging in the delectable, chewy strands immersed in rich broth. Even when unwell and lacking appetite, I could devour a bowl with satisfaction. But how could such a marvel as instant noodles exist in this world? Hearing my incoherent mutterings, Miss Norma grew concerned. Miss, what are instant noodles? She softly inquired. Instant noodles are just instant noodles, I mumbled again, still somewhat disoriented. Now Miss Norma was even more perplexed, however, as my devoted maid. It was her duty to fulfill my desires, especially while I was unwell. After a moment of contemplation, Miss Norma resolved to ask me about the characteristics of this instant noodle and see if she could attempt to make some. Miss, what are the features of this instant noodle you speak of? She gently probed. Moments later, noodles, cooked, thin, wavy, fried, soaked in broth, very chewy. The broth, salty, fragrant, beef flavor. I hazily described the characteristics of instant noodles. Taking careful notes of my description, Miss Norma fell into deep thought once more. Thankfully, during her idle hours at home, she often experimented with various culinary creations. After careful consideration, she began to devise a method based on my descriptions. The broth seemed the simplest to tackle, so she decided to focus on that first. Salty and fragrant, but the key term was certainly beef flavor. The word braised likely referred to cooking, with special emphasis on the term red. Would that mean cooking the beef until it turned a rich hue? Miss Norma recalled how some bakeries would brush a thin layer of honey on bread before baking, resulting in a beautifully dark red color. Perhaps this braised aspect had something to do with honey? Opening the magic crystal stove, she set a frying pan over low heat and added a bit of honey for experimentation. Moments later, she was delighted to see the honey transform into a dark red hue. With her experiment successful, Miss Norma joyfully began anew, turning up the heat to boil water. Meanwhile, she added more honey to the first pot, allowing it to simmer until it reached the desired dark red color. While waiting, she took a large piece of beef, cut it into smaller chunks, and placed them into the boiling water to blanch, skimming off the impurities. After draining the excess water, she placed the beef into the pot of simmering red honey, adding oil, salt, and black pepper before beginning to saute. As the surface of the beef took on a rich color, Norma added an appropriate amount of clear water, salt, and the world's sole spices suitable for braising meat, such as cinnamon and cardamom, to the pot. Transitioning from frying to stewing, she awaited the completion of her interpretation of red braised beef soup. Next came the noodles. Norma began to analyze. The noodles were wavy and thin. The thin noodles were manageable. All that was needed was to roll the dough thinner and then cut it into fine strips. However, the wavy shape, the elasticity must stem from this wavy form, which should be quite intricate. Should she arrange them tightly in a wavy shape after cutting? But wouldn't boiling them cause them to lose their shape and become straight again? Abandoning this notion in frustration, Norma fell into contemplation. Watching the fragrant red braised beef soup bubbling away, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Suddenly, a bold idea sparked in her mind. If boiling the noodles would straighten them, what if she opted for steaming instead? There are no rules stating that noodles must be cooked in water. With determination, she swiftly kneaded the dough, rolled it out, cut it into noodles, and then meticulously arranged the strips into a tight, wavy shape. Once completed, Norma placed the wavy noodles into the steamer to cook. Due to their thinness, they were ready in just a few minutes. Extracting them from the steamer, she lifted a strand with a fork for inspection, nodding in satisfaction at her creation. All that remained was frying. However, the frying left Norma at a loss. The noodles were already quite elastic. Why would they need to be fried? Wouldn't frying make them hard? It must be because they need to soak in the soup. Although frying would dry them out and harden them, soaking in the soup would soften them again, allowing them to absorb the broth. Moreover, this method would enhance the flavor. With this realization, Norma's thoughts became clear. Given such a convoluted process, why did Miss Tiya call it instant noodles? Chapter 19. What? The cat spirit clan? Moving into my home? Producing a large soup bowl, she placed a piece of fried wavy noodle cake inside, ladling a generous spoonful of broth, rich with the essence of the beef, over it. Finally, she topped the bowl with several large, fragrant, tender pieces of beef, completing the dish. As the steaming broth soaked into the noodle cake, Norma retrieved a juicing tool and skillfully squeezed several kumquats and lemons, preparing a refreshing cup of kumquat lemonade. Miss, your instant noodles are ready. Norma found a small table of suitable height to place beside Tiya's bed, setting down the instant noodles and kumquat lemonade before softly addressing Tiya. After several rounds of cooling and care for Miss Norma, Tiya had recovered considerably, though she remained in a light slumber due to lingering fatigue. Half awake, she thought she heard the term instant noodles, but this was a different world. How could there possibly be instant noodles? Surely, it was just a dream. Perhaps due to her fever-induced haze, Tiya completely forgot her earlier mumblings about wanting instant noodles, as well as the characteristics Norma had described regarding their preparation. Miss, your instant noodles are ready. If you don't eat soon, they become soft. Seeing her mistress unresponsive, Norma gently reiterated. Drowsily, Tiya once again perceived the term instant noodles. This time, with a genuine desire for them, she finally mustered the effort to open her slightly swollen eyelids and gazed at the steaming bowl on the table. With a hint of reddish hue and a glossy sheen, the aromatic beef chunks, and beneath them, the delicate wavy noodles peeking through the rich broth. This was indeed instant noodles, and not just any, but a luxurious version topped with generous portions of red braised beef. Gazing at this bowl, which seemed utterly impossible to exist in this strange world, Tiya felt a burst of energy. With this newfound vigor, aided by Norma, she quickly shifted to sit at the small table beside her bed, eagerly picking up a fork to twirl a small portion of the bouncy noodles, blowing on them before savoring their delightful texture. This was the sensation, soft, springy, simply perfect. After relishing the noodles, Tiya turned her attention to the aromatic beef chunks resting atop, exuding a savory fragrance. Gently prodding with her fork, she effortlessly lifted a piece of red braised beef, which also seemed improbable in this world, and placed it in her mouth. Delicious, tender and savory, with a hint of sweetness, equally perfect. Although the limited variety of spices in this world meant the beef lacked the richness of flavors from her previous life, This hardly counted as a flaw. The unique sweetness and caramelized aroma brought by the honey-glazed sugar, combined with the well-cooked, vibrant beef, made the meager bits of beef in her past life's instant noodles seem utterly inferior. A mouthful of tender, aromatic beef, followed by a bite of smooth, bouncy noodles and a satisfying sip of broth. Pure bliss. Before long, Tiya had polished off the specially crafted red braised beef instant noodles made by Miss Norma. Watching her mistress devour the meal with the enthusiasm of a famished little hamster, Norma couldn't help but smile in contentment. Though the preparation was quite laborious, as long as the mistress enjoyed the dish, it was all worthwhile. Having thoroughly enjoyed a generous bowl of red braised beef instant noodles, Tiya lifted her cup and drank heartily from the refreshing kumquat lemonade prepared by Miss Norma. Fully sated, the discomfort she had previously felt dissipated significantly. Shortly after, the butler arrived, accompanied by a high-ranking priest summoned from the church. Finally, she could relax. From a severe fever to complete recovery, it had taken less than a morning, a luxury that those suffering in her previous life could only dream of. Tiya mused gratefully, "Thank you, Norma. I'm so fortunate to have you here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have recovered so quickly." After the priest departed, Tiya expressed her gratitude to the ever-caring Norma. Additionally, the instant noodles you made were absolutely delicious. I loved them. After a moment's reflection, Tiya excitedly added. Heading to the living room, Tiya was expected to personally thank the priest as per noble etiquette. However, upon arrival, she discovered her father, Shar, was also present. Engaged in conversation with the priest, "Yozenhan, I truly appreciate your willingness to come personally to treat my daughter's ailment." Tiya's father, Shar, expressed his gratitude to the priest. Leaving the city, I recall that as the high-ranking resident priest here, you were not permitted to leave your post unless summoned by the central church, Shar inquired, puzzled. Aren't those wretched beings often causing trouble in the abyss? If it weren't for the harsh environment, where humans cannot remain for long, those oversized demon tribes would have been eradicated by us long ago. Surely, such a minor matter wouldn't warrant a summons from the church for you resident priests? Shar questioned. This time is different. Those detestable demons seem to have learned to harness elemental control. After a brief pause, Yozenhan appeared to recall something, and before Shar could express his astonishment, he gravely continued. Shar, we have known each other since childhood. Could you do me a favor? You know I vowed never to marry, but years ago, I unexpectedly adopted a girl from the cat spirit clan, whom I named Bellamy. Now, I've suddenly been summoned by the central church to the abyss, and there's no one to care for Bellamy. Could you look after her for me? Yozenhan asked, visibly disheartened. Not a problem. I believe Bellamy is about the same age as my Tiya. Perhaps they can be friends, Shar reassured Yozenhan. Meanwhile, Tiya, who had been left to the side, was internally exclaiming, "What the heck? Did I just hear an earth-shattering secret? And this Bellamy, from the cat spirit clan? Moving into my home?" Chapter 20. I really want to cuddle with the cat, but alas, I'm a social anxiety patient. An uneventful summer day, yet again, marked another day of idleness. Having just recovered from her illness, Tiya felt invigorated after enjoying a bowl of red braised beef instant noodles, painstakingly crafted by Miss Norma in this otherworldly style. However, that instant noodle preparation truly seemed to have challenged Norma last night. Curiosity got the better of Tiya, prompting her to inquire directly with Norma about how she managed to create the seemingly impossible instant noodles in this world. After hearing Norma describe the intricate steps involved, Tiya was left in a "Why, dear maid? Oh no, my esteemed maid." To think that, based solely on my fragmented and feverish ramblings, a perfect method of preparation was deduced, and with her exceptional culinary skills, she swiftly brought it to fruition. Truly, what a culinary genius. Furthermore, dear maid Tiya admitted that she was a bit hasty during the process, which resulted in an excessive amount of ingredients. The braised beef soup filled an entire pot to the brim, and the dough for the noodles was overworked due to the excess flour, yielding an entire steamer full. The substantial bowl of instant noodles prepared for Tiya contained less than 1/10 of the total amount of cooked noodles. Later, after Pastor Jorson had healed Tiya, she took the time to chop the steamed wavy noodles into smaller portions and fried them all. The fried dough can be preserved for an extended period, and the prepared beef soup can be stored in a magical refrigerator for long-term freezing. When the desire to eat arises, one can simply heat the soup and soak the fried dough in it. Thus, instant noodles have truly transformed into convenient noodles. That very evening, Tiya, overwhelmed with emotion, devoured a large bowl in tears to commemorate her triumphant battle against illness that morning. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed, followed by the gentle voice of Miss Norma, the maid. Miss, today is the day the master agreed upon with Pastor Jorson to fetch Miss Bellamy to our home. The master has asked me to inquire if you would like to accompany us. Yes. Feeling invigorated, Tiya pondered briefly. Despite her trepidation regarding social interactions, she resolved to join her father in welcoming the cat spirit girl who was soon to move into their household. Additionally, Tiya was quite curious about what this cat spirit girl would look like. Upon boarding the carriage and retrieving a novel she had prepared in advance for entertainment during the journey, Tiya and her father, Shar, set off towards Pastor Jorson's residence. Along the way, Shar attempted several times to engage his daughter in conversation. Yet upon seeing Tiya engrossed in her reading, he ultimately chose to remain silent. Perhaps due to the opulence of the surrounding estates, Tiya found Pastor Jorson's abode to be rather unremarkable. A modest courtyard adorned with simple flowers and plants led to the pastor's home. The plain whitewashed stone walls and the weathered gray-brown slate roof suggested a humble dwelling, roughly the size of an ordinary living room in Tiya's own home. After knocking on the door and entering with her father, Tiya immediately spotted their intended target. With pale blue eyes, pink chin-length hair, and a pair of adorable cat ears that blended seamlessly with her hair, she wore a blue sundress and seemed to be preparing a meal for herself. Tiya was certain that this charming cat girl was indeed Miss Bellamy, the cat spirit adopted by Pastor Jorson. "Are you, Duke?" Bellamy inquired curiously, glancing at Tiya and her father. "Yes," Shar nodded in affirmation. He then produced a letter from his pocket and handed it to Bellamy, asking, "Your father must have informed you about his urgent summons from the Central Church before he departed, correct?" What is it? And what is this letter?" Bellamy queried, puzzled as she accepted the letter. "This is a letter your father wrote to you," Shar replied. "The matter is as follows. He penned this letter just before he left my residence yesterday, entrusting me to deliver it to you personally." Tiya's father, Shar, explained to Bellamy. Meanwhile, seated in the living room and facing a platter of snacks, Tiya eagerly indulged without reservation. Moments later, Bellamy emerged from reading the letter, her expression tinged with concern. "Duke, will my father be in danger?" she asked anxiously. "After your father departed yesterday, I sent my subordinates to inquire about the situation. This uprising from the abyss is indeed perilous, but your father is a high-ranking pastor and will not be required to fight on the front lines, so he should be relatively safe." Shar reassured her. "Please pack your belongings. This is my daughter, Tiya. She should be around your age. I must attend to some administrative duties, so you can follow her afterward." Upon receiving Bellamy's agreement, Shar introduced his daughter Tiya and then apologized to Bellamy before taking his leave. With Shar's departure, the modest dwelling was left with only Bellamy, who busily packed her belongings, and the shy Tiya, seated on the sofa. Witnessing her father's nonchalant exit, Tiya felt a surge of frustration. For someone grappling with social anxiety, this scenario felt like a hellish nightmare. Completely at a loss for words, she remained awkwardly seated on the sofa, observing Miss Bellamy's diligent packing while silently lamenting in her mind. Miss Bellamy's packing movements are so nimble. She truly embodies the essence of a cat spirit. Those cat ears atop her head are simply adorable. I wonder if there are human ears hidden beneath that pink hair. Wow. When she bent down, her pink tail peeked out from her skirt. "So cute, Miss Tiya. I have finished packing." Shortly after, Bellamy, having completed her preparations, addressed the still-dazed Tiya. "Oh, then let us set off," Tiya exclaimed, startled by Bellamy's sudden words, and quickly replied. "Yes," Bellamy nodded, and together, they made their way to the carriage awaiting outside. Tiya initially intended to assist Bellamy with her luggage, but upon attempting to lift a bag, she quickly realized her own limitations and reluctantly chose to abandon the effort, even receiving a few comforting words from Bellamy in the process. Thus, Tiya resignedly took her seat in the carriage. Chapter 21. Please install the social plugin for the XP system, for someone whose XP system is filled with elements of catgirls. One of the most agonizing experiences is having an adorable catgirl seated right beside you while being utterly inept at socializing and not knowing how to strike up a conversation. Though Tiya genuinely wished to befriend Bellamy, As someone who struggled with social interactions, she was at a loss for words on how to break the silence. However, merely sitting there in silence would make her seem dull. So Tiya could only inwardly scream, "What a cute pink-haired cat girl. I want to pet her ears," while pretending to be nonchalant and taking out the unfinished novel from her spatial ring. If only Daphne were here, Tiya mused. If Daphne were present, the atmosphere would surely not be this awkward. Daphne would undoubtedly be able to spark an interesting conversation and engage Bellamy, allowing the socially challenged Tiya to interject occasionally, potentially leading to a blossoming friendship. "Miss Tiya? Never mind. I'm not quite used to formalities. Can I just call you Tiya?" Bellamy, seated beside her, was the first to shatter the silence. Yes, Tiya," jolted from her reverie, nodded vacantly. Bellamy then pointed to the book in Tia's hands and remarked, "You haven't turned a page in quite a while. What should I say? Should I just come up with an excuse to deflect?" Tiya thought, her mind racing. "Yes, that's it." Almost immediately, Tiya spoke up, "Do I have something on my mind?" However, before Tiya could finish her sentence, Bellamy inquired again, "Is there something bothering you?" Unconsciously nodding, Tiya quickly realized her mistake and shook her head, hurriedly blurting out her fabricated excuse. "No, I just didn't sleep well last night and was daydreaming." "I hope that sufficed as a deflection," Tiya thought to herself. After a moment's pause, Bellamy offered her understanding, "But I believe we will definitely become good friends." Following this, Bellamy earnestly spoke to Tiya. Stealing another glance, Tiya met Bellamy's serious gaze. Though she longed to explain, "You've misunderstood. I'm merely socially awkward and don't know how to initiate conversation," Tiya felt as though she had transformed into a mere nodding machine. Why hadn't her past self worked on her social skills? This was so uncomfortable, by the way. "I still don't know your age. I might be older than you. How about it? Would you be interested in being my little sister?" "I've always wanted an adorable little sister." Perhaps sensing that she had been too earnest, Bellamy lightened the mood with a playful tone. "Why age?" With a fleeting glance, Tiya gauged the size of her slime in comparison to Bellamy's, and it appeared there was little difference between them. Thus, she confidently revealed her age. "In a way." "You're older than me," exclaimed Bellamy in astonishment. "I still have 2 months until I turn 12. Oh no. My sister's dreams are shattered." Upon realizing she was younger by a year, Tiya spoke with a hint of disappointment. However, upon discovering that Bellamy was younger than herself, Tiya, still engrossed in her novel, felt her lips involuntarily curl into a slight smile. Before she sank back into her daydreams, wouldn't it be delightful to be a charming catgirl sister? He, catgirl. Recalling the antics of her 2 elder sisters when they were still at home, one frequently sneaking into her room at odd hours to rummage through books, while the other would come over to pester her, Tiya felt a rush of excitement. "Tiya? Sister?" Shaking off her sense of loss, Bellamy tentatively called out to Tiya, noticing her sudden change in expression. Tiya instinctively nodded in response for what felt like the umpteenth time. Yet, this time, she remained lost in her reverie, so her enthusiastic was purely reflexive. However, ha, Tiya, you really enjoy being called sister, don't you? Seeing Tiya appear as if she were lost in another world, grinning foolishly in response, Bellamy could no longer contain her laughter. It was only when Bellamy's sudden laughter reached Tia's ears that she finally snapped back to reality. "Oh no, my image is utterly ruined. What to do now? Is there any way to salvage this?" Tiya frantically pondered. "Right? I can concoct an excuse to deflect." With that, Tiya hurriedly spoke. I was just reading a novel and didn't pay attention to what you were saying." Ha. I can't hold it in." Before Tiya could finish her sentence, noticing her flushed ears due to her nervousness, Bellamy burst into laughter once more. "Tiya, your ears? They're as red as little tomatoes." Bellamy managed to interject between her fits of laughter. Struggling to regain control, Tiya, caught off guard by her own fluster, quickly retrieved a beautifully crafted crystal mirror from her space ring and held it up to her face. They really are very red." Not only her ears but her neck and cheeks were also adorably flushed with pink. There was no escaping this now. "My image is completely ruined." Leaning back, she covered her face with the novel, resigning herself to her fate, waiting for the carriage to return home. After all, she had always been a master of self-deprecation. Why overthink it? she would simply embrace her fate. Seeing Tia's gesture of hiding her face behind the book only made Bellamy laugh even harder. "Tiya, I initially thought you were the type of cold, aristocratic young lady, but who would have guessed you could be so shy? You're simply adorable. I can't take it. How can you be this cute?" Ultimately resigned, Tiya mused. In the midst of carefree abandon, the bodhisattva of letting go perceives that all phenomena are in a state of abandon, transcending all suffering. Abandonment is not different from form, nor is form different from abandonment. Form is abandonment, and abandonment is form, as are sensation and perception. I possess the profound wisdom of the Heart Sutra of carefree abandonment. Laugh all you want, but before the carriage arrives home, if you move even a little, I concede defeat. Chapter 22. Is there a cure for this overwhelming mental overload? An epic crisis, a catastrophic disaster. The tea leaves in the jar had dwindled to but a mere handful after bringing Miss Bellamy home. Tiya had intended to extend her hospitality by treating the charming catgirl to a delicious cup of milk tea. Tiya firmly believed that once Bellamy experienced her uniquely crafted, rich, and silky milk tea, she would undoubtedly become enamored with its flavor. From then on, as long as Bellamy desired milk tea, she would be inseparable from Tiya. Then she could slowly win her over. Hee. Alas, when Tiya retrieved the jar of tea leaves from her space ring and opened it. What a disappointment, sigh. She would have to figure out something else to offer Bellamy. Standing in the kitchen, staring at the scant few tea leaves she had left, Tiya sighed helplessly, shifting her gaze to the pantry. She recalled Miss Norma's earlier comment about having an abundance of instant noodles. Indeed, they were present. Thus, Tiya ultimately chose to resort to the instant noodles, turning to Miss Norma, who was stationed at the kitchen door. She called out, "Norma, could you please prepare 2 servings of braised beef instant noodles for me to serve to Bellamy? Just bring them directly to my room when they're ready." While serving milk tea would have been delightful, given the circumstances, instant noodles would have to suffice. Thankfully, this wasn't her previous life. The thought of serving guests instant noodles would have been terrifying. "Is this what you call the super delicious milk tea?" Bellamy inquired, looking at the seemingly ordinary snack in Tiya's hands with a hint of uncertainty. "But don't worry, your luck is still quite good. Although the milk tea is gone, we still have braised beef instant noodles, which are also incredibly delicious." The mere thought of the delectable instant noodles prepared by reliable Miss Norma instantly restored Tiya's confidence. "Oh, I've never heard of those 2 names before," Bellamy remarked, a rare look of confusion gracing her face. She then inquired again, "What exactly is this braised beef instant noodle you mentioned?" Tiya thought to herself, "How do I explain this? Should I say that braised beef instant noodles are simply instant noodles with braised beef added? And that instant noodles are noodles that are conveniently easy to eat? That seems like a fitting explanation." Thus, she initiated the process. Language capacity loading, uploading explanation, TXT, beginning explanation. Moments later, Bellamy looked perplexed. "I can't shake the feeling that you've said something." But also nothing at all. Tiya was utterly defeated. "Forget it. I'll just wait for Miss Norma to bring over the instant noodles before explaining." Tiya thought helplessly. Quickly dividing the snacks she had brought into 2 portions, she pushed one towards Bellamy and kept one for herself, deciding not to explain the term instant noodles till Miss Norma arrived with the braised beef noodles. It was far too taxing on her mind. "It's strange. I was quite clever in my previous life. Why do I feel like I'm missing something since being reborn?" Tiya pondered, continuing to eat with determination. "It must be because I'm not eating enough. And my growth has lagged behind. Just look at Daphne. Once her growth caught up, her mind naturally became sharper. Yes, that must be it. As for whether eating too much would make me gain weight." Tiya glanced at her still slender arms and modest chest, swiftly dismissing any thoughts of gaining weight. It seemed her body possessed some attribute that prevented her from gaining weight. Otherwise her growth wouldn't be so stunted. Before long, Miss Norma walked into Tiya's room, carrying 2 servings of braised beef instant noodles and 2 cups of honey pomelo water to cut through the greasiness. Tiya was diligently devouring the basket of pastries she had attempted to bake, which had turned out poorly, while the newly arrived cat spirit girl gazed at her with starry eyes. What was going on? Should I remind my lady that the pastries were a baking failure? Perhaps not. Observing her lady's adorable demeanor, Miss Norma quickly dismissed that thought. However, that cat spirit girl was rather rude. Even if her lady was cute, she shouldn't stare so intently. Oh well, it was nothing unusual. Miss Daphne often did the same. Tiya, the braised beef instant noodles are ready. Miss Norma gently reminded Tiya, who was still engrossed in her meal. Upon hearing the mention of instant noodles, Tiya finally paused her snacking, and Bellamy across the table subtly shifted her gaze towards the tray that Miss Norma was carrying. With eager anticipation, the two of them watched as Miss Norma placed the 2 servings of instant noodles and drinks before them and then quietly exited. This is the instant noodle I told you about. Once you try it, you'll never forget, Tiya proudly proclaimed to Bellamy. However, as the enticing aroma wafted before her, Bellamy, unable to wait, picked up her fork and dove right in. Tender, flavorful beef, delicious, chewy, smooth noodles, equally delightful. Another sip of the rich broth, heavenly. The cat spirit girl, Bellamy, transformed into a ravenous feline, devoured her meal with abandon. Before long, the two had swiftly polished off their hearty bowls of braised beef noodles, instinctively raising their cups of honey pomelo water to sip and savor. Tiya, can we have braised beef noodles again for lunch today? Bellamy asked, licking her lips, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Nice. The cat has taken the bait, Tiya thought with satisfaction as she observed Bellamy's eager expression. However, the harsh reality still had to be conveyed to Bellamy. Yet, already addicted to the delicious instant noodles, Bellamy quickly inquired again, what about dinner? Can we have braised beef instant noodles for dinner too? Regrettably, the decision regarding dinner is left to my father, who, unbeknownst to him, is unaware of the culinary delight that is braised beef instant noodles. Thus, I shall look forward to tomorrow's lunch, Miss Bellamy. As Tiya's face broke into a mischievous smile, Bellamy finally realized that, at least when it came to delectable instant noodles, she was firmly in Tiya's grasp. Ah, by the way, in my eagerness to indulge, I nearly forgot to arrange a room for you. After a brief respite, Tiya recalled this pressing matter and addressed Bellamy. Arrange a room? There's no need for such formality. I'll simply share a room with you. Share a room with me? To cuddle with an adorable cat at night? To sleep with the cat? Tiya entered a state of bewilderment. Eventually, when Tiya regained her senses, for reasons unknown, Bellamy had already followed the maid's guidance to the adjacent room. Chapter 23. The mustachioed gentleman in a round hat wishes to visit the capital to see his idol. Tiya, shall we go shopping together? After spending half the afternoon organizing her new room, Bellamy eagerly dashed to Tiya's room, inquiring about her plans. However, at that moment, Tiya was engrossed in a novel, lying on her bed, completely disinterested in moving. After responding to Bellamy, Tiya casually turned over and continued to giggle at the book in her hands. Meanwhile, Bellamy, left at the doorway, pondered the day's itinerary, feeling a bit perplexed. It seemed that Tiya had not engaged in any physically taxing activities today. Apart from eating, she had mostly been seated and was now lounging comfortably on her bed. Is this truly what one would call being tired? Fortunately, Miss Norma, the maid who had been patiently waiting outside Tiya's door, noticed Bellamy's expression of confusion and quietly offered her counsel. Miss Bellamy, perhaps it would be best to wait until tomorrow to call her. Miss Tiya is quite fond of reading, and when she is engrossed in a book, she cannot be disturbed by anyone other than the master. So, what time does Tiya usually rise? Bellamy inquired. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Tiya's residence, a rather special visitor arrived, the mustachioed gentleman in a round hat. Greetings, I would like to pay a visit to Miss Ellie. The mustachioed gentleman, looking rather haggard, spoke to the attendant at the door. Go visit Miss Ellie, who had long since departed for the capital? The attendant scrutinized the well-dressed yet weary gentleman before swiftly comparing him to the familiar faces of the household's regular visitors. He is someone I have not encountered before, however, given his impeccable attire. He likely holds a respectable status. It would be prudent to proceed with caution. May I ask who you are? The attendant inquired. I am Leonard Job, a purveyor of hats. The elegant black top hat I am currently wearing was crafted by my own gentleman's hat boutique. Leonard indicated towards his exquisite black round hat. Mr. Job, while I regret the inconvenience, I must inform you that Miss Ellie is not at home at the moment. The attendant politely declined Leonard's request. When might Miss Ellie return? I can wait here. Upon hearing that Ellie was not home, Leonard's emotions began to unravel. I fear you may be waiting indefinitely, Mr. Job. Receiving this response, Leonard felt utterly defeated. After mustering the courage to visit the music goddess he admired, he discovered she had already gone to the capital. The exorbitant cost of living in the capital was far beyond the means of an ordinary person like him. It's over. I truly cannot meet her now. The capital, haha. With Miss Ellie's musical talent, it is only fitting she would be in the capital. Haha. Meanwhile, the attendant, still stationed at the door, pondered in confusion. Strange. When did Miss Ellie take up music? Inside, there was Nuba, a slave whom Leonard trusted above all others. Despite being a slave, Nuba possessed remarkable expertise in hat-making. Thus, out of admiration for his talent, Leonard entrusted Nuba with the management of his humble hat production and processing shop. Subsequently, Leonard enjoyed a comfortable life as a hands-off proprietor. After taking over the shop, Nuba boldly transformed the once ordinary establishment into a high-end gentleman's hat boutique, specializing exclusively in custom orders. Thanks to Nuba's exquisite craftsmanship, the number of patrons seeking custom hats increased exponentially. Although the sales of regular hats plummeted by over 90%, the substantial profits from custom orders resulted in a tenfold increase in revenue. With newfound wealth, Leonard swiftly redefined himself as an elegant and dashing gentleman, acquired a grand residence, and successfully married a beautiful noblewoman. Leonard was a man of contentment, even with just 40% of the monthly profits from his revitalized shop. He earned enough gold coins to comfortably cover the daily expenses for himself and his wife, however. Now, consumed with thoughts of Miss Ellie, Leonard was clearly no longer satisfied with the status quo. He yearned a journey to the capital, yet, at the same time, Leonard did not wish to encroach upon the 60% of profits he had originally gifted to Nuba. Nuba, do you think our hat shop has the potential to expand to the capital? Upon hearing the inquiry, Nuba paused his work and looked up at the speaker. Ah, it is Leonard. Master, have you encountered some troubling matter? Nuba inquired. You know I have a passion for music. Yet, when I finally gathered the courage to visit and hear that enchanting melody once more, I discovered that this lady had already departed for the capital, Leonard recounted slowly. Thus, you wish to ask me if we can establish a shop in the capital? Upon learning the reason, Nuba inexplicably broke into a smile. And I have been waiting for this moment for quite some time, Master. I had not previously mentioned that before becoming a slave, I was a top-tier tailor and businessman with several high-end custom clothing boutiques. Fortunately, I encountered you, Master. After dedicating an entire year to self-education, I developed what can only be described as a premier top hat. However, due to your kindness, I cannot simply leave. I also do not wish to disrupt your life because of my ambitions. Thus, I have been diligently saving money while patiently awaiting the day you reclaim your aspirations, and today, you have finally arrived. Nuba smiled at Leonard. Chapter 24. There's a cat. The first night after Bellamy moved in. In the middle of the night, Tiya's bedroom. It's a cat. Soft, fragrant, furry cat ears. I've touched them. And there's a long cat tail. Rubbing it feels delightful. Wait a moment. Am I sleeping with a cat? Realizing something was amiss, Tiya abruptly woke from her slumber. Opening her eyes, she discovered that a certain cat named Bellamy had indeed snuggled into her blankets. At that moment, she was clinging to the sleeping Bellamy like a clingy octopus. What is happening? This sudden turn of events left Tiya in a state of shock, paralyzed, completely unable to move. For Tiya had no idea how to handle waking Bellamy in such a situation. Silently, she remained frozen. As time passed slowly and the sky began to lighten, the relentless wave of drowsiness overcame her once more. Tiya finally drifted back into slumber. In her dream, she caught a fluffy, adorable cat, but just as she was enjoying a delightful rub, the cat transformed into a fearsome demon, mercilessly pinning Tiya down. Confusion, helplessness, and still, not daring to move. It was not until close to noon, when the blazing sun streamed through the window, that the two sleepyheads finally awoke. The first to stir was Bellamy. It seemed that last night, she had struggled to sleep due to the unfamiliar bed. Later, while tossing and turning, she faintly heard a beautiful, soothing melody. Following the sound, she had wandered into Tiya's room and, lulled by the enchanting music, had fallen asleep. Yes, it was the magic of that melody that had drawn her into Tiya's warm blankets. Meanwhile, as Bellamy awoke and sat up, the bright noon light poured into the room, finally illuminating Tiya's face. With this, her dream shifted. The once ominous cat demon vanished, and Tiya inexplicably found herself seated at a computer. Playing CSGO. Displaying the CSGO graphics was an opulent monitor, still bearing its tags.in in the lower left corner. The label reads 8K Mini LED, while the lower right corner bears the inscription HDR 20,000. Between these two tags, a succinct promotional slogan proclaims in bold Chinese characters, "The power to light up the world." As she gazes at the incredibly intricate gaming visuals, a surge of excitement courses through Tiya, and she deftly activates her wild buffalo skill. Swiftly charging towards point B. However, just as Tiya flawlessly completes her smoke cover and tosses a self-service flashbang, successfully breaching point B, an unexpected fool's grenade from a teammate suddenly detonates right in front of her. In that instant, Tiya feels as though her eyes have been filled with a concentrated sun. Undoubtedly, she is jolted awake, a nightmare. A genuine nightmare. Compared to the earlier pressure of the feline overlord, this is utterly overwhelming. Indeed, after so many years of life, she never imagined that dreaming could be so exhilarating. Yet, at this moment, the familiar feline overlord, reflecting the same nightmare, feels oddly comforting to Tiya. "Tiya, did you have a nightmare?" Bellamy inquired, somewhat sheepishly, noticing Tiya's abrupt awakening and her gaze directed at her own self, who had been half on top of Tiya during sleep. "Yes, I had a super terrifying nightmare," Tiya exclaimed. "Well, that must have been quite distressing for you." Bellamy replied with a weak smile, mistakenly believing that Tiya was referring to the nightmare itself. Gradually, an awkward atmosphere began to settle between them. Bellamy, recalling how he had inadvertently been on top of Tiya upon waking, felt at a loss for words, unsure how to broach the subject. "How about we tidy up and go shopping now? It might help lift your spirits." After a moment of contemplation, Bellamy remembered that Tiya had promised to accompany him for shopping today, and he suggested it. "All right, Norma, I'm awake. Please help me get ready. I want to go shopping." Tiya promptly summoned the versatile maid to assist her with dressing and grooming in preparation for their outing. As for Bellamy, being a normal person who does not slack off, he swiftly finished his minor preparations. Once ready, they boarded their carriage and headed to Grea's Illusion, a bakery known for its malt sugar. For a delightful meal, afterward, they instructed the carriage to wait, and the two began to stroll aimlessly. The emphasis here is on aimlessly. After spending half the day with Bellamy, Tiya noted that aside from selecting a few inexpensive trinkets to be delivered to a specified address, Bellamy hardly purchased anything else. Although they continued to browse, Bellamy exhibited a curious demeanor, glancing here and there, and occasionally pulling Tiya over to scrutinize various items. "Bellamy, if there's anything you want to buy, just let me know. You don't need to pay. My pocket money is quite ample," Tiya finally mustered the courage to assert, tapping her modest chest. "No need. Actually, my pocket money is also quite sufficient." Bellamy waved his hand dismissively. "My father is a high-ranking priest and a resident clergyman. He earns a great deal from treating patients. However, he isn't particularly interested in money. More than half of his income goes to charity for orphanages, and the remainder is all given to me," she explained to Tiya. "Then why do you keep staring at the products without buying anything?" Tiya felt herself nearing a breaking point. If money is not an issue, then what's the point of window shopping? Perhaps sensing Tiya's discontent, Bellamy continued to leisurely stroll while gently explaining, "Actually, I have two purposes for this shopping trip. Point one is to find a suitable accessory for you as a gift. The other is to pick out a few inexpensive and practical small gifts for the children at the orphanage. However, Tiya, you are simply too adorable. I feel that those ordinary, commonplace accessories are simply unworthy of you. Hence, I've been taking a bit longer," Bellamy said shyly, a hint of bashfulness evident in her tone. Upon hearing this, Tiya's face flushed instantly. So, the reason Bellamy had been pulling her to inspect items was to select a fitting gift for her. This would be her first gift from a girl, and from such a lovely cat girl no less. However, Tiya soon became troubled. Ultimately, due to her lack of social skills, she could only blush and feel flustered. Allowing Bellamy to take her hand and continue their leisurely shopping. Chapter 25. I, the mouse, have been completely at the mercy of the cat. After being led by Bellamy through numerous stalls, Tiya felt her calf muscles nearing collapse. Is this the extraordinary stamina of the cat's spirit race? Despite having similar physiques, both being flat-chested, why was she on the verge of exhaustion while Bellamy remained so full of energy? With a sullen expression, Tiya silently vowed never to accompany Bellamy on shopping trips again. Tiya, come try this on." I feel like you would look absolutely adorable in it. Just as Tiya was about to question her life choices due to fatigue, Bellamy once again spotted a target at a stall. Dragged over to the item, Tiya beheld what Bellamy had chosen. A fluffy mouse-ear headband. An inexplicable sense of dread welled up within Tiya. She recalled a documentary about cats she had seen in her past life. It stated that these charming creatures, at heart, possess a rather twisted nature. When a cute cat catches a mouse, it does not devour the still wriggling creature immediately. Instead, it treats it as a toy, tormenting it slowly. Only after the unfortunate mouse has been thoroughly exhausted and no longer has the strength to flee does the cat finally put an end to its suffering, biting it to death. And only if hungry would it consider consuming it. This, after being dragged around by Bellamy for so long. She was now exhausted, and this person suddenly had her sights set on a mouse-ear headband. With this thought, Tiya began to feel uneasy. Reluctantly putting on the fluffy mouse-ear headband, Tiya, filled with apprehension, dared not defy Bellamy. Yes, my judgment was indeed correct. You look super cute in it, Bellamy exclaimed, gazing at Tiya, who obediently donned the headband, a satisfied smile on her face. So adorable. Miss, your taste is truly excellent. The stall owner chimed in enthusiastically. It's settled. Tiya, may I gift you this? Bellamy quickly paid the stall owner and, grasping Tiya's hand, inquired Tiya stammered, daunted by Bellamy's slightly aggressive gaze, and ultimately nodded weakly in agreement. Now, she truly felt like Bellamy's prey. Would Bellamy really want to consume her? But the cat spirit race seemingly had no habit of eating mice. And besides, she wasn't a real mouse. Feeling Bellamy's warmth in the grip of her hand, Tiya lowered her head, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in Bellamy's eyes, Tiya's slightly flustered demeanor appeared as shyness. The gray mouse-ear headband complemented Tiya's silvery gray hair perfectly. Moreover, Tiya's bashful expression was utterly adorable. Leading Tiya away from the stall, Bellamy too found herself lost in thought. Since this world lacks the convenience of summoning carriages, they could only walk back to where the carriage awaited them. On their return journey, as they were constantly gazed at by passers-by, Tiya stealthily retrieved a magic crystal mirror from her spatial ring to check her appearance while wearing the mouse ears. It seems quite cute indeed. However, wearing this while wandering around is genuinely a bit embarrassing, and a cat girl walking with a mouse girl, albeit a fake one, is bound to attract attention, Tiya lamented inwardly. If only I had known this would happen, I would have asked the carriage to follow us. However, just as Tiya was about to voice her thoughts, she was interrupted by Bellamy. Tiya, although I asked the merchant to have the gift I bought delivered to the orphanage, I can't shake the feeling of emptiness in my heart if I don't go see it. Please. With Bellamy gazing at her earnestly, Tiya, who was not good at refusing others, could only nod in agreement. On the way to the orphanage, Tiya, for the first time in a while, did not pull out her novel. Perhaps due to the exhaustion from earlier shopping, she leaned her head to the side and gradually fell asleep, feeling the gentle jolting of the carriage. Meanwhile, Bellamy, with no one to chat with, idly played with her fluffy tail for a while, then admired Tiya's somewhat silly sleeping face, ultimately picking up the novel Tiya had left on the seat and began reading quietly. Through the window, Bellamy noticed the children at the orphanage gathered around the lady director, distributing items. It seemed the small gifts they had purchased earlier had indeed arrived. Choosing not to awaken Tiya, she continued to observe. Dismounting the carriage and entering the orphanage, Bellamy skillfully exclaimed, "Hello, everyone. Have you missed me? I've come to see you all." Upon hearing the familiar voice, the children who were distributing gifts instantly halted their actions and turned their gazes toward the entrance of the orphanage. "It's the sister from the cat clan. She has come to visit us," they exclaimed. "I knew those gifts must have been sent by her." Seeing Bellamy standing at the doorway, waving at them, the children rushed towards her in excitement. "Little Babu, our sister belongs to the cat spirit clan, not the cat clan," Bellamy laughed as she watched the crowd of jubilant children gather around her. "I haven't been able to visit you lately since I moved. How have you all been? Have you faced any bullying?" she gently asked, ruffling the cheek of the first child to reach her. "Little Babu, don't worry, sister. With Principal Mavis here, those bad people wouldn't dare come near," he replied confidently, "and we've grown up, so we can take care of ourselves now. Seeing you all so spirited puts my heart at ease. You must have seen the gifts I brought, right?" Yes, the children clamored in response. And those building blocks, even I never got to play with them when I was little. Now they're all yours, Bellamy continued. However, the combs and hair ties are for the girls. Having smooth, beautiful hair is essential for becoming an elegant lady, so boys mustn't snatch them, she teased. Thank you, sister. You are the best to us, the children chorused. All right, I still have some matters to discuss with Principal Mavis. So you all go play with your gifts. Dispersing the clingy little ones, Bellamy turned to look at Principal Mavis, who stood to the side. The well-being of the children in this orphanage was largely attributed to her efforts. Bellamy had once inquired about Mavis's background. It seemed she had previously been a steward for a noble family, which had fallen into ruin due to the lord's gambling addiction. As a result, she found herself without a salary and eventually left. Somehow, she ended up here, taking on the role of the orphanage's director. Since Mavis's arrival, she had skillfully leveraged her connections to secure numerous benefactors for the orphanage, including Bellamy's father, Yoshin. Furthermore, she had managed to procure business orders that both she and the children could fulfill, allowing the orphanage to gradually become self-sufficient and less dependent on donations. It was no exaggeration to say that without Mavis, these children would still be living in a state of hunger whenever donations fell short. Chapter 26. Since we are friends, should we not share in each other's troubles? Bellamy inquired. Principal Mavis, is the orphanage's income still sufficient? However, upon hearing about the hat merchant's order, Bellamy felt puzzled. A hat merchant? The children here surely cannot make hats, can they? Not quite, Mavis replied, shaking her head. The merchant has provided us with various templates, each intricately carved with detailed patterns. Our task is to press fabric onto the templates and use a special pin to trace the designs onto the fabric. According to the contract, starting tomorrow, for each flawlessly crafted piece of fabric, the merchant will pay us 1 silver coin. Although the task is somewhat challenging, the reward is indeed appealing. 1 silver coin for each piece of fabric, Bellamy exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. She knew that her father, Yoshin, would only earn a handful of silver coins for treating even the wealthiest nobles. If we complete 100 pieces in a day, that would amount to a gleaming gold coin. Bellamy's heart raced at the thought. Principal Mavis, may I join you in crafting the fabric pieces to earn some pocket money? Feeling slightly bashful at the prospect of boosting her savings, Bellamy asked, for who could ever have too much money? Besides, even if she spent all her earnings on gifts for the adorable little ones at the orphanage, it would still be worthwhile, of course. Mavis smiled, noticing Bellamy's keen interest. However, I must warn you first. The patterns on those templates are exceedingly intricate. Each template comes with 20 special fabric pieces and a few specially designed pins. And do take care not to lose them, especially the templates and those 2 special pins. Mavis earnestly instructed, handing Bellamy the fabric bundle. Wait, just 20 pieces? What if you give me 80 more so I can make a gold coin right away? Bellamy playfully suggested. Her curiosity piqued, but was promptly turned down by Mavis. Don't worry. Once you have finished these 20 pieces, you can come back for more fabric. Who knows, after completing these 20 strips, you might not even want to touch this task again, Mavis chuckled, playfully teasing Bellamy. All right. As Bellamy reached the doorway, she suddenly turned back and called out to Mavis, Principal Mavis, please prepare some new fabric pieces for me. I might just come back tomorrow with the completed pieces to exchange for silver coins. On the carriage, perhaps due to the earlier lively conversation with the children at the orphanage, Tiya had awakened. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she noticed Bellamy curiously rummaging through the fabric bundle. What is that? A circuit diagram? She mumbled. As soon as the words left her mouth, Tiya realized she had inadvertently uttered a term that did not exist in this world and quickly covered her mouth. Fortunately, Bellamy paid no mind to Tiya's peculiar inquiry, as she stood frozen in disbelief, staring at the densely packed intricate patterns on the template. What on earth? It's all a jumble of lines, with most gaps measuring only a few millimeters. This is what I'm supposed to etch. Although there was a template, the narrow spacing between lines meant that even the slightest tremor of her hand could ruin the entire piece. No wonder Mavis had assured her that 20 pieces would be more than enough for her. Gazing at the dizzying array of lines, Bellamy felt that even if she had only 2 pieces to complete, she would dread the task. I'm sorry, dear children at the orphanage and Principal Mavis. I fear I won't be able to visit you until next month. Once home, under Tiya's bewildered gaze, Bellamy quietly locked herself in her room. She methodically unpacked the templates, fabric pieces, and special pins from the bag, determined to give it a try. Although it was unrealistic to expect to complete all 20 pieces in just one day, having boasted about it, she knew that if a month passed without having completed even one, it would be utterly embarrassing. Placing the template flat on the table, she laid down a piece of fabric and scraped her nail along the slightly indented marks on the template. After a considerable effort, a portion of the pattern finally faintly emerged on the fabric. Picking up the special pin, Bellamy began to carefully trace the barely visible lines. The pin's tip was unique. As she traced along the marks, the fabric would be etched with a shallow groove, leaving behind a thin layer of sparkling powder. As she painstakingly worked, half an hour slipped by unnoticed. However, Bellamy soon discovered that she had barely etched 1/10 of the entire pattern on the template. This meant that to fully replicate the intricate design onto the fabric would require at least 5 to 6 hours. Adding in breaks, it could take an entire day just to complete one piece. This is truly disastrous. No, that would be far too humiliating. Shaking her head, Bellamy quickly dismissed the notion of giving up. After a moment of contemplation, she made a difficult decision. Tiya, I have a way to earn some pocket money. Would you like to join me? It's fine. I don't need any pocket money, but who wouldn't he want a little extra cash? Tiya replied, intrigued. Besides, the method I'm introducing to you is quite special. All you have to do is trace the lines from the templates onto the fabric, and you can earn a silver coin. Just by tracing lines on the fabric, I can earn a silver coin? Is it really that simple? Tiya asked, skepticism lacing her voice. Yes. For each completed piece, you receive 1 silver coin. What do you say? Want to give it a try? Bellamy urged, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. All right then, Tiya reluctantly agreed. You mustn't back out now, Bellamy exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Without remorse, Tiya, slightly dazed, nodded in agreement. Thus, she found herself ensnared in the cunning trap of the Cat Demon King. Chapter 27. The cat longs to listen to the pulsating beats of dong ci to ci quang 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 while diligently working. The summer vacation was unremarkable, yet unlike any other. It transformed into an exasperating day. Stealthily slipping into the kitchen, Tiya retrieved the nearly empty canister of tea leaves from her spatial ring once more. How she longed for milk tea. Perhaps she could secretly brew it now and then stealthily enjoy it. No, Bellamy, being a member of the cat spirit clan, possessed a keen sense of smell and would surely detect the aroma. After much internal conflict, Tiya ultimately abandoned the idea, silently concocting a rational excuse for her timid self. As the illustrious third miss of the Basak family, how could I indulge in solitary feasting behind my friends' backs? Alas! If only my supplies hadn't been extorted by Daphne. With a heavy sigh, Tiya reluctantly exited the kitchen and made her way to her room. However, upon opening her door and seeing Bellamy along with the 10 blank fabric pieces that had been forcibly allocated to her, Tiya felt even more despondent. The weather outside was splendid. It should have been a day of carefree relaxation at home. Why had it come to this? Tiya, come quickly. If we each work on one piece daily, we'll be free in 10 days. I'll treat you to a grand feast with the silver coins I earn. In truth, when Tiya had witnessed Bellamy producing the intricately patterned template the previous night, she had intended to find an excuse to decline, adhering to her principle of laziness. Yet, Bellamy, more relentless, had immediately launched into a heartfelt apology. I'm sorry, Tiya. I shouldn't have put you in this position. The task of carving these 20 fabric pieces was assigned to me by Ms. Mavis, the head of the orphanage. At that time, she had inquired whether the orphanage's income was sufficient, and Ms. Mavis had informed her of an order from a hat merchant. For each piece carved according to the template, a silver coin would be awarded. Upon calculating, Tiya had thought, what difficulty lies in carving a piece? If I could do 100 in a day, that would yield a gold coin. So, well, you understand. Now, I can only count on you. Please, Tiya, save the day. How could Tiya refuse the earnest plea of an adorable cat girl? Ultimately, she could only silently choose to accept. With painstaking precision, Tiya carved each piece, never having felt such torment before. Alas, given her lack of skill, she would surely never inherit the family fortune. She might as well adapt to the working life ahead of time. After enduring a harrowing morning, Miss Norma kindly prepared a delicious herb-roasted rabbit dish for the exhausted Tiya and Bellamy. Subsequently, Tiya and Bellamy faced yet another grueling afternoon. I can't take this anymore. Tiya thought she might go mad if she continued this way. What could possibly liberate her? Oh, brain of mine, please start functioning. As time dragged on excruciatingly slowly, Tiya and Bellamy persisted in their laborious task of carving. Just before the sun began to set, Tiya finally conceived a potentially feasible solution. After nearly a day of carving, Tiya had discerned how the carving pin left neat indentations on the fabric by merely following the faint traces visible on the template. The key lay in the pin's tip, which consisted of 3 layers. The bottom layer was a metal needle with tiny barbs and fine channels, responsible for marking the fabric without cutting it. The crystalline powder within was delivered via a separate, finer tube connected to the adhesive's conduit. Thanks to gravity, the powder would evenly sprinkle onto the surface of the released adhesive, subsequently adhering to the indentations in the fabric. As for why a more straightforward method of mixing the powder with the adhesive wasn't available. Tiya surmised that the crystalline powder was likely ground from elemental crystals that had exhausted their elemental energy. With the principle understood, she could attempt to cheat. Tiya's idea was simple. First, she would condense a softer earth element, pressing it onto the indented template's pattern, thus creating a raised earth element template. Then, she would delicately adjust it with magic, refining the protruding lines into less sharp forms. Finally, she would find a way to harden the originally pliable earth element. If successful, the raised patterns would carve fine indentations into the fabric. As for the adhesive and crystalline powder, that was easy. She would pour the adhesive and powder from the carving pin into a large flat container, forming a thin layer of adhesive. Dipping the earth element template's lines into it would allow the adhesive to adhere to the edges. Then, applying controlled pressure on the fabric would transfer the lines and adhesive onto it. Lastly, a sprinkle of crystalline powder would ensure that only the adhesive-coated lines would retain the powder, while the rest would fall away, easily collected for reuse. No waste. Perfect, however. Before proceeding, Tiya felt it necessary to inform Bellamy of her magical capabilities, lest she frighten her. Halting her carving, Tiya composed herself and organized her thoughts. After gently tapping Bellamy, she earnestly declared, "Bellamy, I've devised a method to carve the fabric pieces at lightning speed. If all goes well, we can finish these 20 pieces today." "Huh? What's your method?" Before explaining, Tiya felt compelled to lay her cards on the table. "Though I haven't yet enrolled in the Magic Academy, I can actually use magic quite well," Tiya stated with a hint of pride. However, upon hearing Tiya's boast, Bellamy remained in her usual fatigued state, showing no signs of astonishment in her gaze. "Oh, I already knew that. I witnessed your magic the very first night I moved in." "What? Is your method to use that peculiar magic to play music?" At the mere mention of music, Bellamy's excitement surged. "Just don't start with those soft melodies. Play those dong ci to ci quang 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 tunes. If we listen to those while working, I reckon I'll carve the fabric much faster. Wait, my horn magic continues to play music even after I fall asleep. And that night you snuggled under my covers was to enjoy the music? What the?" After swiftly finishing the remaining patterns, Tiya thoughtfully cast her horn magic, playing the desired dong ci to ci quang quang quang. For the still struggling Bellamy, so exhausting. "I'll leave the magic research for tomorrow." Chapter 28. If I could transport the earth element to earth to forge gems, wouldn't that perfectly emulate Ningguang? Though I can only perform the simplest entry-level magic, Tiya believed she possessed a unique perspective on the magical elements of this world. In her view, the so-called magical elements were merely special microscopic particles present in this world that could be manipulated by its inhabitants through mental power. However, these elements, once directly controllable by humans, had been subjected to a curse from that so-called demon king, endowing them with a semblance of sentience, thus complicating the process with the introduction of a medium called magical energy. To illustrate, the original elements resembled obedient robots. As long as one's mental power was sufficient to convey commands, they could be directly manipulated to manifest magic. Now, however, they had evolved from mere programs into unique AIs with a degree of independent consciousness, beginning to resist control from human mental power. Fortunately, humanity was clever. Although slavery had been abolished and direct commands were no longer possible, they could still feign friendship to coax the elements in, subsequently using persuasion to control them, those elements still lingering in the air. Limited in intelligence and experience, might not accept direct control but would readily cooperate upon encountering their kind. Upon forming the non-physical observer known as the magical medium, humans could emit their mental energy in a friendly manner to observe the unseen individual elements. With a stroke of luck or sufficient affinity, curious elemental individuals might be drawn in this place, where sensory perception was originally non-existent. The aimlessly wandering elements would be astonished to discover that they could indirectly experience everything their host encountered daily through this wondrous phenomenon. Much like how humans delight in novels, animations, and films, the elements, previously aware only of the monotony of drifting, found immense fascination in observing and sensing the host's everyday life, emotions, and joys. For instance, when Tiya initially condensed her magical power, the elements that the medium captured could follow along as she read novels. When Tiya indulged in snacks, they too could savor the flavors alongside her. Thus, the elements that opened the door to a new world within the host's mind were naturally inclined to accept the host's mental link and assist her in controlling other elements. Subsequently, to distinguish these elements that had attached themselves to her from others, humans bestowed upon them a unique name: magic, signifying the ability to regain control over elements and unleash the powers of sorcery. Yet, despite possessing magic, some elements remained rather challenging to control, particularly the earth element. Among the 8 fundamental elements, wind, fire, water, ice, earth, grass, light, and darkness, only water, ice, and earth could manifest into tangible forms. Among these 3, the earth element's manifestations were notably intricate and variable. It could materialize as soft clumps of soil, which when combined with water elements could transform into a muddy swamp, or it could take the form of a thick shield, as resilient as metal, capable of withstanding formidable attacks. Fortunately, Tiya possessed a unique understanding of this, and her magical power was rather extraordinary. Much like carbon in her past life, which could manifest as either hard diamond or soft graphite depending on atomic arrangements. She was eager to experiment. Taking a deep breath, Tiya concentrated her mental energy towards the magical medium, successfully establishing a connection with the magical power that seemed to possess a higher degree of consciousness than other elements. Initially, she simply coalesced the earth element into a clump resembling soil, then infused it with water, transforming it into a soft lump of mud. By transmitting the atomic structure of diamond into her sentient magical power through her mental energy. While maintaining the connection, she ceased her manipulation of the earth element and began to silently pray. You are now a mature magical power. The complex task of altering the earth element's structure is entrusted to you. Please do this. You are now a mature magical power. Please. You are now a mature magical power. Finally, after a brief moment, Tiya felt her sentient magical power send into her mind. Did it not comprehend her intentions? Hence the question mark. However, when Tiya opened her eyes to gaze upon the previously muddy clump of earth, she understood the meaning of that question mark. It was inquiring if it was correct to modify the magic in such a manner. The once soft and damp clump of earth had now transformed into a crystalline object radiating a warm orange glow. Absolutely correct. Incredible. My magical power has indeed become sentient. Filled with excitement, Tiya officially commenced the creation of a modified earth element template. Following the previous steps, she fused the earth and water elements to form a sizable lump of soft mud. Subsequently, she pressed a wooden template firmly onto the soft mud, then lifted it. Nice. The mud perfectly showcased an intricate pattern derived from the template. Next, using her mental energy to control the earth element, she made subtle adjustments to the raised patterns on the mud, sharpening them into knife-like edges, while also trimming away the excess mud that had overflowed during the pressing, shaping it into a perfect rectangle akin to the original template. Just one final step remained. Once more, she transmitted the atomic structure of diamond into her sentient magical power through her mental energy, closing her eyes in anticipation of the miraculous reoccurrence. Unlike the last time, moments later, an exclamation mark suddenly appeared in Tiya's mind. It seemed the magical power was signaling her. It is completed. Time for inspection. Opening her eyes, she beheld the flawless, seemingly naturally formed orange-hued crystalline template of earth before her, and felt a moistness at the corners of her eyes. With this, she would no longer need to accompany Bellamy in etching that wretched piece of cloth. Moreover, upon examining the crystalline template more closely, she discovered that her sentient magical power had even thoughtfully crafted elegant, beveled edges during the transformation from mud to crystal. No wonder it appeared so smooth. It seemed Bellamy was still in her room, etching the cloth. Should she share this good news with her now? Perhaps it would be better to take a nap first and tell her later in the afternoon. She wondered if Bellamy might burst into tears of excitement upon hearing it, perhaps due to the excessive mental energy drawn upon during the recent alteration of the earth element structure. Tiya, despite it still being morning, quickly succumbed to slumber as she lay on her bed. Side up, JPG, Chapter 29. Tiya-chan does not wish to go out to play, having finally resolved that wretched cloth etching. She could finally indulge in a day of leisure. Feeling the gentle warmth of the morning sun streaming through the window, Tiya continued to luxuriate in her slumber. However, she forgot the variable that was Bellamy. Tiya, the weather is splendid today. Let us go out to play. Before Tiya could lazily wake up, her room was invaded by an unexpected guest. Bellamy, already dressed and brimming with enthusiasm, dashed in and began her relentless attempts to disrupt Tiya's leisurely day. How infuriating! Just yesterday afternoon, when she had brought the earth crystal template to Bellamy's room, she had been in a near catatonic state. Yet merely a night had passed, and she was already back to full vitality. Could it be that her late visit had provoked her? How frustrating! Couldn't she allow Tiya a peaceful day of rest? Wrapping herself in her blanket, Tiya sulked, covering her head in defiance, and began to act obstinately. I refuse. I'm too exhausted from using magic yesterday. I don't want to move. Gathering her courage, Tiya declared loudly from beneath the blanket. Having lived in this world for quite some time, Tiya had grown despondent about the entertainment options available. If it were a man, perhaps it would be more bearable. Idling away time, aside from the more artistic pursuits like attending concerts or watching plays. One could also play football, gamble on horses, drink at taverns while rolling dice and playing cards, or venture into the wild for hunting, fishing, or catching moles. Even for those uninterested in these common pastimes, there were numerous establishments catering to men, offering a plethora of diverse entertainments, with only your imagination as the limit. However, for young ladies like Tiya from illustrious families, maintaining an image of grace left them with few options for leisure, such as the aforementioned concerts, plays, and dates, which she outright dismissed. Shopping, reading, and afternoon tea among these. Concerts were rather dull for Tiya, who possessed the speaker magic that allowed her to perform music herself. As for plays, having been spoiled by the sci-fi blockbusters and various AAA titles from her previous life, Tiya held no interest in such childlike endeavors. Thus, among the remaining options, shopping was the only one left. Recalling her last outing with Bellamy, Tiya couldn't help but shudder. No, she absolutely could not accompany Bellamy on another shopping trip. Her delicate legs would undoubtedly suffer. Come out and play with me, Tiya. Bellamy's voice echoed from outside the blanket, accompanied by a tugging sensation on it. But fortunately, Tiya reacted quickly, clutching her protective layer. I refuse. There's nothing fun outside. I want to sleep. Tiya reiterated her rejection. Unfortunately, Bellamy remained undeterred, continuing her attempts to pry the blanket away, coaxing Tiya to accompany her for a stroll. Have you ever been to the church? How about I take you to explore it? Not interested. I want to sleep. Then let us go to a concert. I heard a super popular young diva from the capital named Julia is holding a concert. We should go see her. My speaker magic makes my music sound better than hers. I'm not going. Finally, peace and quiet. Time to sleep, however. Just as Tiya thought Bellamy had finally given up, a rustling noise emerged. Suddenly, Tiya felt something intrude into her cozy blanket. Peeking beneath the edge of the blanket, she discovered, oh, it was Bellamy. For some unknown reason, she had inexplicably shed her outer clothing and burrowed into Tiya's blanket. What are you staring at me for? Since you want to accompany me outside, I have no choice but to join you in this grand slumber at home, Bellamy said to Tiya with an air of complete nonchalance. She then claimed the other half of Tiya's pillow, closing her eyes and pretending to fall asleep. Feeling Bellamy's presence so close, a flush of embarrassment crept onto Tiya's cheeks. However, perhaps due to having endured a similar experience previously, Tiya was fortunate this time, as she did not succumb to a state of paralysis. Seizing the moment while Bellamy remained oblivious to her peculiarities, Tiya pulled the blanket up again, enveloping herself within its warmth. Possibly feeling a tad anxious, her movements were somewhat exaggerated, inadvertently ensnaring Bellamy within the covers as well. Once she had returned to the serene darkness of the blanket, Tiya vigorously rubbed her slightly flushed cheeks. Mustering encouragement in her mind, calm down, Tiya. You must remain composed. Compromise exists only once or countless times. Should you concede this time, your leisurely daily life may be lost forever. You can do this. Oversleeping is your forte. Since persuading Bellamy seems futile, then utilize your strengths to render her drowsy. You must not surrender. With renewed determination, Tiya endeavored to rediscover the sensation of slipping into slumber. Time passed slowly, second by second. As she nestled beneath the covers, inhaling the delightful fragrance that gently permeated the bedding. Gradually, Tiya found her rhythm, her consciousness beginning to blur. Yet just as she was on the brink of sleep, a pair of mischievous hands sought out her tender waist. The silence of the darkened cocoon was swiftly shattered. Ha ha ha. No. Ha ha. Let go, you rascal. Ha ha ha. As the tender flesh at her waist was playfully assaulted, Tiya's drowsiness evaporated instantly, and she could not help but erupt into peals of laughter. Ha ha. Concede. Ha ha. Cough. Cough. I'll go out to play now, just to accompany you. Ultimately, unable to withstand the ticklish torment, Tiya chose to surrender to the mischievous feline. Reluctantly rising, she called upon Miss Norma for assistance, beginning preparations for their outing. With Miss Norma's help, Tiya soon transformed her appearance. Her long, unruly hair, disheveled from restless sleep, regained its sleek and smooth form under Miss Norma's careful grooming. The lingering haze of drowsiness on Tiya's face was gradually washed away by gentle water. Finally, donning a charming, custom-made little dress in place of her sleepwear, the slovenly Tiya was instantly transformed into the elegant and refined third miss of the Basak family. Stealthily, she shared a picture. Settling into the carriage, they set off toward the city, and habitually pulling out a novel, Tiya glanced at Bellamy beside her. Where are we going to play later? I don't know. Don't know? Then why did you disturb me so early in the morning? Tiya exclaimed in exasperation. Don't be angry. The earlier ideas of taking a stroll at the church and attending a concert were all dismissed by you. So at this moment, I haven't thought of anywhere else to go. But don't worry, give me a moment, and I will surely come up with something. Noticing Tiya's forlorn expression, Bellamy hurriedly defended herself. Soon, Bellamy fell into a contemplative mode. After a brief pause, she seemed to have an idea, looking up at Tiya and suggesting, how about we go outside the city to pick wild strawberries? They are small and difficult to preserve, so you can't find them in the city. Trust me, the exquisite sweet and sour flavor nurtured by the rich soil outdoors is far superior to the ordinary strawberries grown in gardens. Chapter 30. An impromptu picnic and cat's cold jokes. Upon hearing the words wild strawberries, Tiya's appetite stirred uncontrollably. She had previously discovered their presence during a school-organized picnic, spotting them in the grassy area adjacent to the campsite. Perhaps because the soil in the wild, though fertile, faced stiff competition for nutrients, the fruits were diminutive, only slightly larger than a fingernail, scattered sporadically in sunlit patches of grass. Despite their unassuming appearance, once sufficiently sun-kissed, they would ripen from a tender green to an alluring deep red. And upon closer inspection, one could catch a whiff of their rich, unique fragrance, which far surpassed that of any cultivated strawberry. Although she had yearned to bend down and pluck them immediately, tasting their sweetness, Tiya ultimately refrained, as her attendance at an aristocratic institution rendered such an act of plucking wild grass unseemly for her noble status, to preserve the scant remnants of her dignity within her class. She reluctantly resorted to utilizing the conveniently prepared ingredients provided by Miss Norma, begrudgingly joining her classmates for the picnic. Reflecting on the enticing memory of those diminutive strawberries, Tiya hesitated repeatedly, yet ultimately acquiesced to Bellamy's suggestion. How about we bring Miss Norma along this time? That way, we needn't worry about food, and the wild strawberries she picks will be mine too. Hee hee, then I can enjoy 2 servings. Perfect. You aren't planning to back out, are you? You promised to accompany me. Reluctantly, Tiya began to explain to the impatient Bellamy, I know you're eager, but please don't rush. You see, if we venture outside the city to pick wild strawberries, the journey is quite long. And by the time we finish playing, we might not return home until tonight. Considering the size of the wild strawberries, if we only eat those, won't we both go hungry come lunchtime? Even if we can endure hunger. We cannot let our carriage driver go hungry, can we? Don't you agree? You make a valid point. I will heed your words. Observing Tiya's sudden surge of logical reasoning, Bellamy nodded in bewilderment. Upon returning home, Tiya quickly encountered Miss Norma, who was tidying up her room. Norma, Bellamy and I want to go on a picnic. Could you help prepare some food? Or, why not join us for the picnic? Tiya proposed. Of course, Miss Tiya. Miss Norma promptly agreed, hastening her movements. Under Tiya's astonished gaze, Miss Norma swiftly completed her tidying tasks and began preparing for the picnic. After returning to the carriage and waiting briefly, Miss Norma soon emerged, having changed into suitable attire, equipped with the necessary tools, ingredients, and a long sword, approaching the waiting carriage. Wait a moment, a long sword? Tiya scrutinized Miss Norma's outfit, noting that it appeared quite different from her usual attire. The once simple maid's dress now bore additional embellishments, gleaming metallic armor plates. Norma, we're merely going to pick wild strawberries and have a picnic. Is all this formality really necessary? Tiya questioned, feeling somewhat bewildered by Miss Norma's demeanor and the somewhat ominous sword. Miss Tiya, please do not harbor any misconceptions of safety. The outdoors can be perilous. While it is true that high-level beasts capable of wielding elemental powers are generally absent near the city, there remains a possibility of encountering ferocious creatures that could threaten human life. If you were to encounter one, you too, unarmed, might not even be able to flee, Miss Norma emphasized gravely, loading the tools and ingredients into the carriage's storage compartment. Subsequently, the three of them set off toward the outskirts of the city. Throughout the journey, Bellamy endured much grievance. The taciturn Tiya remained engrossed in her novel, while Miss Norma, lacking a book, mirrored Tiya's silence. Truly, a master and servant. Even their reticence was so alike. Helpless, Bellamy made countless attempts to spark conversation. Yet, faced with Tiya and Miss Norma, the amusing topics he concocted struggled to exceed 10 exchanges. Moreover, the majority of those exchanges consisted predominantly of Bellamy speaking. For instance, Tiya, once, I accompanied my father to treat the wife of a hat merchant. Upon arriving at their home, we discovered that the plump wife was in perfect health, with no ailments whatsoever. In that moment, the hat merchant discreetly pulled my father outside, requesting him to secretly cast a great healing spell on his wife's feet. My curiosity piqued, even my father began to inquire about the reasoning. Can you guess what the hat merchant ultimately stammered out? What did he say? Tiya asked, not lifting her eyes from the novel. He said his wife had foot odor, and he, unable to tolerate it, believed it to be a curse from a demon, thus wanting my father to use a great healing spell to treat his wife's stinky feet. How could foot odor possibly be cured by a priest? Ha ha! Oh, how unfortunate! And so, after being repeatedly disheartened by Tiya, Bellamy resigned himself, choosing to lie down on Miss Norma's soft lap and drift off to sleep, gently awakening Bellamy, who had fallen asleep on her lap. Miss Norma then disembarked to set up a temporary camp for their midday meal. The carriage driver unfastened the straps binding the horses to the carriage, leisurely leading them toward a more lush area of grass. Preparing to give the horses their meal, the remaining Bellamy and Tiya, filled with joy, clasped hands and set out to seek sun-kissed, ripe wild strawberries. When a few striking red spots suddenly emerged from the swaying grass in the distance, they bent down, pursuing those bright flecks of color, and were likely to harvest a handful of luscious wild strawberries. Tiya, look, that must be the wild strawberries we've been searching for. After wandering for a while, Tiya, tugged along by Bellamy, finally spotted a small patch of wild strawberries that she had missed during the school picnic. With an excited heart, she eagerly plucked one and inhaled its fragrant aroma. Ah, it's that special scent I remember. Gently placing it in her mouth, she pressed it with her tongue, and the rich, sweet, and sour flavor unique to wild strawberries burst forth. When it came to the difference in taste compared to cultivated strawberries, Tiya felt that, in essence, they were quite similar. However, due to the lack of regular watering and fertilization in the wild, that tiny strawberry had likely drawn nutrients from the soil for quite some time before it could form. Indeed, as the saying goes, concentration is the essence, and thus its strawberry flavor was exceptionally intense. A fruit no larger than a fingernail could deliver a taste and aroma that rivaled 2 or 3 ordinary cultivated strawberries. Experiencing the overwhelming satisfaction transmitted from her taste buds to her brain, Tiya felt invigorated. I, Tiya, shall eradicate every wild strawberry within a 10-mile radius today. Chapter 31. No way. You call this relaxation? After a frail noble lady spent an entire day frolicking in the wild, her body underwent some changes. She felt achy all over and lay weakly in bed, regretting why she had played so wildly the previous day. First, She had dragged Bellamy to frantically search for wild strawberries, then learned to climb trees and pick fruit alongside him, and finally, she even followed Bellamy into the river to catch fish. Without wearing shoes, she had gone barefoot into the water and, unfortunately, stepped on some sharp object, injuring her foot. Now, after a day of madness, she found herself achy all over, lying in bed, feeling too weak even to lift the novel in her hands. How infuriating! So regretful. The only thing that brought Tiya a slight sense of consolation was that after becoming like this, she finally didn't have to accompany Bellamy on his outings. Seeing Tiya's frail appearance, Bellamy finally abandoned the idea of dragging her out to play. Instead, he woke up early and began using the earth element crystal templates Tiya had made to carve the remaining pieces of fabric. After completing the carving, he spent some time with Tiya before setting off for the orphanage to exchange for silver coins. Meanwhile, Miss Norma seemed to have something urgent to report to Tiya's father. After kindly massaging Tiya's sore muscles for a while, she took the opportunity to join Bellamy in the carriage heading out, proceeding to the place where Shar, Tiya's father, handled official matters in the city center. Yesterday, however, upon learning of Tiya's unfortunate injury while fishing, Miss Norma carefully tended to Tiya's wounds before silently drawing her longsword and dashing into the nearby forest, as for the tasks of foraging for wild vegetables and mushrooms. They naturally fell to Bellamy and the returning coachman. Enjoying the delectable berries, they waited at the camp for a while until Bellamy, laden with mushrooms, and the coachman, returning with wild vegetables, arrived back triumphantly. The maid, clad in metal armor stained with specks of blood, stood before the three in the camp, holding her long sword in her right hand and a rabbit in her left, with a fawn strapped to her back. Exuding an air of confidence, "I sincerely apologize, Miss Tiya. I suddenly felt a bit off earlier and went off to clear my mind without greeting you." "Huh? You call that clearing your mind?" Upon seeing Miss Norma in such a state, Tiya's mind went into a state of shutdown, language moduled, unresponsive. The coachman, though bewildered, dared not say much upon noticing the blood still dripping from Norma's long sword. "Miss Norma, what is this?" With her back to Tiya. Having bloodied her hands while handling two prey, Norma took out the spices she had brought and expertly began preparing an extravagant feast for everyone. She unloaded charcoal from the carriage and set up two cooking fires. First, she placed a pot on one fire, boiling water, adding the fish caught by Bellamy along with a suitable amount of wild vegetables and mushrooms, then seasoning it with salt and covering it to simmer. After finishing the fish soup, she set up a grill in the clearing to cook the two unfortunate prey. She laid two tender deer legs on the grill, skewered the plump rabbit with a sturdy iron skewer, and placed it on the grill as well. Next, she took a knife and made crisscross cuts on the surface of the deer legs and the rabbit. Then, Norma began preparing the barbecue sauce. A bit of water, an appropriate amount of salt, and mixed in powdered pepper, fennel, dill, coriander, and some crushed wild vegetables. After stirring them together, she coated the already skinned deer legs and rabbit with the mixture. Once the sauce was applied, she placed the grill holding the deer legs and rabbit over the second fire, and the grilling commenced. Under Tiya's eager gaze, Norma sat beside the grill, attentively flipping the meat as it sizzled. Before long, the rich aroma of roasting meat wafted through the camp. However, Miss Norma seemed somewhat dissatisfied with the fragrance. She first brushed the rabbit with another layer of honey, then took the berries Tiya had yet to finish, crushed them, and spread them over the sizzling deer legs. The honey-glazed rabbit was still manageable, its aroma not overly overpowering, but the berry-coated deer legs became something extraordinary. Initially, the scent simply filled Tiya with anticipation. But once the berries were applied, the combination of the barbecue's meat aroma with the spices and berry fragrance made Tiya's anticipation turn into impatience. Only those lacking confidence in their culinary skills would obsess over high-quality ingredients that could be enjoyed raw. In Tiya's view, a qualified chef was one who could elevate delicious food to even greater heights, while if someone could make unappetizing food palatable, she would gladly call them a culinary god. Watching the fat drip from the surface of the deer legs into the fire below, sizzling with a delightful sound, Tiya felt that if she hadn't already eaten plenty of wild strawberries and some berries later on, she would have rushed forward in a frenzy. Time passed slowly, and Tiya kept swallowing her saliva. Finally, Miss Norma removed the perfectly roasted deer legs and rabbit, beginning to serve everyone. "Make sure to serve me first." "You must serve me first?" Tiya's eyes sparkled as she eagerly focused on the meat on the grill, silently shouting in her heart. as Tiya's personal maid. Norma did not disappoint her expectations. She promptly took one of the deer legs, slicing off the most flavorful meat. Then, holding the roasted rabbit, she tore off a leg that had been honey-glazed and crisped to perfection, finally serving Tiya a bowl of delicious fish soup. Satisfied, she handed them to her mistress before starting to distribute the roasted meat to others. Receiving a generous bowl of meat and delicious fish soup from Miss Norma, Tiya devoured them hungrily. Indeed, only a maid could be true love. Chapter 32. Shadows. After massaging Tiya's sore muscles for a while, Miss Norma left her mistress and boarded the carriage with Bellamy, preparing to report to the head of the family, who was Tiya's father, Shar, about the unusual phenomena she had discovered yesterday. After safely delivering Bellamy to the orphanage, the carriage sped towards the administrative cabinet established by Shar for handling governmental affairs. Before long, Miss Norma appeared in the backyard of the administrative cabinet. After greeting the guards, she successfully approached Shar. "Norma, shouldn't you be at home taking care of Tiya? What brings you here?" Upon seeing Norma, Shar expressed some surprise. Could it be that something happened to Tiya? He wondered. Norma nodded, but then shook her head after a moment's thought. While it was somewhat related to Tiya, it was not about her being in trouble. "This matter requires a private discussion," she added, casting a discreet glance at the individuals waiting to discuss official matters with Shar. Shar assessed the pile of documents awaiting his attention and the line of people behind him. Though he was busy with official duties and reluctant to be interrupted, the thought of it being related to his little daughter ultimately compelled him to dismiss the crowd waiting behind him. "Go on, let me hear what has you so cautious." Shifting the mountain of paperwork to the side, Shar inquired. "Yesterday, while accompanying Miss Tiya on a picnic, I discovered this with that." Norma retrieved a small piece of black material resembling crystal fragments from her pocket and handed it to Shar. Upon receiving the small black shard, Shar examined it closely but felt no particular significance. "There's nothing special about this," he remarked, puzzled. "Feel the magic, despite being in the presence of our esteemed master, who possesses the strength of a high-level mage. He is reluctant to wield his magic," Norma reminded helplessly. After a prolonged period of attending to governmental affairs, Shar realized he was still a mage. As he summoned his mental connection to magic, probing the small black fragment in his hand, a grave expression finally crossed Shar's face. "This blackness is the curse power of the high-ranking demon race. Moreover, traces of the convergence of the 8 elements linger upon it, indicating space magic." Observing the serious demeanor of her master, Norma breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his mind had not been muddled by the burdens of bureaucratic duties. "Norma, where did you find this?" Shar inquired with a serious countenance. "I discovered it while helping Miss Tiya clean her wounds yesterday. This is why I mentioned a connection to Miss Tiya, though it should be minimal. It's likely that Miss Tiya accidentally stepped on it while swimming with that girl from the cat spirit clan, resulting in it being left in her wound." "Norma, after discovering this fragment, did you investigate the surroundings?" Shar continued to question, his expression still solemn. "I did, and found no traces of demonic presence nearby. However, I did catch 2 wild animals, which I provided to Miss Tiya for her recovery." Reflecting on the adorable sight of Tiya devouring her meal, Norma's expression softened slightly. Could it be that a high-ranking demon has been transported here? Earlier, Priest Yozenhan had mentioned an urgent summons, revealing that there were abnormalities in the abyss. Those demons, wielding peculiar curse powers and possessing remarkably resilient life forces, have even learned magic, causing chaos in the abyss. I dispatched my shadows to gather information, but apart from the news that my 2 brothers are safe, the situation in the abyss is too chaotic for any useful intelligence to be acquired. The only somewhat useful information is that strange high-ranking demons, seemingly indistinguishable from humans, have emerged. However, considering the fragment Norma brought, which bears the curse essence of high-ranking demons and traces of space magic, Shar felt a pang of anxiety. Although, according to human research, space teleportation magic is entirely unsuitable for transporting living beings due to the high probability of freezing consciousness and destroying bodily functions, the terrifying physical capabilities and vitality of high-ranking demons could mean that a successful transport might indeed occur. If that were to happen, it would likely be only my unreliable father, with his grand sorcerer powers, capable of handling it. For safety's sake, I should send my shadows to investigate further. "Norma, tell me the location where you went picnicking yesterday, after activating a hidden mechanism beneath the table to summon shadow members." Shar continued his inquiry. Understood. I will have the other shadows conduct a thorough investigation of that area shortly. Shar acknowledged. Master, do you suspect that a high-ranking demon has arrived here via teleportation magic? Norma asked, puzzled. Indeed, Shar nodded. But isn't space magic incapable of transporting living beings? Norma pressed once more. That applies only to fragile humans. For high-ranking demons with formidable life forces and physical capabilities, space teleportation may not necessarily result in the loss of life. Shar's face remained serious. A flicker of concern for his somewhat naive daughter crossed his mind, and he promptly commanded Norma. Yes, master. After Norma departed, Shar's door opened again, and another maid, similarly attired to Norma, entered. Master, you summoned me? The newly arrived maid inquired. Fragments bearing the curse essence of high-ranking demons and traces of space magic have appeared near the windrot forest outside the city. To ensure safety, I need you to lead the other shadow members remaining in the city to thoroughly search the windrot forest and its vicinity. Report immediately if you discover any traces of demons, Shar commanded. Understood, master. Rubbing his temples, Shar regretted his decision to remain in this troublesome territory with his father. There seemed to be an endless stream of governmental and territorial matters to address daily. At this rate, Shar felt he would eventually wear himself down at this cursed desk. Chapter 33. You have matured in your magical prowess. It is time to learn to create your own display. Time traveled forward to the third day after the picnic. Tiya remained feeble, lying in bed. Compared to yesterday, there was slight improvement. Her muscles felt less sore, yet for some inexplicable reason, Tiya still felt utterly drained. It was as if her body had been completely exhausted. Although she had never experienced kidney deficiency, Tiya felt her current condition was 100 times more severe. Based on her past experiences, even after excessive exercise leading to muscle soreness and weakness, a mere half-day or day's rest typically sufficed for recovery. Even though the soreness had largely subsided, she still felt devoid of energy. Due to her prolonged state of unwellness, not only had Miss Norma grown worried, but even Bellamy had transitioned from concern to unease. Sigh. When will this pure state of inactivity, which hardly qualifies as a slothful repose, come to an end? If only there were a movie or anime to watch at this moment. At least it would distract me from this torment of lying around. Tiya silently lamented as she observed Norma waiting attentively by the door and Bellamy, who had fallen asleep beside her bed. Perhaps the saying from her previous life held true. When one's feet leave the ground, intelligence regains its dominion. Lost in thought, Tiya suddenly conceived a bold idea. The activated elements exhibit different colors. If these differently colored elements could be arranged and combined, wouldn't it be possible to display images akin to a monitor? With nothing to do while lying in bed, Tiya decided to seize this moment of clarity to begin her conceptualization. In her previous life, the images on a monitor consisted of pixels, each of which was further divided into red, green, and blue subpixels that mixed light to form desired colors. However, due to technological limitations, apart from the still developing OLED panels, conventional LCD monitors had red, green, and blue subpixels that could not emit light independently. Thus, manufacturers had to devise a workaround by creating these subpixels with filters that only allowed the passage of fixed colors, red, green, and blue, while incorporating backlights, liquid crystals, and polarizers to emit light and regulate light transmission, ultimately mixing different intensities of red, green, and blue light to achieve the desired display colors. The specific optical principles are rather intricate, but fortunately, this is a world where magic exists. These three subpixels could easily be replaced with red fire elements, green grass elements, and blue water elements, and a light element could be added behind each to enhance and control the brightness of their emitted light. Thus, only 4 elements would be needed to form a single pixel point, and by arranging a multitude of such pixel points on a plane, a magical display could be created. With her concept finalized, Tiya resolved to conduct a hands-on experiment. Establishing a link between her mental and magical energies, she began to arrange the elements according to her envisioned structure. She positioned water, fire, and grass in a grid formation. Then added a light element behind the 3, resulting in the formation of the first magical pixel point in this otherworldly realm. Tiya then attempted to activate each of the water, fire, and grass elements individually. No light. This is puzzling. After that, she activated all 3 elements simultaneously. However, still no illumination. At this point, Tiya was thoroughly baffled. It wasn't until she activated all the water, fire, grass, and light elements that she finally observed a faint glimmer of white light. It was evident that this dim white light emanated solely from the light element behind them. Recalling the initial spells she had cast before, such as fireball and wind manipulation, she remembered that the elements had indeed glowed brightly when activated. Why were they not illuminating now? Dispelling the elements forming the pixel, Tiya attempted once more to gather a fire element and activate it, which resulted in a burst of red light before extinguishing upon deactivation. Why? It clearly has the potential to shine. Following this, she scattered the fire element again and reformed the earlier pixel point, activating all elements except the light element. Yet, it remained dark, just as before. Tiya stared at the pixel point, feeling somewhat exasperated. After pondering for a considerable time, Tiya exerted herself to lift her arm, covering herself and the pixel point with her blanket, before activating the pixel's elements once more. Finally, in the darkness beneath the blanket, Tiya glimpsed a faint, dim dot. The case has been solved. It turns out that the brightness of elements is indeed tied to the number of activated elements. It seems that my initial concept of 4 elements forming a single pixel is unattainable. Shrouded in the darkness of the blanket, Tiya began to reimagine her ideas. Given this situation, it is inevitable that the quantity of each element within a pixel must be increased. However, how much would be appropriate? If too many are added, it could transform the pixel into a large fruit-like blob. The colors from my previous life seem to have a grayscale, if I recall correctly. Was it 256? Then let us try increasing the quantities of water, fire, and grass elements to 256 each. Once again, gathering the elements, rearranging, and activating them, a discernible glimmer finally emerged from Tiya's cocoon. However, the brightness still appeared insufficient. It seemed that 256 was not an ideal number. Prompting Tiya to continue increasing the amounts, after raising the count to around 1,000, the pixel finally emitted a white light that satisfied Tiya, who noticed that its size remained largely unchanged. Clearly, the volume of the elements is still very small. Ultimately, Tiya decided to set the quantity of each element within the pixel to 1,000 for water, fire, and grass, plus an additional 100 light elements. Whenever greater brightness is desired, she could activate more elements, and if that is still inadequate, she could activate the extra light elements as well. Thus, when aiming for a brighter display, activating those 100 light elements would instantly illuminate the entire scene. Akin to the HDR effect from her previous life, which should be quite delightful. Now that the construction of the magical pixel has been finalized, it is time to create the display. Shall I directly aim for a 4K resolution? 3840x2160, totaling 29,440,000 pixels, each containing 3,100 elements, amounting to 82,944,000,000 elements. Goodness! Arranging such a vast number of elements with precision is certainly beyond human capability. Silently envisioning it in her mind, Tiya pictured a 50-inch screen composed of 3840 by 2160 magical pixels, displaying the most classic scenes from Tom and Jerry from her previous life. Tiya shamelessly sent this thought to her newly empowered magic. You have matured into a formidable magical force. It is time to learn how to create a display on your own. You have matured into a formidable magical force. It is time. You have matured into a formidable magical force. Moments later, a surge of intense frustration and indignation was forcefully thrust into Tiya's mind. Overwhelmed by this powerful emotion, Tiya fainted on the spot. Tiya, wake up! Chapter 34. The magical essence wishes to continue watching Tom and Jerry. Although she had fainted, Tiya was unable to indulge in a peaceful slumber. Less than an hour later, as she rolled over, clutching her blanket, her awakened spirit was jolted by her now sentient magic. A series of frantic emotions were incessantly hurled into Tiya's mind. Unlike the earlier forceful impact that rendered her unconscious, this time the magical essence conveyed its feelings with particular care, as if fearing to harm Tiya. Disturbed from her dreams, Tiya awoke groggily. She then sensed the continuous barrage of, in her mind. What is going on? Upon closer examination, the emotions being sent to her felt quite anxious. Could it be that it was worried about her fainting? But I am already awake. Why does it keep bombarding me with exclamation points? Ugh, the inability to communicate verbally is truly a hassle, with no choice but to endure the relentless mental bombardment from her magical companion. Tiya turned her gaze around. Bellamy seemed to have woken during her fainting spell and had vanished somewhere. Even Norma, who had been guarding the door, was nowhere to be found. Glancing at the crystal clock on the bedside, she noticed the hands had passed 12 and were nearing 1. Could it be that? To avoid disturbing her slumber, Norma took Bellamy out to eat. Just as Tiya pondered this, a cute head with pink cat ears peeked through the door, gazing at her lying in bed. It's Bellamy. Tiya, you're finally awake. How are you feeling? Are you hungry? Lunch will be ready shortly. Just wait a moment. Before Tiya could nod in response, Bellamy quickly dashed away again, her purpose unknown, enduring the emotional onslaught from her magical essence. Tiya instinctively reached for the book resting by her pillow. She was pleased to find an unfinished novel at her fingertips. It was indeed a splendid habit to keep a book by the pillow. Whenever she wished to read, she could simply reach out and grasp it, just like how she would casually reach for her phone in her past life. Lifting the book, she assessed the state of her arm. It seems my body has regained some strength. At least lifting the book no longer feels so exhausting. Flipping to the page marked with a bookmark, Tiya began to read quietly. A moment later, Bellamy cautiously entered with a large bowl, followed closely by Miss Norma, who swiftly approached Tiya's bedside and set up a small table of just the right height. Almost immediately, an extraordinarily fragrant aroma wafted to Tiya's nose. This is the scent of seafood. The Duke's territory in the northeast is not near the sea. Thus, seafood here signifies rarity and expense. Without hesitation, she discarded the novel in her hands and eagerly looked at the large bowl Bellamy was carrying, which was filled with the enticing seafood aroma. Now just 4 steps away, 3 steps, 1 step. As Bellamy carefully placed the bowl on the table beside Tiya's bed, she finally beheld the source of the delectable aroma. Several shellfish whose names Tiya could not recall, 3 large shrimp that appeared to be of the sweet shrimp variety, and some tender meat strands mixed with a yellow paste, all resting atop a familiar bowl of instant noodles. It was the ultimate luxurious seafood instant noodles. If she were not mistaken, those meat strands mixed with the yellow paste must be crab meat and crab roe. This? Feeling weak and fatigued? Humph! In the face of such culinary temptation, these are merely trivial matters. Empowered by the allure of the food, before Norma could assist her, Tiya struggled to sit up, moving to the edge of the bed and eagerly grasping a fork to attack the sumptuous seafood instant noodles. This dish was Bellamy's idea, and she had personally cooked it. Tiya must express her gratitude to Bellamy. Witnessing her mistress's sudden surge of energy, Miss Norma smiled with satisfaction. "Thank you, Bellamy," Tiya mumbled, her words somewhat muffled as she stuffed shrimp and crab meat into her mouth. "Oh, it's nothing." If Miss Norma hadn't immediately asked the butler to post a request at the Mercenary Guild after hearing my idea yesterday, we wouldn't have this delicious bowl today. And thank you, Norma," Tiya replied, slurping the tender shellfish into her mouth, letting out a gasp from the heat, and immediately expressing her gratitude to Norma. Having happily finished a large bowl of luxurious seafood instant noodles, Tiya felt her condition had improved somewhat, and mysteriously, the pesky thoughts in her mind ceased their incessant barrage once she began eating. Having grown weary of lying down, supported by Norma, Tiya shifted from her position on the bed to sit at the table. Bellamy then rushed back toward the kitchen, possibly becoming addicted to learning how to cook. It's not because I praise Tiya that I want to learn to cook. Once again, the room was left with only Tiya. Setting the novel on the table, she resumed her reading in her previous life. Reading ebooks on her phone while lying in bed was quite enjoyable. However, now, with a physical book, Tiya found sitting at the table to be more comfortable. Especially after lying in bed for nearly 2 days due to weakness. As she continued reading, suddenly, another wave of anxious emotion was thrust into Tiya's mind. In a way. Not again. Tiya rubbed her temples, feeling somewhat resigned. Since it has already absurdly attained sentience, couldn't it learn to speak as well? Continuously sending into my mind makes it difficult for me to discern what you wish to convey. Forget it. If you are unkind, do not blame me for being ungrateful. Channeling her mental energy, Tiya connected it with her magical essence, then began to hurl at her sentient magic in a frenzied, can I not deal with you? Today, I shall show you what it means to fight fire with fire. After a brief exchange of volleys, the magical essence finally conceded, ceasing its barrage of. Sighing in relief, Tiya redirected her attention back to the novel on the table. However, just as she prepared to sever the connection between her mental energy and her magical essence, The magical essence suddenly took the initiative to tap into Tiya's mental energy. Subsequently, before Tiya materialized a scene composed of elements depicting a cat and mouse. After a few spasms, the image began to move. Gazing repeatedly at the lively display before her, Tiya felt as though she was on the verge of understanding something profound. This creature, could it possibly be urging me to send it the next episode of the cat and mouse animation? Chapter 35. The birth of the first magical display in another world. Sifting through the chaotic memories of her past life, Tiya attempted to transmit the cat and mouse imagery using her mental energy. Indeed, after successfully sending an episode, the magical being settled down immediately. At last, Tiya could continue reading her novel in peace, free from distractions. However, a mere 10 minutes later, just as Tiya was engrossed in her novel, a wave of urgency surged into her mind once again. Helplessly, eager to continue her reading, Tiya had no choice but to rummage through her disordered memories once more to find another episode of Cat and Mouse. Sending it over again. After securing yet another episode, the magical being calmed down once more. In the story, the protagonist, Momoki, took on a part-time job pasting advertisements on the street due to financial constraints. However, during his work, Momoki inadvertently activated a curse laid down by a demon king's army during the Great War between humans and demons, transforming him into a fluffy dog in the days that followed. As Momoki experienced life as a small dog for the first time, he found himself utterly at the mercy of the larger, stronger wild dogs, unable to scavenge even a morsel of discarded food. Despair gradually consumed Momoki's heart. One day, as usual, nearly fainting from hunger, Momoki stumbled through the rain-soaked streets, hoping for a stroke of luck to find leftover food. Suddenly, a plain white skirt caught his eye. Slowly crouching down, a delicious meat bun was presented to Momoki's lips. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he bit into it, savoring the taste as he felt a surge of life return to him. Soon after, he was gently lifted and cradled in warm arms. Relishing the comforting embrace, Momoki drifted into a peaceful slumber. After an unknown duration, Momoki awakened to an astonishing sight. In a clean, tidy bathroom, a stunning young woman with an alluring figure was slowly shedding her simple white nunness attire. Then, a pair of enormous slimes obscured Momoki's vision, tenderly lifting him and carrying him into a bathtub filled with warm water. Tiya was utterly captivated by this peculiar slice-of-life novel, with a foolish grin that starkly contrasted her adorable features. Tiya eagerly turned page after page of this increasingly engrossing tale. Yet, she had forgotten that the episode of Cat and Mouse she had just sent to the magical being was identical to the previous one. Lasting at most just 10 minutes, no unexpected occurrences. 10 minutes later, just as Tiya was enjoying a heartwarming scene of the Saintess playing by the seaside with Momoki, a wave of anxious emotion invaded her mind once again. Her reading was interrupted once more, and Tiya's mood plummeted, akin to the despair Momoki felt when he failed to snatch a morsel of food. How vexing! As the third daughter of the Basak family, Tiya had never endured such indignities, and so she summoned her mental energy once more, preparing to confront the unruly magical being. However, before Tiya could initiate her reprimand, the magical being preemptively drew upon the mental energy linked to Tiya. Bewildered, as it channeled Tiya's mental energy, a vast array of pale yellow earth elements coalesced. Observing this, Tiya was even more perplexed. What on earth was this creature planning with the gathered earth elements? In response to Tiya's bewildered gaze, the magical being manipulated the mass of earth elements, shaping it into a rectangular panel approximately 110 centimeters long and 80 centimeters wide. Once the panel was formed, the magical being intricately engraved a myriad of intricate patterns on its surface, creating a groove in the bottom right corner that connected with these designs. Subsequently, it began to gather a small pile of light elements, flattening them into a rectangular sheet matching the area of the earth panel, embedding it within the meticulously detailed engravings. At this point, Tiya began to grasp what her sentient magical being was endeavoring to create. It was indeed crafting a magical display device. Unlike Tiya's earlier vision of a live magical display, this creature aimed to produce a more practical, permanent display that would only require a single arrangement of pixels for ongoing use. After the light elements were laid down, the next steps involved fire, water, and plant elements. After meticulously flattening these elements into sheets and embedding them into the intricate designs on the earth panel, the magical being skillfully applied the techniques learned from crafting crystal templates, transforming the ordinary earth panel, now adorned with elemental pixels, into a beautifully rounded, orange-hued crystal board. Thus, the first magical display in this alternate world was successfully born. Meanwhile, Tiya, having been overwhelmed by the magical being's excessive drawing upon her mental energy, succumbed to a faintness akin to the sensation after donating 500 cubic centimeters of blood, collapsing onto the table before her. As if misfortune were not enough, the magical display, previously levitating above the table under the magical being's control, lost its grip and fell freely, landing squarely on Tiya's head. Pang! A dull thud resonated. Fortunately, the sound did not arise from the impact on Tiya's head, but rather from the display hitting the ground after sliding off her. Otherwise, Tiya's somewhat dim-witted head might have met a dire fate. There lay Tiya, quietly sprawled across the table, while beside her on the floor rested a shimmering crystal board. Was the sound produced by this board falling? However, Tiya's room had not contained such an item before. Fortunately, the timely arrival of Bellamy prevented any further mishaps. Upon seeing the orange-hued crystal board, Bellamy instantly recalled the earlier crystal template used for engraving cloth pieces, realizing that this was undoubtedly Tiya's creation. Promptly, he interjected, "Wait, Norma, this must be something Tiya conjured with magic. Don't toss it into the storage room. This item is definitely extraordinary. Once she awakens, we'll discover its purpose." Chapter 36. Hey, is your past life memory stored in some high-tech biological hard drive? Tiya, you've finally awakened. Look, under Norma's guidance, I personally made these delightful little fruit jam pastries. Ah, how do they taste? As soon as she regained consciousness, Tiya saw Bellamy holding a basket filled with what appeared to be delicious treats. Promptly taking one and popping it into her mouth, it was a rare citrus jam. With a few swift bites, she devoured the pastry and turned to Bellamy, exclaiming, "Delicious! I want more." Seeing Tiya enjoy the pastries he had made, Bellamy readily offered her the basket filled with jam pastries. He casually pulled up a chair and sat down, resting his chin on his hand as he leisurely watched Tiya indulge in her treats. Having spent the past few days in the company of Miss Norma, Bellamy felt his thoughts aligning with hers. After all, Miss Norma loved to serve Tiya food and quietly observe her as she ate. How adorable! Furthermore, witnessing Tiya relish the pastries she had made herself brought a special sense of accomplishment to Bellamy. No wonder Miss Norma enjoyed watching Tiya eat her homemade treats. It was truly a delightful sight. By the way, I haven't asked Tiya what that large crystal board is for. As he observed Tiya's azure eyes gleaming with delight as she chewed, Bellamy suddenly recalled the large crystal board that had unexpectedly appeared in the room. Previously, when Tiya had crafted a small crystal board for engraving fabric, she had completed nearly 20 cloth pieces in under half an hour and exchanged them for 20 silver coins with Dean Mavis. This time, the large crystal board Tiya had created might possess even more extraordinary capabilities. "Tiya, what is this new crystal board for?" Bellamy inquired, bending down to lift the crystal board resting on the floor. Looking at Tiya with curiosity, noticing the crystal board that Bellamy had propped up, Tiya paused in her munching. She had almost forgotten about this treasure, having been so enchanted by Bellamy's pastries upon waking. However, why did her head feel slightly sore? Could it be that she had bumped into the headboard while sleeping? Casting aside her lingering confusion with remarkable swiftness, Tiya gazed excitedly at Bellamy, who was supporting the crystal panel. "Bellamy, would you like to watch a cartoon?" Hee. Tiya felt as though she could already envision the scene of Bellamy being utterly captivated by the enchanting animation. A cartoon? What is that? Is it related to this crystal panel? As she listened to this peculiar term, Bellamy's bewilderment deepened. It is absolutely related. The crystal panel you are holding is precisely for watching cartoons. Tiya nodded, feigning a mysterious expression as she responded to Bellamy. "Norma, could you do me a favor? Please place this crystal panel upright on the table over there, with the grooved corner facing the lower right." Tiya perfectly embodied the spirit of seeking assistance from Norma. Summoning the lady who was waiting at the door. After Norma positioned the crystal panel, Tiya rose from her bed and approached it, channeling her mental energy to connect with her magical power. She then placed her hand upon the groove that linked to all the patterns on the panel, awaiting her clever magic to begin the playback. Moments later, Sensing her magical energy stirring, Tiya turned to Bellamy and Norma, saying, "Are you ready? The cartoon is about to start." Immediately, a ripple of elemental energy appeared on the crystal panel, revealing an image of a diamond-shaped stone. What is going on? Staring blankly at the image before her, Tiya was utterly perplexed. Why is it a diamond-shaped stone? What happened to the Tom and Jerry cartoon I intended to play? Subsequently, another ripple of elemental energy emerged, this time revealing a depiction of the diamond groove located in the lower right corner of the panel. Ah, Tiya suddenly understood. This requires her to place an elemental crystal upon it. Norma, do we have any elemental crystals at home? Tiya awkwardly turned to Norma and inquired. Yes, just a moment, I will fetch some. After receiving the pouch, Tiya extracted a blue elemental crystal, seemingly infused with wind elements, and pressed it into the groove at the lower right corner. No response. She then replaced it with a red elemental crystal. Yet still no reaction. She continued to replace it with crystals of various colors, but to no avail, until finally, when Tiya produced a transparent empty crystal and placed it, her magical energy finally reacted. However, instead of playing Tom and Jerry, her magic dissipated the image on the panel and began to reverse engineer Tiya's mental energy. Cautiously, her magic pulled a minuscule strand of her connected mental energy and cast it into the empty crystal. Then, it elongated that tiny strand of Tiya's mental energy within the empty crystal, transforming it into a finer line of mental energy, twisting it into incomprehensible patterns and securing it inside the crystal. Curiously, she placed this transparent crystal containing a fragment of her mental energy into the groove at the lower right corner of the panel. This time, the crystal panel fully illuminated and commenced the playback of the previously transmitted episodes of Tom and Jerry. A cute lion's head appeared against the orange-yellow backdrop of the panel, opening its mouth, and then the main feature began. Wait a minute. Something feels off, oh no. I completely forgot to add sound. The voice acting is one of the souls of Tom and Jerry. Moreover, black cannot be displayed properly on the panel. What a blunder. Turning once more to Bellamy and Norma, who were eagerly awaiting the cartoon, Tiya said, please hold on a moment. This thing has a small bug. But I'll fix it in no time. Drawing from her memories of her past life, she recalled the voice acting from Tom and Jerry, envisioning a magical speaker on either side of the crystal panel to produce sound, and how the black portions of the displayed image could be covered by dark elements, transmitting this concept to her magic. Moments later, her magic sent a Andy into Tiya's mind, seemingly expressing exasperation. After all this, the episodes of Tom and Jerry I watched actually had sound. Subsequently, her magic implemented Tiya's requests, overlaying a layer of dark elements on the surface patterns of the crystal panel, expanding it on both sides to manifest two magical speakers, and modifying the patterns of the mental energy strands within the empty crystal. Restarting the playback of Tom and Jerry, this time it finally hit the mark. The familiar soundtrack resonated, and the adorable lion's head finally let out a powerful roar. Watching the comically unfortunate yet seemingly dim-witted Tom Cat being relentlessly teased by the clever and mischievous Jerry, not only did Bellamy burst into laughter, but even the usually expressionless Miss Norma couldn't help but chuckle. Tiya, why did the crystal panel go black? Hurry and let it continue playing the cartoon. Urged by Bellamy's animated expression, Tiya had no choice but to retrieve another empty crystal and laboriously sift through her memories to transmit another set of Tom and Jerry episodes to her magic. After another strand of mental energy was pulled and deposited into the new empty crystal, Bellamy finally got to see the new Tom and Jerry cartoon as she had wished. However, with Bellamy's persistent urging, Tiya realized a grave mistake she had made. Oh no! Now not only will my magic urge me, but even Bellamy will keep pestering me for Tom and Jerry cartoons. Chapter 37. How could I not equip her with a spatial ring since she is living in my home? This is disastrous, absolutely dreadful. Although the mental energy that was pulled away yesterday seemed to have mostly recovered after a good night's sleep, it still felt utterly terrible, bathed in the scorching midday sun. Tiya languidly awoke in her bed, recalling the frantic scenes from the previous day of Bellamy begging her to play Tom and Jerry Point 10 episodes. Then another 10, and yet another 10. Ultimately, she had stayed up late into the night watching Tom and Jerry with Bellamy. The worst part was that each time she needed to prepare a new set of 10 episodes, she had to endure having a strand of her mental energy forcibly pulled away and deposited into the empty crystal. The first couple of times were manageable, with no significant discomfort. However, as Bellamy incessantly urged her while she was crafting the projection crystal from the 40th to the 50th episode, the sensation of having her mental energy yanked away transformed from a mere annoyance into a throbbing headache akin to a hangover. Unlike the previous times when her magic had merely been a nuisance, when Bellamy excitedly shook her fluffy pink tail behind her and gazed at Tiya with her sparkling, doe-like eyes, full of anticipation, Tiya realized she simply could not refuse. Moreover, seeing that Miss Norma, who had always doted on her, seemed to enjoy watching Tom and Jerry as well. Thus, even though her head was buzzing, Tiya instinctively delved into her memories to retrieve the Tom and Jerry episodes, allowing her magic to tear at her mental energy to create the projection crystal. Additionally, it must be noted that since her reincarnation, her past memories have bizarrely remained intact, as if stored like a movie on a hard drive. Although disorganized, they are surprisingly complete. Even those ancient texts, formulas, and knowledge points that she had swiftly forgotten after her college entrance exams can now be accessed in their entirety through her mental energy. Thanks to her past life memories, it is truly absurd. If no one drank the Mengpa soup and everyone retained their previous memories, the world would surely descend into chaos. Turning over, Tiya decided to seize the opportunity to sleep a little longer before Bellamy could urge her for new episodes. However, just as she rolled over, she found herself staring into Bellamy's wide eyes. "Tiya, you're finally awake. What cartoon shall we watch today? Can we continue with Tom and Jerry? I absolutely love this cartoon." Oh no! She had completely forgotten that after watching Tom and Jerry until midnight, Bellamy had fallen asleep right in her bed. What to do? What to do? What to do? Think, Tiya, or you'll have to spend the entire day in this dizzy state from having your mental energy pulled. Bellamy, do you remember when I told you about milk tea? Today we're going out to pick tea leaves. Finally, Tiya thought of a solution. Though she was reluctant to venture outside, it was the only option to make the day more bearable. Moreover, it had been many days since she last savored milk tea, and she truly longed for that rich and smooth taste. Milk tea? Picking tea leaves? I don't understand, Bellamy replied, perplexed. It's all right. Once you taste the delicious milk tea, you'll understand everything. Rubbing her still sleepy eyes, Tiya sat up, stretching lazily as she reluctantly left the comfort of her warm blanket. She wandered around the room a bit, assessing her physical condition. She didn't feel so weak anymore. Her body seemed to have nearly recovered. Seated at the table, she skillfully picked up a novel, continuing to indulge in the daily antics of the Saint Lady, which made Wang Zhang's heart race with excitement. Meanwhile, Bellamy, brimming with enthusiasm, embedded the crystal for the screening of Tom and Jerry into the magic television, reliving episodes he had already watched the previous day. As he reminisced, he cheered for Tom, exclaiming, "Go for it. Blue cat. Oh no. Why are you so clumsy? Watch out for that shovel in front. Don't step on it. How infuriating. How could that mouse be so cunning?" Listening to Bellamy's uncontrollable shouts, Tiya, engrossed in her novel, found it hard to comprehend. Hadn't he just watched it yesterday? Why was he still so animated? And why on earth was he cheering for that foolish cat? Please don't tell me you consider it your kin. Moments later, Norma arrived with lunch, bringing a delightful spread. Today's meal was quite intriguing. A generous serving of delicious honey-glazed carrot stir-fry, 2 cups of sweet peach juice, a plate of refreshing salted cabbage, and 2 special pumpkin cakes. Although Tiya had savored the honey-glazed carrots many times before, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia, reflecting on how a renowned dish from her past life had transformed into a rather ordinary dish in this world. Then there were the 2 pumpkin cakes. Influenced by the Tom and Jerry episode she had watched yesterday, Miss Norma had crafted them to resemble Tom and Jerry. Truly, the iconic animated series had captivated Miss Norma to such an extent. "Bellamy, it's time to eat," Tiya called to Bellamy, who remained absorbed in the antics of Tom and Jerry. Reluctantly pulling himself away from the magic television, he joined her at the table. Upon seeing the Tom and Jerry-shaped pumpkin cakes crafted by Miss Norma, Bellamy unhesitatingly took the Jerry-shaped one before biting into it with gusto. "Ha! Cunning mouse, where will you run this time?" Tiya couldn't help but think, has Bellamy's intellect been dulled by the cartoon? Yet, there was something endearing about his fierce demeanor. Silently, she brought the remaining Tom-shaped pumpkin cake closer to herself, pairing it with the delectable honey-glazed carrot stir-fry and the refreshing pickled cabbage, enjoying her meal to the fullest. How wonderful it is to be a carefree slacker. After feasting and getting dressed with Miss Norma's assistance, Tiya began preparing to go tea-picking with Bellamy. "Norma, do we have any spare space rings left? I need some to store the tea leaves we pick." Thinking of her own space ring, which barely held a cubic meter, Tiya inquired, "I believe we do. Please wait a moment. I will ask the steward." "Oh, and could you also check if Bellamy can have a space ring?" "No problem." After receiving the rings, she handed one over to Bellamy. However, he didn't immediately take it. After a moment's thought, he said to Tiya, "Tiya, my father told me that when giving a ring to someone else, it should be put on by the giver." That seems reasonable," Tiya replied without hesitation. "Which finger will you wear it on?" "It would be more convenient to wear it on my right hand, so let us place it on my right middle finger." Bellamy extended his right hand, awaiting Tiya to personally adorn him with the space ring. Chapter 38. Freedom of Tea Leaves. "Here I come. Wait a moment," putting a ring on each other's fingers. This feels like something only lovers would do. Just as the ring in her hand brushed against Bellamy's fingertips, Tiya suddenly realized the implications. "What's wrong, Tiya? Why did you stop?" Seeing Tiya freeze in front of him, Bellamy asked with confusion. Nothing." Steeling herself, Tiya slipped the space ring onto Bellamy's delicate finger, feeling her heart race slightly. It was merely a gift between friends, and since they were both girls, Bellamy shouldn't think too much of it. Shouldn't he? She hoped. Thus, Tiya consoled herself inwardly as she, accompanied by Miss Norma, boarded the carriage with Bellamy. Since their destination was also in the wild, Miss Norma joined them, concerned about potential encounters with wild beasts. Tiya thought that with Miss Norma accompanying them, they might be able to gather more tea leaves. So she readily agreed. As before, Miss Norma donned her peculiar maid outfit with armor. Watching Miss Norma appear so striking, Tiya couldn't help but think of a character from a game she often played in her past life. Both were maids proficient in cooking, but the one from the game wielded an exaggerated sword, while Miss Norma brandished a very sharp long sword. Moreover, the game's maid was adorable, whereas Miss Norma exuded a gentle aura without her armor, but appeared quite formidable when clad in her armored maid outfit. Suddenly, she felt nostalgic for those games from her past life. How she longed to play a game. "Tiya, what are you thinking? Why do you look so downcast?" "It's nothing. I just suddenly want to play a game." It was clear that the beautifully crafted AAA titles from her previous life were impossible to enjoy here. Such complex games, even with 10 times her magical prowess, she couldn't possibly recreate. "Play a game. What kind of game do you want to play? I can play with you." Upon hearing about games, Bellamy's eyes lit up instantly. "I can play hopscotch, jump rope, kick the shuttlecock, and fold paper dolls. If you don't like those, we can go to the orphanage and play hide and seek, handkerchief toss, or eagle catches the chicks. Which one do you want to play?" Bellamy exclaimed excitedly. "I want to play JRPGs." As someone with memories of her past life, Tiya, despite feeling a bit dull now, certainly didn't wish to engage in those childish games. Moreover, "Bellamy, you are the cat. Are we supposed to hide from you?" However, upon hearing this new term, Bellamy's curiosity piqued, and he eagerly shook Tiya's shoulders, asking, "What's a JRPG? Is it fun? Is it fun?" Reluctantly, Tiya organized her thoughts to explain. "Well, it's a game where you control a virtual character through a screen like the one you used to watch Tom and Jerry, exploring a world entirely distinct from reality. You can learn special, flashy skills, make friends, embark on adventures, solve puzzles, and battle bosses. That's about it." Oh, perhaps Tiya's explanation was lacking, as Bellamy seemed still confused about what an ARPG entailed, ultimately responding with a bemused "Oh. But what you described sounds like the work of adventurers." Tiya was taken aback. Adventurers? Oh no, how could she have forgotten? The game she played in her past life revolved around the Adventurers Guild. Realizing this, Tiya felt a surge of motivation, but unfortunately, she couldn't register as an adventurer until she came of age. Bellamy, how about, when we turn of age, we become adventurers together and go on quests to fight bosses? Bellamy, no way. Being an adventurer is dirty and exhausting. I want to do it. The atmosphere fell back into silence. After a moment, the carriage arrived at the wild area where Tiya had previously discovered the tea trees. Miss Norma was the first to disembark, beginning to survey the surroundings. With one hand holding 5 space rings, Tiya prepared to exit and commence her tea-picking expedition. However, just before she stepped down, Bellamy suddenly leaned close to Tiya's ear. Revealing a hand with the ring, and whispered something that nearly caused Tiya to short-circuit. "Tiya, I've accepted the ring you put on me, so you must be responsible for me from now on." The moment the words left his mouth, Tiya's cheeks and ears flushed bright red. Observing Tiya's flustered expression, Bellamy couldn't help but break into a mischievous grin. After a pause, he added, "What I meant was, you need to be responsible in terms of cartoons, okay? Tiya, you didn't take it the wrong way, did you?" Laughing heartily, Bellamy followed Tiya off the carriage. He then began earnestly asking her how to pick tea leaves. "Look at those not-so-tall shrubs. That's our target." Tiya led them toward the vast expanse of wild tea trees. "Plucking the leaves from the stems of these young trees and placing them into the basket will suffice. Once it is filled, we can then store it in the spatial ring. Otherwise, if we were to add each leaf to the ring individually, our mental strength would surely be overwhelmed. Furthermore, be sure to select leaves of fine quality, neither too mature nor too tender. Once we have gathered enough leaves to fill a spatial ring, we shall lay them out on the cloth spread on the ground to dry. Whether we can achieve our desired freedom of indulging in milk tea today hinges on our efforts." With a yearning for the rich and creamy milk tea, Tiya eagerly rushed into the tea trees, commencing her harvest of tea leaves, thanks to the assistance of Bellamy and Norma this time. The large piece of cloth, previously laid out, soon became piled high with the drying tea leaves. After toiling for half the afternoon, the 5 spatial rings adorning Tiya's hands, along with the one gifted to Bellamy, were finally filled with the rolled tea leaves awaiting fermentation. The only regret Tiya harbored was for Miss Norma's spatial ring. Before departing, Norma had suggested to Tiya, "Let us eat." Chapter 39. The Little Demon. Vivian Braidlings as Miss Norma elegantly departed with her sword. Only Tiya and Bellamy remained by the carriage. As for the coachman, perhaps he feared that the scent of his tobacco would offend the 2 minors, thus he discreetly took his pipe and retreated to a distance. Folding the large cloth that had been laid on the ground for drying tea leaves twice, Tiya dragged it beneath a nearby large tree, creating a makeshift campsite for their upcoming picnic. Although located in the northern part of the empire, the summer sun was still quite fierce. Extracting a handkerchief from her spatial ring, she wiped away the sweat from her brow accumulated during the tea leaf harvest. Seizing the opportunity while Miss Norma was out hunting for wild game, Tiya decided to brew a few simple cups of green tea to satiate her cravings. From the storage box at the back of the carriage, she procured Miss Norma's charcoal and barbecue grill, set up the charcoal, and prepared to ignite it. As a girl skilled in magic, igniting a fire was a breeze. Connecting her mental strength with her magical energy, she cast a basic fireball spell upon the charcoal. With a crackling sound, the charcoal ignited. It seems the charcoal broke apart rather severely, but no matter. As long as it catches fire, that is what matters. Subsequently, Tiya retrieved a generous handful of the previously rolled tea leaves from her spatial ring, spreading them on the grill warmed by the charcoal, beginning the drying process. Compared to black tea, the preparation of green tea is the simplest. It merely requires the leaves to be pan-fired and rolled before drying to be complete. The drying process is crucial. Without it, the leaves would only yield a pot of bitter leaf-flavored water. Yet if dried first and then brewed, it transforms into a fragrant and rich green tea. Returning to the carriage, she rummaged through the storage box once more, pulling out a kettle to boil water. Casting a basic water condensation spell, she filled it to the brim and placed it over the glowing red coals. "How convenient magic is. Tiya, come quickly. I've found something wonderful," Bellamy's voice suddenly called out. Having unknowingly wandered off to a distance while collecting the now-dried tea leaves. "Just a moment. I'll be over after brewing the tea." Moments later, she extinguished the coals with another water spell and cooled the kettle of boiling water before successfully retrieving it. After tossing the dried tea leaves into the kettle to steep, Tiya set off towards where Bellamy had been. "Tiya, you finally made it. Come see the treasure I found." Guarding a small patch of berry-laden bushes, Bellamy excitedly stuffed her mouth with the fruits while showcasing them to Tiya. "These are currants," Tiya exclaimed, her excitement evident as she observed the clusters of plump, red berries resembling miniature lanterns. Just as the name suggests, the tartness of these berries is far more pronounced than their sweetness. For those who relish sour flavors, the unique balance of sweet and tart in currants is truly exceptional. However, Tiya had a particular fondness for currant jam, as its fragrant sourness was incredibly appetizing. Moreover, this could be useful for their upcoming barbecue. Recalling the fragrant venison leg that Miss Norma had roasted last time, Tiya resolved to gather a basketful before anything else. With a leisurely pace, she joyfully headed towards her carriage. However, a girl with black hair and crimson eyes, dressed in a finely crafted yet somewhat disheveled black dress, was rummaging through the storage box behind her carriage. As she moved, the contents of the box swiftly scattered across the ground. Tiya also noticed that the kettle of green tea she had brewed was now mysteriously missing from the temporary campsite beneath the nearby tree. Goodness, had they been robbed? In a moment of uncertainty, Tiya called out for Norma. Norma, there's a thief. Upon hearing Tiya's shout, the thief immediately became alert. After determining the source of the voice, she took off running in the opposite direction of Tiya. Unfortunately, her luck appeared to be rather poor. She fled directly into the path of Miss Norma, who was rushing over upon hearing the commotion. Tiya, is this the thief you mentioned? Norma inquired, holding the girl she had apprehended firmly. Yes, that's her, Tiya affirmed. The girl appeared delicate and frail. Although her attire seemed a bit disheveled, she still retained an air of elegance. Could she possibly be a runaway noble? No. Upon closer inspection, Tiya noticed the small bat-like wings behind her. She might be one of those cursed demon kin. Noticing the small wings drooping behind her, Norma immediately retorted, but then sensed something unusual. The girl did not possess the foul stench typical of demon kin, nor the repugnant aura of curses. Norma was left perplexed. Actually, those wings are just decorations. I can't fly. The girl, caught by Norma, meekly explained upon hearing the mention of her wings. Decorations? Norma grasped one of the wings and tugged at it forcefully. Ouch, that hurts. Let go. Humph. Wings grow from your back, yet you claim you're not a demon? After verifying the nature of the wings, Norma swiftly drew her sword, pointing it at the girl who was suspected of being a demon. Hey, I never said I wasn't a demon. I merely said the wings on my back can't help me fly. You idiot. Stop pulling. They might come off. Observing the girl's pained expression, both Tiya and Bellamy felt a pang of empathy, but given the possibility that she might be a demon, they refrained from intervening. Speak. Who are you, and what is your purpose in stealing here? Norma slightly eased her grip and began her interrogation. I'm a blood demon, a little imp named Vivian Braidlinks. I was merely lured here by the delightful aroma, seeking something to eat after going several days without a meal. I truly mean no harm. Aroma, could it be that you were drawn here by my kettle of green tea? Where is my kettle of green tea? What have you done with it? Tiya immediately inquired, realizing the potential connection. Are you referring to those leaves in the kettle? They did smell quite nice, but when I tasted them, they were absolutely awful. So I threw them away. I worked hard for hours to prepare that. Tiya felt her composure beginning to crumble but still clung to a glimmer of hope. What about the water? Is it still there? However, Vivian shot Tiya a tearful glance, replying, Are you foolish? In order to retrieve the leaves, I had to toss out the water. Tiya, Chapter 40. Exhausted, just dispose of her. Sometimes, the intent to harm someone is impossible to conceal. Recalling a line from a movie in her past life, if adapted to fit Tiya's current mood, it would likely sound something like this. With the wind rising and the clouds soaring, where can one find a cute boy to feast upon? Demon kin must be eradicated at all times. It simply must be done. Imagine this. You take your feline companion out of the city, brewing green tea while humming a tune, and then, within the brief moment you venture to pick currants, your carefully prepared green tea is suddenly pilfered by an unknown demon thief. Therefore, days without demonic thieves are indeed the best days. Noticing her mistress's increasingly peculiar expression, Norma pointed her sword at Vivian's neck. Miss, how shall we deal with this demon? Although their lord had instructed them to report any sightings of demon kin immediately, he had not specified whether they could dispose of them beforehand. Furthermore, this peculiar demon did not seem particularly formidable, making the situation relatively easy to handle. Exhausted. Just dispose of her. With a sigh, Tiya replied with a heart full of despair. She felt utterly drained. Her painstakingly brewed green tea had been discarded by this fool, who even went so far as to criticize the taste of the leaves. In that large pot of water, only a meager amount of tea leaves had been steeped. Anyone with a modicum of sense should realize that it was meant for drinking. It's time to give this fool a good scolding. Unfortunately, It seems that Norma did not grasp the meaning of scolding. Miss, what does scolding mean? Ah, this, I almost forgot we were in another world. Have you ever roasted sand? It's when you first turn it to ash and then, I understand. You mean to roast the little demon. Before Tiya could finish, Bellamy, brimming with excitement, declared that he had already comprehended the situation. He then dashed to the carriage and removed all the remaining charcoal from the storage box. Is this charcoal enough? If it's insufficient, I'll go gather some twigs. Ah. Seeing Bellamy so enthusiastic only left Tiya at a loss. Please. I'm still reeling from the anguish of having my painstakingly brewed green tea so ruthlessly discarded. Could you refrain from being so exuberant? Besides, this isn't about roasting rabbits or deer legs. We're talking about roasting a girl who, despite being of the demon race, bears a striking resemblance to humans. Wait a moment. A girl who resembles humans closely? Upon reevaluating the demon girl named Vivian before her, Tiya realized she actually seemed quite beautiful. Thus, Tiya began to reconsider how to deal with this demon girl. Meanwhile, Vivian, held at sword point by Norma, first pressed herself desperately against Norma's embrace to avoid the blade. Perhaps seeing that the cat-eared individual was genuinely preparing to roast her, and that the gray-haired girl who had the authority to decide her fate was eyeing her with ill intent, caused Vivian's expression to shift to one of panic. No, you can't eat me. The ones who come out to cause trouble are those vile archdemons. We little demons have nothing to do with that. Moreover, I came here to ally with you humans to fight against those wicked archdemons. The demon race actually distinguishes between archdemons and little demons. And this little demon wishes to ally with humans? This piqued Tiya's interest slightly. Recalling that the demons recorded in books were typically brutish, hulking beasts resembling humanoid monsters, she wondered if those large creatures were what she referred to as archdemons. While little demons like Vivian were more human-like. Before Tiya could pose her questions, Norma, still holding Vivian at sword point, seemed intrigued as well. She slightly withdrew her sword and began to inquire, please elaborate on the internal structure of your demon race. What do archdemons and little demons truly signify? And how did you come to escape from the abyss to here? Why do you wish to ally with humans? Feeling the blade move away from her throat, Vivian wiped away the tears from her eyes and began to narrate slowly. In our demon realm, aside from the unintelligent lesser demons and the frenzied beasts, we are primarily divided into two main groups, the archdemons and the little demons I previously mentioned. Our little demon race was created by the progenitor god Gain, who fashioned us into a highly intelligent race with his own flesh and divine power. The archdemons were a special kind of lesser demons or beasts, modified and granted some intelligence through the remaining divine power of the progenitor god, intended to protect us little demons from the threats posed by the lesser demons and wild beasts. Under the leadership of the progenitor god Gain, the strong and resilient archdemons were responsible for warding off the invasions of the lesser demons and wild beasts. Meanwhile, we clever little demons worked diligently to build our homeland under the protection of the archdemons, using our creativity during our leisure time to craft interesting items to present to the archdemons or offer to the progenitor god Gain. Through this harmonious development, our race thrived rapidly. The chaotic beasts were kept outside the city walls, and the lesser demons, fearing the might of the archdemons, no longer dared to harass us. Thus, we finally welcomed genuine peace. Some of our young women even married the archdemons they admired. As Vivian recounted this, a hint of nostalgia crossed her face. However, it quickly morphed into anger. Yet, despite our selfless sharing with the archdemons, we never anticipated that their baseness was ingrained in their very bones. Not long after living together, these vile archdemons grew dissatisfied and covertly coveted the position of the progenitor god Gain. During a grand gathering, an archdemon named Iblis, taking advantage of our trust, suddenly launched an attack, successfully assassinating the progenitor god Gain, who had lost his invincible form in the process of creating our race. Seizing the divine rights and some divine power from the remnants of the progenitor god's body, Iblis proclaimed himself the king of the demon realm and attempted to enslave us little demons, who lacked individual strength. The subsequent events are likely well known to you humans. After the demon realm lost the control of Gain, the primordial power became chaotic and inadvertently collided with your world. Subsequently, the battle-loving archdemons traversed through the massive abyss you refer to as the Abyss, igniting a war. However, although Iblis possessed divine rights and power, his inherent stupidity led him to misuse this strength. Thus, to secure victory, he ultimately had to disperse these divine rights and powers through bloodlines to the other archdemons. Under Iblis's leadership, these archdemons, leveraging their robust physiques and malicious curses, instigated war against you humans. Fortunately, Iblis ultimately fell to your magic and was slain upon this land. Are you an idiot? Didn't I just say that Iblis dispersed the divine powers through bloodlines to the other archdemons? Norma now comprehended the feeling of being rebuffed that Tiya had previously experienced. However, unlike Tiya, Norma immediately yanked at the drooping wings on Vivian's back with her left hand. Ouch, that hurts. What are you doing? Stop pulling. It hurts so much. Once Vivian settled down, after another round of questioning, Norma decided to promptly relay the information Vivian had provided to her master for how to deal with this girl. Although Tiya had previously spoken of roasting her, Norma sensed that her young mistress was genuinely intrigued by this cute little demon. Well then, perhaps this could serve as an amusing companion for her young mistress. Chapter 41. How vexing. I miss Miss Norma so much. As the dawn mist gradually dissipated, the sun slowly peeked over the horizon, and the first rays of morning light streamed through the window, illuminating Tiya's bedside. Moreover, since Vivian had been captured by Norma, she had inadvertently taken Norma away as well, leaving Tiya to endure several days without the care of Miss Norma. Reluctantly opening her eyes, Tiya turned to the other side of the pillow. Indeed, that rascal Bellamy had once again snuck into her bed. Gazing at Bellamy's adorable face and the fluffy ears atop his head, Tiya felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks. It had been an entire week since Vivian was taken away. Additionally, Tiya's father, unsure of how to engage his rather taciturn daughter in conversation, had entrusted the task of discussing matters with her to her grandfather Rand, who had once tricked Tiya. Below is a part of the dialogue that occurred between Tiya and her grandfather Rand when Vivian was taken away. Little Tiya, I know you are interested in that demon girl. However, the situation in the abyss has become increasingly dire, and this demon girl's identity is unique. The information she brings from the demon race's rear is crucial for the commanders waging war on the front lines. Therefore, your father and I must first take her to the imperial capital to discuss matters thoroughly with the king and the clans responsible for guarding the abyss. I'm not interested in Vivian. Tiya muttered softly. What? Not interested? Impossible. I, your grandfather, have an exquisite eye for people. I cannot be wrong. Ever since I passed by your room and saw that cat spirit girl crawling out of your bed, I knew you had inherited a peculiar taste from our Basak family. Hearing Rand's words, Tiya's face instantly flushed bright red. Why, you mustn't say such things. Bellamy and I are not what you think. However, before Tiya could finish her retort, the old man interjected, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I, your grandfather, have been around the block. Little Tiya, you need not be embarrassed. Do you know what our ancestor from the Basaki family, famously known as the Battle Maniac, fancied? To my astonishment, he had an inclination towards young girls just over the age of 10. With such an ancestor in our lineage, it is only natural that the members of the Basaki family harbor peculiar little quirks. So, dear Tiya, you need not feel embarrassed. Moreover, allow me to share a little secret with you. In fact, your father has been interested in Maid since he was a child. Utterly speechless. Ultimately, unable to tolerate her grandfather Rand's incessant nonsensical chatter, Tiya swiftly opted for compromise. Yes. Yet, that was not the most pressing issue. While Rand was heading to the imperial capital with Shar and Vivian, he unexpectedly took Tiya's personal maid, Norma, along with him. Since Vivian had been captured by Norma, it became necessary to bring her to the imperial capital, seizing the opportunity to request some small gifts from the king. Although there were other cooks and maids at home, those individuals either were too timid to move without Tiya's orders or were overly eager to please Tiya, clinging to her side. The former was tolerable, but the latter almost drove Tiya to her wit's end. While experimenting with culinary delights in the kitchen, Tiya found herself unable to reach a certain ingredient placed high on the shelf. To her surprise, she was quietly lifted from behind by that maid. Goodness, was it necessary to show off your strength? Could you not have simply helped me retrieve the item? Nevertheless, since she did lend a hand, Tiya could only murmur a quiet thank you. Additionally, the cooks at home greatly dissatisfied Tiya. Otherwise, she would not have ventured into the kitchen to experiment with food. They prepared dishes solely considering the tastes of Shar, or the old man ran in the middle of the day. They had the audacity to serve Tiya a portion of sour cream stew. Incensed, Tiya found herself starving for the entire afternoon. In summary, this motley crew could not compare to the attentiveness of Miss Norma. No, I must not dwell on these vexing matters any longer. With a pat on her cheeks, Tiya managed to calm her agitated mind and then turned her gaze toward the other side of the pillow, where Bellamy continued to slumber. Strangely, an absurd thought crossed Tia's mind. Hee. Quietly lifting the covers, she got out of bed, tiptoeing cautiously like a cat, inching her way to the desk, where she selected a dark ink brush from the pen holder. Since it's a cat, drawing some cat whiskers should not be excessive, right? A pair of whimsical cat whiskers were added to the sides of Bellamy's face. This cat seems to enjoy smiling, so let's give her a toothy grin. An abstract, somewhat terrifying toothy grin was drawn in the center of Bellamy's new whiskers, completely covering her original small mouth. Not sure what else to draw. How about a nose? A peculiar shape, indistinguishable as either a cat's or a dog's nose, was affixed to Bellamy's nose. Feels like something is still missing. Having drawn such a ridiculous sight, let us add 2 streaks of tears. 2 pea-sized teardrops were added beneath the corners of Bellamy's eyes. Task accomplished, time for a little mischief. Just as Tiya was admiring her masterpiece, the once sleeping Bellamy suddenly spoke up. What is going on? Shouldn't you still be fast asleep? When did you wake up? Slowly opening her eyes, Bellamy turned to Tiya. Perhaps, when you opened your eyes and looked at me? No way. I was being as gentle as possible. Tiya felt her composure slipping. Tiya, do not underestimate the formidable senses and intuition of the cat spirit tribe. Observing Tiya's stunned expression, Bellamy chuckled softly and then addressed her. However, Tiya could not help but burst into laughter. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Confused, Bellamy got out of bed, crossing over Tiya to stand before the mirror in the room. Upon seeing her reflection, Bellamy quickly understood why Tiya could not contain her laughter. Tiya, your drawing is utterly hideous. She dashed to the washroom to scrub off the designs on her face. Fuming, Bellamy reappeared before Tiya. Tiya, surely, you must have considered the consequences before taking up the brush. Bellamy looked incredibly adorable even when angry. I hadn't thought that far. No worries. I shall help you brainstorm. After a brief contemplation, Bellamy's eyes lit up with a brilliant idea. Tiya, today, I wish to watch an entire day of animated films, and they must be new ones I haven't seen before. Half a day might be feasible. No way. Creating new projection crystals is quite labor-intensive. Well, alright then. After a lengthy negotiation with Bellamy, the time was finally adjusted to half the morning before lunch and half the afternoon after lunch. Subsequently, Bellamy dragged Tiya into the kitchen, rekindling her skills in pastry-making learned from Norma, and began preparing snacks for their upcoming animation viewing. As for Tiya, she was in charge of brewing her signature milk tea. Chapter 42. An extremely ordinary day, and physical exhaustion often follows overexertion. After preparing the pastries and savoring a delightful sip of rich, creamy milk tea, Tiya began rummaging through her memories for anime. After much deliberation, she ultimately chose an anime titled Carol and Tuesday. Unlike the previous cartoon, Tom and Jerry, this anime is set 50 years after humanity's migration to Mars. Human culture has been entirely replaced by AI. In both daily life and art. Naturally, this includes music. Yet, 2 girls, merely 17 years old, resolutely embark on a journey to challenge AI in pursuit of their musical dreams. Without fail, from the very beginning, Bellamy was utterly captivated. However, the manner in which he was captivated left Tiya feeling somewhat exasperated. Tiya, what is she saying? I cannot comprehend a single word. I forgot this is a different world. Not only is the language in the anime incomprehensible here, but the subtitles would also be unfamiliar to the inhabitants of this realm. Thus, Tiya had no choice but to explain to Bellamy hastily. That is, the language of Japanese people living quite comfortably. Just wait a moment. I will modify the subtitles so you can understand what she is saying. The extremely simplified version of the first episode's opening plot. The protagonist, Tuesday, leaves home with her guitar and a high-tech electric suitcase to pursue her musical dreams. Sneaking aboard a transport train, Tiya, why does that suitcase follow her around? And why do the patterns on it move? That is a new technology discovered by future humans, an electric suitcase. As for the pattern on the side, Just consider it a crystal display screen attached to the suitcase. Tiya explained helplessly. Oh, Tiya, what is that long, running metal box she enters? And what about the thing she is carrying on her back? Tiya, exasperated, explained once more. That running metal box is also a new technology of future humans, called an electric train, powered by electricity, and the item she carries is called a guitar, a type of musical instrument. You will understand how it is used later on. Tiya, what is that electricity again? Electricity? This question caught Tiya off guard. Upon reflection, this world truly lacks electricity. Among the 8 elements, wind, fire, water, ice, earth, grass, light, and darkness, lightning or electricity is conspicuously absent. If the thunder god from the games of my previous life were to arrive in this world, they would surely perish on the spot. Perhaps I could conduct a small experiment with cutting magnetic lines when I have the time, as it still thunders during rain in this world, but for now, I should just brush it aside. Electricity is a new magical element discovered by future humans. You will understand it later. Oh, alright then. Tiya, what is AI? AI, you could understand it as a powerful form of magic possessing intelligence comparable to that of humans, capable of assisting them with a multitude of tasks. Then Tiya, what is this? Here, we omit the myriad of questions from the curious cat. Goodness, had I known, I would not have allowed Bellamy to watch such advanced anime. Nonetheless, it is fortunate that the main focus of this anime is music. When the 2 aspiring musicians, who are girls, finally meet after numerous twists and turns and begin to sing their first song at the Mars Immigration Memorial, Bellamy, who had been filled with curiosity, finally ceased his incessant questioning. Instead, he became enraptured by the beautiful melody titled The Loneliest Girl. Thanks to Tiya's patient explanations in the first episode, she was now able to sit beside Bellamy, relishing the anime she had cherished in her past life. Thus, accompanying Bellamy, Tiya begrudgingly spent yet another wonderfully mundane morning and afternoon. Tiya, I don't feel very hungry. How about we skip lunch and continue watching? Exclaimed Bellamy, brimming with excitement after binge-watching 6 consecutive episodes. Tiya replied, more pastries and milk tea. It would be strange if I weren't hungry. As they continued watching the anime, Tiya suddenly heard what seemed to be Vivian's voice from outside, along with Miss Norma's exclamations, "Let go of me. I refuse to stay with those 2 who want to roast me alive. Moreover, this place is nowhere near as fun as the imperial capital. You must release me at once. No, with the king's consent, you now belong to Miss Tiya. If you dare to escape, be prepared to be hunted down." It was indeed the voices of Vivian and Miss Norma. They had returned home at noon. Filled with excitement, Tiya sprang up, leaving Bellamy, who was still engrossed in the anime, behind, and dashed toward the door. She bounded into Norma's embrace, who was dragging Vivian toward them, and exclaimed, "Can we have vanilla seared rabbit meat for lunch? I am dying to eat it, of course, as long as it pleases you, miss. But before that, Vivian, you know what to do, don't you?" Norma shot a piercing gaze at Vivian. Probably. Don't you dare draw your sword." "I understand what I need to do." Reluctantly standing before Tiya, Vivian began her vow. "I, the little demon Vivian, hereby pledge my loyalty to the noble, beautiful, and elegant Miss Tiya." "Miss Norma, can I skip this part?" Vivian weakly queried. "No. I should have mentioned earlier. If Miss Tiya had not taken you in, and if the head of the family and the old duke hadn't petitioned the king on your behalf, given your identity as a demon, you would likely be imprisoned for life, even if you sought refuge among humans. This is the best outcome you could hope for." With gritted teeth, Vivian lamented, as if she had given up. "From this day forth, I, Vivian, shall be the loyal magical pet of the noble, beautiful, and elegant Miss Tiya. If Miss Tiya commands me to go east, I shall not go west. If she bids me to slack off, I shall not waste time. If she wishes for me to—" omitted. Seeing Vivian's earnest demeanor, Miss Norma nodded in approval. Rubbing her chest, where Tiya had collided with her, Norma strolled toward the kitchen. "It seems Miss Tiya has grown a bit stronger. Good thing I didn't wear that maid outfit with armor today. Otherwise, Miss Tiya might have been injured." Meanwhile, Tiya felt a surge of delight from the praises laced with words like noble, beautiful, and elegant that Vivian had bestowed upon her. Under the triple urging of Bellamy, Vivian, and the suddenly energetic magical creature, Tiya transformed into a tool for their anime binge-watching. due to the complexity of the scenes and the runtime of approximately 23 minutes per episode. A single empty crystal could only contain one episode. With the encouragement of the two adorable companions and one troublesome pest, Tiya tirelessly produced a total of 24 viewing crystals, staying up until after 9 o'clock in the evening before finally being released. Perhaps having been tempered by Tom and Jerry, Tiya found her mental fortitude had improved, and she did not feel overly fatigued this time. Moreover, reliving an anime she had adored in her previous life brought her great joy. However, when Bellamy excitedly finished the anime and expressed his gratitude with a kiss on Tiya's cheek, Tiya, unable to rise again, fire. Chapter 43. The beach? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tiya, let us go to the beach. Early in the morning, Tiya was roused from her slumber by the unexpectedly enthusiastic Bellamy. It's one of those large-brimmed hats for the beach. Each hat reportedly costs as much as 10 gold coins, and that's not even the most expensive style. The priciest ones can cost as much as 100 gold coins, and the hat we received, priced at 10 gold coins, only requires a wind elemental crystal hidden in a slot inside to continually provide its wearer with a gentle breeze. Quite a delightful invention. Thus, in the sweltering summer, Bellamy immediately associated it with beaches and ocean waves. Yet, for someone like Tiya, who was prone to laziness and socially awkward, the thought of the beach was somewhat terrifying. Crowds bustling with people of all kinds, and she would have to wear revealing swimwear. What if she were stared at? No way. It was far too embarrassing. Quickly, she grabbed her blanket and covered her face. Hastily rejecting the idea that I refused to go to the beach. The beach isn't fun at all, and besides, I can't swim. Don't worry, I can teach you. Hands-on instruction? Bellamy quickly reassured her upon seeing her resistance. Swimming is easy to learn, and there are plenty of delicious local snacks at the beach. It's definitely worth it. Especially the dragon breath seafood pot that supposedly makes you feel like breathing fire once you taste it. You can't find that anywhere else? A seafood pot that makes you feel like breathing fire? Tiya suddenly seized upon the key point. Could it be chili peppers? If it really involves chili peppers, then perhaps the beach is worth a visit. Shall I take a gamble? Yes, I'll take the gamble. Throwing off her blanket, Tiya decided to agree to Bellamy's proposal to go to the beach. Don't be silent, otherwise, I'll show you what I look like in swimwear. Deciding firmly, she exclaimed, I'm going. The two sentences echoed almost simultaneously, and because they were in the same room and quite close, Tiya and Bellamy heard each other's words distinctly, and then, pfft. Ha ha ha, Tiya, so you really wanted to see me in a swimsuit, and as well, I only agreed because of the dragon breath seafood pot. It wasn't tea because I wanted to see you in a swimsuit, Bellamy. You mustn't laugh. Unfortunately, all of Tiya's justifications were in vain. Ha ha ha. I understand. Tiya, you needn't explain. I get it. I'm going to change and show you. If only there were such a thing as a regret pill in this world. Well, perhaps Yun would, probably, maybe, still create Ali 88. Thus, it was proven that regret pills do not exist. Covering her face with the blanket once more, Tiya felt her mind teetering on the brink of a breakdown. How infuriating. Why did it have to be so coincidental? Now, even jumping into the yellow river wouldn't cleanse her of this embarrassment. Moments later, Tiya, I'm all set. A voice full of allure reached Tiya's ears, penetrating through the blanket. Instinctively, Tiya felt compelled to lift the blanket and peek outside. However, perhaps due to her feet leaving the ground, reason prevailed. She quickly halted her impulse to lift the blanket and began to remind herself. Calm down, Tiya. You didn't agree to go to the beach just to see Bellamy in swimwear. So absolutely, definitely, do not look. But just like in her past life when playing games, her hands sometimes had their own ideas. Strangely, Tiya noticed a tiny gap had appeared in the blanket. Following that gap, she peeked outside at a slender, beautifully curved waist, a flat stomach free of any excess flesh, with hints of muscular definition. Wasn't this what one called a six-pack? Continuing to gaze upward, wow, it was indeed a pink and white ruffled swimsuit. Utterly adorable. The only regret Tiya felt was that, like her, this individual was rather flat-chested. But before she could continue to marvel, her gaze met Bellamy's teasing eyes. I see it lovely, Tiya? With hands on his hips, Bellamy displayed a victorious grin. How delightful! Alas, Now it seems that no matter what I do, even if I were to leap into molten lava, I could never cleanse myself of this. Reluctantly lifting the covers, I obediently descended from the bed. When shall we set forth? Tiya, resembling a child who has erred, shyly approached Bellamy and meekly inquired. Tiya, do you possess a swimsuit? Bellamy asked. No. Then there's no rush. First, let's rouse that slothful demon. And then, we shall go shopping. I shall buy swimsuits for you and Vivian. Upon finishing her exuberant declaration, Bellamy eagerly seized Tiya's hand and dashed towards Vivian's room. Moments later, within the exclusive suite designated for Vivian's magical pet, milk tea. Hee. So fragrant. So delightful. Tiya, hurry up and play the next episode. Hee. That wretched cat. Do not snatch my milk tea. Yes, indeed. This creature is still indulging in slumber. Although it is a sweet mint for magical pets, Tiya's family possesses nothing less than luxurious accommodations. Moreover, as the exclusive magical pet of the third Miss Basak, it cannot be relegated to the ordinary single room reserved for servants. Thus, this creature resides in a suite that rivals the rooms of Tiya and Bellamy. If you had a soft and comfortable luxurious bed in your room, and you had nothing to do and no need to rise early, how would you choose? Naturally, you would relish in delightful idleness. Upon entering the room, seeing this creature still in slumber, Bellamy felt somewhat flabbergasted. Stop sleeping, foolish demon. Your master is awake, yet you continue to slumber. Rise, we are going to buy swimsuits, and then we shall play by the seaside. Hey, hee, little cream cake, and so delicious. Tiya, who permitted you to pause, quickly, play the next episode of the anime. This time, not only was Bellamy flabbergasted, but even Tiya found herself momentarily taken aback. They exchanged a knowing glance. And then together, Bellamy and Tiya charged towards the still slumbering little demon, Vivian. Tiya targeted the soft flesh at Vivian's waist, while Bellamy, being more ruthless, directly tugged at the adorable little bat wings on Vivian's back. Toying with them, my waist? Ha. No, do not touch my waist. Ha. Yet before Vivian could swat away the small hand that was gripping her tender flesh, she felt a sharp pain where her wings connected to her back. It hurts, my wings. Ha. It hurts. Let go of me, you wretch. Thus, Vivian found herself caught in a delightful torment of pain and joy. I hope that after this, the poor little demon Vivian can abandon her troublesome habit of sleep-talking. Chapter 44. A bit of longing for Felina. Note: it is absolutely not because I crave her pastries. The thoughts of a girl are usually quite complex. However, Tiya is an exception. Observing the reconciled Vivian and Bellamy, who had mended their rift during her brief change of clothes, Tiya felt as though her mind was somewhat inadequate. Hey, just moments ago, you two were tugging at each other's wings and tails, stubbornly refusing to let go. Stunned at the doorway, Tiya found it hard to believe her eyes and began to question whether she had inadvertently wandered into a time tunnel while changing her clothes. Tiya! The perceptive Bellamy was the first to notice Tiya, who stood at the entrance with her mouth agape. Casting a surreptitious glance towards Vivian, Bellamy beamed and welcomed Tiya into the room. Tiya, just now? Vivian and I had a brief discussion regarding our plans for the seaside trip, and we discovered some inconsistencies. Indeed. Very much so, Vivian chimed in. Although the Northeast Duke's territory is not coastal, fortunately, there exists a canal that leads directly to the coastal Duke's territory. If we take a boat from there, we should be able to reach the coastal city by afternoon. However, we cannot simply sit idly for an entire afternoon, can we? Right? Sitting idly would be dreadfully boring. Vivian echoed. Thus, delicious and diverse pastries are absolutely essential, correct, Tiya? Absolutely essential. Vivian transformed into a supportive role, activating her repeat mode. Pastries? Yes, we should prepare them in advance. Seeing Tiya nod in agreement, Bellamy continued. However, merely having pastries is still insufficient. You must understand, it will be an entire afternoon. If we only eat pastries without drinking water, our pastry experience will undoubtedly suffer. Yes, we would perish from thirst, Vivian reaffirmed enthusiastically. Therefore, a complete set of milk tea in various flavors is a must. Yes, a complete set. Vivian appeared to be quite enamored with her supportive role. Tiya, upon hearing Bellamy's analysis, found it quite reasonable. Thus, she obediently nodded. But, Before Tiya could fully regain her mental faculties, Bellamy launched into another but aimed at her. Just having pastries and milk tea is still not enough. As the proposer of this plan, I must ensure that our journey is as enjoyable as possible. Indeed, enjoyable. Vivian, increasingly engrossed in her role, became even more animated. Therefore, Tiya, Bellamy fixed his gaze upon her earnestly. Are you a good friend of both Vivian and me? Tiya, do you enjoy happiness? Tiya, will you assist us? Tiya, you won't back out? Bellamy's eyes sparkled with growing excitement. Tiya, can Vivian and I truly trust you? Tiya, then will you let us watch an entire afternoon of anime? Eyes wide with anticipation. JPG, Tiya, wait a moment. Did I just inadvertently agree to something strange? Unfortunately, Bellamy did not afford Tiya the time to ponder. Agreed, Vivian. You heard that, right? Tiya consented with her own lips, and she previously agreed that she wouldn't back out. Excitedly turning to his companion Vivian, Bellamy declared jubilantly. Yes, yes, I heard it. Tiya agreed with her own lips. Matching Bellamy's enthusiasm, Vivian responded with equal fervor. Nice. Now then, let us go. Shopping, and then we shall buy swimsuits for you too. Yes, off to shop. Vivian concluded this enticing scheme with a flourish. As for Tiya, if this were a scene from an anime in her previous life, she would feel perfectly suited for the moment. A gentle breeze wafts by, a few autumn leaves drift down, and she herself stands dazedly in place, mouth agape in shock. Suddenly, 6 black dots appear above her head, while crows fly slowly overhead, cawing, "Ah, am I being led into a trap?" After a moment of realization, Tiya finally stirred her mind. It seemed she was highly likely to end up providing them with a viewing of anime. Darn. Contemplating the impending headache that would arise from her mental faculties being mercilessly tugged apart, Tiya's eyes instantly lost their sparkle. Dreams-jpg. Strangely, Tiya found herself thinking of Felina. I wonder how she is faring at home with her studies. If only Felina were here, she would surely offer me some comforting words. Moments later, with excitement radiating from Bellamy and Vivian, they dragged a self-conscious Tiya, who felt the eyes of passers-by upon her, into the bustling streets of the city center. Observing the throngs of people and the lively shops, Tiya, despite having visited a few times with Bellamy, still felt somewhat out of place. The splendor of the world feels distant from me. I can't quite remember the rest of that phrase. Moreover, this peculiar sentiment seems ill-suited to express my current state of mind. Darn it. Why is it that nearly every passerby is staring at me? Oh, how I long for the quieter streets, where I can stroll with ease. Such as the serene neighborhood where I often buy books, or that modest bakery called Grea's Dream. Unlike here, where I am constantly scrutinized, leaving Tiya feeling thoroughly uncomfortable. Wait a moment. Tiya suddenly realized a rather serious question. The reason for the constant stares from passers-by, could it possibly be because of Bellamy and Vivian? Tiya looked up to assess the two who were currently dragging her about aimlessly. A pair of fluffy cat ears adorned her head, while a pair of adorable little wings hung from her back, both features remarkably beautiful. It would indeed be strange if passers-by didn't stare. Tiya, what do you think of this store? How about we choose swimsuits here? Bellamy inquired, directing her gaze towards a bustling women's clothing shop. However, at that moment, Tiya was contemplating a more serious issue. If she were to accompany Bellamy and Vivian to the beach, sandwiched between the two, she would undoubtedly face even more intense and frenzied scrutiny. Thus, before heading to the seaside, Tiya felt it was high time to pay a visit to her studious friend, Felina, who had been diligently studying at home. It had been over half a month since she last saw Felina, and she found herself missing the delightful coconut-flavored pastries her friend made. Perhaps she could have Bellamy and Vivian walk together while she strolled with the demure Felina, effectively blocking those bothersome gazes. Perfect. I'm truly a genius. Coachman, please take us to the residence of the Baron in Rose Town. Chapter 45. The little tomatoes grown by Felina. Delicious. Wishing everyone a happy new year. Tiya, now you should explain why we suddenly need to go to Rose Town. Yes, indeed. Why are we heading to that Rose Town? Vivian chimed in, adjusting the position of her wings behind her. Faced with the slightly disgruntled expressions of her friends, Tiya felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. How could she explain this? Never mind. Let's just lay it all out. I suddenly remembered a friend of mine named Felina, and I want to invite her to the beach with us. And she lives in Rose Town. Additionally, she makes the most delicious pastries, Tiya added, recalling her very first formal afternoon tea. However, after her explanation, Tiya noticed an inexplicable heaviness in the air within the carriage. Why was everyone silent? She glanced at Bellamy, who had her mouth slightly agape, wearing a look of disbelief. Tiya then turned to Vivian, who also bore a similar expression of astonishment. Did I say something wrong? Tiya, at last, someone broke the silence. Besides me, you actually have a friend? Bellamy exclaimed, trembling in disbelief. Observing Bellamy's slightly quivering demeanor and exaggerated expression, Tiya felt that this girl was truly underappreciated if she wasn't acting in a film. Nevertheless, Tiya had underestimated Bellamy's ability to rally the troops. After a brief pause to gather her thoughts, Bellamy turned her attention to the equally stunned Vivian. Vivian, do you think if a person spends every day only eating, sleeping, and reading novels, never smiling or talking, and stays cooped up at home, waking up late, such a person, could they really have friends? Upon hearing Bellamy's profound inquiry, Vivian immediately shook her head without a second thought. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If such a person can make friends, then I, Vivian, will perform a handstand to wash my hair right here. Tiya, well, that's quite offensive. But I, Tiya, truly do have a friend. She shot a glance at Vivian after her outburst and quickly averted her gaze to the carriage ceiling, adopting a posture that suggested the matter was of no concern to her. This frustration had to be released. As for who it would be directed at, Tiya fixed her gaze on Vivian, who was barely holding back laughter. A handstand to wash your hair, is it? I'll remember your words. Once we arrive at Felina's home, I will look forward to your performance, Vivian. With Tiya's earnest gaze locked onto her, Vivian, who was on the brink of laughter, began to feel a twinge of panic. Desperately, she tugged at Bellamy's sleeve for help. However, to her dismay, Bellamy was intently focused on the ceiling of the carriage, completely ignoring her. In that moment, Vivian seemed to come to a realization. Bellamy, you even plotted against your comrade. You scoundrel. And so, the carriage harmoniously and steadily arrived at the doorstep of the Baron of Rose Town. Eagerly disembarking, Tiya finally laid eyes on Felina's residence. Yet, it was quite different from what Tiya had imagined, not resembling the abode of a baron at all. The flimsy exterior walls were composed of branches intertwined with vines rooted in the soil. The makeshift door appeared to be hastily assembled from wooden planks, lacking even a proper lock. It was so rudimentary that Tiya felt she could easily kick it down with her slender legs. Peering through the sizable gap in the door that was large enough for a dog to pass through, she continued to gaze inside. To her astonishment, it appeared to be divided into numerous vegetable plots. Tiya could hardly believe her eyes. Surely, a baron wouldn't be so impoverished as to grow their own food. Silently critiquing in her mind, she glanced past the extensive vegetable garden and focused her attention on the central area of the courtyard. Goodness, what a shock! The walls of Felina's house were similarly constructed from branches thrust into the ground, with vines thriving around them, and the roof was made entirely of thatch. No, how impoverished could this Baron of Rose be? While living in such a dwelling might be cool in summer, what about winter? When the vines wither away, leaving only the branch walls, wouldn't they freeze solid? Tiya, are you certain this is your friend's home, and not some peculiar vegetable patch? Bellamy questioned, unable to contain her curiosity. It should be, Tiya replied uncertainly. Meanwhile, Vivian, witnessing the scene before her, secretly reveled in her amusement. A handstand to wash my hair? Humph. In this dilapidated place, even fetching water must be a challenge. It seems I, Vivian, am the true victor. Knocking gently out of politeness, Tiya rapped on the door, but it emitted a creaking sound that startled her into halting her knocking. With no other choice, Tiya eventually resorted to slipping her finger through the gap to easily disengage the latch, then led her companions toward the small house in the center of the courtyard. Walking along the lengthy path flanked by vegetable gardens, they approached the verdant little cottage. Gently pushing the door open, Tiya finally encountered Miss Felina, who resided there. At that moment, Felina was clad in a simple light fabric top and a modest canvas skirt. Wielding a hoe as if she were preparing to head out, upon unexpectedly colliding with the three who had just entered, Felina was momentarily flustered. Fortunately, she quickly recognized Tiya at the forefront. Oh, it's Miss Tiya? Felina exclaimed with surprise, however, upon noticing Tiya's well-dressed companions and then glancing at her own attire and the host slung over her shoulder. Felina shyly lowered her gaze. I occasionally tend to the vegetables when I feel fatigued from studying at home. To relax? I'm sorry for making you all laugh at me. Quickly setting down the hoe, Felina blushed as she spoke. No, it's mainly my fault for not informing you in advance about my visit, and I even brought 2 people you don't know along. Tiya apologized to Felina, then hurriedly introduced Bellamy and Vivian, explaining the purpose of their visit. To Tiya's surprise, Felina accepted her invitation to join them at the beach without any hesitation. With a beaming smile, Felina welcomed the 3 into her little home, retrieving some previously baked cookies and pastries, along with refreshing glasses of lemonade. Just a moment, Miss Tiya. Trust me, the flavor is absolutely wonderful. You won't be disappointed. Chapter 46. Felina's bittersweet past. Otherwise, had Tiya not unexpectedly visited, the only snacks she could offer would have been those small cookies she had made in advance to nibble on while studying. However, it seemed that Miss Tiya genuinely enjoyed the cookies she baked. Moreover, the way Tiya savored her food was as charming as ever. Unlike her languid demeanor when dozing off during class, when eating, Miss Tiya exuded a captivating aura of focus. Oh, if only I could make pastries for Miss Tiya for a lifetime. Felina. The journey to the seaside is expected to consume an entire afternoon, which may prove to be rather tedious. Suddenly Tiya, who was munching on small cookies and cherry tomatoes, spoke up. No worries. This is the first time Miss Tiya has invited me out for a day of fun. And to the beach no less. Even though I've never worn a swimsuit before, and the journey may be dull, none of that matters. The only thing that truly matters is that I get to spend time with Miss Tiya at the beach. Moreover, I am incredibly eager to see how adorable Miss Tiya will look in her swimsuit. Felina, I actually wanted to say that since the trip to the seaside might be boring, I would love to enjoy some of the pastries you make, especially that coconut-flavored treat you brought when you visited my home last time. Seizing the moment of interruption, Tiya tossed another cherry tomato into her mouth and continued, looking at Felina. Well, it seems that Miss Tiya wishes to indulge in your delightful pastries. No problem at all, Felina exclaimed joyfully. However, the supplies in my current residence are rather limited. I may not be able to bake anything decent. This thought instantly dampened Felina's spirits. Not to worry, we can go shopping for swimsuits together. And then Felina, you can stay at my place tonight. I have plenty of baking supplies, more than enough for us to create something wonderful. Then tomorrow, we'll set off for the beach. As she greedily popped a few more cherry tomatoes into her mouth, Tiya spoke to Felina through slightly muffled chewing. All right. Hearing that they would go shopping for swimsuits together and stay at Miss Tiya's house that night made Felina's heart flutter with excitement. But what is the situation in the place you're currently living, Felina? I recall there was a place near the school where you used to stay. Living here, won't you freeze into a popsicle come winter? Tiya inquired, noticing Felina's sudden drop in demeanor. As for my current residence. Setting aside her nervousness, Felina gazed out at the expansive vegetable garden. Her thoughts drifted, and she recalled her sister, who had long been enrolled in the Imperial Royal Magic Academy, and began to recount. Actually, this place where I live now was constructed by my sister before she went to the Imperial City for her studies. Unlike me, my sister has always had a passion for growing her own vegetables and fruits. She claims that what you grow with your own hands tastes much sweeter and brings a greater sense of accomplishment. To that end, she transformed the entire area of our home, aside from the pathways, into a vegetable garden. Moreover, to enhance the greenery of our home, she planted numerous small trees and vines along the walls. Whenever she had a moment to spare, she would tend to the fruits and vegetables she had lovingly nurtured, as well as the little trees and vines surrounding the house. Loosening the soil, fertilizing, watering, none of it was ever neglected. Sometimes, she would even threaten the local bullies to come help her with the work. Due to her love for farming, she has been wielding a hoe since childhood, so no one in town could possibly rival my sister. At this point, Felina's face reflected a hint of exasperation. The first few years were quite harmonious. During harvest time, our family was able to enjoy the fruits and vegetables that thrived under my sister's careful attention. And these homegrown delights were indeed far superior in taste compared to those sold outside. Yes, Felina, these cherry tomatoes you picked are indeed several times tastier than the ones sold elsewhere. They are crisp and delightfully sweet and sour. Biting into them releases a burst of juice. Tiya expressed her agreement. happily munching on the cherry tomatoes. But, if I'm not mistaken, did something unexpected occur afterward? Vivian, who had been sitting idly with Bellamy, chimed in at. Felina nodded resignedly. Under my sister's diligent care, the saplings surrounding the house grew rapidly, so much so that they eventually broke through a wall. Faced with this dilemma, my father had no choice but to cut down the trees my sister had lovingly planted and reinforce the house. To prevent my sister from continuing to cause a ruckus at home, my father designated a large plot of land for her, which is where we currently reside. With this expansive area, my sister excitedly resumed her planting plans and began constructing a personal little abode. Learning from past experiences, she built this small house in the middle of the garden using a simple yet efficient combination of branches and vines. Not only was it relatively easy to construct, but it also wouldn't be damaged by the gradual growth of the trees. That time, I was roped into helping her with the construction for quite a while. So, has your original house been repaired? After realizing that she had strayed a bit from the main topic, Felina finally explained the reason for her current residence in the garden. Our original house was indeed repaired. However, it collapsed when my sister accidentally set it on fire while learning to bake. As a result, my parents have gone to the Imperial City to live with my sister, while I, having yet to finish my studies, rented a small apartment near the school during the academic year. However, renting an apartment is quite expensive, so to save money during the summer vacation, I had no choice but to stay here in my sister's vegetable garden. Hey, you can't even spare your own home. Is your sister a devil? Yes. Her ability to destroy homes is almost on par with those foolish, wicked demons. Bellamy and Vivian couldn't help but interject with their remarks. Actually, it's partly my fault, Felina said. Suddenly feeling a pang of guilt. It was during my sister's first holiday after enrolling in the Royal Magic Academy. With our parents absent, she wanted me to teach her how to bake delicious pastries so she could make friends with a particularly cute girl. After jotting down a few baking steps, I left my sister, who knew nothing about baking, at home and went out to clear my head. Although the outer walls had previously been reinforced with stone and alchemical mud, the main supporting structure of the house was wooden. Thus, it ultimately collapsed due to the fire. Chapter 47. The Crimson and White Me, welcoming the tangerine-hued spring. Baking a pastry led to the destruction of a home? Tiya found it hard to believe her ears. It seems that in this world, there truly exists a girl with such a bizarre persona, dropping her jaw in disbelief, or perhaps despair. After silently mocking herself, Tiya suddenly recalled a plot from a novel written by her sister, Ellie. In her memory, it was a spring still draped in white. Perhaps the pure flowers of my hometown were reluctant to part with me. A symbol of serene snow-white hair, or perhaps they had long since embraced me as one of their OWNs. I was about to leave them for the bustling capital, nestled in the southern region devoid of any winter chill. They seemed to have made a pact, swirling down gently from the boundless sky, as if bidding me farewell. I wonder if when I arrive there, I too will dissolve like these white spirits bidding me farewell in that city devoid of winter. With a heart full of anxiety, I packed my belongings. Ultimately, unsure of how to say goodbye, I chose to embark on the journey to the Imperial City quietly, accompanied by my mother. Along the way, I listened to the new songs of returning swallows and walked in harmony with the wind and moon. I marveled at the budding green branches while silently reading my borrowed novels. Without these borrowed books from her room, this journey would undoubtedly have been quite torturous. Furthermore, I hope that after I leave, she won't feel despair at the sudden disappearance of a multitude of novels from her room. When she comes to the Imperial City for her studies, I will surely do my best to repay her. As I gradually finished reading the borrowed books, I officially enrolled in this prestigious magical academy, earning the title of genius. While my mother might take joy in this, I felt indifferent to this so-called title of genius. Compared to that, running out of novels was the most pressing concern. Left with no choice, I finally mustered the courage to step into the library located on the other side of the teaching building, gazing at the towering bookshelves in front of me. Adorned with an array of dazzling books, I finally discovered another treasure trove apart from my sister's room. Eagerly, I selected a thick stack of novels from the shelf, and after receiving approval from the librarian, I happily made my way to the villa designated for outstanding students, which was conveniently located nearby. I became engrossed in the world of my novel. A gentle knock at the door interrupted my reverie. Alone and without friends, could it be my mother or perhaps my mentor seeking me out? With a sense of curiosity, I opened the door to find a beautiful girl with soft, light orange hair standing before me. She appeared slightly nervous yet brimming with anticipation as she extended a small basket filled with exceptionally fresh fruits towards me, inviting me to her charming villa for a visit. However, having never made a friend before, I timidly declined her invitation, citing my desire to continue reading my novel. The following day, with a heart heavy with regret, I returned to the villa assigned by the academy, clutching my book once more. Reflecting on the sweet taste of the fruits from the small basket, I resolved that if given a second chance, I would muster the courage to accept her invitation. Thus, I waited with my novel in hand until the sun began to set, and at last, I was greeted by the familiar knock at the door. Slowly, I opened it, and the golden rays of the setting sun illuminated her delicate features, casting a warm glow through her light orange hair. "Miss Ellie, I have prepared some interesting novels this time. Would you like to come to my—" "I would love to go." Before she could finish her sentence, I, having finally gathered my courage, readily agreed. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, I arrived at her distinctive villa, adorned with an array of fruits and vegetables in the garden. In that moment, I realized a truth that had eluded me until then. Those pure, delicate flowers drifting through the air do not slowly fall to the ground merely to dissolve. Rather, they yearn to embrace one another upon their descent, finding solace in unity. The act of dissolving signifies their complete possession of one another. It turned out we both enjoyed cultivating plants in the garden. Could it be the same person? Yet, glancing at Felina's chestnut hair, Tiya quickly dismissed that notion. After all, as sisters, their hair colors should be similar, right? Moreover, novels are often a product of the author's imagination, just like that peculiar story where someone aspired to become a dragon knight, disregarding even their sister, clearly a wild fabrication. However, that author's imagination truly is unique, akin to a torrent within the literary world. Lost in thought, Tiya pulled Felina along, joining Bellamy and Vivian in a carriage to visit the previously mentioned boutique for swimwear. Yet upon arrival, Tiya discovered that shopping for swimwear with girls could be rather awkward. How to describe it? Perhaps it was a matter of who felt more awkward. Yes, that seemed fitting. Observing Felina and Vivian trying on swimsuits, Tiya felt a tinge of sadness swell within her. Meanwhile, Vivian, filled with pride, mused that if one could maintain such supple skin despite the harsh environment of the demon realm, perhaps a larger bust was simply a hereditary trait. But why was Felina also so well endowed? They were nearly the same age, after all. Sigh. At least Bellamy was as flat as herself. Casting a glance at Bellamy's equally unremarkable figure provided Tiya with a modicum of comfort. Prompting a sigh of relief, "Tiya, why are you staring at me?" Bellamy, inexplicably flustered by Tiya's gaze, blushed, a rare occurrence for her, but she soon realized the underlying implication of Tiya's look. "Well, for our cat spirit tribe, we only begin to develop after the coming-of-age ceremony, so my current size is perfectly normal." As Bellamy finished speaking, Tiya's spirits plummeted. "No worries, Miss Tiya. You are the most adorable in my eyes." Felina mustered her courage to offer comfort. Though sadly, her words had little effect on Tiya. "This is infuriating. I must not be eating enough." Observing her somewhat frail figure, Tiya resolved to significantly increase her food intake. "Let's set a small goal. Perhaps I can transform this flatness into something more substantial." Chapter 48. An unexpected free meal. It feels a bit strange, for instance, at the humble bakery called Grea's Illusion. In the past, Tiya would never have so frequently chosen a single establishment for her meals. However, perhaps due to the company she now enjoyed, Tiya found herself less concerned about whether others would remember her somewhat unrefined eating habits. How to put it? It was akin to walking alone down the street. If one were to stumble, it would be quite embarrassing. Yet, if accompanied by friends, such blunders seemed less mortifying. Pushing open the shop door, Tiya was greeted by the same simple yet invitingly warm decor. However, unlike before, the number of patrons appeared to have increased significantly. Moreover, there were several individuals akin to herself, engrossed in books while savoring pastries. Had this place inexplicably transformed into a haven for book lovers? Never mind. Why overthink it? Accompanied by her two companions and a magical pet, she made her way to her favorite window-side seat and placed her order. Subsequently, Tiya habitually retrieved a novel, engaging in her dual-threaded thought process, casually flipping through the pages while engaging in light conversation with her friends. After a brief wait, Several delectable pastries were brought to their table. Tiya then switched her mode from chatting while reading to eating while reading. Miss Tiya, eating while reading might lead to indigestion. Felina, observing Tiya immersed in her novel while munching on pastries, expressed her concern. Oh, don't worry about her. She always eats like this, Bellamy replied, casting a resigned glance at Felina before recalling Tiya's peculiar rationale. I remember she said, that's it. Eating is a pleasure for the mouth, while reading is a delight for the mind. These two pursuits do not conflict. Rather, they create a dual enjoyment for both body and spirit. After pondering for a moment, Bellamy recounted Tiya's whimsical reasoning to Felina. So she is beyond saving. No amount of persuasion will change her mind. She patted Felina's shoulder reassuringly. All right then, stealing another glance at Tiya. Lost in her concentration, Felina ultimately chose to relent. Maintaining the noble etiquette she had learned since childhood, she continued to savor the intricately crafted pastry before her. Once they arrived at Tiya's home, aside from her specialty cookies and pastries, Felina contemplated whether to attempt recreating the exquisite treat they had just enjoyed. Perhaps she could even modify it to Tiya's preferred coconut flavor. Yes, that would be splendid. A short while later, having thoroughly enjoyed their pastries, Tiya called for the waitress to settle the bill. As the wealthiest individual at the table, Tiya felt it was only right to relish the joy of treating her friends. After all, if her monthly allowance barely covered the cost of her novels, life would become rather dull. Unfortunately, the waitress had other plans. Hello, dear. Thanks to you, our bakery has seen a delightful increase in customers lately. Our baker mentioned that your enjoyment of the pastries brings him great satisfaction. The waitress continued, observing the girls who had just exited a nearby bookstore, unable to resist stealing glances at the adorable girl who passionately indulged in both books and pastries. After noticing the sudden influx of patrons mirroring Tiya's own behavior, the waitress smiled and slightly bowed. We look forward to your next visit. An inexplicable free meal. And considering she typically maintained a laid-back demeanor, it was unlikely anyone would recognize the third miss of the Basak family. Thus, it was improbable that her notoriety had drawn their attention. Truly, it was all rather puzzling. Perhaps it would be best to refuse. After all, she didn't mind the cost of a few pastries. If rumors spread about the third miss of the Basak family indulging in pastries without paying. Upon returning home, everyone began preparing for the journey the following day. Under Miss Norma's guidance, Felina headed to the kitchen to start crafting her signature pastries. In addition, I endeavored to replicate and refine the exquisite pastry I had previously savored at the bakery known as the Gloria Illusion. Although Miss Tiya expressed her fondness for my creations, I feared that if I rested on my laurels, she would eventually grow weary of them. Let us go, Felina. Upon returning to my room and briefly rummaging through items suitable for a seaside excursion, Bellamy made her way to the kitchen. Following the steps that Miss Norma had outlined during our last encounter, she prepared a small pot of citrus jam, transforming it into the delightful jam biscuits that Tiya had once praised. Clearly, my limited knowledge of pastry making, gleaned solely from Miss Norma, paled in comparison to Felina's lifelong passion for baking. Yet, when it came to brewing milk tea, I still held a glimmer of hope. Moreover, for reasons unbeknownst to me, my heart insisted that I could not allow this sudden newcomer to surpass me. It was high time to hone my skills once more. Thus, the two young girls found themselves inexplicably embroiled in a culinary competition within the kitchen. Observing this curious atmosphere, Miss Norma began to harbor her own doubts. Particularly upon witnessing Felina's adept pastry-making skills, she couldn't help but wonder if this newcomer was attempting to usurp her position. Meanwhile, Tiya resolved to prepare a crystal for screening an anime she wished to watch on the morrow, aiming for a more relaxed experience. Drawing from her past memories, she ultimately selected a series titled Is the Order a Rabbit? This choice was partly due to the anime's straightforward narrative, which required little explanation, and partly because Tiya herself yearned to rewatch this delightful series for some stress relief. She retrieved a sizable bag of empty crystals and transferred 2 entire seasons of the anime into her magical essence. Shortly thereafter, she began waiting for her magical essence to produce the screening crystals, 1 episode at a time. With her magical essence at work, a neat row of completed screening crystals soon floated before Tiya. After collecting them, she assessed her own state. It seemed her mental fortitude had indeed grown stronger. Despite the significant strain her magical essence had exerted on her, she felt only a slight haze of dizziness. Nonetheless, I must persist, however, Glancing at the rather lackadaisical Vivian beside her, Tiya couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. Vivian, what are you doing? Upside down hair washing. Hurry. I want to see. Chapter 49. Let the feast begin. After a lengthy journey, Tiya and her companions finally arrived at the coastal city. Accompanied by the two maidens. One was, of course, Miss Norma, while the other had been insisted upon by Tiya's father, Charles, for their safety. During the journey, Tiya had inquired about the name of this additional maid, but regrettably learned little more than that she had once been an acquaintance of Norma's. Oh well, what did it matter? She had no significant connection to her. Thus, Tiya and her party commenced their search for suitable lodgings along the street. However, after wandering for quite some time, they found no sign of an inn or hotel. Young lady, are you here for a vacation? A kindly fruit vendor smiled as she handed Tiya a plump orange while inquiring. Upon gazing at the seemingly delectable orange before her, Tiya felt an instant craving. Perhaps, purchasing some for fresh juice tonight would be quite delightful. Without further ado, she readily agreed to buy a bagful. Fortunately, the astute Bellamy seized the opportunity to inquire further. Auntie, this is our first time here. Could you recommend a good place to stay nearby? A place to stay? The fruit vendor pondered while packing the fruit. If you continue straight down this street and then take a right, I recall there is a hotel catering specifically to female travelers. However, I would advise you to immediately hail a carriage and head out of the city to the fishing village by the sea. This area, being the closest coastal region to the Northern Territories, attracts many visitors. Hence, nearly every establishment in the fishing village is more than willing to accommodate guests, provided they are willing to pay a little. If you leave now, you might even get the chance to experience the joy of tide pooling before darkness falls. Strolling along the beach, if luck is on your side, you may find an abundance of fresh and delectable seafood without much effort. Bring it back to the village, and with a modest processing fee, you'll be able to enjoy an authentic seafood feast. After handing Tiya the packed fruit, the vendor offered her suggestion with a smile. Thank you, Auntie. Tiya replied gratefully as she accepted the fruits. Moments later, Tiya and her companions arrived at the coastal fishing village, in perfect alignment with the vendor's description. Nearly every household displayed a sign indicating room availability. After some selection, Tiya ultimately chose the tittiest fisherman's residence for their stay. Once they had entrusted their luggage to the two maids, the eager Bellamy borrowed a few tide-pooling tools from the owner and rushed the remaining three towards the nearby beach. As the sun began to set, gentle waves lapped at the shore. Removing her small leather shoes and gazing at the distant seabirds soaring above, Tiya, who had grown up in the north in both her past and present lives, finally experienced a tinge of awe at the seaside. Continuing her stroll to the junction where the beach met the waves, she reveled in the soothing sensation of the water washing over her feet. Gradually kneeling to dip her fingers into the incoming tide. Yikes! The seawater is indeed salty and bitter. I should have known better than to taste it. Moreover, gazing at her feet being washed by the waves, Tiya inexplicably felt as though she were sampling her own footbath. Oh no! That fleeting moment of bliss was utterly shattered. Turning around, Tiya glanced at Bellamy and Felina, who seemed dumbfounded while clutching their tide-pooling tools, along with Vivian, who had somehow managed to sidle up beside her. How does it taste? Is it good? Vivian asked curiously, her eyes fixed on Tiya. Observing the inquisitive gaze of this newcomer, Tiya's mind sparked with a playful idea. Given the harsh environment of the demon realm, surely she had never been to the seaside, just like herself? Hee. Thus, Tiya began to pose a question in return. What do you need to make fish soup? Fish, water, salt? Vivian replied. Correct. The ocean contains both fish and salt, which is precisely why humans enjoy visiting the seaside. Locking eyes with Vivian, Tiya stated earnestly, Are you suggesting that it's all fish soup? Seemingly enlightened, Vivian immediately leaned down and took a hearty gulp of the incoming waves. Vivian, yuck! Watching her retch in a frenzy, Tiya couldn't suppress her laughter. Quickly, she patted Vivian's back, offering comfort. Why do I feel like I've become a bit wicked recently? Have I been infected by Bellamy? Oh well, why dwell on it? With the seafood feast awaiting them that evening, Tiya gathered the still morose Vivian and rejoined Bellamy and Felina, and the four set off on their tide-pooling adventure. 1. Dig up any inexplicable little sand mounds and collect any living shells or snails. 2. This bottle likely contains sea salt obtained through evaporation. Sprinkle it in any holes on the beach. You might strike gold. 3. Flip over stones near the puddles and see if any shrimp or crabs are hiding. 4. I'm reiterating the last 3 points. All right, did you understand? Let's get started. Thus, under Tiya's guidance, despite it being their first experience tide pooling, they excitedly toiled until darkness enveloped the land, ultimately gathering a large bucket filled with assorted seafood. Soon after, the fisherman's wife beamed as she commenced preparing the village's signature seafood stew. She even volunteered to incorporate a good portion of the catch her husband had brought in that day. Skillfully placing these delights into the pot, she timed the cooking precisely, ensuring that the items needing boiling were submerged while those suitable for steaming rested above in a cloth. Finally, she added dipping sauces, completing the dish for presentation at the dining table. Although the cooking method was quite simple and straightforward, this approach was the most fitting for the fresh seafood in this seaside fishing village. Just as the lid was lifted halfway, a rich aroma of seafood wafted through the entire room. As the pot was fully uncovered, the contents were revealed to all, even showcasing a whole fish resting in the broth below. Quickly, Tiya seized a bowl of dipping sauce and eagerly dug in. Without retrieving a novel or seeking a dual experience, Tiya's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Let the feast begin. Chapter 50. The Sea. Here I come. After satisfying our appetites and quenching our thirst, we drift off into a blissful slumber, only to awaken slowly to the distant sound of waves caressing the shore. Thus begins the first day of life by the sea. Good morning, young ladies. Good morning, dear fishermen. Rising early, we indulge in the breakfast prepared by the fisherman's wife, and as we step outside, we encounter the sprightly fisherman. Net in hand and an array of fishing gear slung over his shoulder, seemingly ready to embark on a fishing expedition. Meanwhile, his wife is methodically setting up a specially crafted cart. Good fisherman. What material is this net made of? Inquisitively, Tiya asks, gazing at the large net in his hands, reminiscent of nylon strands from a past life. Hee, this is a fine piece. Have you heard of the silkworms? Ha, they are peculiar creatures discovered by adventurers in the wild. Just pinching their rear on a wooden plank and pulling back will yield a long, semi-transparent, resilient thread. This fishing net in my hands is crafted from the line of those silkworms. Making fishing a breeze, the fisherman proudly presents the net to Tiya for her to inspect. Curious, Tiya leans in for a closer look and touches it. How marvelous. It truly resembles the extraordinarily sturdy nylon threads from my past life. Well, those old fellows are likely waiting for me on the boat. See you in the evening, young lady. Oh, by the way, my wife will be selling her special snacks at the beach around noon. Should you be interested, do come by and show your support. Absolutely no problem. After bidding farewell to the fisherman and casting a curious glance at his busy wife, Tiya and her companions finally arrive at the sandy beach. At this moment, the seaside is a stark contrast to last night. Vendors renting beach supplies have set up their stalls, and nearby eateries have opened their doors, preparing their ingredients. Subsequently, horse-drawn carriages bringing tourists begin to arrive. Adding to the lively atmosphere of the beach, that unnamed maid, could you assist us in renting some beach chairs and umbrellas? Of course, Miss Tiya. After assigning the task to the unfamiliar maid, Tiya turns to her personal maid. Miss Norma, would you like to join us for a swim? Tiya inquires. Yet, regrettably, Norma's response remains unchanged from their journey in the carriage. Miss, as a professional maid, I cannot casually remove my maid outfit during working hours. Alas, if only Miss Norma, with her splendid figure, could don a swimsuit. She would undoubtedly be a sight to behold. Disappointed, Tiya relinquishes the thought and gazes at the azure sea. The first task upon arriving at the beach is, naturally, to plunge into the water and truly savor the experience. She sheds her outer garment, revealing the swimsuit she had donned underneath, hesitating for a moment. However, considering her modest figure, lacking both ample bosom and curves, she doubts anyone would pay her any mind. Thus, shedding her reservations, Tiya grabs the hand of her companion, Felina, and excitedly rushes towards the sea, following Bellamy's lead. The ocean. Here I come. You pesky cat, what are you doing? A startled cry escapes Vivian's lips. Just as everyone is adjusting to the sensation of being in the water, Bellamy suddenly lunges at Vivian, the largest among them, who is also a slime. Don't you dare touch my chest. If you want to touch something, touch your own, you dimwit. Vivian retorts angrily, I can't touch my own until I'm grown. I just wanted to familiarize myself with the sensation. Bellamy counters cheekily. Besides, we're all girls. What is the harm in a little touch, right? Isn't that so, Felina? Pushed aside by Vivian, Bellamy seizes the opportunity to lunge at Felina, causing Tiya to retreat in fright, however, perhaps due to the novelty of being in water. Tiya feels her footing slip, and she plunges beneath the waves. Struggling to rise, she finds herself unable to touch the sandy bottom beneath her feet. Just then, a pair of slender yet strong arms lift her from the water. Don't worry, Tiya, we're about the same size. I'm quite familiar with this sensation. Hearing Bellamy's words, Tiya eases her tension. Yet, feeling an inexplicably curious hand exploring her swimsuit beneath the surface, Tiya glares at Bellamy in embarrassment and anger. And you're still touching? You touched them both but not me. Isn't that unfair to them? Bellamy retorts defensively. Catching sight of Felina's flushed cheeks, Tiya instantly becomes alert. She must not allow this rascal to prevail. Unfortunately, before Tiya can protest, that cunning little hand manages to slip in. Immediately, feeling weakened, Tiya finds Bellamy seizing the opportunity to flee. Chapter 51 Humph. Swimming is no match for food. How vexing. You rascal Bellamy. Take this splash of saltwater attack. Humph. Attempting a sneak attack? Felina, Vivian. Why are you just standing there? Did you see my move? Come on, join me. We must show her the strength of our victim alliance. And with a chorus of laughter, a spirited, friendly competition ensues in the shallow waters by the seaside. Observing the lively antics, nearby tourists cannot help but mimic Tiya's saltwater splash attack, joining in on the fun. Moments later, even after mastering Tiya's saltwater splash, Bellamy ultimately concedes defeat amidst the trio's combined efforts. I give up. Please, stop, I concede. Yet, Tiya, reveling in the merriment, seizes the opportunity to launch another successful saltwater splash attack as Bellamy admits defeat. How salty. Ugh, stop, I truly concede. And now it's time to teach you how to swim. Swimming? At the mention of this term, Tiya finally halts her attacks. I almost forgot the main event. Humph. Have you noticed that your movements in the water are much smoother than before? This is all thanks to my sneak attack plan. Surveying the states of the other three, Bellamy declares with pride. Now that you're all in good spirits, who will learn first? Recalling the earlier sneak attack, Tiya and Felina simultaneously glance at Vivian. Why are you two staring at me? I actually feel like I've already learned how to swim. In response to the doubtful gazes of her companions, Vivian submerges herself, leaving only her nose above the surface, and begins to paddle with her hands and feet, astonishingly managing to swim. Even her wings start to move gracefully through the water. Though her movements are somewhat ungainly, they nevertheless leave Tiya in awe, particularly as she had previously thought those wings were mere decorative pieces crafted out of personal whim by the deity who created their kind. Seeing Vivian successfully self-teach her swimming, Bellamy turns her gaze towards Tiya and Felina. Which one of you will go first? Never mind, Tiya, you go first. After glancing at Felina's still flushed cheeks, Bellamy makes her decision. Let us start with the legs. Relax, spread your legs outward and bend them. Then, exert force to straighten your legs while simultaneously tightening them. That's the gist. Now repeat the actions above. Next, the arms. Extend your arms forward from your chest, then vigorously paddle backward in the water. Following Bellamy's somewhat vague instructions, Tiya quickly learns the movements for her arms and legs. However, now for the final step, Tiya, combine the two movements you've learned. While your arms paddle outward, bend your legs inward. Then, as your arms finish their outward stroke, straighten and tighten your legs, using the momentum from your legs to push your arms forward for the next stroke. Repeating this process. Do you understand, Tiya? After succinctly summarizing the entire sequence, Bellamy gazes at Tiya with confidence. As for Tiya, I think I might understand. Shaking her slightly dazed head, Tiya begins to give it a try. 2 hours later. Tiya, why are you so slow? The movements of your arms and legs need to be synchronized. Stop just moving your legs or arms. After reiterating the key points to Tiya, Bellamy grows increasingly exasperated. Meanwhile, Felina has already adeptly grasped the swimming techniques described by Bellamy and is swimming effortlessly, even engaging in a swimming race against the somewhat awkwardly styled Vivian. How about we take a break before practicing again? Feeling the emptiness of her stomach once more, Tiya gazed towards the distant snack stall that seemed to have officially opened. With a timid inquiry, She turned to Bellamy. Meanwhile, Bellamy, noticing Felina, who had successfully learned to swim based solely on descriptions, felt utterly deflated. All right, let's take a break, yay. Let's go explore the snack stalls. With palpable excitement, Tiya seized Bellamy's hand and called over Vivian and Felina, who were racing nearby, as they strode purposefully towards the distant food stalls. Swimming could wait until they were fully satisfied. For now, indulging in delicious food was paramount. Upon approaching, Tiya's eyes immediately spotted the special cart belonging to the fisherman's wife. Perfect. Just a moment. Chapter 52. Chicken soup. Oh no. It's takoyaki time. In a bid to allow visitors to savor a variety of snacks while ensuring that local vendors earned a little, the portion sizes at these stalls seemed intentionally modest. Nevertheless, this did not dampen Tiya's enthusiasm. If one serving wasn't enough, she would simply order another. Delectable? And what are you babbling about, Tiya? Soon, even Bellamy and Felina nodded in agreement. I must have had a brain freeze just now. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Well, let us eat. X3. After receiving affirmation, Tiya approached the stall again. No problem. I'll make it right away, the fisherman's wife replied cheerfully. However, little lady, would you like to try our special sauce this time? Though I'm unsure if it suits your taste, it's quite popular in our locality. Observing Tiya's eager expression, the fisherman's wife deftly began preparing the dish while inquiring about the sauce. Sauce? What flavor is it? Tiya asked, puzzled. Well, it's salty, with a slight pungent spiciness. It's made by fermenting tiny shrimp into a sauce and then blending in grated horseradish. While the addition of horseradish does give it a sharp scent, its flavor is actually quite delightful. Reflecting on this, the fisherman's wife introduced the sauce to Tiya. Horseradish? Spicy and pungent? Could it be akin to the horseradish from my past life that bore a resemblance to mustard? It seems worth a try. With this thought, Tiya readily agreed. All right, let us give it a shot. However, at that moment, only Vivian remained. Where did the other two run off to? Tiya pondered curiously. Here comes the fragrant grilled fish. As the fisherman's assistant imitated the vendor's greeting while handing over the grilled fish, Bellamy and Felina each offered their other fish to Tiya and Vivian, who were already salivating from the enticing aroma. Yet, as Tiya listened to the banter, she inexplicably recalled a particularly popular catchphrase from an anti-Japanese television drama in her previous life. Here comes the chicken soup? Tiya, why aren't you eating? Seeing Tiya lost in thought, Bellamy inquired, perplexed. However, Tiya felt an even stronger sense of déjà vu upon hearing this. Eating grilled fish, how delightful. But they say it's made with shrimp sauce mixed with horseradish. It seems quite favored by the locals. Indeed, this is the one. Drawing from her past experiences, Tiya quickly pinched her nose to stave off the impending pungency. Unfortunately, Bellamy was not as fortunate, watching Tiya's cheeks flush from the sudden stimulus. Along with her peculiar nose-pinching gesture, piqued the curiosity of her companions, especially Bellamy. Ahem. What on earth is this stuff? It's so spicy. Cough. Suffering as she wiped away the tears brought forth by the spiciness. Bellamy glanced at Tiya. Tiya, you didn't poison it, did you? I didn't. I promise. And I took a big bite too. Don't make wild accusations. Pinching her nose and feeling the sharp sensation dissipate, Tiya refuted while wiping away the tears that had escaped from her eyes. However, perhaps due to Bellamy's exaggerated reaction, Felina, being quite clever, only consumed less than half, mimicking Tiya's actions of pinching her nose. Thus her reaction was relatively mild. Only Vivian, one could say, she truly embodied the spirit of the demon realm, as she continued to eat one after another without a hint of discomfort. In fact, she grew increasingly animated. After a few bites of the fragrant, tender grilled fish, Tiya looked over at Bellamy, who still bore traces of tears in her eyes. Bellamy, what is up? This grilled fish, it's neither too salty nor too bland. The flavor is absolutely exquisite. Tiya exclaimed sincerely. Wiping away the remnants of tears from her eyes, Bellamy took a hearty bite of the grilled fish. Chapter 53. The sincere and beautiful voice of a girl can even lure the fish people to the surface? Later that afternoon, when it comes to the seaside, one must certainly experience the delight of feeling the sea breeze while lounging on a beach chair for a refreshing nap, or lounging on the beach chair while reading a novel also sounds quite delightful. Thus, Tiya promptly decided that she would not go anywhere that afternoon, opting instead to relish some leisurely time in her beach chair. Let us go, Tiya. I'll accompany you for more swimming practice. Bellamy exclaimed eagerly as she grasped Tiya's hand. However, the mere thought of the grueling swimming lessons from the morning made Tiya shake her head vigorously and never mind. I feel I may not possess the talent for swimming, I'll just stay on the beach. Comfortably plopping down onto her lounge chair, Tiya swiftly declined. How about we build sand castles? Observing a few children nearby stacking sand into castle shapes, Felina suggested. Nevertheless, Tiya, having resolved to relax for the entire afternoon and feeling quite satisfied, could not muster any enthusiasm, shaking her head in refusal. How about we continue watching cartoons? Moments later, just as Bellamy and Felina were brainstorming what to do that afternoon, Vivian suddenly proposed. This suggestion was met with unanimous approval from Bellamy and Felina. It seemed like a splendid idea. From Felina. Vivian, when did you become so smart? From Bellamy. Indeed. Ultimately, with the three of them in agreement, Tiya was compelled to retrieve the crystal display from her spatial ring. Along with the crystal containing the second season of Is the Order a Rabbit? However, how to position this 50-inch display became a conundrum upon arriving by large ship. They had secured a small room for an additional fee, which provided a table for the display, but there was clearly no table here now. How about this? We can construct a half-meter platform out of sand, and then Tiya, you can try using earth magic to reinforce it. That way, we can lounge on our chairs while watching cartoons, Felina proposed, borrowing a few small shovels. Following their collective efforts, a small platform made of sand quickly emerged before Tiya, connecting her mental energy to her magical power. She summoned the earth element to solidify the pile of sand. Next, Tiya raised a sturdy earthen rod on the platform to support the crystal display. Finally, Bellamy effortlessly lifted the crystal display, placing it securely on the platform to commence the animation screening. Done! Now I can finally enjoy some leisurely time at the seaside reading a novel, as she glanced at her companions, who were also reclining on the beach chairs and immersing themselves in the anime. Tiya silently mused, randomly selecting a novel from her spatial ring. Tiya flipped through the pages with delight. However, it was rather fortuitous that the book she randomly extracted this time happened to relate to the ocean. No, more precisely, this book resembled a documentary chronicling an author's pursuit of a legendary clan by the seaside. After swiftly perusing the author's childhood experiences of fascination with fish people, the text finally revealed the authentic information the author had gathered as an adult. It vividly described that during the hottest summer nights, if there was still a flicker of bonfire light along the coast, the fish people dwelling in the deep sea would observe from the shallows. At this moment, if a person on the shore possessed sufficient swimming skills and dove into the water, pursuing the shadows of the fish people, there was a chance to behold the extraordinary beauty of this deep-sea clan. Deep-sea clan? Fish people? Could it be mermaids? Upon reading this, Tiya suddenly felt a surge of interest. The previous novels had all been rather exaggerated, clearly concocted by imaginative authors weaving fictional tales. However, regarding the deep-sea merman tribe mentioned in this book, Tiya turned her head to glance at the nearby cat, who was happily engrossed in an anime, and the little winged demon beside her. The legend of this merman might indeed hold a grain of truth. It is unfortunate that learning to swim is exceedingly difficult. Otherwise, a bonfire would surely be in order tonight, and then, hee. Yet, as Tiya continued to flip through the pages, she unexpectedly discovered a second method outlined in the book. Upon learning of this approach, I embarked on an entire year of swimming practice. However, after several attempts, I found that, as a mere human, I could never outswim the mermen, who naturally dwell in the water. Thus, in my frustration, I could only send spies, under the guise of the fourth princess, to inquire about other ways to encounter the mermen along the coast. Time proved fruitful for the diligent, and after another year, I finally uncovered a method to behold the deep-sea mermen from the shore without even entering the water. It was the pure and enchanting song of a maiden. Upon returning to the palace, I resolved to learn music. Once more, as the fourth princess, I summoned 4 of the most esteemed music masters in the imperial capital to instruct me in musical theory. Fortunately, I seemed to possess a remarkable talent for music. According to the predictions of the 4 masters, with my innate ability and a bit of effort, I could master the craft within 2 years at most, and then venture to the seaside, using my most heartfelt voice to summon them forth from the depths. Thus, I began to study with the 4 masters while embarking on concert tours across the various cities of the empire to hone my skills. Could a beautiful melody truly lure the mermaids to surface? At this thought, Tiya felt a flicker of hope reignite. With my seemingly effortless trumpet magic, enticing the mermaids should be a breeze, right? It was decided. Tonight, we shall test it by the sea. Putting away the unfinished book, Tiya contemplated silently. Then she turned to her two friends and a magical pet beside her. Let us venture to the seaside once more. I shall show you the mermaids, Tiya earnestly declared to the trio. However, captivated by the engrossing anime, none of them paid her any heed. Left with no choice, Tiya summoned the earth element once again, conjuring an opaque pair of earthen sunglasses, and then began to close her eyes in restful slumber, preparing for the night's endeavor. Chapter 54. The Game Between Deities. E-note. This timeline occurs approximately 7 to 8 years after Tiya's birth. In the realm of demons and, well, let us refrain from calling it the demon realm for now. In a certain unknown space beyond both the demon realm and its counterpart, two individuals were engrossed in a game of Go, the origins of which were lost in time. Among them, one possessed flowing black hair, a visage as delicate and charming as a porcelain doll, adorned with a pair of captivating blood-red eyes, present. She held a black stone in hand, deep in contemplation about her next move. The other, with golden curls cascading over her shoulders, had lazy, ink-colored eyes half open, reclining indifferently in the void. Though equally exquisite in appearance, the white stones she toyed with accompanied her yawns, and the commanding yet rugged voice that resonated through the emptiness left one uncertain of her gender. Hey, stop dozing off. It's your turn to play. After hesitating and pondering for nearly half a month, the black-haired girl finally placed her black stone on the board, then called out to her opponent with a clear, melodious voice. Have you finally made your move? A commanding voice echoed through the void. With a jolt, the golden-haired girl opened her sleepy eyes, focusing on the intricate board that resembled a constellation of stars, and she too fell into a state of contemplation. Observing her opponent entering a similar state of deep thought, the black-haired girl took a cue from her earlier demeanor and leisurely reclined in the void. By the way, I recall this game was initially a trick you learned while pilfering souls from the mortal realm during your escapades in the primordial world. Have mortals truly advanced to the point of playing such games? Floating her rounded little legs in the air, the black-haired girl idly inquired. Indeed, it is a game of mortals, however, to suit our divine status. I made a slight upgrade to the board, adjusting it to a scale of 9,999 x 9,999. Furthermore, how could the matters of deities be termed theft? This is merely borrowing. Do you understand? And, had you not cunningly retained a portion of your divine power when we established the divine covenant, we shall not tread upon the realms again until a victor is determined. I would not have dared to venture to the primordial world to borrow a soul and subsequently grant her divine power. Although she had not spoken, the commanding voice still resonated through the void. Perhaps this was the reason for her loquacious and rambling nature? Meanwhile, the black-haired girl merely intended to casually prod with her question, using subtle sarcasm to disrupt her opponent's train of thought. However, upon hearing her counterpart accuse her of cunningness, the black-haired girl felt a surge of annoyance. My demon realm lacks elemental power. What harm is there in leaving a bit of divine power for them to utilize? Forget it. It's pointless to explain it to you. Regardless, with that imbecile you sent in, who only thinks of eating, drinking, and playing, our demon realm is guaranteed to win. Just wait, and you shall become my subordinate deity. Calling me father, with confidence stemming from her hidden schemes in the demon realm, the black-haired girl declared. Yet, upon hearing her words, the golden-haired girl suddenly seemed to grasp something, her expression shifting to one of fury. Simultaneously, the commanding voice reverberated through the void once more. You dare to secretly spy on my world. This time, however, the authoritative tone was tinged with a hint of youthful indignation. Ignoring the need to ponder her next move, the golden-haired girl immediately summoned her divine power, conjuring a small window displaying Tiya's current activities. After anxiously observing for several days, the golden-haired girl discovered that the one she had personally expended a significant amount of divine power on was indeed spending her days solely eating, drinking, and reading novels. Although the novel she was perusing seemed genuinely intriguing, the thought that she might actually lose to her opponent if this continued made the golden-haired girl restless. This won't do. I must find a way to remind her to take care of business. With this thought in mind, the golden-haired girl prepared to use her divine power once more to communicate with Tiya. Unfortunately, the black-haired girl did not afford her this opportunity. Hey. You aren't thinking of cheating, are you? Just taking a peek is one thing, but you actually want to communicate with her? I'm keeping my eyes on you. Hurry up and make your move. Reluctantly, the golden-haired girl returned to contemplating her next move on the board. Perhaps due to her disrupted focus, she found herself unusually fatigued while pondering her strategy. Observing her opponent finally entering a state of concentrated thought, the black-haired girl breathed a sigh of relief. Then, recalling the hidden scheme she had left in the demon realm, she conjured a small window displaying what Vivian was currently doing. Watching quietly, she saw the young Vivian, under the watchful eyes of a great demon and a throng of lesser demons, laboring diligently alongside her kin in the fields of the town. Suddenly, her shovel struck what seemed to be a hard stone. After a struggle to unearth it from the soil, Vivian discovered it bore the insignia of her deity, with the words ancestral precept inscribed beside it. With a composed demeanor, she struck the surface of the stone with her shovel, shattering the mark and inscription, discarding it. After spending her limited leisure time studying it for a few days, the clever Vivian realized that if she consolidated all the incoherent phrases, the clues seemed to point directly to the high tower where the sacrificial temple was located. That night, Vivian waited for darkness to descend, stealthily transforming into a fluffy little bat. Avoiding the numerous lesser demons patrolling under the great demon's command, she flew wearily towards the tower where the sacrificial temple resided. Witnessing Vivian successfully uncovering the hidden scheme she had left behind, the black-haired girl smiled with satisfaction. Haha, truly, she is a race I crafted with my divine flesh and blood. It seems that victory in this war is destined to be mine. According to the black-haired girl's expectations, as long as Vivian successfully obtained the divine power crystal, the cunning of the little demon tribe would surely lead them to discover the true utilization of that divine power. At that time, her created little demon tribe would undoubtedly reclaim control over the foolish great demons, who possessed divine power yet only knew how to use it for cursing their enemies. And once the little demon tribe unified the demon realm, they would delve into the abyss connecting the two realms to thoroughly explore how to harness elemental power. Yes, at that moment, in the forefront stood a formidable demon serving as a shield, while the rear was manned by lesser demons adept in wielding divine and elemental powers, ready to unleash their might. They could even send a troublesome creature to disrupt the enemy. With such a top-tier lineup, how could defeat possibly be an option? Victory is assured. Absolutely guaranteed, mused the raven-haired young girl. Chapter 55. Bring me some bunnies. Reclining on a beach chair, she was indulging in a deep slumber when, inexplicably, Tiya sensed the surrounding noise escalating. What is going on? Could it be that a shark has leaped from the sea, frightening everyone? With this thought, Tiya slowly opened her eyes. Alas, she could see nothing. She had forgotten to remove her sunglasses. Extending a finger, she pressed against the lower rim of her shades and gently lifted them, revealing her striking azure eyes, finally allowing her to identify the source of the commotion around her. It was unclear when it had begun, but a considerable crowd had inexplicably gathered nearby. Perhaps due to the excitement of the throng, those further down the beach were also drawn by curiosity, gradually making their way closer. The root cause of all this chaos was none other than the 50-inch crystal display screen broadcasting animated content. Goodness, the figures on that screen can move, and there are even voices, exclaimed a nearby tourist upon sighting the crystal displayed. Oh, another newcomer has arrived. The allure of the animation is indeed formidable. Another tourist, who had been watching for some time, remarked. Hey, buddy, do you know what this is? I just got here. Please tell me what this is, inquired yet another tourist. I only heard what the fellow in front of me said. I can't be certain. Tourist B replied, taken aback by the enthusiasm of the onlookers. Hurry up and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense, urged Tourist D. Left with no choice, Tourist B divulged all he had heard to the newcomers. Do you see that panel, the one with a crystal-like texture? That seems to be called a crystal display screen, and what is currently playing is something wondrous known as an animated series. Moreover, animation appears to be a general term. As for the specific title, I believe it's called Bring Me Some Bunnies? I think that's it. I can't recall it all too clearly. That is all I know. Afterward, Tourist B resumed his rapt attention to the animation. Soon after, wow, what is this? Does anyone know what it is? A fresh wave of intrigued tourists emerged, drawn by the lively crowd. The buddy, I only heard what the guy before me said. I can't be sure. Stop with the nonsense and tell us already, a burly man exclaimed anxiously. This is, thus, as more tourists converged and information spread among the gathering, the name of the crystal display and the animated series Bring Me Some Bunnies became widely known among the throng at the beach. As the crowd grew, "Hey, you newcomer, don't push against me. Ah, someone keeps shoving me from behind. What can I do? Do you think I want to squeeze in?" Front row viewers, my goodness, this is too adorable. Medic, call for a medic, quick. We need health packs here. Though everyone had the unspoken agreement to leave the space occupied by Tiya and her companions clear, Norma, do you dare push forward? Draws sword. Some children, eager to get a closer look at the animation, broke through the throng and nestled around the beach chairs of Tiya and her friends. There were even a few bold ones who climbed onto them. For instance, Bellamy was now adorned with 4 or 5 children, yet he showed no signs of annoyance, instead happily watching the animation with them. Similarly, Felina and Vivian also found themselves with 2 or 3 little ones clinging to them. As for Tiya, a little boy had previously attempted to climb onto her, but he was rather unruly. Thus, Tiya mercilessly kicked him away. To prevent any further mischievous little hands from disturbing her, Tiya casually borrowed a cute little loli from Felina and resumed her slumber. MMM. So fragrant and soft. Time for a nap? It wasn't tea until the 12th episode of the 2nd season concluded and the sun dipped below the horizon that Tiya stirred once more. However, the crowd around her showed no signs of dispersing. On the contrary, a seemingly wealthy nobleman had gone to great lengths to bring a heap of sturdy logs to set up a bonfire. Once the bonfire structure was completed, this affluent gentleman climbed atop it, standing tall as he addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Ramses, though I am a coastal duke, have not felt true joy since inheriting this title. Bound by the rituals and customs of my family, I have been unable to even kick a soccer ball with childhood friends. But this afternoon, sharing this time with you all while watching that wondrous animated series has allowed me to experience genuine happiness once more. Therefore, tonight, I wish to invite all of you to join me in this bonfire gathering as a fellow enthusiast of animation. In the stars of this bonfire gathering, may I humbly request the presence of the 4 delightful ladies? With that, the coastal Duke Ramses directed his gaze toward Tiya and her companions, who were still subtly positioned amidst the crowd. May I request that you continue to showcase that marvelous animated series at this bonfire gathering? For this, I am willing to pay any price. Even, pausing for dramatic effect, Ramses continued with hopeful eyes toward Tiya and her friends. If it would allow every household in my coastal territory to watch this magical animated series, I would even be willing to relinquish my title of coastal duke. Upon hearing the proclamation from the gentleman claiming to be a coastal duke, the other 3 in Tiya's group instinctively turned their gazes toward her. Tiya, should we stay for this spectacle? Felina asked with concern. I recall that you don't particularly enjoy such lively scenes. If you wish to leave, I could carry you away right now. Our cat spirit clan is renowned for our escape artistry. Bellamy, observing the crowd's reluctance to disperse, voiced his worries to Tiya as well. Don't, Tiya, why not seize the opportunity to acquire his title? With that title, we could indulge in leisure by the seaside every day. Protested Vivian, whose mind was equally muddled as Tiya's, upon hearing the others' plans to retreat. As for Tiya, upon hearing the coastal duke's declaration of any price, she fell into contemplation, completely missing the remarks of her companions. After a moment, Tiya lifted her gaze to meet the expectant eyes of the coastal duke. I want a dragon's breath seafood pot. An ultra-luxurious one. I want it tonight. Upon hearing Tiya's request, the coastal Duke Ramses beamed with joy, as if he had just received a cherished toy. Meanwhile, Bellamy and the others were left bewildered. After all that deliberation, that is the request you come up with? Chapter 56. By the way, does this other world have any decent swords? Tiya mused quietly. Although it may seem that her request was somewhat underwhelming to outsiders, for Tiya, it was perhaps the most optimal solution. As the 3rd daughter of the Basak family, she had never been short on pocket money. Having experienced the allure of electronic products in her previous life, she found little interest in the vast majority of entertainment options in this world, leading to her monthly allowance after purchasing novels being largely unspent, rendering money virtually meaningless. As for other pursuits, Tiya pondered her scant hobbies, and it seemed that apart from eating, reading novels was her sole interest. Surely, she couldn't ask this coastal duke to write her a novel, could she? Ugh, schooling was already enough of a hassle. And this fellow thought of putting her in a class? That would be downright excessive. Not to mention whether he would actually relinquish his title. If she were to accept it, her currently pleasant daily life could very well be ruined. Thus, the dragon's breath seafood pot was essentially the optimal choice. Especially since it was the primary goal of Tiya's journey. Moments later, Duke Ramses approached Tiya, accompanied by a silver-haired elderly gentleman whose complexion remained remarkably rosy. I am Ramses Duke. This lovely lady, may I ask? In truth, Tiya had initially intended to don the traditional attire for the gathering, yet now she found herself clad in a swimsuit. It turned out she was the daughter of the Duke of Northeast. How presumptuous of me, no, that is my sister, Tiya replied with a scowl. Oh, my sincerest apologies. After a brief expression of regret, Ramses surveyed the three equally charming young ladies behind Tiya, seemingly struck by a thought. I have heard whispers of the Duke of Northeast having a daughter of remarkable popularity. Could it be? No, that too is my sister. Tiya's expression darkened further. Darn it, socializing is indeed a troublesome affair. And this fellow has inexplicably riled me up. Tiya mused silently. Haha. Suddenly, Ramses recalled that the Earl of Northeast also had a third daughter who was nearly a transparent person, prompting him to awkwardly chuckle and redirect the conversation towards the elderly gentleman he had brought along. My apologies. I almost forgot to introduce. This esteemed individual beside me is the founder of the Dragon Breath Seafood Hot Pot. Had it not been for him, we coastal dwellers might never have encountered the peculiar dragon breath herb, favored by the dragon kin, nor would we have known that it could be employed as a spice. Fortuitously, I am an old acquaintance of his, and he resides nearby. Thus, Miss Tiya, I have procured all the seafood caught from today's fishing village. And tonight you shall feast upon the most authentic luxurious dragon breath seafood hot pot. Following Mr. Ramses' introduction, the elderly gentleman with white hair glanced at Tiya, noting her charming appearance. He then straightened his posture, stepped forward, and slightly nodded towards Tiya, saying, Never mind. The name I once bore was relinquished when I laid down my armor. You may call me Old Mower. That dragon breath seafood hot pot was merely crafted to suit my sister's taste after I retired from the Royal Knights and settled here. I did not anticipate it would gain a bit of fame in this area. At the invitation of Mr. Ramses, I have come to prepare the main course for this bonfire gathering. Miss, please inform me of your preferred seafood, and I shall prepare a special pot for you. Mem, I want it all. After enduring the lengthy exchanges, Tiya promptly declared with earnestness. What? The young mower beside her appeared to doubt his own hearing. I said I want it all. How could a pot with but a few types of seafood be called a luxurious dragon breath seafood hot pot? Thus, I desire every single one, Tiya elucidated. Furthermore, let me have a look at your dragon breath herb. Oh, a bit bewildered, Mower retrieved from his space ring, marked with a knight's insignia, a vibrant red plant resembling a rounded canine tooth, which he then handed to Tiya. Upon receiving the so-called dragon breath herb, Tiya confirmed that it was indeed the chili pepper from her past life. Moreover, it was her favorite variety of millet pepper. Is your dragon breath herb for sale? Tiya inquired immediately. Yes, Norma. Purchase more. Certainly, Miss Tiya. Without a moment's hesitation, Miss Norma agreed, then approached Old Mower to discuss the details of the acquisition. As dusk deepened and the moon ascended, at the behest of Duke Ramses, several burly men collaborated to construct a nearly waist-high platform to accommodate Tiya's crystal display screen. They also summoned a high-level mage proficient in water magic, who, by employing advanced water mirror techniques, projected the images from the crystal display onto its rear as well. This way, people would not have to crowd around one side to view it. As for the content, the lethargic Tiya opted to show the group a humorous episode of Tom and Jerry. Indeed, a mere selection of a few dozen episodes should suffice to entertain this crowd for an entire evening. Strangely, Tiya felt a sense of relief that she had opted for a 50-inch crystal display screen. Otherwise, those seated further away would likely struggle to see the projected images clearly. Moreover, with the assistance of magical energy, she was able to recreate the classic content from her previous life in this alternate world, garnering much appreciation, which filled her with a profound sense of accomplishment. Perhaps, I could explore the idea of establishing a cinema in this other world. It seems rather intriguing. A bold notion began to take shape in Tiya's mind. Yes, once I reach the imperial capital for my studies, if time permits, I shall endeavor to establish one. As the screening of Tom and Jerry commenced, the towering bonfire was ignited. Fishermen, who had labored throughout the day on the fishing boats, began to joyfully approach with their wives and children, bringing along copious amounts of ale, seemingly prepared to seize the opportunity for a little profit. Additionally, those who had previously sold snacks along the beach gradually pushed their carts closer to the bonfire, resuming their sales, as Tiya quietly observed the roaring flames. She suddenly realized this was perhaps her first experience attending a bonfire gathering. In numerous otherworldly novels from her past life, protagonists often ignited bonfires to celebrate victories, singing and dancing in gratitude for the hero's deeds. Yet, her participation in this bonfire gathering seemed somewhat askew. There was no singing or dancing, nor were there any heroic villagers. Instead, a mingling of tourists, villagers from the fishing community, and vendors gathered around the platform displaying the crystal screen. Engrossed in the antics of Tom and Jerry, laughing heartily, it made even the nearby bonfire appear oddly solitary. My life in this alternate world seems to have strayed a bit, Tiya pondered quietly. Chapter 57. The Strong Girl Dragging the Dragon Breath Seafood Hot Pot. As the aroma of seafood gradually enveloped the entire beach, 2 exceptionally large pots were retrieved from the adjacent fires, in accordance with Tiya's insistence of wanting it all. One pot, exuding an even more tantalizing fragrance, was effortlessly dragged towards Tiya and the others by a seemingly very young girl using only one hand. The spectacle was rather exaggerated. Despite the enormity of the pot, the girl's arms bore no visible muscle. Had it not been for the deep footprints she left in the sand with each step, and the long furrow carved into the ground by the pot being dragged, Tiya might have doubted the authenticity of the pot. Clearly, old Mower had not been trifling with her. Merely judging by the weight of this pot, Tiya could already surmise its luxurious nature. You must be Tiya? Huh. I never expected the daughter of a mere human duke to possess such vitality. While the latent strength in her muscles still paled in comparison to mine, it is indeed something to take pride in for a human. After dragging the hefty pot over, the remarkably strong young girl remarked. Yet, despite the compliment, Tiya found herself far from pleased. For, wait a moment, why do you have a pair of cat ears atop your head? Could it be, have I mistaken you for someone else? Upon witnessing the girl's expression of embarrassment and then noticing the cat ears adorning her head, the formidable girl finally recognized something amiss. The girl began scanning the 4 individuals before her with her gaze, attempting to identify the correct Tiya. Although Tiya felt a twinge of embarrassment herself, seeing the girl appear even more flustered amused her. Could this be the essence of as long as I am not embarrassed, the one who is embarrassed is others? Unfortunately, the enticing aroma wafting from the pot's lid eventually betrayed Tiya's hunger, causing her stomach to audibly protest. Stop staring, it's me. Reluctantly, in her eagerness to begin feasting, Tiya had to break the awkward silence. Apologies. The girl quickly offered the utensils to the now rumbling Tiya, lifting the pot's lid. A wave of heat mingled with an even more intense fragrance and spicy aroma surged forth. Holding a small bowl, Tiya eagerly plunged her fork into the pot, successfully spearing a plump, red shrimp. However, why aren't you leaving? Tiya inquired, puzzled, as she regarded the girl still standing in place. My older brother told me to sit at your table. He said there are too few of you to order much, and whatever is left over will be mine, so I'm just waiting for you to finish eating. The girl earnestly explained to Tiya. Upon hearing this, Tiya felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Which brother are you referring to? That is such a ludicrous notion. That white-haired gentleman over there. The girl pointed towards the elderly mower Tiya had met earlier. Following her gaze, Tiya felt another wave of incredulity. You refer to that white-haired old man as your brother? This is indeed quite absurd. Never mind. Don't wait. Come eat with us. After some contemplation, Tiya ultimately decided to invite her to join them for the meal. Regardless of the size of the pot, even with just the 4 of us, adding Norma and the unnamed maid, it is certain we cannot finish it all. Moreover, dining in front of others seems rather impolite. After all, I am not a devil. Really? Then I shall indulge. With a look of surprise, old Mower's sister promptly sat across from Tiya and began to feast unabashedly. This is truly delectable, as she peeled away the shrimp shell and took a bite of the bouncy shrimp flesh. Savoring the long-lost spicy and fragrant flavor, Tiya couldn't help but let out a soft sigh of delight. There is even a hint of numbing spiciness from the Sichuan pepper. How fortunate that old Mower's sister has been able to enjoy such delicacies since childhood. I must ask Miss Norma later if she can find out where to purchase this seasoning that resembles Sichuan pepper. Does your brother often prepare this for you? Tiya continued to stuff her mouth with the meat while inquiring of old Mower's sister. Well, now he makes it at least once a week. After a moment's contemplation, old Mower's sister replied, "It was better in the past. Decades ago, when he was younger, he would cook up 3 large pots for me in a single day if I desired it." At the thought, old Mower's sister smiled nostalgically. Now, whenever I wish to eat, I can only visit a few shops in town, observing the bittersweet expression on her face and the mention of decades ago. Tiya felt her mind swell with thoughts. It seemed like there was an overwhelming amount of information. Something felt slightly amiss, however. Tiya decided not to dwell on it further, because she was truly voracious in the brief time spent chatting. Nearly a quarter of the seafood in the pot had already vanished, and she didn't even use a fork or spoon. The pot was so hot, yet she could manage to scoop it up directly? No way. Must stop talking and eat quickly. Otherwise, if I dawdle, all the deliciousness will end up in her belly. Chapter 58. Mermaids or Fish People. Perhaps due to the extraordinary speed of one voracious eater, the others, aside from Tiya, began to pick up their pace as well. Furthermore, the spicier the dish, the faster one eats, the more delightful and refreshing it becomes, and the less one feels the searing heat in the mouth. Conversely, if one were to suddenly stop, the lingering spiciness would render one restless. Before long, the entire pot of dragon breath seafood had been consumed to a considerable extent, stopping old Mower's sister from devouring the last remnants. Tiya decided to leave the remaining delicacies for Miss Norma and the unnamed maid. Watching as Miss Norma finally got to enjoy the exquisite dragon breath seafood pot, Tiya felt exhilarated, gasping for breath. The spiciness has surged, just as I mentioned earlier. Once one stops eating spicy food, what follows the pleasure is inevitably pain. Water. Quickly, where is the water? Tiya exclaimed anxiously, panting. Thus, poor Miss Norma had just sat down, and before she could begin to savor the delicious dragon breath seafood pot, she was coerced into searching for a drink for Tiya, suddenly feeling a twinge of guilt towards Miss Norma. Moments later, as Tiya observed Miss Norma preparing a makeshift spicy relief lemonade, she connected her magic and cast a few basic ice spells over the cups of lemonade. Lying back on the beach chair, sipping the refreshing lemonade that alleviated the spiciness, Tiya finally exhaled contentedly. How wonderful it is to have Miss Norma around. Tiya mused. Yes. Next to her, Felina, holding the cool lemonade, nodded in agreement. As for Bellamy and Vivian, it seemed these two were quite resilient. After their meal, they appeared only slightly more flushed than usual. Shortly afterward, one dashed into the crowd to continue watching Tom and Jerry, while the other joined a group of children playing around the bonfire. Observing their state, Tiya sipped her refreshing lemonade while secretly feeling envious. Well, envy is futile. How about taking advantage of their focus on the crystal display and bonfire to sing a little further away, in hopes of encountering the merfolk mentioned in that book? Gazing at the still vibrant flames, Tiya suddenly recalled that she intended to try and see mermaids tonight. According to the book, a lively bonfire might be mistaken by the merfolk for a splendid full moon. Thus, some who dwell in the deep sea, daring only to surface at night to admire the moon, would be drawn to the surface. However, human bonfires typically signify merriment, and the fire's glow differs from the moon's silvery light. Thus, the merfolk, being cautious, would not surface. Therefore, it is essential to use a maiden's melodious voice to entice those hidden beneath the waves. After all, music is one of the few arts that transcends language. Felina, would you like to see what the legendary mermaids look like? Once the spiciness began to fade, Tiya took the initiative to grasp Felina's hand and asked her. I do. With that, Tiya excitedly pulled the blushing Felina towards the shoreline, farther from the bonfire. The blush on Felina's cheeks was naturally attributed by Tiya to the lingering spiciness. With light, carefree steps, they continued along the coastline, and after a while, Tiya paused near a small cluster of rocks. Remembering the saying from her previous life, those who stand tall can see far, Tiya clumsily climbed onto the low rocks, then extended her hand to pull Felina up as well. After calming her excited heart, Tiya connected her magic and began to search her memories for a suitable melody. Decided, this is the one. Before long, Tiya had chosen the melody to lure the mermaids. As fragments of wind and earth elements floated through the air, Tiya proudly manifested her trumpet magic, and an ethereal melody began to play softly. There were no lyrics, only a somewhat sweet, youthful voice accompanying the music. Emitting a la la sound, Tiya vaguely remembered this as the exclusive theme for a little creature called Lanalero from a game in her previous life. The name, if she recalled correctly, was the Melody of Harmony Dream? When it comes to a maiden's beautiful singing voice, Tiya felt this should be the best choice. The melody was graceful and soothing, and lacking lyrics ensured that if the merfolk couldn't understand human language, they wouldn't be left bewildered underwater. As for drawbacks, perhaps the only downside was that it inexplicably reminded Tiya of a line from that game. The forest remembers everything, Chapter 59. To see the mermaid? It's time to improve the trumpet magic, Tiya. Though the music is delightful, but will this truly attract the mermaids? After spending what felt like an eternity on the rocks listening to the music and feeling the increasingly cool sea breeze, Felina couldn't help but inquire. This was perhaps the 12th or 13th repetition of the Melody of Harmony Dream. Yet the water's surface remained devoid of any phenomena, not a single fish, let alone a mermaid. Could it be that everything written in the book was indeed false? Actually, I read in this book that a beautiful voice could lure mermaids to the surface. With no other option, Tiya reluctantly handed the book she had previously perused to Felina and began to explain. We came to the seaside for such a splendid outing, and I was the one who invited you. Yet I hardly spent any time with you. Moreover, you and Bellamy and Vivian aren't very familiar. And although I have no idea how you feel, I imagine this seaside trip hasn't been very enjoyable for you. Felina. Gently holding Felina's hand, Tiya sat down on the rocks, her expression tinged with concern. So when I saw the method in this book to meet mermaids, I thought it would be lovely to share this experience with you. However, to be honest, I was initially worried that if I left Bellamy behind and only brought you, she would be upset, so I had planned for the four of us to come together. Thankfully, they both ran off, allowing me to bring just you. Speaking of which, this seems to be the first time it's just the two of us. Recalling her last invitation for afternoon tea with Felina, which inexplicably included her sister Daphne, Tiya suddenly realized that this was indeed her first time alone with Felina. It's a pity that what the book described seems to be false. A hint of melancholy crossed Tiya's face as she expressed her regret to Felina. I'm sorry, Felina. Upon hearing Tiya's words, Felina inexplicably buried her head in her chest, her small hands appearing somewhat lost as they nestled between her knees. There is absolutely no sadness at all. The mere prospect of spending time with Tiya is already delightful. Regrettably, it seems that Felina's voice was too soft, and the horn magic floating in the air was incessantly playing music, preventing Tiya from clearly hearing what she had said. What did you say? Tiya inquired, glancing at Felina's face obscured by scattered strands of hair, her expression filled with confusion. Could it be that the mermaid beneath the water simply cannot hear the music you are playing? After a moment of silence, and having calmed the tumultuous emotions that seemed to roll like waves, Felina changed the subject. Can't hear it. Huh. Tiya sank into contemplation, recalling the knowledge learned in her previous life. She remembered that sound can indeed propagate through water, and at a speed over 4 times faster than in air. Yet, when it comes to transmitting sound from air into water, the attenuation is rather terrifying. It's akin to speaking through a wall. Although sound can traverse walls, conversing with someone on the other side is futile, since the denser medium impedes the transmission of sound waves, leading to the unfortunate possibility that the person on the other side may not hear a word you say. Thus, Tiya suddenly realized that her act of playing music into the air, hoping it would reach the mermaids submerged in the ocean, was rather foolish. Even if a minuscule fraction of sound waves managed to penetrate into the water, they would surely be nullified by the occasional ripples on the surface. It seems this endeavor must be abandoned. Tiya thought dejectedly. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, she recalled another intriguing concept from her past life: a vibration generator. In the concrete buildings of her previous world, many suffered due to the incessant noise from above. Yet, as previously mentioned, cursing at the people above from her own home was practically useless, for they likely couldn't hear a word. Hence, the The peculiar invention of the vibration generator emerged. By affixing it to the ceiling, the sound vibrations would be transmitted directly, effectively circumventing the attenuation of sound through the floor, allowing for a retaliatory noise attack. Using a vibration generator is illegal. Please do not imitate. If she could adapt the horn magic to vibrate directly underwater, it would successfully transmit the music into the ocean. Wait a moment, Felina. I believe I have a glimmer of an idea. Closing her eyes, Tiya began to formulate her thoughts. Currently, the horn magic operated by using wind elements to vibrate thin sheets of earth element to produce sound. However, submerged in water, the wind element would merely turn into a mass of bubbles, thus rendering it impossible to use the horn magic directly underwater. What should I do? If only the earth element sheets could vibrate on their own underwater. Chapter 60. A completely new concept of fishing. If only the earth element sheets could vibrate underwater, but regrettably, the earth element is not inherently active and cannot achieve the high-frequency vibrations like the wind element. After pondering for a long while, Tiya still could not devise a method to enable the earth element to vibrate independently underwater. Wait a moment. Why must I stubbornly insist on separating these two elements, allowing only the earth element to vibrate underwater? Suddenly, Tiya realized she had fallen into a cognitive trap. It's important to note that in her previous life, the horn was not solely a diaphragm vibrating in isolation. It functioned based on the principle that a coil made of enameled wire adhered to the diaphragm would move due to the electromagnetic force when electrified, interacting with a fixed magnet on the horn to cause the diaphragm to vibrate and produce sound. Therefore, all she needed to do was create two circular sheets of earth element and then connect them with a slender strip of earth element. Next, she would place one circular sheet underwater and leave the other above the surface. Thus, when the sheet above the water vibrated, enveloped by the wind element, it would also cause the submerged sheet to vibrate, allowing the music to successfully transmit underwater. With this new concept in mind, Tiya linked her magical power and began to reassemble a large horn magic, submerging one of the sheets into the ocean. She then transferred control to her magical essence, and once again, the melody of harmony's great dream resounded above and beneath the sea. After looping through more than 10 repetitions, just as Tiya was about to lose patience, a ripple appeared on the vast ocean surface. One that did not belong to the waves. The newly created horn magic, half submerged in the sea, suddenly trembled a few times. Then, a delicate little hand, its fingers hinting at webbing, emerged from the surface, gripping the horn magic and attempting to pull it underwater. However, at that moment, the horn magic was under the control of her magical essence, and allowing it to be dragged into the sea would be quite embarrassing. Thus, with a sudden surge of power, her magical essence yanked the impudent individual back from the water. With long, light blue hair and eyes, a charming face and fish fin-like ears, her slender upper body adorned with oversized slimes, and her lower half, a remarkably powerful fish tail, they had truly encountered the legendary mermaid. Gazing at this extraordinary sight, Tiya and Felina, seated on the rocky shore, widened their eyes in astonishment. However, contrary to what was described in books, this mermaid had been fished up by the horn magic. We did it. We've truly seen the legendary mermaid, Tiya exclaimed in shock to Felina. Yet, the mermaid's current mood was far from pleasant. First, she was unceremoniously dragged into the air by the horn magic, and then she discovered two human girls staring at her in astonishment. A blend of embarrassment, anger, and panic washed over the mermaid's face. Meanwhile, the two girls, drenched in salty sea water, remained seated on the rocky shore, astonished and overjoyed, lost in thought. Tiya, what are you and Felina doing so far away? Daydreaming? After a while, Bellamy arrived with Vivian, finding Tiya and Felina still in shock on the shore. Felina and I just saw the legendary mermaid for real mermaid? The kind with a fish head and human body? Bellamy asked curiously, observing Tiya and Felina's dazed expressions. No, the kind with a human body and fish tail, and she was absolutely stunning. Yes, truly breathtaking. Felina nodded in agreement. Really? I want to see too. Bellamy eagerly looked at Tiya. Recalling the mermaid's embarrassed and furious expression when she was lifted into the air, Tiya felt that the mermaid would likely never again swim close to the shore out of curiosity. However, this only served to heighten Bellamy's innate curiosity. Observing Bellamy's eagerness, which was nearly overflowing from her gaze, Tiya pondered for a moment and suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. Let's go. I'll see if I can recreate the image I saw earlier for you and Vivian through the crystal display. Chapter 61. Apologies, I have matters at home. I must take my leave. As noon approached, the blazing sun hung directly above the city, relentlessly flaunting its searing rays to the people below. Along the spacious main street, as the 3-hour lunch break instituted by the former Duke Basak commenced, restaurants began displaying signs showcasing their daily specialties outside. Some establishments even went so far as to hire young, beautiful girls as sign holders, dressed in charming little dresses, smiling as they stood beside the signs, enticing passers-by with their culinary offerings to draw customers inside. Gazing at these lovely sign holders and feeling her own empty stomach, Tiya longed to rush into a restaurant immediately. Alas, she found herself blocked at the city gates by the guards. Following the conclusion of the bonfire party the previous night, Tiya had linked her magical power through her mental energy, showcasing the image of the mermaid she had seen to Bellamy, Vivian, and some lingering tourists via the crystal display. However, the next morning, at the break of dawn, Tiya was abruptly awakened by a guard sent by the coastal duke. Dressed and rubbing her sleepy eyes, she exited her room accompanied by Miss Norma, only to be handed an invitation, inviting her to attend a banquet hosted by the coastal duke, featuring an array of delicacies from the coastal region. Initially, upon seeing the mention of unique cuisine, Tiya was inclined to attend. Yet, as she read further, she discovered it also stated that many prominent merchants and socialites had been invited, and they wished for her to showcase her animated film once more at the banquet. And, dear Miss Tiya, my youngest son is of a similar age to yours. Why not take advantage of this banquet too? Upon reading this, Tiya's defenses crumbled instantly. Goodness, is there a hidden agenda? This fellow is clearly up to no good. I must make my exit. Having spent a considerable sum on several tickets for high-speed vessels adorned with grand wind-based magical formations to aid in acceleration, Tiya cast a lingering glance at the picturesque coastal town that promised an abundance of seafood delights. Given my inherently lazy nature, who knows when I might return? Tiya mused silently. On board, the sails billowed vigorously in the wind, propelled by the massive wind elemental-powered paddles that resembled a water wheel, laboriously slicing through the water. After casually finding a carriage, Tiya and her companions finally approached the city gates just before noon. Peering through the carriage window, she observed a contingent of soldiers from the Basak main city guard, along with several clerks, meticulously scrutinizing each individual entering the city. Though unsure why the inspections had suddenly intensified, Tiya felt reassured by their earnest demeanor. However, just as she was contemplating the reliability of her soldiers, a burly soldier clad in silver armor, brandishing a spear and a sword at his waist, halted the carriage occupied by Tiya, the third young lady of the Basak family. Halt, by order of the Duke. Every individual entering the city must report their identity in detail, and those with cargo must undergo inspection before entry. The imposing soldier bellowed at the carriage driver, who held the reins. Subsequently, a clerk approached the driver. Name, age, identification. Is there any cargo behind the carriage, and what is the purpose of entering the city? The clerk inquired diligently, holding a ledger and pen. XXX, 37, carriage driver. Here is my driver's license. The cargo behind contains the guest's luggage. I am merely transporting the guest into the city. The driver quickly relayed the information and presented his license for inspection. The driver's license appears to be in order, the clerk confirmed with a nod. The clerk then turned his gaze towards Tiya, who was peering out of the carriage window. Upon catching sight of him, Tiya, feeling confident about her identity, rubbed her rumbling stomach and boldly declared, I am Tiya Basak, the third young lady of the Basak family. Inside the carriage are my friends and my maid. May we be allowed to pass? With eager anticipation, Tiya looked to the clerk, hoping he would express surprise upon learning her identity and grant them passage. Reflecting on her rather lackadaisical life thus far, Tiya realized that this was perhaps the first time she had invoked her identity as the third young lady of the Basak family. Tiya Basak? There indeed seems to be a third young lady in the Duke's household. The clerk pondered, though he felt troubled. While he recalled the existence of such an individual, he had never had the pleasure of meeting her. Turning to his fellow soldiers and another clerk for assistance, he cast a pleading glance. However, they all shook their heads, indicating they too had never encountered her and could not confirm her identity. Do you possess any items that might serve as proof of your identity? The clerk asked somewhat hesitantly. Proof of identity? I wonder if my spatial ring would suffice. Tiya contemplated silently. Realizing that aside from her standard spatial ring, she had no other means to substantiate her identity. Moreover, why was she faced with this absurd situation of having to prove her identity in another world? Would this spatial ring suffice? Tiya inquired, displaying the ring on her finger to the clerk. However, the clerk seemed unfamiliar with such high-end items as spatial rings. Although it bore the Basak family crest, it lacked her name, and given the strict orders from above to thoroughly verify the identities of those entering the city, the clerk felt uncertain. Perhaps you could wait a moment while I consult with my superiors? Reluctantly, the clerk dispatched a soldier to record Tiya's physical characteristics and hurried towards the inner city to seek confirmation from the relevant authority. May I ask, why is the entry into the city being scrutinized so rigorously? Tiya, enduring the grumbles of her stomach, inquired curiously. Recently, a number of nefarious rats have appeared in the city, selling a substance known as aroma grass, which had previously been strictly prohibited by the Duke. This substance, when added to any food, renders it extraordinarily fragrant. While it may sound like a delightful spice, it carries a fatal side effect. Once ingested, it leads to addiction, and upon cessation, the individual's sanity may spiral into madness. If consumed excessively, even the most resolute ascetic may be reduced to a mere pawn of those possessing aroma grass. The clerk explained as he meticulously examined the luggage of Tiya and her companions. After completing the inspection, he retrieved a sample of aroma grass from a pouch at his waist, presenting it to Tiya. This is what aroma grass looks like. I confiscated it earlier today from a rat at the city gates. That rat has likely met a grim fate, he warned. You may wish to examine this grass and its fruit. Should you encounter anything resembling it in your meals, do not consume it and report it to us immediately. Understood. Tiya nodded vigorously. Drawing from her memories of her past life, she recognized that this substance was indeed the same fruit and herb strictly forbidden in her homeland. In this world, where spices were relatively scarce, Tiya could easily imagine the tremendous danger it posed to one's mental state. It was akin to a person who had never tasted salt suddenly experiencing the flavor of salted roasted meat. They would find it impossible to accept food devoid of seasoning thereafter. Yet salt, at least, was beneficial, while aroma grass would gradually and utterly destroy an individual. Contemplating this, Tiya suddenly grasped the soldier's and clerk's predicament. Thank you for your hard work. Please, do not allow these vile substances to infiltrate our lives. Tiya earnestly addressed the somewhat weary expressions of the clerk and soldiers. Meanwhile, Tiya was struck by a rather serious thought. How would they inspect the spatial rings? If you could pause for a moment, may I inquire whether you checked the spatial rings worn by every individual entering the city? Tiya asked, peering out of the carriage towards the now relieved clerk. The clerk froze momentarily. Spatial rings? It appears that we have indeed never inspected the spatial rings of every individual entering the city. Moreover, those who possess spatial rings are either nobles or wealthy merchants. And the rings contain personal belongings. How could we possibly request to inspect them? If the higher-ups were to discover this, would they not deem me negligent and cast me into prison? The clerk's heart raced at this realization. It's all right. You are not to blame. It is entirely understandable that you have never encountered a spatial ring before, and those who possess them are unlikely to have lowly status. They probably wouldn't cooperate with you. Observing the clerk's expression shift to one of panic upon her probing, Tiya offered him reassurance. Perhaps we could explore whether Magic Sauce can devise a method to utilize the elements present in the air to silently detect the contents of the spatial rings. Upon hearing Tiya's comforting words, the clerk suddenly felt that this rumored slacker from the Basak family, Miss Tiya, might actually be a good person. Chapter 63. The Deception of Divine Games, Illusory Identification Magic. In a realm beyond both the magical world and the mundane, two individuals were engrossed in a game of Go, the origins of which were lost to time. One of them possessed long, lustrous black hair, her porcelain-like face framed by captivating blood-red eyes. She held a black stone in her hand, deeply contemplating her next move. The other, with golden curls cascading over his shoulders and lazily half-lidded dark eyes, reclined in a relaxed pose amidst the void. While he too bore an exquisite visage, the commanding and rugged voice that resonated as he yawned while toying with a white stone left one unsure of his gender. Stealing a glance at the furrowed brow of her companion, who was deep in thought, The golden-haired maiden quietly turned away and cast a barrier to prevent any sound from escaping. She then summoned her divine power to conjure a small window in front of her. Beginning to observe the languid daily life of the individual she had sent into the fray. Perhaps due to the monotony of playing Go with her opponent every day, the golden-haired maiden found herself inexplicably intrigued by the mundane existence of the one she had dispatched. Amusing herself by watching his antics while he pondered his next move, a flurry of chaotic, snowflake-like static flickered, revealing an image of Tiya participating in a school-organized picnic. Tiya suddenly fixated on a patch of bushes and exclaimed, "In the name of Yahweh, is this a tea tree?" The golden-haired maiden felt a mix of exasperation and disbelief at the sound emanating from the small window, accompanied by the divine resonance triggered by Tiya's declaration. "Is this what I granted you divine power for?" However, considering her own idleness, the golden-haired maiden decided to tap into her divine abilities and stealthily connected to a peculiar entity known as a search engine on a planet called Earth. Situated at the edge of the primordial realm, skillfully attaching an image of the bushes Tiya had seen, she initiated a search, and within 2 seconds, the result popped up: tea tree. Camellia, a shrub or small tree belonging to the family Thaceae, with glabrous young branches and leathery, elongated or oval leaves, which can be used for tea. It really is a tea tree. The golden-haired maiden mused silently. Once she confirmed the answer, she dispatched a divine signal to Tiya's mind, affirming with a simple yes. Shortly thereafter, she witnessed a frenzy. Within moments, besides a few novels, Tiya's ring was emptied of plush toys and various large items like jewelry, leaving almost nothing behind. The golden-haired maiden surmised her intentions. She must be clearing space in her storage ring to accommodate the leaves of that tea tree. Yet, she remained puzzled. Those plush toys are bulky. They certainly can't stay if she intends to make room. But the jewelry isn't large. She could simply discard the boxes and keep the jewelry. Right. Is it really necessary to send everything away? However, upon seeing Tiya smilingly assure the bashful Felina that her current trinket was insignificant compared to the treasures she was about to acquire, the golden-haired maiden was left with a singular thought. What on earth? Is it possible to operate this way? Despite recognizing that Tiya's upcoming treasures clearly referred to the tea tree leaves, her astonishment remained unbridled. Watching Felina's shy expression, the golden-haired maiden felt her own face, beyond shock, seemingly exhibit a peculiar expression known as anti-smile. "I've finished my move. It's your turn." After an indeterminate passage of time, the dark-haired maiden finally concluded her contemplation of the game and addressed the golden-haired maiden, who was engrossed in observing Tiya's languid daily life. However, at that moment, the golden-haired maiden was oblivious to the dark-haired maiden's words. Noticing the lack of response, the dark-haired maiden, puzzled, stood up and lightly stepped through the void, creating ripples as she approached the golden-haired maiden. Silently arriving behind her, she peered into the small window, finally grasping what her companion was engrossed in. "Is it captivating?" the dark-haired maiden inquired softly. Yet, the golden-haired maiden soon sensed something amiss. Chapter 64. The Game Between Deities, Vivian's Tragic Fate. Slowly turning her head, the golden-haired maiden found herself locked in the mesmerizing gaze of the dark-haired maiden's blood-red eyes. Weren't you pondering your next move? Why did you suddenly come over here?" she asked, a touch of embarrassment in her tone. Perhaps realizing her own oversight, the golden-haired maiden maintained a voice that resonated with authority and ruggedness. However, the dark-haired maiden remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the golden-haired maiden, until she could no longer contain her amusement and burst into laughter. "Pfft. Ha ha ha. So your natural voice is so soft, so weak and delicate. Like a little girl who has had her candy snatched away. No wonder you've been speaking to me in that strange, echoing voice since we met. Don't laugh at me." A voice, even more authoritative and solemn, suddenly echoed through the void. Amidst the golden-haired maiden's furious glare, the dark-haired maiden continued to chuckle for over a minute before gradually regaining her composure. "How about I keep an eye on this while you finish your next move?" she suggested, glancing at the heartwarming scene of the 3 adorable maidens leisurely sipping some beverage in the small window. "In a way. Why should I let you watch?" the golden-haired maiden retorted angrily. "What if we take a break and watch together?" the dark-haired maiden proposed, observing the golden-haired maiden's reluctance to resume the game. "Taking a break doesn't seem like a bad idea," the golden-haired maiden pondered. All right, let's take a break. Thus, the two settled down together, beginning to idly watch Tiya's languid daily life on the small window. As they observed the three adorable maidens enjoying their milk tea, the golden-haired maiden decided to demonstrate one of her divine powers, duplication. Fixating on the cup of seemingly rich and fragrant milk tea in Tiya's hand, she wiped her mouth, which was slightly watering, and silently invoked her divine power, with a gentle grasp of her right hand. A cup identical to Tiya's materialized before her. The dark-haired maiden, taking it a step further, replicated all the ingredients from the scene and began to brew milk tea in the void, following Tiya's actions. Before long, the air within the mysterious space was filled with the rich aroma of milk tea. Both maidens cradled their cups, savoring the delightful flavors while quietly watching the small window. Suddenly, an inexplicable thought crept into their minds. This languid lifestyle seemed rather appealing, especially as the afternoon tea concluded and Tiya's sister, Daphne, skillfully maneuvered to seize all of Tiya's tea leaf stock. Both the golden-haired maiden and the dark-haired maiden couldn't help but smile at Tiya's expression of regret as she snapped back to reality from her daze. Hey! Now that Tiya is asleep, can I see your Vivian from the demon realm? Once Tiya had completely succumbed to slumber, the golden-haired maiden inquired of the dark-haired maiden. Why the rush? My Vivian is undoubtedly superior to your idol Tiya. Today, I shall show you what a clever little devil truly is. With that, the dark-haired maiden summoned her divine power, conjuring a window before them. Another round of snowflake-like ripples danced through the air, revealing Vivian seen within the window. Vivian, clutching a divine power crystal, concealed her presence and transformed into an adorable little bat, stealthily flapping her wings as she infiltrated the tent of a sorcerer in the abyss under the cover of night, quietly stealing the sorcerer's space ring. After a thorough search, Vivian finally located the object of her desire, a thick tome titled From Beginner's Magic to Mastery of All Elements. Ecstatic, she used her divine power to create multiple copies of the book and distributed them to her fellow kin. With the tome in hand, Vivian once again slipped into the abyss connected to the human realm, eager to delve into the magic contained within its pages. With the divine energy from the crystal amplifying her abilities and her own keen intellect, Vivian was able to successfully cast nearly all the magic described in the book after just a single read. However, the good times were short-lived. After mastering the individual elemental spells, she encountered a section at the end of the book discussing a type of magic called spatial teleportation. The text explained that to utilize spatial magic, one must precisely condense the 8 major elements into one, then mentally envision the desired location while enveloping the object to be transported in the condensed elements, etching teleportation runes upon it with magical media to guide the element's movement. If I can succeed, I could lead my kin to escape and break free from the clutches of the great demons. She mused aloud, following the book's instructions. Enthusiastically, she began to attempt the process, whimsically covering herself in the condensed elements. Yet as she continued to concentrate on the magic while reading, she stumbled upon the warning. Spatial teleportation magic cannot be used to transport living beings. Doing so may result in diminished bodily functions and consciousness, or worse, instantaneously turning into a puddle of flesh. Panic surged through Vivian. Subsequently, the flustered Vivian found herself enveloped in the radiant glow of a spatial teleportation spell, which randomly transported her to a river somewhere within the northeastern duchy. One might ponder whether to deem her fortunate or unfortunate. While she did not end up as a mere heap of lifeless flesh, the Vivian who struggled to emerge from the water bore a countenance bereft of her earlier sagacity. Instead, a somewhat foolish and dazed expression took its place. Not only had she forgotten all the spells she had previously learned, but even the critically important divine crystal had, in her memory-impaired state, been carelessly discarded into the river, vanishing without a trace. Is this the clever little imp you wished to show me? Just this? Ha ha ha! Observing Vivian's lamentable plight, the golden-haired maiden couldn't help but burst into laughter. Meanwhile, the dark-haired girl silently closed the window displaying Vivian's image, her expression grim. Hurry up and make your move. It's your turn. Chapter 65. Bellamy also wishes to enroll. Atop the grand, ancient, and opulent rectangular dining table, a resplendent crystal chandelier emitted a soft yet sufficiently bright light, illuminating every corner of the dining hall. Under this gentle radiance, several maids busily attended to their tasks with remarkable efficiency. In no time, a tidy and elegant dining environment was prepared. Subsequently, one of the maids approached the intricately carved fireplace embedded in the wall and, retrieving an elemental crystal, tossed it in and activated it with a gentle touch. Unlike ordinary fireplaces, as the engravings upon it began to glow, a pale white flame gradually flickered to life within. A refreshing coolness also began to waft from the fireplace into the dining area. Knock, knock, knock. Miss Tiya, you may come downstairs for dinner. A series of knocks echoed, followed by Miss Norma's voice reaching Tiya, who was engrossed in her novel within her chamber. However, Tiya, captivated by her reading, was rather reluctant to descend to the dining hall. Could you bring my dinner to my room? Lying on her bed with a novel in hand, Tiya inquired. Very well. Reluctantly setting her book aside, Tiya lazily rose, tidied her appearance slightly, and exited her room. A right turn upon exiting led her to Bellamy's chamber. Bellamy, Felina, it's time for dinner. Passing by Bellamy's room, Tiya opened the door and called inside. However, it seemed that neither of them had any intention of moving. Felina is helping me study right now. You go ahead and eat. Very well. Watching Bellamy huddled over her textbook, furiously taking notes under Felina's guidance, Tiya had no choice but to concede. Since the arrangements for Felina's room were not yet complete, she had commandeered Tiya's table, which had previously been slightly scorched by a fireball during tea preparation, to study with her books and notes. The ensuing scene. Isn't its summer break. Is such fervent studying really necessary? Observing Felina's intense dedication to her studies, Bellamy bore a puzzled expression akin to that of a curious kitten. When school starts again, Tiya will be attending the Imperial Magic and Martial Academy in the capital. To be able to join her, I must learn all this knowledge before school begins and pass the graduation exam. Subsequently, Bellamy turned to Tiya, who was still sprawled on the bed with her novel, wearing an expression of shock. You finished the entire curriculum 2 years early? Bellamy asked in astonishment. No, but I can use magic. Therefore, I can enroll without completing the remaining 2 years of coursework. How about that? Aren't you envious? With that, Tiya linked her magical energy and casually cast a spell called Updraft, which was, in reality, a basic wind spell. Take this, LV6 Updraft. Unfortunately, despite Bellamy being in a state of shock, her innate reflexes as a cat spirit enabled her to instinctively press down her skirt. Realizing the impending crisis, Bellamy swiftly pulled Felina into her room, pleading with her to teach the remaining 2 years of the curriculum. Although Bellamy's departure for studies left Tiya's room blissfully quiet, the thought of dining alone with her father, Shar, made her feel a tad uneasy. I can only go and call Vivian, Tiya mused silently. She hastily made her way to Vivian's room, pushed the door open, and found her sprawled in deep slumber. Unlike herself, Vivian seemed to particularly relish her sleep. Capable of drifting off the moment her head hit the pillow, Vivian, wake up! Come downstairs for dinner. With a hint of envy, Tiya glanced at Vivian's seemingly elastic form, then called out to her. Vivian. Observing Vivian's continued slumber, Tiya suddenly entertained a rather mischievous thought. Since we're both girls, surely it wouldn't hurt to test the feel, right? With a surge of excitement, Tiya stealthily extended a finger and poked at Vivian's form through her nightgown. It really is soft and bouncy. Perhaps I should grab a handful and see? Tiya then stealthily reached out again, aiming for Vivian. However, to her embarrassment, she discovered that the previously unresponsive Vivian had inexplicably awakened. Fixating her gaze upon Tiya, "What are you doing?" Vivian inquired. I came to call you for dinner." "Oh, you go ahead. I already informed Miss Norma. She will bring me a portion later." With that, Vivian turned over and returned to her peaceful slumber. Chapter 66. Worries from an Old Father. Reluctantly departing from Vivian's room, Tiya ultimately chose to descend alone. Moments later, seated in the dining hall, faced with her father, Tiya found herself engulfed in awkwardness, as a sufferer of social anxiety. She could manage a few exchanges with peers she frequently interacted with, but in a one-on-one scenario with an elder she hardly met, her social awkwardness escalated to a near-terminal level of discomfort. Lowering her gaze to the elegantly adorned dining room and the meticulously arranged tableware, Tiya finally mustered the courage to utter a simple, "Good evening, father." Sitting at the head of the table, Shar gazed at his rarely seen daughter, momentarily at a loss for words. Thus, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Fortunately, Miss Norma timely arrived with the dining cart, alleviating the tension thickening in the air. She wheeled the cart to the table, then began serving the dishes while introducing each one. According to the wishes of the head of the family, tonight's meal comprises 3 dishes, all of which I have personally prepared. The first dish, dragon's breath spicy rabbit. The rabbit meat is diced and lightly coated with a thin layer of a batter infused with herb powder. Then deep fried until golden brown to eliminate its gamey flavor while imparting the fragrance of herbs. Dry dragon's breath herb, chili, and Sichuan peppercorn seeds are then ground with sea salt and a hint of pepper and evenly sprinkled over the oil-drained rabbit meat. Completing the dish, please enjoy. Gazing at the golden red rabbit meat, seasoned with chili powder, Tiya eagerly targeted a larger piece with her fork. Delicious, Tiya exclaimed, her delight evident. The rabbit's surface, coated with a delicately crafted batter and fried, presented a slight crispness, yet the meat within remained juicy. Coupled with the special spicy seasoning, each bite was a delightful explosion of flavor, making Tiya feel this dish rivaled any rabbit delicacy from her past life. Sneaking a glance at her father Shar, Tiya noticed he too seemed to relish the flavors, his eyes closed in enjoyment as he savored each morsel. I wonder if he'll still crave that dreadful sour cream stew after tasting this. Tiya silently pondered. The second dish, crab soup. Finally, fresh fish broth is added and simmered until it reaches a thick consistency. Please enjoy. Once again, Tiya was the first to dig in, accepting the large bowl of crab soup from Norma. She took up a spoon and began to eat. With the first sip, Tiya inexplicably recalled a dish from her past life known as dumpling soup, albeit this version was decidedly more lavish. As for the taste, it could be summed up in one word: fresh, alternating between bites of the dragon's breath spicy rabbit and spoonfuls of the soup. The flavors melded beautifully, and before long, Tiya had polished off the entire bowl of crab soup. The final dish, caramel pudding. This is a dessert that Miss Tiya had previously mentioned to me. Based on her description, after numerous trials, I have finally succeeded in recreating it. First, prepare some small porcelain cups for later use. Place honey into a pot and simmer over low heat until it reaches a deep amber hue. Then pour it into the previously prepared porcelain cups. Next, combine warm milk with beaten eggs. Stirring thoroughly, and similarly pour this mixture into the prepared cups. Place the cups in a tray filled with water and bake in the oven until set. Finally, invert the cups to release the pudding, and then place them in the refrigerator to cool completely. Please enjoy. Taking the caramel pudding handed to her by Miss Norma, Tiya gazed at its delightful, bouncy appearance and quickly scooped a piece with her spoon. Bringing it to her mouth, Norma, you are simply a genius. Relishing the soft, silky, and almost melt-in-your-mouth texture, Tiya exclaimed with genuine admiration. This caramel pudding crafted by Norma is nearly perfect, save for the absence of the overwhelming sweetness found in those made with white sugar from her past life. Meanwhile, Shar, observing Tiya's singular focus on the delicious treat, felt a flicker of concern on his face. After a moment's hesitation, Shar finally spoke. Tiya, although I may not be the most competent father, having hardly cared for you throughout your upbringing, I must warn you this time. While enjoying her pudding, Tiya looked at her father, Shar, with a perplexed expression. You enjoy reading, so you must have come across a plant known as vanilla bean in popular science literature. Right? Tiya nodded. But it wasn't from a book. It was what the secretary told me when we went to the city. After all, the only books I've read have always been novels. Tiya mused silently. Recently, some rats have emerged in the city, selling vanilla bean for profit. This substance merely adds the word vanilla to what we usually consume, yet it is exceedingly harmful to humans. I know your primary interests are reading and eating, but I hope you will refrain from engaging with this substance, Shar stated earnestly. Yes, I won't touch it. The secretary warned me about its dangers and even showed me what it looks like. So I am certain I won't go near it, Tiya replied seriously, observing her father's concerned demeanor. However, hearing him say, I know your only other hobby apart from reading is eating, Tiya felt an inexplicable sense of being underestimated. Humph. Once I enlist the help of magic sauce to create an item capable of probing spatial rings, you will undoubtedly learn what it truly means to be a genius. Chapter 67. Who listens to secondhand roses without a few quirks? As noon approached, Tiya was roused from her slumber by the resplendent sun, an infrequent occurrence. Perhaps due to the peculiar positioning of her room's window and her bed, each time Tiya drifted off, She would encounter an awkward situation when the sun fully rose. If she lay on her left side, the sun would shine directly on her face, making it impossible to continue her lazy sleep. Conversely, if she lay on her right side, the sun would warm her back, and if she persisted in sleeping, she would soon feel an uncomfortable heat radiating from her back, rendering sleep equally impossible. Ultimately, if she lay flat on her back, the most embarrassing situation ensued. The sunlight streaming through the window would illuminate only half of her face, and if she continued to sleep like that, she might awaken with an uneven tan. Ugh, curtains, you say? No. To Tiya, that would be a disgrace to her noble endeavor of sleeping in. If one cannot awaken gradually to the blazing midday sun, then what is the point of a lazy slumber? Furthermore, Tiya believed that a degree of routine in life was preferable. While she could not quite achieve the regimen of sleeping at 9 and waking at 6, she managed to prepare for sleep around midnight, only to be awakened by the sun at 10 the following morning. Wasn't that a form of regularity? Besides, her combination of lunch, dinner, and late-night snacks amounted to 3 meals a day, rubbing her still drowsy eyes. She rolled over twice to the left before extending her legs over the edge of the bed and sitting up. Tiya then picked up the glass of water that Miss Norma thoughtfully placed on her bedside table each morning and drank it in one go. Ah, refreshing! Though the water had warmed under the sun, it still quenched her thirst. Bored, she stepped out of her room and gently cracked open Bellamy's door, peering inside. Indeed, she had already begun her enthusiastic studies with Felina. Quietly closing the door, Tiya reflected. However, to avoid disturbing the two with music, she ultimately chose to visit her long-neglected library, preparing some milk tea and a basket of delightful snacks that Miss Norma had made in advance. She then asked Miss Norma to bring her lunch to the library later. All set. Shortly, music began to fill the library. Yet this time, the music felt peculiar. The east is dim, the west shines bright, basking in the setting sun. I bask in sorrow. The previous night was not busy, the latter night is bustling. After dreams of gold, I dream of yellow millet. A strange melody began to play. Although this song shared the pulsating rhythm akin to the previous tunes, it felt distinctly odd, particularly when the introductory notes, featuring the Swona, faded away. The lead vocalist's entrance inexplicably evoked the essence of a northeastern folk performance. Yet, to label it as such would be misleading, as it bore a strong rock influence, and the Swona-infused melody surprisingly captivated Tiya. Why did Magic Sauce play this song for me? Tiya pondered, finding it cumbersome to transmit her song preferences to Magic Sauce each time. She had previously bundled all the songs she had ever listened to from her past life and sent them in one go. Thus, whenever she wished to listen to music, she only needed to cast the horn spell and signal Magic Sauce to take over, allowing her to dive into her novels with peace of mind. The downside was that the songs she heard were randomly played according to Magic Sauce's preferences, such as the current tune performed by the band Secondhand Roses titled Fairy. Swaying her head to the rhythm, Tiya recalled a quirky online comment about this band. Secondhand Roses is the most renowned wedding band in the country, adept at exorcising for 10 years and preventing pregnancies for a century. The lead singer, Liang Long, lived in the late Jurassic period in the western part of North America, with individuals reaching lengths of over 30 meters and weighing around 10 tons, their nostrils situated above their eyes. Along with another widely circulated saying, "Who listens to Secondhand Roses without a few quirks?" And, "What? Got a few quirks? Then just listen to Secondhand Roses more." Could Magic Sauce have gone a bit mad? Tiya thought silently while shaking her legs, but after the song Fairy played on repeat 3 or 4 times, Tiya realized she and Magic Sauce indeed shared a few quirks, especially after the song Survival played. Featuring the line "Oh dear, I speak of fate," Tiya found herself completely drawn in. After conjuring several horn spells of varying sizes, Tiya distributed them throughout the library. According to past knowledge, this arrangement could be referred to as 7. One surround sound. Once set up, Tiya transferred control of this newly formed horn magic to Magic Sauce. Ah, indeed, listening to music this way feels much better, Tiya thought to herself. Moments later, Tiya, "Oh dear, I speak of fate." Tiya was entirely enthralled, shouting along with her delicate voice. Chapter 68. Before it even began, it was forced to end. "Miss, what are you doing?" Entering the library with lunch, Norma paused, observing Tiya shouting "Oh dear, I speak of fate," like a fool. While she could not comprehend the meaning of the lyrics, It left her utterly astonished on Tiya's side. Noticing Miss Norma's entrance and her earlier foolish behavior, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Actually, I was practicing singing. Yes, that's it. Tiya defended her previous antics. Although, miss, you usually sing beautifully along with that peculiar magic, I feel that your voice may not be entirely suited for this type of song. Perhaps it would be better for you to practice another song, Miss Norma suggested with a hint of delicacy after gently placing the lunch she had prepared on the library table, upon seeing the exquisite meal that Miss Norma had prepared for her. Tiya swiftly cast aside her earlier embarrassment and began to eat with gusto. It seems that the Cenobi's Grand Theater downtown is currently hosting auditions for the King of Music competition. Miss Tiya, would you care to give it a try? I am confident that your musical talent will leave the audience utterly entranced. Watching Tiya enjoy her meal, Miss Norma proposed. The King of Music competition sounds quite intriguing, Tiya mused, returning her focus to her meal. Miss Norma's lunch is truly delightful. After finishing her meal and bidding farewell to Miss Norma, as she took away the dishes, Tiya once again commanded the magical sauce to play music. Yet, inexplicably, her mind was filled with thoughts of the King of Music competition that Miss Norma had mentioned. It does sound rather interesting. How about I visit that Cenobi's theater this afternoon? It would be a perfect opportunity to see what the world's music is really like. Thus, Tiya set off alone in a carriage, arriving at the grand exterior of the Cenobi's theater. That moment, the area surrounding the theater was packed with onlookers, with all the doors wide open. The voice of the host and the music or singing of the contestants resonated clearly through the open entrances. Taking a moment to absorb the atmosphere, Tiya noticed what seemed to be an abundance of activated wind elements in the air. Likely the reason why the sounds traveled so distinctly. Navigating through the crowd, Tiya made her way to the ticket booth. How much is a ticket? She inquired. Good day, miss. The seats in the main hall during the competition are entirely free. While the premium seats are priced at 5 gold coins and the VIP seats at 15 gold coins. However, there are no seats left in the main hall or the premium section at this time. Would you like to purchase a VIP ticket? Then I shall take a VIP ticket, Tiya responded, retrieving 15 gold coins from her spatial ring and handing them to the ticket attendant. Upon entering the main hall, guided by an attendant, Tiya reached the elevated VIP section, settling into a plush sofa while savoring the pastries offered to her. The host called the names of the contestants, who then took the stage to perform their chosen pieces of music or sing. Above the stage, a massive wind element magic array shimmered with a faint azure light, responsible for projecting the contestants' voices to the entire audience. Additionally, since the doors were all open, the sounds from within were also clearly transmitted outside through the grand wind magic. Once the contestants finished their performances, the judges and audience began to score them using placards placed to the right of each seat. One side red, the other green. Red signified disapproval, while green indicated approval. The statisticians initially assessed the judges and VIP sections, and if the green placards there exceeded half, the contestant would proceed. However, if the green placards did not surpass half, they would then tally the remaining audience's votes. If the green placards from the general audience exceeded half, the contestant would still advance. Conversely, if the red placards surpassed half, the contestant would be eliminated. Just as Tiya was processing these rules, the contestant on stage concluded their performance. And the host returned to deliver the verdict. Contestant number 46, your score is elimination. We regret to inform you that your instrumental performance failed to gain the approval of a majority of the audience. However, nearly 30% of the audience did recognize your talent, so please do not be disheartened. You are welcome to return and compete again. Now, let us welcome contestant number 47. This was a captivating lady from the Singers Association, who would grace us with a song titled A Melody from My Hometown. The host then exited the stage, and a masked lady stepped up to perform. Without lyrics, only the gentle melody of her humming filled the air. Perhaps due to her enchanting voice, a considerable number of audience members quickly raised their green placards. Yet Tiya's attention was not on her singing but rather on the lady's face, which was mostly concealed, leaving only her nose, mouth, and eyes visible. If only I could wear a mask or a headpiece, I could confidently participate in this competition. I could bring a touch of music from another world to this audience, seize the championship, and then subtly reveal that I am actually the third miss of the Basak family. Wouldn't that elevate my reputation immediately? Resolute in her decision, Tiya nervously approached the registration desk. Hello, I would like to sign up for the competition, Tiya said, her nerves evident. Please present your credentials from the Musicians Association, and I will register you, the registrar replied, glancing at Tiya. Now, may I see your credentials from the Singers Association? He looked at the naive young girl again, and with a wave of his hand, he impatiently dismissed her. Tiya's dream of becoming the king of music was dashed. Channeling her magic, she manifested a set of 7. One surround sound speaker magic and transferred its control to the magical sauce. Soon, her familiar melody and Tiya's enthusiastic shout echoed once more. Oh, fate! What a twist of irony! Who would care for second-rate roses anyway? Chapter 69. After Tiya's dream of becoming the king of music shattered, the auditions were abruptly halted. Tiya, have you heard about the buzz surrounding the king of music auditions? After 2.5 days of intensive study with Felina, Bellamy, who decided to take a half-day break, lounged on Tiya's bed, chatting with her while holding a newspaper. The king of music auditions? I've heard of it. In fact, I went to watch just the other afternoon. What is up? Do you want to go see it? Tiya asked, tossing a few large raisins, carefully prepared by Miss Norma for leisurely snacking while reading, into her mouth, then setting her book aside to gaze at Bellamy sprawled on her bed. There's nothing left to see, Bellamy lamented, glancing at the newspaper. What happened? It shouldn't have ended so soon, Tiya queried, grabbing a few sour-sweet, chewy raisins, casting a puzzled look at Bellamy. The report states that the competition was abruptly halted by your father. Because nearly half of the 80 artists who passed the first round of auditions from the Musicians or Singers Associations have been found guilty of recently purchasing and consuming enhancing herbs. As for the other half, your father is currently conducting thorough inspections with the city guards. The reason for this sudden investigation, it appears, was due to a rat who had been illegally selling enhancing herbs and, while intoxicated in a tavern, inadvertently revealed their identity and was apprehended. The soldiers then discovered that this individual maintained meticulous records of every customer who had purchased enhancing herbs from them. The majority of these individuals were contestants in the King of Music auditions. Upon receiving this information, your father immediately led a team to seize the Shinobi's Grand Theater. It's utterly ridiculous, Bellamy exclaimed, holding the newspaper. Indeed, it is quite absurd, Tiya replied, bemused by the sensational news recounted by Bellamy. Thank goodness I failed to register earlier. Otherwise, I would likely find myself amidst a crowd of addicts, facing my father in a rather awkward situation. Oh dear! At this thought, Tiya felt an unexpected surge of gratitude towards that registrar. In her imagination, she envisioned her father, Shar, storming into the Shinobi's Grand Theater, which was in the midst of the competition, with a posse. She and the other contestants would be lined up on stage, awaiting interrogation, while the audience watched on with curious expressions. When her father, Shar, reached her name in the ledger of the rat, name, age, home address, and quickly remove your headpiece, Tiya would reply meekly, must I? No exceptions, quickly, Tiya would concede. All right. Then her father, Shar, would gaze upon her face once she obediently removed the headpiece. What? Tiya, is that you? A shocked sound reverberated throughout the venue, amplified mercilessly by the wind sound system above. Meanwhile, Tiya found herself helplessly gazing at her father, Shar, under the watchful eyes of the crowd indulging in gossip. From this moment forth, the city's aunties had yet another juicy topic to discuss over their post-meal chats. Hey, have you heard about that so-and-so? That third miss from the Basak family, who was always slacking off, was actually caught red-handed by her father during the massed auditions for the King of Music. And they say it might be related to that fragrant herb case, or, hey, have you heard about that so-and-so? The Duke from the Basak family stumbled upon his only slacker daughter while investigating the fragrant herb case. Given the lack of entertainment in this world, Tiya was quite certain that these rumors would only grow more outrageous with time. After the terrifying mental scenarios subsided, Tiya resolved to devise a magical device capable of detecting whether a person's spatial ring concealed any fragrant herbs. After all, since yesterday, her father Shar had issued a strict order prohibiting Tiya from eating out at any establishments. Although Miss Norma's cooking was quite commendable, Tiya still yearned to occasionally visit the local bakery to savor different flavors. For instance, the modest bakery named Grea's Mirage. The pastries crafted by the baker there possessed an entirely distinct style from those of Miss Norma. They felt more rustic, yes, just like the bakery itself, especially when seated by the luminous crystal window. Indulging in a novel while enjoying the delectable treats, it felt particularly enchanting. Moreover, Recently, more patrons like herself had been enjoying their meals while reading there, creating an atmosphere that brought Tiya great comfort. Tiya privately resolved that once she completed the detection device and her father lifted the ban, she would undoubtedly spend an entire afternoon at Greya's Mirage, engrossed in a novel. Chapter 70. The crystal board capable of detecting spatial rings has been created. The primary component is the spatial crystal itself. Although the book suggested it was merely a tad troublesome, Tiya understood that it was beyond her capability to create this item. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so expensive. However, she was fortunate to have her magical essence. She merely needed to find a way to convey her intentions to the magical essence and have it assist in crafting the final product. Next, she began to brainstorm. First, the spatial ring needed to be worn on the hand to function correctly, which meant that the device she was creating must facilitate intimate contact with both the user's hand and the ring. For instance, crafting it into a crystal board, allowing the subject to press their palm firmly onto it, thereby establishing contact with the spatial ring. Then, based on the magical essence's prior ability to create projection crystals, all she needed was to let it draw down her mental energy and infuse it into the crystal board, thus enabling interaction with the spatial ring in contact with the board via this strand of mental energy. Finally, she would draw a fragrant herb pattern with fire elements in the upper right corner of the board. If the spatial ring contained fragrant herbs, it would activate the fire element and illuminate the pattern. This should suffice. Subsequently, Tiya connected with her magical essence and transmitted her conceptual plan through her mental energy for how to allow that strand of mental energy to autonomously detect the spatial ring in contact with the crystal board. She decided to leave that challenge for her magical essence to ponder. I truly am a little genius, however. Should I reward the magical essence? Tiya pondered silently. After all, she was not some loathsome capitalist. It was only fair to provide some compensation for assistance. After a moment's thought, Tiya resolved to transmit another anime series to her magical essence as a reward. Sifting through her memories from her past life, Tiya ultimately selected an anime titled Neighboring Sophie. Moments later, the crystal display showcased Sophie. Rest assured, I am merely an ordinary vampire passing through, not a suspicious individual, a mono Akari. That is quite suspicious. Bellamy Felina Vivian. So adorable. Considering that Bellamy and Felina had previously studied very diligently, Tiya decided to have her magical essence convert this season's anime into a projection crystal, then called the three of them over to watch it together. However, the trio seemed particularly enamored with this anime, especially Vivian, who, clutching Tiya's arm, excitedly exclaimed, "Tiya, where is my adorable kin now? Hurry, introduce me to her." Observing Vivian's enthusiasm, Tiya could only helplessly explain, "This is an anime. The characters are fictional and do not exist in reality. Besides, aren't you from the Little Demon clan? Sophie is a vampire. How could she be your kin? But can her wings fly? Can yours?" Tiya retorted, her expression darkening. It seems not. And can her wings retract at will? Can yours? Tiya again countered, her expression still grimmed. It seems they can't either. Turning to glance at her own wings behind her, Vivian fell into a spiral of self-doubt. In Vivian's mind, she vaguely recalled that her wings could indeed retract and were capable of flight. Forget it, let us just watch the anime. Glancing at Sophie's adorable visage on the crystal display, Vivian silently resolved. Shortly thereafter, Vivian refocused on the anime. Meanwhile, Tiya, after watching 2 episodes with the trio, suddenly sensed from her magical essence she approached the desk and linked her mental energy with it. Under the guidance of her magical essence, a crystal board resembling Tiya's original concept materialized. Much like the previous crystal display, it was composed of earth elements, intricately engraved with a multitude of patterns, and the fire element pattern was directly embedded within the engravings. However, it seemed her magical essence wasn't done yet. It proceeded to extract 8 elemental crystals of varying attributes from Tiya's spatial ring, along with an empty crystal, grinding them into powder. Next, it pulled a strand of Tiya's mental energy and fused it with the powdered crystals, embedding this amalgamation into the earth element crystal board. Once the operation was complete, her magical essence sent a large into Tiya's mind, indicating the job was finished, and then voluntarily severed the link with Tiya's mental energy. My magical essence is truly remarkable. Tiya silently marveled at the nearly perfect crystal board before her, which closely matched her expectations. Next, she just needed to find her father for testing, and that would be a job well done. Chapter 71. A Day in the Life of Father Shar. In the interrogation room of the administrative pavilion in the Basak main city, Shar looked at the detained mice with a headache, pressing his forehead. "You fools! Did you not bother to thoroughly investigate the details of your employer before engaging in business? I am giving you one last chance. Think carefully about the characteristics of the employer who provided you with fragrant herbs for sale. If you cannot provide useful information." Pausing briefly, Shar wearily glanced at the demure yet slightly adorable maid, Alufa, who stood quietly by his side. "Alufa, inform these fools of how we shall deal with the useless." "Yes, master," she replied. "We will first publicly announce that the mice who illegally sold fragrant herbs have been condemned to death by the esteemed Duke. But in reality, you will live." Unlike her previous quiet demeanor, Alufa now bore a slightly playful smile. "You won't execute us?" A relatively young mouse lifted his gaze toward the beautiful maid beside the Duke, his eyes gradually filling with a glimmer of hope. Yet, he soon realized that the smile on her face seemed to hold a deeper meaning. Moreover, from the corners of her eyes, he sensed an inexplicable aura of danger. In that moment, he felt as though he was no longer facing a graceful and beautiful maid, but a top assassin dancing on the edge of a blade. Capable of killing without a trace, the Duke would certainly not choose to execute you, Alufa continued. After all, even useless individuals hold value as long as they remain alive. How could the Duke willingly let you perish so cheaply before extracting every ounce of your worth? Observing the expressions of shock on the faces of the group of mice below, the playful glint in Alufa's eyes intensified. If they could not conjure any useful information, then the dark and desolate crystal mine, the deadly arena where only the victors could hope to survive, or perhaps the duck house. Surely among these numerous locales, there must be one where they could perfectly exploit the remaining value of their lives. With a smile upon her lips, Alufa began to narrate. Meanwhile, the mice held captive below, upon hearing terms like the mine and the arena, turned ashen-faced, their hopes seemingly extinguished. "May I ask, what is the duck house?" Suddenly, just as Alufa took pleasure in witnessing the growing despair of the mice, the relatively younger mouse timidly inquired. "The duck house, you ask? Ah, it is a place where you can truly realize the worth of your lower half," Alufa replied, casting an amused glance at the young mouse as she provided her explanation. "The worth of my lower half? Then I must go to the duck house to fulfill my value." After a moment's contemplation, this young mouse appeared to grasp something, and his eyes rekindled with hope as he eagerly requested Alufa's permission. I too wish to go to the duck house to fulfill my value. Count me in as well." Soon after, several other similarly youthful mice voiced their fervent desires. Observing these naive youngsters, the remaining mice with more worldly experience cast them pitying glances. "Very well, your wish will be granted. Guards, take these individuals away. During the day, let them expend the worth of their lower halves in the mine, and come nightfall, send them to the duck house to continue their endeavors." Alufa commanded the guards with a cold chuckle. Why is it that each time a trap is laid, there are always those who willingly leap into it? Now, it is your turn. Once the earlier Nava mice, visibly shocked, were taken away by the guards, Alufa turned her gaze back to the remaining mice with a mischievous smile. "Why, Lord Duke, I vaguely recall the individual who provided me with the goods and insisted that I sell them everywhere. Though he always brought the supplies to different warehouses for us to collect, after he relocated the warehouse to within the city, on one occasion when I encountered him, I noticed he sported a remarkably exquisite ring. Although I have never seen one before, it might very well be a spatial ring." After a moment of reflection, one mouse suddenly spoke up. "Indeed, after I ordered a lockdown, this supplier opted to use the costly spatial ring to smuggle in the fragrant herbs." Alufa, once the interrogation concludes, instruct the Shadow Magic Tool Development Department to devise a method for detecting whether individuals possess spatial rings. Equip every gate's inspection personnel with such tools. Henceforth, all entrants to the city must be scrutinized not only for their luggage, but also for spatial rings. May I be excused from having to expend my worth in the mine or the arena?" Noticing that the Duke seemed to have forgotten him amidst his contemplations, the mouse who had provided a clue timidly inquired. "Guards, take him to the cells first. Should we successfully apprehend this supplier in the future, allow him to be released after a light punishment." Impatiently waving his hand, Shar commanded the guards to escort him away. And the mouse finally let out a sigh of relief. Shar then turned once more to the remaining mice. You all, if you can't come up with anything further, prepare to expend the worth of your lives. My lord, I suddenly remembered that the individual who provided me with goods once mentioned his organization. I believe it was called the Dark Demon Cult. Ah, yes, that was indeed the name. Another mouse urgently chimed in. A cult organization? Is it? Alufa, once the interrogation is over, have the shadows outside gather intelligence on this dark demon cult. Chapter 72. Perhaps your little daughter is the most talented member of the Basak family. My Lord Duke, may I be excused from having to expend my worth in the mine or the arena? As Shar concluded his thoughts, this mouse eagerly posed the question. No, you may not. Guards, take him away as well. Shar commanded. He then turned his gaze back to the remaining mice. If the rest of you have anything to contribute, speak quickly. My patience is finite, and it is rapidly wearing thin, my lord. I just remembered. With two leaders having emerged and noticing the Duke's growing impatience, the remaining mice hurriedly began to voice their thoughts in a frenzy. Head of the family, are you truly going to spare those mice imprisoned in the cells? While giving Shar a shoulder massage, Alufa inquired. How could I? Selling fragrant herbs in violation of the law, even if they provide some useful information, it is far from sufficient to absolve their transgressions. Once we capture that supplier, if their information proves accurate, let them die comfortably. If it is false, then they shall be sent to the mine or the arena and serve the Basak family until their last breath. While attending to administrative documents, Shar's expression remained cold. After a moment, he seemed to recall something, and his countenance darkened. Alas, I wonder how those 3 wives who left me alone at home to run off to the imperial capital, along with those troublesome children, are faring now. Shar sighed in disappointment. As for the imperial capital, with Deluta and Ypsilon watching over them, they will surely be fine. Besides, you still have me, Alufa reassured him. After a pause, Alufa suddenly teased, if you find yourself lonely, I could accompany you to your chamber tonight with Beta. Unfortunately, Shar did not take the bait. I have long stated that I am not a good man. Rather than that, I would prefer for the shadows to one day find a true home of their own, rather than remain by my side, living a life defined only by their code names. Even if it means following my third daughter, Norma, and willingly abandoning the codename Gamma, I would genuinely rejoice for you. Having previously sent her with Norma to the seaside, you must have observed that the once impassive Gamma has, since following Tiya, learned to smile, and it is a smile that comes from the heart. Are you suggesting that I should become a nanny to your children? Alufa asked with a hint of mischief. Yes, understood. Chestnuts, delicious ones. If you wish for some, I shall procure some for you tomorrow. The next day, in the administrative office of the cabinet, a large bag of honey-roasted chestnuts appeared on Shar's desk. He picked one up, cracked it open, and a perfect chestnut flesh tumbled out. Taking a whiff, it indeed smelled delightful. Without hesitation, Shar tossed it into his mouth and savored it. Is it delicious? Alufa suddenly emerged from the shadows. Inquiring of Shar, after chewing thoughtfully, Shar looked surprised at Alufa's sudden appearance. This is not store-bought. Last night, I had a whim to chat with Norma, and when the topic of chestnuts arose, she recalled a preparation method described by your precious daughter Tiya, and thus made 2 batches. One I brought with me, while the other, I suspect, has already been devoured by your greedy little daughter. I must say, your little daughter Tiya is indeed quite charming, Alufa remarked with a hint of wistfulness. Watching Shar savor the treat with gentlemanly grace, then, recalling that little girl who seemed to possess a unique insight into food, she added, by the way, your little daughter has concocted something intriguing and asked me to bring it to you. Here it is. Alufa produced a peculiar crystal panel and handed it to Shar. According to her description, if a spatial ring comes into contact with this panel, and the red symbol lights up, it indicates the presence of fragrant herbs and their products within. For instance, having the wearer of the spatial ring press their palm against it. Is it truly that remarkable? Shar questioned skeptically, examining the unremarkable crystal panel Alufa had offered. Guards, bring in a sample of fragrant herbs, Shar called out. Upon hearing his command, the guards quickly delivered a sprig of fragrant herbs. Taking the herbs, Shar stored them within the spatial ring, then pressed his palm, still adorned with the ring, against the crystal panel. Without any suspense, The crimson emblem on the crystal slab illuminated instantaneously, and as Char's fingertip brushed against the edge of that red mark, a small blister formed on his finger from the heat. Following this, Char retrieved the fragrant herb from within the spatial ring and pressed his palm once more upon the crystal slab. Ah, as long as the spatial ring contains no fragrant herb, this object shall remain unlit. It appears that there is indeed nothing amiss, he mused, realizing that he had underestimated his seemingly lackadaisical daughter. Channeling his mental energy, he connected it with his magical power, meticulously sensing the intricate elemental traces within the crystal slab. Moreover, perhaps your little daughter is the most gifted among the Basak family, Alyafar remarked with a mischievous grin directed at Char. Perhaps it's best to leave it be, to be honest, having been raised with such freedom and her aversion to appearing in public. I find myself at a loss for conversation when sitting with her, Char thought, recalling the awkward dinner shared with his daughter earlier. And I would prefer that she remains this innocent and adorable forever. Char silently contemplated. By the way, Alyafar, how is the progress in the Magical Tools Research Department? After a brief moment of handling administrative documents, Char suddenly inquired. Well, we can first use the products from the Magical Tools Research Department to check those entering the city or their luggage for spatial rings, and then employ this crystal slab to detect if fragrant herb is concealed within. That should ensure absolute security. Chapter 73. A night under the shared blanket. As the night deepened, within the Duke Basak's residence, in Tiya's chamber, lying upon her opulent bed, she found herself unable to sleep. For the first time, she felt that her lavish bed seemed rather cramped. Why did you come to sleep on my bed? Tiya asked, glancing to her left, her azure eyes resting on Bellamy, who was lingering at the edge of the blanket. Well, I was tired from studying and thought I could relax a bit, Bellamy replied. Relax? But don't you think that excuse is somewhat flimsy? Tiya retorted, observing Bellamy's nonchalant demeanor with exasperation. I am serious. Perhaps it's your inherent aura of laziness. I find that whenever I'm near you, I feel exceptionally at ease. Just ask Felina, Bellamy insisted earnestly. Tiya then shifted her gaze to her right, looking at Felina. However, she discovered that Felina's entire face was buried in the blanket, now completely transformed into a steam princess. Even with the crystal lamp extinguished, Tiya could still faintly sense a warm vapor emanating from above Felina's head. Surely, this must be why the room's constant temperature magic circle had activated its cooling mode. Perhaps hearing Bellamy's words or sensing Tiya's gaze, Felina quietly pulled the blanket up further. I just didn't think too much about it. I just followed Bellamy over. A faint voice reached Tiya's ears through the blanket. Yet, Bellamy's reasoning seemed to hold some merit. The earlier anxiety from studying had truly dissipated. After a pause, Felina softly added, So, cuddling helps alleviate study anxiety? What a peculiar logic. Tiya lamented internally. Suddenly, Tiya remembered that there was indeed another presence on the bed. No, it should be referred to as a magical pet. Otherwise, her grand bed wouldn't feel so cramped. Vivian, why did you end up on my bed? Tiya once again turned her head, looking towards the far left side of the bed where Vivian was situated. Me? I saw you two come over, and I thought there was a cartoon to watch, so I just followed, Vivian explained. All right then, Tiya sighed, closing her eyes in preparation for sleep. That evening, at her father Char's request, Tiya had asked Magic Sauce to create over 10 crystal slabs meant to detect fragrant herb. Although most of the labor had been carried out by Magic Sauce, it seemed that perhaps due to the mental energy being somewhat drained, Tiya now felt rather drowsy. It seems that if I encounter insomnia in the future, I just need to let Magic Sauce drain a bit of my mental energy to solve it perfectly. Tiya thought to herself, Bellamy, why do you already have a pair of cat ears on your head, yet another pair of human ears below? And which ones are meant for hearing? Before Tiya could drift off to sleep, Vivian posed an intriguing question that captured her attention once more. As expected of Vivian, effortlessly asking the question I've long pondered but didn't know how to voice. Tiya reopened her eyes, casting a furtive glance to her left. Even Felina, upon hearing Vivian's question, peeked her head out from under the blanket. I don't know, but all 4 ears can hear sounds, and with these 4 ears, I can very accurately pinpoint the source and direction of sounds. Can I touch your ears? After a moment of hesitation, Tiya mustered the courage to ask Bellamy. All right, turning her head to meet Tiya's eager gaze. Bellamy hesitated for a moment before giving a slight nod of agreement. However, my ears are quite sensitive, so you can only touch them once. No more, Bellamy added. Okay. With Bellamy's consent, Tiya immediately felt a surge of excitement. After all, this was a genuine catgirl, a creature that would never exist in the world of her past life. Filled with anticipation, Tiya extended her small hand, slightly trembling with excitement, and gently reached towards Bellamy's pair of pink ears. So fluffy, it feels delightful to touch. At that moment, Tiya sensed Bellamy's body tense slightly. It seems Bellamy's ears are truly sensitive. Tiya mused inwardly. Are you done? As Tiya's small hand caressed her ears. Bellamy queried softly, her voice trembling slightly. Yes. Tiya reluctantly withdrew her hand from Bellamy's fluffy cat ears. Meanwhile, a faint blush crept onto Bellamy's cheeks, and she let out a sigh of relief. However, just then, on the far left side of the bed, Vivian seized the opportunity while Bellamy was relaxed, suddenly reaching out to grab Bellamy's other cat ear and giving it a vigorous tug. Immediately, under Tiya's astonished gaze, Bellamy's entire body jolted. Meow. A soft, tremulous meow escaped Bellamy's lips uncontrollably. Vivian, I won't let this go. After taking a moment to bury her head deep into the blanket, mimicking Felina, Bellamy emerged with an expression of indignation directed at Vivian, transforming Tiya's room into a lively scene. I'm sorry. I was just curious. I'll give you a shoulder massage all day tomorrow. Please spare me. Under the gentle assault of Bellamy's playful punches, Vivian pleaded for mercy. Yet, Tiya noticed that at that moment, Bellamy's movements seemed a bit lethargic. It seems that Bellamy's weakness is indeed her ears. Tiya secretly analyzed in her mind. Additionally, Tiya suddenly felt a sense of admiration for Vivian. A master of mischief, truly befitting of Vivian. After a brief negotiation, Vivian ultimately agreed to Bellamy's terms, promising that for the following week, whenever Bellamy felt weary from studying, she would immediately assist with shoulder massages. The room then returned to tranquility, and Tiya, having finally touched the catgirl's ears, gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 74. Vivian's luck seems to be rather poor, as the pale white crescent moon hung in the night sky gradually faded at the horizon. The dawn heralding a new day swiftly rose above the skyline. Within Tiya's lavish chamber, the two self-disciplined individuals awoke first. Feeling the light filtering through the window, Felina and Bellamy opened their eyes simultaneously. In perfect synchrony, they turned their heads to glance at Tiya, who was sandwiched between them, her expression subtle, as if she had just experienced some peculiar dream. One of them wore a curious look, while the other's delicate face flushed once more with a hint of pink. Subsequently, they silently agreed to lift the covers and, rising together, ventured into Bellamy's room to commence their study session. Bellamy, with such rapid progress, are you truly able to retain all this knowledge? Felina inquired with a tinge of concern, observing Bellamy's frantic pace. It should be fine. I actually don't intend to become a mage. So, unlike you, I merely need to ensure that I pass every subject with a satisfactory grade to qualify for the graduation test and subsequently enroll in the Imperial Magic and Martial Arts Academy. Seeing Bellamy's confident demeanor, a look of doubt crossed Felina's face. Not becoming a mage. Then what do you aspire to be? I previously inquired with Tiya's father, and he explained that within the esteemed Imperial Magic and Martial Arts Academy, the term martial pertains to magic warriors. With our keen senses and inherently robust physiques, the Cat Spirit clan is naturally inclined towards combat prowess. Tiya's father informed me that, due to this, if we from the Cat Spirit clan choose to apply for the Magic Warrior program, we essentially come with built-in advantages. As long as we meet the basic coursework requirements, gaining admission will be a breeze. How does that sound? Envious, are we? Bellamy boasted with a smug expression. Felina felt a sudden wave of irritation, rendered speechless. Moreover, I recently read in a novel at Tiya's place that a successful party cannot solely rely on mages. Warriors, mages, assassins, and tanks. All these roles are of utmost importance. Reminiscing about the novel she had perused in Tiya's room. Titled as an archer, I was expelled from the hero's party and now live the dream life I always longed for, Bellamy earnestly added. So, if what you say is true, we still need to find a professional assassin and a particularly sturdy tank. No need. Our Cat Spirit clan possesses remarkable combat talent. Although I plan to become a magic warrior, I should be able to moonlight as an assassin without issue. As for a resilient tank, hee, I believe Vivian would make a splendid choice, Bellamy remarked with a mischievous grin. Very well, Philina felt increasingly speechless after hearing this. After a leisurely chat, they resumed their intense studies. Meanwhile, in Tiya's room, Vivian, still sound asleep, inexplicably sneezed several times. Earlier, when Philina and Bellamy had quietly departed, Bellamy had chosen to lift the covers from Vivian's side to avoid disturbing Tiya, then slipped out from that side of the bed. However, after getting out of bed, he neglected to cover Vivian with the blanket again, and the deeply slumbering Tiya had cooperatively rolled up her side of the blanket to cuddle it, leaving Vivian uncovered. In her dreams, feeling a slight chill, Vivian sneezed several times and began to search for the blanket. After tossing and turning on Tiya's lavish bed, she suddenly sensed a familiar aura, embracing that familiar essence. She fell back into a deep slumber. In her dreams, Vivian envisioned an adorable, fluffy little bat, tirelessly flitting through the forest. Encounter a small monster, evade. Another small monster, evade again. Is this for real? So many small monsters? Not good, you. Grease the path. After enduring countless trials and tribulations, it finally discovered a peculiar crystal that seemed incredibly significant to it. Cradling the crystal, the little bat suddenly felt empowered. With a flap of its wings, a myriad of spells erupted forth, striking down those pesky little monsters. Subsequently, amidst a burst of light, the little bat transformed into a beautiful maiden, and this maiden's visage, Vivian, wake up! Before Vivian could properly discern the maiden's features in her dream, a loud call jolted her awake. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself clinging tightly to Tiya's small foot while sleeping. What's going on? Why am I sleeping while clutching your foot? She asked, bewildered, meeting Tiya's furious gaze. If you ask me, who should I ask? And quickly release my foot, you scoundrel. Oh, Vivian replied. Yet, inexplicably, she felt a reluctance to let go. Her instincts told her that this foot held a power of immense importance to her, akin to that peculiar crystal from her dream. It seemed that possessing this power would allow her to revert to that adorable little bat capable of transforming at will and wielding formidable magical powers. Thus, Vivian began to negotiate with Tiya. Can I hold it just a bit longer? No, Tiya firmly rejected. Please, my intuition tells me this foot contains something incredibly vital for me. No way. Let go of me immediately. Tiya resolutely refused again. Fine. Observing Tiya's increasingly agitated expression, Vivian had no choice but to concede and release her hold on Tiya's foot. Tiya, have you ever seen a crystal resembling an elemental stone, but containing a swirling grayish-black substance? A crystal with a gray-black swirl? I've never seen one. However, while fishing in the river, I did step on something that seemed like a crystal and ended up bleeding quite a bit. Could it be the foot I was holding earlier? Vivian inquired, feeling a sense of foreboding. Upon hearing this, Tiya noticed Vivian's gaze inexplicably fixating once more on her foot. You perverted foot fetishist, stop staring at my foot with that strange gaze. Chapter 75. The first spicy stick from another world. Strange. Why does Vivian suddenly seem like a weirdo? Wait a minute. Phew. Thank goodness. I knew it. I'm so clean. How could there be any odor? Besides, even if there were, it would surely be a delightful fragrance. With a sigh of relief, Tiya smugly praised herself in a soft voice. Then, leaning back, Tiya reclined on her soft, comfortable bed, lost in thought. She wasn't reading a novel, but rather quietly pondering as for the thoughts swirling in her mind. As a girl whose only passions remained novels and gourmet food, when she wasn't engrossed in a book, it surely meant she was craving something. Rising, she slipped on her slippers and made her way to the kitchen. At tea that moment, Miss Norma was preparing dough, seemingly to make some delicious pastries for the industrious duo and her own young mistress. Norma, I've thought of a snack that should taste fantastic. Can you help me make it? Tiya eagerly exclaimed, watching Norma's skilled movements. A snack that should taste fantastic? Stopping her work, Norma looked at the suddenly entering Tiya with curiosity. Yes, I'm calling it spicy stick. Right now, we have flour, a pepper known as dragon breath grass, and a spice called numb tongue grass, along with pepper and cinnamon nutmeg as seasonings. I believe making a spicy stick should be quite feasible. Thus, Tiya excitedly shared the name of this incredibly popular snack, which could be found on the shelves of nearly every convenience store in her previous life. Spicy stick? What a peculiar name. How do we make it? Let me give it a try. Norma swiftly reorganized the countertop, preparing to tackle the creation of this unusual treat known as spicy stick that her young mistress had mentioned. First, we need to knead the dough and form a dough ball. But remember to add a little salt while kneading. Kneading the dough? The first step Tiya mentioned surprised Norma since she had just been preparing to knead the dough, and all the necessary ingredients were at hand. Grabbing the small bag of flour that had been set aside, she poured it into the bowl. Next, she measured out approximately half the amount of flour in clean water using a measuring cup and poured it into the bowl as well. Finally, she sprinkled in a small spoonful of refined sea salt, mixed it thoroughly, and began kneading. Based on the name Spicy Stick, Norma surmised that the dough would ultimately need to be shaped into strips. So she used a 2:1 ratio of water to flour, ensuring a perfect consistency as for the reason for adding salt. After kneading the dough for a while, Miss Norma keenly observed that this batch seemed to possess a greater elasticity than those before. It appears that the enhanced elasticity of the dough is indeed due to that pinch of salt. But how did Our Lady come up with such an ingenious idea to add salt? Norma felt a twinge of confusion. Perhaps the wait was rather prolonged, for at this moment, Tiya had once again pulled out a novel, casually fetched a chair, and settled down to read with rapt attention. Miss Tiya, what shall we do next? In her exasperation, Norma could only inquire. Is the dough already kneaded? Tiya glanced up towards Norma to ask for the next step. Allow me. I wish to try my hand at it. With that, Tiya set aside her novel, washed her hands, and eagerly approached the kitchen counter. She filled a large basin with clean water, and then, to Norma's astonishment, Tiya submerged the perfectly kneaded dough into the water and began to wash it. My lady, won't the dough just dissolve in the water? Norma remarked, watching her mistress's peculiar actions with a hint of concern. It's fine. Just watch me, Tiya declared confidently, continuing to wash the dough in the water. Moments later, to Norma's astonished gaze, a lump resembling a brain, looking rather dubious, was fished out of the water by Tiya. In terms of terminology from my past life, this odd-looking mass is known as gluten. After squeezing out the excess water, Tiya mixed the gluten into the fermentation water intended for bread making, attempting to knead it just as Norma had done earlier. Although it differed somewhat from the small, granulated yeast packets of her previous life, both served the same purpose in fermenting the dough. In fact, Tiya felt that the bread made with this fermentation water tasted even more delightful. What was that saying from my past life? It looks easy to see, but is a disaster to execute. When she had observed Miss Norma kneading the dough, it had seemed quite simple, yet, as she began to knead, Tiya realized she might be somewhat clumsy. Although the barely contained mirth on Norma's face irked Tiya slightly, her desire to savor those delicious spicy strips propelled her to resolutely give up. My lady, what shall we do next? Having swiftly kneaded the gluten into a smooth ball, Norma turned to Tiya with her question. Well, cut it into strips about the length of a finger, then let it rest and ferment before steaming it. All right, leave it to me. Norma then resumed her tasks. After more than half an hour had passed, Norma entered Tiya's room carrying 2 plates. Why, lady, the spicy strips are ready. Tiya's eyes lit up at the sight of the strips bathed in red oil. Exuding an enticing aroma, she eagerly grabbed one and took a bite. The flavor was a delightful blend of spicy, salty, and slightly sweet honey, with a texture that was both tender and resilient. While the taste could not quite compare to the industrial spicy strips of her past life, which boasted dozens of spices, it presented a unique charm of its own, particularly the texture, which was nothing short of perfection. Delicious, Tiya exclaimed with genuine appreciation. Chapter 76. A hat that perfectly repels rain. I must buy one upon arriving in the capital. After savoring 1 plate of delectable gluten strips, Tiya turned her attention to the other plate. Judging by the texture, it seemed to be meat. Norma, what is in this plate? Tiya inquired with curiosity. This is beef strips fried using the oil left over from making the spicy strips. Since those seasonings are typically used for cooking meat, I thought to slice some beef into strips and prepare a batch. Norma explained, standing nearby and watching her mistress with satisfaction as she enjoyed her meal. Once Norma finished explaining, Tiya casually picked one up and took a bite. Soon,
Tiya realized that this spicy beef strip was infinitely more delicious than the gluten strips. Ah, this, truly, Miss Norma is exceptional. Tiya suddenly felt her faith in spicy strips beginning to waver. Indeed, under the same flavorful seasonings, meat undeniably reigned supreme. Upon reflection, it seemed that the popularity of spicy strips in her previous life stemmed from the low cost of flour and various spices. When combined, these two could create a taste and texture comparable to that of meat. If meat were cheaper than flour, perhaps those spicy strips of her past life would have truly transformed from gluten to meat strips. Engrossed in her novel while munching, Tiya soon polished off both plates of distinctly different spicy strips. Norma, could you make some more? However, this time, let us skip the gluten strips and directly prepare beef strips. Licking her lips, Tiya expressed her lingering desire to Norma. By the way, Bellamy and Felina, rest assured, I made enough for 4, and I have already delivered theirs. Meanwhile, Tiya continued reading her novel during the wait. In this world, where entertainment options were relatively scarce, it seemed that only food and novels could provide her with satisfaction. Thank goodness I was reborn into a noble family, otherwise. Tiya suddenly hesitated to continue her thoughts. Grasping her novel, she resumed her focused reading. Additionally, after placing the spicy strips on Tiya's table, Norma handed her a letter. A letter. Tiya felt a twinge of confusion as she looked at the envelope presented by Miss Norma. She had no friends outside, so why would she receive a letter? It is from Miss Ellie in the capital. Noticing the puzzled expression on Tiya's face, Norma clarified. Why would Ellie send me a letter? Taking the letter, Tiya broke the wax seal and, filled with curiosity, began to read. Dear Tiya, it has been a while. Although I heard from Daphne that you have become a self-taught, outstanding novice mage, I imagine you are currently engrossed in a novel. To avoid disturbing your reading, I will keep my explanation brief. Here's the thing. There is a hat that can blow away rainwater. As long as you wear it, the only one getting wet in a downpour will be the person beside you. Moreover, the designs of these hats are quite novel and thus, they have rapidly gained popularity in the capital. However, for some reason, this individual has been inexplicably pestering me to perform a piece of beautiful music I played last month in the bookstore district of Basak. He even claimed that if I were willing to play for him, he would be willing to give me all his properties in the capital. So, I explained to him that I had been in the capital last month, and the person he saw could not possibly have been me. Yet, he insisted that he saw someone with white hair through the carriage window, and there was the Basak family crest on the carriage. So it must have been me. Based on his description, I suspect that person must be you, Tiya. Although I have no idea when you learned music or acquired such a fervent fan in the capital. I hope you can come to the capital early to enroll and let me hear your beautiful music. A hat merchant, a fan, wants to hear my music, and went to the capital to find my sister Ellie? Tiya felt her mind whirl with confusion. What on earth is going on? Truly. So baffling, however. The hat that can blow away rainwater piqued Tiya's interest. I must buy one when I get to the capital. Continuing to read, a word ad appeared at the bottom of the letter. Flipping the paper over, she indeed found additional notes, seemingly added by her other sister, Daphne. Tiya, stop lingering at home. Hurry to the capital for enrollment. It's a million times more interesting than home. There are magically powered carriages that can run without being pulled, colorful elemental magic stone lamps, and super magnificent wizard towers. Not to mention, a plethora of exciting new competitive activities infused with magical elements. For instance, magical tennis. The rackets don't even have nets. You must channel your magical energy to condense elements onto the racket to hit the ball. Imagine this. Your teammate in the back uses earth elements to catch the ball, while you in the front fill the hollow of your racket with fire elements, allowing the ball coming from your teammate to pass through your fire element racket, transforming an ordinary tennis ball into a terrifying fireball. If the opponent is timid, they wouldn't even dare to catch that ball. Perhaps by infusing the racket with elements of ice, one could transform the tennis ball into a formidable, heavy sphere of ice. If the opponent lacks sufficient mastery over the earth element, the racket might even be shattered by the impact of the ice ball. Therefore, do not linger at home. Hasten to the capital. Additionally, I have run out of tea. Remember to bring plenty of that delightful red tea when you come. While savoring the spicy beef strips made by Norma and perusing this letter brimming with information, Tiya suddenly found the novel beside her rather dull in comparison. Magic tennis? It appears to be exceedingly intriguing. And what of that magical horse-drawn carriage? Has it truly been developed? I am so eager to see it. Chapter 77. The Divine Game seems far less captivating than watching an animated series. In a certain unknown space, both within and beyond the realm of magic, two individuals were engrossed in a game of Go, the origin of which was lost to time. One of them possessed a cascade of soft black hair and a face as exquisitely delicate as that of a porcelain doll, adorned with a pair of mesmerizing crimson eyes. At this moment, she held a black stone, troubled and deep in thought about her next move. The other, with golden curls cascading over her shoulders and eyes of a pale ink hue that sparkled with mirth, was intently focused on a small window before her, propping her chin on her hand as she floated in the void. As the images within the small window shifted continuously, her sweet laughter, akin to gentle chimes, echoed softly, distinctly different from the earlier authoritative voice that had resonated in the air. I can't take it anymore. The incessant giggles from the golden-haired girl shattered the concentration of the black-haired girl, prompting her to abandon her strategic thoughts. I shall see what could possibly elicit such laughter from you. Tossing aside her black stone, she rose with an indignant stride towards the golden-haired girl. Leaning closer to the small window, a cat with a human body, and a mouse with a human head. What is so entertaining about this? Observing the golden-haired girl still completely absorbed in the window, the black-haired girl inquired, puzzled. This is called Tom and Jerry. You'll understand in due time. With that, the golden-haired girl resumed her rapt attention to the ongoing antics within the small window. The black-haired girl, still somewhat bewildered, began to watch as well. Moments later, she was utterly captivated. Now, beside the golden-haired girl, another figure leaned in, propped up in the void, lost in laughter. Ha ha. This cat. It is simply too hilarious. Ha ha ha. Yet, upon hearing the exaggerated laughter of the black-haired girl, the golden-haired girl grew displeased. Hey, you're disturbing my viewing of Tom and Jerry. The golden-haired girl scolded the black-haired girl, her voice brimming with irritation, particularly when the scene of Tom getting his pants caught on a tree unfolded, nearly sending the black-haired girl into fits of laughter. The raucous laughter reached a crescendo, and the golden-haired girl found herself unable to bear it any longer. She angrily shifted the small window away from the black-haired girl, turning to her side instead. Have you finished your game? Not yet. I've just realized that this animation called Tom and Jerry is far more entertaining than playing Go. Moreover, your laughter while watching it makes it impossible for me to focus on my game. With a flicker of divine energy, she instantly reappeared before the displaced small screen, resuming her engrossed viewing. Glancing at the modest window, the black-haired girl expressed her dissatisfaction. How stingy. Can't you be more generous and conjure a projection window as large as that crystal screen in there? It would be so much more enjoyable to watch. Observing the little window, no larger than a dinner plate, the black-haired girl remarked, Too small? Then you can conjure one yourself. After moving the small window back in front of herself, the golden-haired girl retorted, her mood soured. I apologize. Please don't move it. My divine power isn't as abundant as yours. I can't afford to expend it like this, to avoid missing the plot. The black-haired girl summoned another flicker of divine power and instantly reappeared beside the golden-haired girl, continuing to watch the antics of Tom and Jerry. However, this time, her laughter was noticeably subdued. Seeing this, the golden-haired girl reluctantly accepted the black-haired girl's presence beside her as she continued to enjoy the animation. By the way, should we check on that Vivian of yours? After watching dozens of episodes of Tom and Jerry, the golden-haired girl suddenly recalled something and turned to the black-haired girl with a mischievous grin. Let us skip it. Just the mention of her irritates me. What's wrong? Didn't you seem quite fond of that little devil named Vivian? The golden-haired girl asked with a teasing expression. Some of her consciousness and memories were shattered by a spatial rift. Her bodily functions have also suffered damage, and she even lost the most crucial divine crystal. She is likely beyond hope. I no longer hold any expectations for her. Recalling how Vivian had transformed from a genius into a fool, the black-haired girl sighed. She then set aside those unpleasant thoughts and resumed watching Tom and Jerry. Chapter 78. Tiya's ambitious plan to create stockings in another world. As the scorching midday sun beamed down upon Tiya's face, she awoke once more, not for the first time that day. She had visited Bellamy's room earlier to inquire about their progress, but both of their studies still required some attention. Meanwhile, Felina, having completed all her coursework, struggled particularly with history, often finding it difficult to retain information, and consistently made errors in multiplication, leaving her hesitant to request a graduation test. Thus, today she resolved to teach Bellamy and Vivian the incredibly useful multiplication table from her past life. Once she imparted the multiplication table to them, she was certain their learning progress would skyrocket. Allowing them to visit the capital together with their magical companion, Vivian, rubbing her still sleepy eyes, she rolled over twice and a half, picked up the glass of water prepared by Miss Norma, and drank deeply before heading to Bellamy's room. Bellamy, Felina, as promised yesterday, I've come to teach you the multiplication table. Sitting beside them, Tiya began drawing a tiered chart and filled it with multiplication equations from 1 to 9. 1x1, 1x2, 2x2, 1x3, 2x3, 3x3. She continued until she had written out the entire multiplication table in a staggered format before Bellamy and Felina. Here, just memorize this chart in order from 1 to 9. If you commit this to memory, you'll undoubtedly pass any challenging multiplication or division problems on the graduation test. Pushing the completed multiplication table toward them, Tiya spoke with unwavering confidence. Really? Upon seeing the seemingly simplistic tiered chart before her, Bellamy felt incredulous. Meanwhile, Felina, having examined it closely, began enthusiastically attempting to recite it. If you had shown us this simple chart yesterday, we might have already memorized it by now. After reciting from 1 to 9, Felina exclaimed with excitement. Wasn't it you two who said you wanted to memorize history first? Otherwise, I would have surely drawn it for you yesterday. Observing their enthusiasm, Tiya replied with a hint of exasperation. I just didn't expect it would actually be this easy, Felina said, a bit sheepishly. Aside from teaching the multiplication table, Tiya had another audacious idea today. Inspired by the thought of the new school life awaiting her in the capital, Tiya inexplicably recalled a must-have item for popular JK characters from the anime of her previous life: black stockings. These not only provide breathability and comfort but also enhance leg shape while preventing wardrobe malfunctions. With this, Tiya believed she could undoubtedly become the most stylish individual in the capital. The only drawback was that, shockingly, this other world lacked such a thing. This realization left Tiya feeling utterly frustrated on more than one occasion. In the sweltering summer, to avoid adhering to noble etiquette and wearing cumbersome, non-breathable, and uncomfortable lantern shorts under heavy formal dresses upon entering the capital, Tiya secretly resolved to find a way to create several pairs. By a remarkable stroke of fortune, within her own family's enterprises, there happened to be a textile factory. With the assistance of Miss Norma, Tiya swiftly prepared herself for the outing. Subsequently, she boarded her family's carriage, accompanied by Miss Norma and the butler, and made her way to the textile factory located on the outskirts of the city. This factory specialized in crafting high-end fabric for the Basak family and other esteemed nobles. Thus, Tiya felt confident that the skills and techniques of the weavers within would be absolutely impeccable. Welcome! Upon entering, the factory's supervisor immediately recognized the Basak family's butler and greeted him with a smile. As for Tiya, though she followed closely behind the butler, it was unfortunate that the supervisor did not recognize her. Fortunately, she had brought the butler along this time. This is Miss Tiya, the third young lady of the Basak family. Upon seeing the supervisor approach, the butler promptly introduced Tiya, who was somewhat shyly holding Miss Norma's hand and standing beside him. What an honor to have the third young lady herself visit us. Upon hearing that this delightful young lady was the third Miss Basak, the supervisor, taken aback, immediately ushered her into his office, offering refreshments and snacks. Are you here for an inspection? After preparing the treats, the supervisor inquired with a hint of confusion. No. I am here because Miss Tiya wishes to commission you to weave something rather unique. Was it socks or trousers? It's leggings, Tiya corrected. Yes, leggings. Can you fulfill this request? It should be no problem. Miss Tiya, please provide a brief description of these leggings, and I will arrange for our finest weavers to craft them for you. I assure you, you will not be disappointed, the supervisor promptly assured her with a beaming smile. Chapter 79. The commission for black leggings, Tiya began to ponder. They are to be woven from elastic fine silk, entirely black, akin to a pair of form-fitting trousers that merge seamlessly with socks. Yet they must possess ample elasticity, be exceptionally thin, and fit snugly against the legs that seem to encapsulate it. Reflecting for a moment, Tiya succinctly described her vision. However, this posed a bit of a challenge for the supervisor. He had dealt with custom trousers, accepted orders for socks, but this novel request for a combined design, he had never encountered such a peculiar demand in his life. Furthermore, the use of elastic fine silk that must cling tightly to the legs. Was this not a prank? Yet, he was merely a humble supervisor and had no choice but to tackle the task head-on. "It should be feasible, I suppose," he remarked, somewhat lacking in confidence. "Please, follow me. I will introduce you to our most skilled weaver." A moment later, Tiya met the esteemed weaver the supervisor had mentioned. Yet, she was somewhat taken aback. The factory's most skilled artisan was not the grizzled elder with a stern demeanor she had envisioned, nor was it the kindly grandmother with silver hair. Instead, it was a young woman who appeared quite youthful. At that moment, she was busy at a sewing machine, seemingly crafting a large plush toy from the materials beside her. "Miss Tiya, this is our finest weaver. She is also the head seamstress of our tailoring shop. With her expertise, I am certain your leggings will be crafted to perfection." The supervisor introduced her, guiding Tiya to the side. "What? Is there a special order that requires my expertise?" Upon hearing the voice, the talented weaver and head seamstress paused her work. Following the supervisor's gaze to the seemingly primary figure, Tiya. "Oh, a rare guest. What a lovely young lady. Is there something you would like me to create for you? A beautiful dress? Or perhaps an incredibly adorable plush toy? Although I generally do not take on such simple requests, if you give me a kiss, I will immediately make it for you." Upon seeing the youthful girl, the skilled seamstress promptly switched from her focused work mode to a playful demeanor. Upon hearing her words, Tiya's initial surprise quickly dissipated, leaving her momentarily speechless. "I would like to commission you to create 8 pairs of black leggings. They should be woven from elastic fine silk, resembling a fusion of trousers and socks, but significantly thinner, and they must be form-fitting." Ignoring the playful banter, Tiya reiterated her request. "Leggings? That sounds quite challenging." After a brief pause, the talented seamstress returned to a serious demeanor. Glancing at Tiya with some concern. "What is it?" Tiya inquired, puzzled. "Based on your description, the only suitable material that possesses elasticity and fineness would be the silk from the rare Belando spider beast. However, this material is quite scarce, and using it to create the leggings you described would incur significant costs. Moreover, I have never crafted anything similar before, so there may be trial and error involved, and the associated losses. That will not be an issue. I will proceed with this order. By the way, do you have any other requirements?" The seamstress readily accepted the commission and inquired further. Please do not make them too thin. A slight translucency will suffice. Additionally, I would prefer that the leg portions do not have any seams, as that would be quite unsightly." "Oh, and what would the expected cost be?" After some contemplation, Tiya voiced her requirements and casually asked. "Okay, no problem." Tiya let out a sigh of relief. Agreeing 30 gold coins per pair seemed a tad pricey for Tiya, yet it was still within her means. After all, her monthly allowance had remained untouched up to this point. "I hope I can spend my allowance smoothly once we arrive in the capital." Reflecting on her already overflowing piggy bank filled with coins, Tiya silently mused, "It should take about 2 days to complete. I will deliver them to you as soon as they are ready." Chapter 80. DJ Magic Sauce. Upon returning home, although less than half the afternoon had passed, Tiya discovered that Bellamy and Felina had finished their studies much earlier than expected and were now seated in front of the crystal display screen, once again watching Tom and Jerry. It seems the charm of this classic animation remains undeniably strong. Tiya thought to herself. "Hey, Tiya, we've been waiting for you for ages." Before Tiya could fully enter, the ever-attentive Bellamy was the first to spot her. "Why did you and Felina come out of your rooms so early today?" Observing Bellamy's inexplicable excitement, Tiya inquired. "Because the multiplication table you taught us is incredibly useful. Both Bellamy and I have completed our math assignments, and we expect to finish the remaining ones in about 2 days, so we decided to end our studies early today." "Oh, but why did Bellamy say you were waiting for me?" Tiya asked, still somewhat bewildered. Bellamy, with a hint of mystery, smiled at Tiya and said, "Tiya, have you heard? The Music King competition has reopened. What do you think, Tiya? Would you like to sign up? Felina and I have discussed it, and we plan to use that trumpet magic to play music while you and Vivian sing on stage. We will definitely win the championship." Both Bellamy and Felina chimed in. Upon hearing their words, Tiya felt even more puzzled. Vivian? Singing? Wasn't she even lazier than herself, spending her days napping? Tiya regarded Vivian with a puzzled expression. Today, when I was giving Bellamy a shoulder massage, I hummed a couple of notes, and they both said I sang beautifully. And that's how this all came about. Seeing Tiya looking at her, Vivian quickly distanced herself from the situation, attributing the idea to the other two. However, that competition only accepts registrations from professionals of the Musicians Association and the Singers Association. It is certain that we cannot register, so we might as well give up, Tiya helplessly expressed to the exuberantly excited Bellamy and the eagerly anticipating Felina. Moreover, upon reflection, even if she wore a mask or a hood and stood on stage facing such a large audience, Tiya still felt a twinge of anxiety. Thus, she harbored some resistance to the idea. As for her previous registration, it was merely a spontaneous act born from a moment of fervor. Tiya, how could you know this so clearly? Suddenly, Bellamy seemed to have found a blind spot, curiously questioning Tiya. You didn't secretly register yourself, did you? Bellamy's eyes gleamed as she glanced at Tiya, whose expression abruptly turned awkward. I didn't. Don't say such nonsense. I overheard it while listening to people chatting next to me during the last competition. Tiya quickly defended herself. However, perhaps her exaggerated reaction made what should have sounded entirely reasonable come across as quite unconvincing. Following this, not only Bellamy but even the usually composed Felina began to chuckle. Only Vivian seemed somewhat confused, her face adorned with a look of bewilderment. After a brief moment, at the dual insistence of Bellamy and Felina, Vivian sang a few lines from the song she had previously played at home using her trumpet magic. Ultimately, Tiya agreed to give the competition a try.as for the registration issue. Bellamy pulled out a newspaper, which prominently stated, due to the recent scented herb incident, over half of the artists from the two major associations have been imprisoned and banned from returning for life. Therefore, this time, the King of Music auditions will open registrations for non-professionals. Moreover, if the non-professional participants receive green votes amounting to 30% of the total audience, they will directly obtain an invitation letter to join the two major associations, with the freedom to choose whether to join. With this, registering for the competition posed no issues whatsoever. However, Tiya felt she should still prepare a mask or hood. Upon arriving home, Tiya hardly had a moment to settle in before she boarded a carriage to the city center. After browsing the market, she purchased a remarkably cool mask and a black wizard's robe that covered everything above her knees. Finally, reassured by the encouragement of Bellamy and Felina, Tiya, along with Vivian, made her way to the registration office to sign up. Two people? The registrar at the registration desk glanced at the peculiar duo before him and inquired, Please tell me your group name first, and then provide your individual stage names, the registrar requested. A group name and stage names? Tiya had thought she was well prepared but realized she had overlooked something. Suddenly feeling a bit overwhelmed, Tiya struggled to come up with names, as naming things was truly extremely taxing. Let us call the group Azure Star. As for my stage name, DJ Magic Sauce. Just as the registrar was growing impatient, Tiya finally conjured up her stage name and the group name after a moment of contemplation. And the other one? The registrar turned to Vivian, who was standing beside her with a pair of seemingly decorative wings drooping behind her. My stage name. Let us go with Demon King. Subsequently, under the incredulous gazes of Tiya and the registrar, Vivian nonchalantly inscribed the word devil on the registration card. Vivian, the term for Demon King is not devil, Tiya gently reminded her. I forgot how to write Demon King. It's fine. Let us leave it as it is. With a dismissive wave of her hand, Vivian replied casually. Eventually, perhaps due to the registrar's professionalism, he added a note on the registration card. Pronounced as Demon King, written as devil. Registration is complete, however. You two registered quite late. The competition is scheduled for the third day from now, so please arrive on time. With that, the registrar tucked away the registration card and offered a gentle reminder before the registration officially concluded. Stepping out of the registration office, Tiya reunited with Bellamy and Felina, who had been waiting outside. How did it go? Was the registration successful? Will you be competing tonight? Upon seeing Tiya finally emerge, Felina immediately asked, a hint of worry in her tone. We succeeded in registering, however. The registrar mentioned that my competition is scheduled for the third day from now. I thought I would get to see you perform tonight and dominate the other contestants. Bellamy lamented from the side. No worries, it's just a couple of days' wait, which gives Vivian and me time to practice thoroughly to prevent any mishaps. But for now, Tiya patted her empty stomach. Let us go. To the Greya illusion, my treat. Chapter 81. The Greya illusion seems to have turned into a gathering place for novel enthusiasts. Removing her wizard's robe and mask, Tiya arrived at the Greya illusion in her carriage. Taking her usual seat by the window, she noticed some changes in the establishment. Aside from the increasing number of patrons, nearly all of whom were enjoying pastries while reading, a large wooden bookshelf had been added along one wall. It was filled with a variety of, seemingly novels. The books on the shelf are available for borrowing. Noticing Tiya's curious gaze fixed on the bookshelf, a smiling waitress approached. As she took Tiya's order, the waitress kindly began to explain. This is our newly added shared bookshelf. Despite its full appearance, less than a third of the books were purchased by us. The remainder has been voluntarily placed here by guests like you who love to read. If you have a book you finished and found delightful, you can place it on this shared shelf for others to enjoy. Additionally, beside the bookshelf, we have set up a message board. If you find a book shared by a guest particularly appealing, you can leave a message and review on the board. When the guest who shared that book returns to the establishment, they will see your message. Moreover, if other guests who also love that book come across your note, they might add their own one to your comment. Upon hearing the waitress's introduction, Tiya became increasingly intrigued by the newly established bookshelf and message board. Quickly finishing her order, she made her way to the overflowing shared bookshelf. Upon closer inspection, she found it indeed brimming with various novels. Some of the book covers even bore the names of their sharers. And as for the message board the waitress had mentioned, it had been set up less than a week since her last visit. This meant that it had only been 3 or 4 days. Yet it was already covered with a plethora of notes. For instance, the book shared by Miss XXX XXXXX is simply amazing. I'm taking it home now, and when I return next time, I'll buy a few more copies to share with everyone. Highly recommended. Below the note was a flurry of ones, or some brief comments. Some notes even included agreement with one, following the review, or, I recently discovered a super interesting book, and I bought over 10 copies to share. Titled XXXXX. If anyone else loves this book, please leave a comment on this note. Again, a multitude of evaluations or ones followed. Tiya even saw someone had written their address and expressed a desire to make friends, suggesting a tea and book club gathering in the future. The notes were lively and engaging. Recommendations, casual conversations, and even socializing. This was practically an otherworldly version of a book club. No wonder the shelf had filled up so quickly. Tiya speculated that the individual who had bought a dozen books to share had certainly contributed to this. She vaguely remembered that in her past life, there was a peculiar habit among dedicated otaku in an island nation. It seemed that when they encountered a beloved work, they would buy at least 3 copies. One for themselves, one for their collection, and the last one, naturally, for sharing with others. Perhaps, next time I come across a novel I fancy, I'll boldly purchase 3 copies and then recommend one of them. However, before that, I must find a way to drag Bellamy, Felina, and Vivian into this as well. As Tiya pondered silently while selecting novels, referencing the comments on the message board, Bellamy, Felina, Vivian. The novels mentioned on the message board appear quite intriguing. Would you like to pick one and take a look? Perhaps not. Lying bored on the table and recalling those obscure and convoluted textbooks, Bellamy hesitantly declined. Felina, sitting nearby, silently nodded in agreement. Seeing the two become apprehensive at the mere mention of books, Tiya felt compelled to relent. She then turned her gaze to Vivian. I have no interest in those human-centric stories. I wish to read a novel where a little demon triumphs over a great demon and ascends to become the king of the demon realm. Could you recommend one for me? After a moment of contemplation, Vivian earnestly inquired of Tiya. Then, upon seeing the waitress approach with freshly prepared pastries, Tiya completely abandoned her recommendation plan. After all, when one is hungry, nothing else matters but food. Chapter 82. The Grind, All Grind. The following day, as the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the bedroom, Tiya awoke alongside the overachieving duo who had come to relax on her bed. Initially, Tiya wished to continue her slumber, but as she lay there, she suddenly recalled that under the encouragement of the overachieving duo the previous day, she impulsively signed up for the Music King competition. Oh no! I can't sleep now. Staring at the familiar ceiling, Tiya murmured in despair. Lying flat on her back, for some inexplicable reason, she began to envision herself embarrassing herself on stage and let alone sleeping in. She found herself unable to even lie still. Vivian, stop sleeping. Hurry up and practice. Quickly rising, Tiya nudged the seemingly unbothered Vivian, who was inexplicably not under the covers, and called out anxiously, Why are you up so early?" Rubbing her eyes, Vivian looked at Tiya, bewildered, before reluctantly sitting up. "We're performing the day after tomorrow. We need to make the most of our practice time," Tiya urged, a hint of impatience in her tone. "Oh, there will be hundreds or even thousands of people watching us. Aren't you worried about messing up on stage?" Tiya asked with concern. However, Vivian remained calm, possibly due to having risen too early, and let out a heavy yawn. "Perhaps I have a natural talent. I find those songs you played quite easy to learn. I can sing them after just one listen. But I do struggle a bit with the lyrics. Can I bring a little notebook with the lyrics on stage?" After pondering for a moment, Vivian asked Tiya, "I suppose you could?" After careful consideration, it seemed that the Music King competition indeed did not prohibit bringing a lyrics booklet on stage. Tiya then conjured a horn spell, deciding to let Vivian listen and try singing to see if her claims held true. "I'll play a song. You listen once and then sing along so I can hear how it sounds." "Sure," Vivian confidently agreed. Selecting a pleasing song, Tiya began to play, and Vivian followed suit in her attempts to mimic the melody. Moments later, Tiya realized that Vivian truly possessed remarkable talent. Not only did she mimic the vocal timbre perfectly, but her pitch was also stunningly accurate. "How was that? Did I sing well?" After finishing her rendition with the horn, Vivian attempted to sing a cappella and then asked Tiya. "It was passable, I suppose," Tiya responded, feeling somewhat reluctantly dismissive. Yet another naturally gifted individual. Her two older sisters excelled academically and enjoyed immense popularity at school. Now, her hard-won friends turned out to be overachievers as well. As for Vivian, who previously seemed to spend her days napping, Tiya had hoped she would be a kindred spirit, only to be unexpectedly struck down by reality. Now, she found herself as the sole slacker. Even her magical prowess seemed to surpass her own efforts. Reminiscing about an advertisement from her previous life, Tiya modified the dialogue, inserting herself into the narrative, and suddenly felt even more disheartened. The following scene played out in her mind. Suddenly, several letters were handed over by Miss Norma. The first one, "Yes, it's from Bellamy." Trembling yet excited, she opened it, only to find it contained. The second letter was from Vivian, then the third was from her sister, Ellie. "Tiya, I am on the verge of breaking through to become a grand sorcerer. I promise next time." Next, she opened several more letters, each one revealing that they were all fervently grinding away. In the end, the elderly Tiya, her eyes glazed over, murmured, "Grind, all grind, grind a little harder." "So, I'll sing this during the competition?" Continuing to hum the song Tiya had played earlier, Vivian interrupted Tiya's reverie with a sudden question. The lyrics of this song lack substance. Let me find another." "Oh, if that is the case, I'll just go back to sleep." With that, Vivian pulled the blanket over her and sank back into slumber. Meanwhile, Tiya was left in silence, contemplating which accompaniment would be most fitting for the competition, and whether she should sing alongside Vivian. With this uncertainty in mind, Tiya quietly sought an empty room, conjured the horn spell, and had her magic essence play music, then softly began to attempt singing along. We don't talk anymore. We don't talk anymore. We don't talk anymore, like we used to do." Moments later, Tiya discovered that while her voice was decent, unfortunately, the phrase "cannot reach the high notes, nor descend to the lows" seemed to perfectly describe her. In resignation, Tiya decided that during the performance, she would simply handle the accompaniment and let Vivian take the lead in singing. Thus, she continued to slack off until the afternoon when an unexpected surprise arrived. The supervisor from the textile factory she had previously commissioned unexpectedly came. "Is he here to deliver the stockings?" Tiya eagerly asked upon seeing the visiting supervisor. "Indeed, Miss Tiya. However, what is the matter?" Tiya quickly inquired. "I have only brought a sample of one recently made pair, intended for you to try on and check for any imperfections. If all is well, the remaining 7 pairs of stockings should be ready for delivery by tomorrow evening." The supervisor then handed Tiya a small box containing the stockings. "Please try them on, and I will await your feedback here." "All right." Accepting the box, Tiya took it to her bedroom. Glancing at Vivian, who was still fast asleep, Tiya finally felt at ease to begin trying them on. Lifting her skirt, she removed her lantern pants and, facing the mirror, extended her fair, smooth legs, slowly donning the stockings. The soft, elastic black stockings slipped over her toes. gradually enveloping her smooth calves. Then, they ascended over her slightly fuller thighs, tracing a delicate line around her skin. Slowly, the black fabric, subtly revealing a hint of her thigh's flesh tone, covered her entire lower body up to her waist. Tiya lowered her skirt and gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Perfect. Chapter 83. Featuring a brown bear pattern. Riding in her private carriage, Tiya arrived at an inconspicuous yet exorbitantly priced tavern situated in the heart of the main city of Basak. Our former Duke of Basak, who happens to be Tiya's grandfather, Rand, decided to treat himself well. Bruce, my old friend, bring me 2 bottles of fine elven brew and a fresh barrel of ale. Also, serve me some appetizers that go well with drinks. Sitting on a plush chair reserved for him, old Rand eagerly called out to the bartender at the billard. The sound of old Rand's voice. The patrons, who had been quietly savoring their fine wines, turned their curious gazes toward him. Curiosity piqued regarding which audacious individual dared to create such a ruckus within this esteemed tavern, renowned for its illustrious patrons. One might also wonder about the wealth of the person capable of purchasing not 1, but 2 bottles of the exceedingly rare and costly elven vintage in a single transaction. It seems you have not graced us with your presence for quite some time. Is it due to the recent aromatic herb incident? After presenting the drink before the venerable Rand and personally filling his glass, the bartender, familiar with the man, engaged him in casual conversation. Since my retirement, my son Charles has been managing these affairs. However, the recent aromatic herb incident has impacted some of our external ventures, leading to a complete overhaul of certain leadership teams. Rubbing his still furrowed brow, the elder Rand spoke with a hint of exasperation. Yet, after savoring a sip of the richly fruity elven vintage, his furrowed brow finally began to ease. So, after inspecting those ventures, you have come to assess my situation now. Once again refilling Rand's glass. The bartender spoke with a tinge of melancholy. Not at all. I have complete faith in your management of this tavern. Pausing momentarily, Rand's gaze fell upon the exquisite bottle containing the precious elven vintage. Especially this elven vintage. Following another indulgent sip, Rand expressed his satisfaction. After a delightful bout of drinking, Rand once more boarded his private carriage. Having completed his inspection of external ventures, only a single textile factory remained within the main city. After inspecting this last textile factory in the afternoon, he would finally be liberated. However, upon arriving at the textile factory, he discovered that the supervisor had not come out to greet him. Instead, a junior foreman, recognizing him, hurriedly ushered him inside. "Where is your supervisor? Surely he hasn't gone off to slacken his duties?" Rand inquired, somewhat displeased. A young lady named Tiya from your family visited us yesterday to commission a garment known as leggings. Today, under the diligent efforts of our chief textile artisan, we have finally overcome the technical challenges and successfully produced a sample. Our supervisor has gone to deliver the leggings for Miss Tiya to try on. "Oh, the item commissioned by my granddaughter Tiya? Take me to see it at once." Upon hearing that it was the creation of his granddaughter Tiya, who had previously devised a crystal plate capable of detecting items within spatial rings, Rand's interest was instantly piqued. Moments later, under the guidance of the foreman, Rand encountered the young and beautiful chief textile artisan. That moment, she was carefully placing a freshly crafted pair of black silk leggings onto a leg mold made to the specifications of Tiya's measurements. Scrutinizing it for any imperfections, observing the model, now elongated and graceful beneath the black leggings, Rand could not help but compare it in his mind to his granddaughter Tiya. His eyes sparkled as he turned once more to the foreman. "I recall you mentioning that your supervisor took the sample to my granddaughter for fitting. How long has he been gone?" Rand inquired urgently. "Coachman?" Meanwhile, within the confines of the Basak estate, in Tiya's chamber. "How adorable!" Gazing into the mirror at her reflection and her legs, now appearing more proportionate and elongated due to the black leggings, Tiya murmured dreamily. Yet, almost immediately, perhaps due to the removal of her oversized lantern pants and the cooling magic still active in the room, a gentle breeze swept through, bringing with it a sudden chill that jolted Tiya back to reality. Facing the mirror, Tiya, momentarily dazed, lowered her gaze to lift her skirt. Subsequently, Tiya discovered that, likely due to the unreinforced waist of the leggings, her cute brown bear-printed underwear was clearly visible through the fabric. "Ah, thank goodness I didn't wear it out to meet that supervisor. Otherwise, when I sat in the parlor, my adorable bear underwear would have surely been exposed." Resignedly, She removed the freshly donned leggings, revealing her smooth, fair legs, and then reluctantly donned the less breathable, oversized lantern pants once more. Observing the black leggings that seemed inadequate to replace her lantern pants, Tiya sighed and made her way to the parlor. "Miss Tiya, may I inquire if you found anything amiss with the sample leggings you tried on that requires improvement?" Upon seeing his employer emerge, the supervisor promptly inquired. It appears there is but one flaw. The waist of the leggings needs to be reinforced." Chapter 84 Hentai. Good day, my Lord Duke." Just as he stepped out, he unexpectedly encountered one of his superiors, causing the supervisor to momentarily freeze before quickly bowing and greeting him. "You are the one who delivered the sample leggings for young Tiya to try on?" After sizing up the individual before him, Rand inquired. "Indeed, sir. Miss Tiya has completed her fitting and provided her feedback. Already finished?" Without delay, Rand opened the door to the parlor to peek inside. Indeed, his granddaughter Tiya was diligently devouring the pastries brought in by Norma. And to his dismay, her legs were bare, devoid of the so-called leggings. Seeing this, Rand, under Tiya's puzzled gaze, was filled with disappointment as he closed the parlor door. "I thought I might witness my adorable granddaughter adorned in these leggings." Alas, with a sigh of disappointment, Rand silently mused. Yet, recalling the box held by the textile supervisor, a glimmer of light sparked in his eyes. Turning back to face the supervisor, Rand's expression swiftly regained its authoritative demeanor. "What is that in your hands?" It is the pair of leggings brought for Miss Tiya to try on." With a stern countenance, Rand once again inquired with seriousness, reflecting on what those leggings have just undergone. Rand prompted, "They were just tried on by Miss Tiya, who found them flawed, and they were returned to me." Under Rand's imposing gaze, the supervisor's mind raced, attempting to comprehend the sudden gravity of the situation. "I handed these leggings to Miss Tiya, and these leggings seem to belong to Intimate Apparel. Moreover, Miss Tiya appears to be a charming girl who looks merely a teenager." Realization dawned as the supervisor glanced down at the box in his hands, suddenly grasping the implication. What I hold is intimate apparel worn by a lovely girl. And am I truly intending to take away this intimate apparel worn by the girl? A wave of guilt surged within the supervisor's heart. "Sir, I have seen the light. I shall return this to Miss Tiya at once. No need. I am her grandfather. Simply hand the box over to me. Furthermore, this matter is quite serious. You must exercise caution in the future. If word of this gets out, your reputation will be irreparably tarnished." "Yes, sir. I shall be vigilant." As for Rand, clutching the box containing the leggings, his earlier solemn and serious demeanor swiftly melted away, transforming into that of a child who had just received a beloved treasure as he turned and made his way to his collection room. However, this incident, unbeknownst to Tiya, was far from over. With light-hearted steps, Rand joyfully cradled the box as he approached his collection room. Suddenly, a maid blocked his path. "My Lord Duke, I believe you made an excellent point just now." The maid, Miss Norma, calmly stated as she obstructed Rand's way. Rand gazed at the maid with a hint of confusion. "Why, Lord Duke, I overheard your conversation with that supervisor, and I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiments." Fixating her calm gaze upon Rand, Miss Norma reiterated her point. "What do you mean?" Rand tightened his grip on the box against his chest, his expression growing increasingly grave. "You were correct earlier. Those leggings should not be taken away." Observing the other party feign ignorance, Miss Norma's expression gradually darkened. "Before Miss Tiya's birth, I had been closely attending to Lord Charles. Hence, I am somewhat aware of your penchant for collecting such trinkets. Please hand it over to me." Fixating intently on old Rand, a potent aura of lethal intent began to seep from the corners of Miss Norma's eyes, as if a seal had been lifted. "What, do you wish to engage me in combat? Since you have been shadowing my son all this time, I presume you are aware that I am a genuine archmage," with a cold sneer. Old Rand seemed incensed by the murderous energy emanating from Miss Norma's gaze, and he quietly retrieved an amplification staff from the spatial ring on his right hand. "I am indeed aware of that. But my dear Duke, have you ever heard the saying, within 7 paces, even a novice sword mage can effortlessly slay a high-ranking sorcerer, and I am a quasi-master level sword mage." No sooner had the words left his lips than a sharp long sword, embedded with several crystals, silently materialized in Norma's grasp. The atmosphere then descended into a stalemate. However, fortunately, this was not a narrative steeped in conflict. Grandfather and Norma, what are you two doing? The situation swiftly transformed from tense to awkward. We, faced with Tia's innocently perplexed gaze, old Rand stammered, struggling to conjure a suitable explanation. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. This maid wishes to exchange the sword in her hand for the box I possess. Yes, that's it. With that, under Miss Norma's astonished gaze, a hint of reluctance flashed across old Rand's face as he extended the box towards her and took the long sword from her grasp, hastily departing in embarrassment. Yet, this farcical episode, unbeknownst to Tiya, was far from over. That evening, a somewhat disgruntled Miss Norma sought out Charles. My lord, this is how the matter unfolded. Hearing Norma's account, Charles rubbed his temples in mild frustration. I see. As for this incident, I shall have a serious discussion with my rather troublesome father. A flicker of helplessness and anger crossed Charles' face as he spoke earnestly. Chapter 85. Pre-competition anxiety disorder. Lying in bed, Tiya, as was her custom, should have been idly engrossed in a novel, occasionally emitting silly giggles upon encountering amusing passages. Yet now, the book lay discarded while Tiya clutched her blanket, tossing and turning restlessly. Moreover, she curled her legs, vexed, repeatedly thumping her feet against the bed. Tiya dubbed her current state as pre-competition anxiety disorder. This was an incurable illness she had suffered from in her previous life, for instance, the day before starting at a new school, the day before classes commenced, the day preceding monthly, midterm, or final exams, the day before results were released, or, like Tiya now, the day before the Music King competition, where she would formally take the stage. Encouraged by others, though Tiya secretly yearned to showcase her past life's hit songs paired with her magical prowess, she had impulsively signed up for this competition. From the moment she awoke, she had been engulfed in this state of pre-competition anxiety. However, perhaps because she had long since accepted the fact that she had reincarnated as a charming young girl, this anxiety manifested differently now, shifting from her previous life's restlessness and incessant phone fiddling to adorably shy movements reminiscent of a bashful girl. After tormenting herself with the blanket for what felt like the umpteenth time, Tiya sat up again. She delved into her spatial ring. Mask? Yes, it's already stored in the spatial ring. Mage robe? Yes, that too has been stored. The pieces to be performed tomorrow? Yes, the preliminary piece Wake and the advancement piece Viva la Vida. I've had Vivian practice singing them several times. She seems to have no issues. After meticulously double-checking, Tiya lay back down, clutching the blanket once more, rolling about restlessly. Despite everything appearing to be in order, an inexplicable instinct told Tiya that something essential was still missing, yet she could not pinpoint what. What if we run through it once more? Recalling how her school days were filled with rehearsals before performances, Tiya quietly contemplated, Bellamy, Felina, I'd like to practice with Vivian as if it were the actual competition. Could you help me identify any oversights in our preparation? Dragging Vivian into Bellamy's room, Tiya interrupted their engrossed conversation. Sure. No problem at all. Hearing that they would get a sneak peek of the duo's performance, Bellamy eagerly set aside his book and readily agreed. Felina, sitting nearby, turned her gaze towards Tiya and Vivian, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Tiya, why don't you use the living room as the opera stage? I'll act as the judge and audience, while Bellamy can be your host. How does that sound? Felina suggested after a moment's thought. All right, Tiya nodded in agreement. Moments later, the four gathered in Tiya's spacious living room. Bellamy stood first in the center of the room. Let me think about what the host should say. Got it. The previous performer was decent. Now, let us welcome the charming duo known as, what is your duo called again? The Azure Stars. All right. Let us give a warm round of applause for contestant number 2233. The duo known as the Azure Stars. No sooner had he finished speaking than Felina, seated on the sofa, enthusiastically began to clap. Meanwhile, Tiya, hurriedly donning her mage robe, struggled to affix her mask to her face. However, upon seeing Tiya's peculiar attire, Bellamy could no longer contain himself. Tiya, contestant from the Azure Stars, do you really intend to appear on stage dressed like that? While striving to maintain his role as the host, Bellamy asked with a twitching smile, I'm afraid that with so many eyes on me, I might freeze up, Tiya said bashfully, clutching Vivian's hand as they approached the center of the living room. glancing at the retreating Bellamy and Felina, who was energetically waving her arms as an enthusiastic audience member. All right. Please begin your performance, Azure Stars Duo. Channeling her magical energy, Tiya conjured a massive 7.1 surround sound speaker spell and initiated the accompaniment. Vivian, shedding her usual whimsical demeanor, began to sing with fervor. Chapter 86. Clinging Together, Yet Weep, Vivian, Contestant. My stage name is Demon King. Please call me Contestant Demon King, Vivian corrected. Very well, Contestant Demon King Vivian. Your singing was outstanding. No, let me rephrase that. It was exceptional. I would award you 1,000 points. Having listened to both Wake and Viva la Vida, recalling Vivian's assertive singing style that complemented Tiya's accompaniment, along with her voice that resonated with a captivating depth yet retained a hint of youthful grace, Felina, playing the judge, was left astounded as she praised her. What about me? How did my accompaniment fare? Wasn't it fantastic? Eagerly, Tiya turned to Felina, her eyes filled with anticipation. Faced with Tiya's eager gaze, Felina found herself at a loss for words. Tiya, my stage name is DJ Magical Sauce, Tiya corrected. All right, DJ Magical Sauce contestant. Just so you know, don't get upset with what I'm about to say. After a brief hesitation, Felina finally decided to speak the truth. After you finished casting the trumpet spell, you just stood there, motionless. Coupled with your peculiar attire, it resembled that foolish boy from the east side of our village. I felt a twinge of reluctance to glance at Tiya, while Felina covered her face with her hands, mustering all her strength to express her true thoughts. Foolish boy. Like a fool. Just like the foolish boy from the east side of the village. The glimmer of hope in Tiya's eyes gradually faded, possibly due to the overwhelming pressure from her pre-competition anxiety. A hint of grievance washed over Tiya's masked face. Moments later, she burst into tears with a loud wah. Tiya, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that about you. Upon hearing Tiya suddenly sobbing, Felina rushed over in a fluster, embracing Tiya and attempting to console her. Felina, how could you speak so harshly? Seeing Tiya in tears, Bellamy anxiously admonished Felina, then hurried over as well. I didn't expect Tiya to cry. Wah? Witnessing Tiya's tears showing no signs of abating and having been scolded by Bellamy, Felina, perhaps due to the recent academic pressures, also cried out, Wah, while holding Tiya and following Felina. Bellamy, seeing that one innocent remark had caused Felina to cry as well, felt increasingly anxious watching the two girls embrace and sob together. Tiya, Felina was just speaking off the cuff. Please don't take it to heart, Felina. I was just a bit hasty. I truly meant no offense. Wah? Embracing Tiya and Felina, Bellamy ultimately joined in, crying out wah. As well, in the vast reception room, only the bewildered Vivian remained standing to the side, gazing in confusion at the three little ones who were crying together. Moments later, as Norma emerged from the kitchen with freshly baked pastries, she suddenly heard the sounds of crying from the reception room and quickened her pace. Rushing over, Vivian, what happened? Why are Miss Tiya, Miss Felina, and Miss Bellamy all crying? Placing the pastries hastily on a nearby table, she looked at the three young ladies who were in tears, quickly shifting her gaze to the dazed Vivian standing aside. But before Vivian could explain the situation, Tiya, who had been in the middle of the embrace, suddenly broke free from Felina and Bellamy's arms. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Tiya removed her mask and dashed toward the pastries that Miss Norma had placed on the table. Delicious. As she wiped her tears, Tiya eagerly stuffed her mouth with the delectable pastries. Tiya, are you all right? Wiping her tears, Vivian asked Tiya, feeling somewhat perplexed. Yes. I'm sorry for worrying you all, Felina. I'm sorry. I just felt a bit anxious thinking about tomorrow's competition, so I truly wasn't mad at you. And I think you were absolutely right. If it weren't for your reminder, I might have ended up being the fool on stage tomorrow. As for what to do tomorrow, I've already come up with a plan, and I will definitely let you and Bellamy experience my fantastic performance, Tiya said with utmost sincerity while looking at Felina. Then, she turned to Bellamy with a hint of confusion. Bellamy, why did you cry too? I saw you both crying, and it made me anxious, but I was crying because of the recent academic pressures. Quickly dabbing at her tear-streaked cheeks, Bellamy explained. Actually, I was also feeling overwhelmed by the recent academic load, which made me quite irritable. So, gently touching her tear-stained cheeks, Felina softly echoed. How about Bellamy? Let's take a break before the music competition of Tiya and Vivian wraps up. After a moment of thought, Felina suggested to Bellamy. Then I'll prepare some anime projection crystals, and we can watch together. Tiya chimed in eagerly. Really? Yay. Then, under the bewildered gaze of Vivian and Miss Norma, the three girls who had just been sobbing together a moment ago were now laughing and sharing pastries. Heading toward Tia's room to watch animated shows. Wait for me. Take me along. I want to watch anime too. Coming back to her senses, Vivian immediately rushed after the trio who were leaving in a group. Chapter 87. Since my stage name is DJ Magic Sauce, I must pretend to DJ a bit. Perhaps due to the cathartic crying session earlier, Tiya now felt an unparalleled lightness in her heart. Her thoughts seemed to flow with greater clarity. Connecting to Magic Sauce, Tiya sent a whopping 2 seasons worth of anime all at once, totaling over 40 episodes. As for what anime could possibly have over 40 episodes in just 2 seasons? Tiya, what anime are we watching this time? Excitedly leaning beside Tiya, who had just sent the anime to Magic Sauce, Bellamy had a cat-like eager expression, clutching her arm. Even though she belonged to the cat spirit clan, Tiya felt that aside from that one time when she touched her ears, Bellamy only acted like an adorable cat when it was time to play anime. If only Bellamy could nuzzle my arm and purr like a cute cat. That would be even more charming, Tiya thought to herself, secretly relishing the moment as Bellamy clung to her arm, shaking it playfully. This time, we are watching K-On! Light music girls, since it's time to relax. The anime we choose must be this one, K-On! After all, who could resist a cute and catchy song like Fua Fua Time? And Mio's Blue and White Bowl? Moreover, this was Tiya's favorite tea-themed anime from her previous life. Long live K-On! However, Tiya decided to only screen the first season today. Otherwise, she wouldn't have time to prepare her equipment for the upcoming competition. After preparing milk tea and pastries, Tiya marked the 40 or so projection crystals made by Magic Sauce according to their episode numbers. Then took out the first 14 projection crystals from the first season and handed them to the eager Bellamy. Then, she squeezed onto the sofa with her 2 little companions and a mischievous little demon who would soon join her in the music competition. Holding milk tea as they reminisced about this anime filled with tea elements. My stage props. What should I make them look like? Sitting between the cat and Felina, Tiya curled up on the sofa, contemplating while reliving the anime. After all, this was about whether she would embarrass herself on stage tomorrow, so it required careful consideration. Based on the keyword DJ, she began to sift through her memories from her previous life. And suddenly, a massive mixing console appeared in Tiya's mind. Without it, the DJs from her previous life would likely end up like herself, playing music and then having nothing to do. This was roughly what a DJ's equipment looked like. Thus, based on the images in her memories, Tiya began to conceptualize a mixing console that reached her abdomen. On its right side, there needed to be something resembling a turntable and a percussion pad serving as an instrument. That sounds about right. Observing the otherworldly version of the mixing console she had envisioned in her mind, Tiya thought with satisfaction. However, looking at the numerous sliders and knobs on her imagined mixing console, she began to feel troubled because during the music competition, she would only play one song each time she took the stage, rendering all those sliders and knobs unnecessary. Moreover, she had never systematically studied sound mixing or DJing in her previous life. So even if she had all those sliders and knobs, she wouldn't know how to use them. With no other option, Tiya had to pause her conceptualizations and continue watching the anime displayed on the crystal screen. Hoping to draw some inspiration from it, I'm sorry for casually submitting an application for the Light Music Club and making you all so expectant. How should I apologize? The crystal screen showed the dazed UI, who didn't know any instruments, crying an apology for submitting her application to the Light Music Club. We too have made mistakes. I apologize for insisting on keeping you here in an effort to avoid any waste. Both Duewei and Mio-chan, who were reluctant to let you go, expressed their apologies. Soon after, Duewei stood up, preparing to leave. At the very least, before you depart, please listen to our performance. Suddenly, they turned hopefully towards Duewei and urged her to stay. Thereupon, the 3 members of the Light Music Club took out their instruments and began to play for Duewei. However, as she listened to their performance, Tiya was struck by inspiration. What if I ask Marili-chan to separate the accompaniment of each song according to different instruments? That way, I could fully utilize those sliders, knobs, and that turntable, adapting the performance to the atmosphere of the venue, and making special stylistic adjustments to the pieces. Then I wouldn't find myself standing on stage with nothing to do. Moreover, I could even unleash magic myself, creating a spectacular fire ring that moves to the rhythm of the drums. The atmosphere would surely be electrifying. I truly am a genius. After savoring a large cup of milk tea, along with the actions of the Light Music Club's 4-member tea party, Tiya silently praised her own idea. Once she had transmitted her well-conceived concept of the mixing console to Mermaid-chan through her mental powers, the burden in Tiya's heart finally lifted. She then relaxed and resumed watching the anime being screened on the crystal display. As for Mermaid-chan, upon receiving the concept of the so-called mixing console, which was based on a rough idea, she fell into deep contemplation. According to the concept transmitted by Tiya, the first step was to separate the melodies of the songs based on different instruments, and then associate them with the various components of the mixing console. Moreover, looking at the complex functional panel of this so-called mixing console, Mermaid-chan was quite certain that she would need to step in and assist. At this thought, she felt a sudden urge to abandon her responsibilities. Yet, recalling the 40-plus episodes of anime her master had just transmitted to her, Mermaid-chan felt a pang of guilt at the thought of quitting. With no choice but to comply, the poor Mermaid-chan could only silently begin the arduous task of completing the rough concept transmitted by Tiya. Chapter 88. The Curiosity of the Cat and an Unexplained Competitive Spirit. Sipping the silky milk tea and enjoying the soft, delectable pastries, Tiya, perhaps due to being satiated and having sat for too long, gradually grew drowsy. Unbeknownst to her, she leaned against Felina's soft, slightly plump thigh and fell asleep. Observing Felina's flushed face, which seemed on the verge of steaming, and Tiya's adorable sleeping visage, with her silvery gray, silky hair cascading over Felina's thigh, Bellamy displayed a hint of envy on her face. Perhaps I should find a way to gain a bit more weight. That way, next time, Tiya might just lie on my thigh, she mused, pinching her thigh, which had almost no excess flesh. Yet, before Bellamy could ponder further, a burst of radiant elemental energy illuminated the area. Subsequently, under Mermaid-chan's autonomous control, a dazzling DJ mixing console, constructed from earth elemental crystals and interwoven with other elements and magical patterns, suddenly appeared before her. Ah, what is this? It should be noted that the exclamation above was uttered by Vivian. The reason, presumably, was her overwhelming focus on the anime, leading to such a strong reaction upon the appearance of an odd, oversized object. It must be Tiya's doing. Recalling the sudden emergence of the crystal panel in Tiya's room, which now served as the screen for the anime, Bellamy was certain that this object was indeed conjured by Tiya. Yet, although she was curious about the purpose of this new creation, considering that Tiya was currently asleep on Felina's thigh, Bellamy reluctantly decided to move it aside and wait until Tiya awoke to inquire. How fortunate for Felina. The cat contemplated silently. In reality, it was Tiya who benefited. Until evening, after all 14 episodes of the anime had been aired, Tiya finally stirred awake. Feeling the soft sensation pressed against her small face, Tiya sat up in slight confusion. Meanwhile, Bellamy, having restrained her curiosity stemming from her feline heritage for quite some time, finally seized the opportunity to ask, Tiya, what is the purpose of this large contraption? Goodness. You actually made it already? And? It's several times cooler than what I envisioned. Tiya exclaimed in astonishment, her mouth agape as she beheld the DJ mixing console crafted by Mermaid-chan. This is the device I'll be using for my performance tomorrow. You'll see how it works then, as she carefully absorbed the information Mermaid-chan had provided, which seemed to be instructions for use. Tiya spoke with excitement. To add to her joy, the supervisor had also come to visit. Knock, knock, knock. Miss Tiya, the supervisor from the textile factory appears to have brought the stockings you commissioned. Miss Norma knocked on the door to remind Tiya. So soon? Upon hearing that her custom-made stockings might have arrived, Tiya hurriedly dressed and made her way to the reception room. Miss Tiya, I have fulfilled my promise. The 8 pairs of black stockings you commissioned have all been completed. Furthermore, as per your request, each pair has been reinforced at the waist and hips. With utmost respect, the supervisor handed Tiya a box containing the stockings. Additionally, all expenses have been settled by your grandfather. Mr. Rand, after a brief pause, the supervisor added. My grandfather covered all the costs. Indeed, the supervisor confirmed. Hearing this, Tiya was somewhat puzzled as she accepted the box. Upon opening it, she found 8 neatly rolled black stockings inside. Seemingly without any issues, however, she still felt a bit perplexed about her grandfather's gesture of covering the payment. Oh well, never mind. Moments later, Tiya dismissed the thought. Would you like to try them on? Your grandfather, Mr. Rand, also mentioned that he would cover any costs for reorders. Seeing Tiya's earlier puzzled expression, the supervisor added with respect, then I suppose I shall try them on, under the curious gazes of her 3 companions. Tiya shyly stepped aside, removed her lantern pants, and slowly donned the improved black stockings. Once dressed, Tiya bashfully turned her back to the 3 and discreetly lifted her skirt to take a glance. The reinforcement is perfect. These stockings will absolutely not reveal any underwear. However, prior to this, feeling Bellamy's intense gaze fixed upon her, as well as Felina's incessant, sneaky glances at her legs, Tiya felt the need to address the situation at hand. These are the stockings. I ordered a total of 8 pairs. How about I share 2 pairs with each of you? Holding the box containing the remaining 7 pairs of stockings, Tiya attempted to propose this to her 3 companions. Yes. Nodding vigorously, Bellamy, the most curious of the bunch, rushed forward to accept the 2 pairs of stockings Tiya offered. She then reached out toward Tiya's already clad legs, but Tiya skillfully dodged. Here, these 2 are for Felina. And these 2 are for Vivian. There are no issues with these stockings, Tiya declared with satisfaction. Upon hearing Tiya's expression of satisfaction, the supervisor finally felt at ease and took his leave. What about the 2 of them? Watching Bellamy inexplicably retreat to her bed, Tiya inquired with confusion. As for me, stopping her actions of hiding under the covers, Bellamy looked directly at Tiya and asked, Actually, I've already put on the stockings you gave me. Tiya, would you like to see? Meeting Bellamy's somewhat hesitant gaze, Tiya swallowed hard and then, yes, Tiya candidly expressed her desire. Subsequently, Bellamy cooperated by lifting the covers and rising from the bed, striking a pose to boot. The cat, witnessing Tiya's stunned expression, Bellamy felt a sense of delight. Chapter 89. That area is a battlefield. Did you see it, Vivian? That is the battlefield we are about to rush into today, a merciless realm that will not allow us to show any sign of weakness. Standing beside Vivian in the contestant waiting area, wearing a masked visage of a Tibetan fox and draped in a black sorcerer's robe, Tiya spoke in a voice that was slightly subdued. From now on, anyone our gaze touches is an enemy. Does that include Bellamy and Felina as well? Vivian inquired with a hint of curiosity. Indeed. Anyone who might witness our blunders is considered an adversary. Tiya's voice, masked by the facade, resonated with determination. Through the meager eye holes of her Tibetan fox mask, Tiya had already witnessed no fewer than 10 stage mishaps during the waiting period. There were those who had mistakenly reversed their sound-amplifying magic wands. Some who attempted to engage the audience in a sing-along but were met with indifference, resulting in an awkward silence. And then there were those who, overwhelmed by nerves, faltered and forgot their lyrics. Moreover, one beautiful older sister, perhaps due to her stage attire being hastily rented and ill-fitting, experienced a most unfortunate incident. As she attempted to interact with the audience halfway through her performance, her costume unexpectedly slipped, offering a rather catastrophic view before hundreds, if not thousands, of onlookers. Despite the risky nature of the mishap, nearly all judges and spectators raised their green cards in approval. Even Tiya was nearly taken aback to the point of bleeding from her nose. However, Tiya surmised that once the competition concluded, this unfortunate older sister would undoubtedly face a calamity known as social death. The previous contestant received a unanimous vote of approval. After the performer finished, the host, observing the sea of green cards raised by the judges, wore an expression of resigned disbelief. Subsequently, he announced, as he witnessed the contestant blushing and desperately adjusting her attire while covering her chest. This is the first contestant in our Music King auditions who has managed to elicit unanimous green cards from both judges and audience alike. Let us give a warm round of applause to congratulate this contestant on advancing to the next round. Yet, as the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, Tiya noticed a stark contrast through the small eye holes of her mask. That contestant was hurriedly fleeing the stage. Next, let us welcome contestant 519. Enrique? Contestant 520, please prepare to take the stage. Enrique, Judging by your attire, you appear to be a priest? What kind of performance do you intend to present to the judges and audience, an instrumental piece or song? The host asked as contestant 519 appeared on stage. It will be an instrumental performance. Dear host, I shall play a piece titled Phantom Butterfly. It was inspired by the butterflies fluttering in the garden I observed while playing the organ in the church. However, as the church organ could not be transported here, I will perform it on harmonica instead. I hope my melody brings spiritual redemption to all. The priest, with a tranquil demeanor, addressed the audience, raising the harmonica to his lips and beginning to play. Is a priest really participating in a competition? Tiya pondered, feeling quite perplexed. Yet, as she listened to the soothing melody, she felt her own nervousness begin to dissipate slightly. Yes, everything is in place, nothing amiss. You can do it, Tiya. Vivian, it is almost our turn, Tiya said, her voice tinged with anxiety. Indeed, Vivian replied. However, unlike Tiya, who was fraught with apprehension, Vivian appeared to be blissfully unperturbed, her face alight with anticipation, which left Tiya feeling a pang of envy. Even though she had wrapped herself tightly in her attire, Tiya still felt a twinge of trepidation, having never faced such grand spectacles before. After all, while this world lacked the recording devices and terrifying social networks of her past life, it still had reporters, newspapers, gossiping matrons, and paparazzi capable of disseminating events throughout the city at lightning speed. Moreover, there existed a technology reminiscent of a camera from her previous life, known as magic shadow imaging. If memory served her correctly, it utilized pinhole imaging and adhesive paper dusted with delicate light elemental crystal powder, which retained the captured light temporarily, allowing for scene recording. Although the retention was temporary, as long as it was not exposed to light again, the recorded scene would remain nearly intact. By placing it in a specially crafted printing machine, one could replicate the captured images indefinitely. This meant that if any embarrassing moments were recorded, it would spell disaster. Remember, this is a true battlefield. Should anything go awry, my disgrace will inevitably spread throughout the entirety of Basak City under the gaze of hundreds, if not thousands, of spectators. Just like that unfortunate older sister, her social demise will be plastered across newspapers by tomorrow, disseminating throughout the city. But, Tiya, you must believe in yourself. If you perform as planned, you will surely succeed. Holding Vivian's hand and recalling the earlier mishap of the older sister, Tiya continually reassured and motivated herself in her mind. Thank you, dear priest, for your performance. Now, let us have the audience rate the contestant. Just as Tiya's thoughts were spiraling, the priest completed his piece Phantom Butterfly, and the host's voice followed suit. Well, quite impressive, with nearly 70% green votes. Let us congratulate this dear priest on advancing to the next round. Next, we invite contestant 520, the Azure Star Duo, Chapter 90. Unanimous green votes. Throughout the recent days of competition, we have seen relatively few contestants performing as a duo on our stage. Furthermore, the two members of the Azure Star Duo are not only the youngest among the contestants, but their stage names are also rather unique. Examining the contestant information card in hand, the host's expression shifted to one of bewilderment as he hesitated over how to read the unusual names. Although the record card I hold contains some peculiarities, I shall introduce them as written. This contestant, adorned in a mask and sorcerer's robe, bears the stage name DJ Magic Sauce, quite the odd moniker. And the other contestant, who bears a pair of decorative wings on her back, is recorded as Devil, but pronounced as Demon King. It would have sufficed to simply write Devil King, but alas, this is how it is documented. The host could not help but voice his exasperation. Now, without further ado, DJ Magic Sauce and Devil, pronounced as Demon King, please share what performance you will present, an instrumental piece or a song, or perhaps, one will play an instrument while the other sings? Strictly adhering to the names as inscribed on the record card, the host queried the peculiar duo, I will handle the accompaniment, while she will sing. The song is titled Wake. Additionally, could we dim the stage lighting? Very well, then, please commence your performance. After a moment's hesitation before the two young ladies, the host acquiesced. Subsequently, the illumination spell above the opera house was extinguished, plunging the venue into darkness. Following the predetermined sequence, Tiya extended her right hand in the dark, retrieving her substantial stage prop, a mixing console. From the larger space ring borrowed from her father, she prepared to begin her performance. Meanwhile, Felina and Bellamy, who had eagerly purchased tickets and seated themselves in the VIP section, finally expressed their anticipation, gazing intently at the stage. After a few moments of quiet anticipation, suddenly, a gigantic fireball ascended into the pitch-black stage. Illuminated by the radiance of the fireball, Bellamy and Felina, seated in the audience, finally glimpsed the scene on stage. Tiya stood poised behind a massive mixing console, her left hand pointing at the floating fireball, while her right hand gracefully brushed across the surface of the console. In response, the mixing board was activated. A pair of colossal speakers magically materialized from the fireball, and a dazzling array of colorful, dreamlike elemental lights began to swirl around Tiya and Vivian, glimmering brilliantly. Bang, bang, bang. Simultaneously, under Tiya's command, the enormous fireball floating in mid-air erupted, transforming into a magnificent yet irregular ring of flames. In the audience, Bellamy and Felina were astonished to discover that this irregular fiery ring, created from the explosion of the fireball, seemed to pulse and contract rhythmically with the heavy beat of the drums. Meanwhile, the other judges and spectators, captivated by the enchanting, pulsating fire ring, were utterly spellbound. Bang, 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 bang. The resounding drum beats, along with the vibrant fire ring dancing in midair, quickened the heartbeats of the audience below, shifting from the soothing melodies played by the priest earlier to an increasingly frenetic tempo, ever faster. Enveloped by the kaleidoscopic elemental lights, Tiya pushed up the fader on the mixing console that represented the accompaniment melody, and an exquisite melody harmonized with the drumbeats erupted instantly. Subsequently, Vivian gracefully approached Tiya's mixing console, illuminated by the surrounding vibrant elemental lights and the ever-pulsating fire ring, raised her amplification magic stone staff, and with a surprisingly deep and stunning voice that belied her petite frame, began to sing along with the music and rhythm. At dawn, we awaken in hope, softly calling your name, gazing at each other. Wherever we go, you shall accompany us, our eyes reflect the flames, our lives burst forth in brilliance, your untamed love, it burns fiercely. Streets will shine eternally, for your glory has shattered the night. It is recommended to listen to the original piece Wake. Additionally, the lyrics here have been personally translated and polished, possibly diverging slightly from the original. Time swiftly passed, and as the final drumbeat resonated and fell, the fire ring floating in midair began to dissipate slowly. Yet, regrettably, the judges and spectators below, stirred by the drumbeats and song, still could not quell their tumultuous hearts. Meanwhile, the host, who was supposed to step forward to announce the scores and summon the next contestant, stood dazed at the edge of the stage, seemingly devoid of any intention to approach. DJ Magical Sauce and the contestant known as Writing but pronounced as Demon King, would you care to perform once more? I believe the judges and audience below would not mind hearing you sing again. The host, still standing at the stage's edge, addressed Tiya and Vivian. Perhaps it's best to skip it. I feel I need to rest. After gauging her remaining mental energy following the control of the fire ring, Tiya politely declined. Very well, then I shall proceed to announce the scores. With a somewhat disheartened sigh, the host slowly returned to the stage and looked out at the judges and audience. All green votes. Let us give the warmest applause to congratulate the Azure Star Ensemble for truly earning the first unanimous green vote from the Music King competition since its inception. Chapter 91. Could it be? You humans are not like this? Fire! 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 The audience fervently shouted. Grasping Vivian's hand, Tiya valiantly navigated through the sea of raised green cards and the enthusiastic cries of fire. As she made her way towards Bellamy and Felina, as for why the audience was fervently shouting fire. After performing the pre-prepared piece Viva la Vida alongside Vivian during the second round of advancement that very evening, due to the overwhelming enthusiasm of the judges and audience, Tiya reluctantly performed an impromptu rendition of Take Me Now, the entrance theme of DJ Aitken from Carol and Tessa. Alongside this, Tiya playfully imitated Mr. Aitken by shouting fire to the audience. Following this, perhaps due to the aptness of her fire, in conjunction with the splendid fire ring released into the air, the crowd erupted into wild cheers, rising to chant fire. In unison, observing the escalating frenzy, Tiya, with remarkable wit and decisiveness, took hold of Vivian and made a swift exit, leaving behind the poor host, who continued to strive to calm the audience's exuberance for the next contestant to take the stage. Bellamy, Felina. Having finally navigated through numerous obstacles, Tiya exclaimed excitedly upon spotting them. However, Bellamy fire, Felina fire. The two seemed perfectly integrated into this grand celebration of fire, continuously raising their signs and joining the crowd in their fervent shouts. Until Tiya, pulling Vivian along, finally stood directly in front of them. Hey! While joyfully raising their green cards and shouting along with the crowd, they were suddenly confronted by a figure clad in a black mage robe and wearing a fennec fox mask. Prompting Bellamy to react with surprise, Tiya, your performance with Vivian was absolutely incredible, especially that massive fire ring. It was truly magnificent. Felina, standing beside Bellamy, quickly caught on and, her eyes sparkling with excitement, grabbed Tiya's hand and exclaimed, Yes, it was really amazing. Bellamy, too, gazing at Tiya with eyes alight with wonder, nodded vigorously in agreement. Flattered by their compliments, Tiya felt a tinge of shyness. It was okay. I was actually quite nervous. The main credit goes to Vivian for her splendid singing. Moreover, Vivian was extraordinarily composed on stage. Just watching her made me inexplicably relax, Tiya praised, pulling Vivian, who was busy greeting the audience around her, closer. Hee, it was all right, really. I felt that the host and the audience appear to be quite similar in appearance, so I felt no pressure at all standing on stage. Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder you weren't nervous, Tiya instinctively remarked. Wait a moment, Vivian. What did you just say? Tiya suddenly realized something and hurriedly questioned Vivian. I said I felt that the host and the audience looked rather similar. What of it? Vivian repeated her previous statement with a puzzled expression. In other words, in her eyes, the people in the audience all look somewhat alike? Upon hearing Vivian's repetition, Tiya pondered. Just as, in the eyes of humans, monkeys all seem rather indistinguishable. In the perspective of this little demon, would humans also appear largely similar to one another? However, aside from having an extra pair of wings, Vivian seems to be just like a human in every other aspect. Surely, it wouldn't lead to an extreme case of interspecies prosopagnosia? Vivian, do you see any difference in our appearances? With this thought, Tiya pulled Felina and Bellamy closer, removing her mask and standing in a line with them, and inquired once more, You have gray hair, Felina has brown hair, and Bellamy has pink hair, along with a pair of cat ears on top. That's about it? Tiya questioned, puzzled. Well, that seems to be roughly it. Could it be that Vivian really perceives things as I suspect, experiencing interspecies prosopagnosia? Observing Vivian's somewhat daft expression, Tiya felt a slight twitch at the corner of her eye. What about our facial appearances? Can you distinguish any differences among the three of us? The distinctions in their faces. Upon hearing Tiya's inquiry, Vivian continued to scrutinize the three individuals with keen attention. Tiya, you seem to exude a somewhat languid vibe, and Felina has a hint of baby fat in her cheeks, which always appears slightly flushed. As for Bellamy, aside from when she is studying, she seems to be perpetually smiling. After thoroughly observing them, Vivian made an earnest attempt to articulate her thoughts. It seems this fellow does indeed exhibit a mild form of face blindness, though it does not appear to be a significant issue. Subsequently, feeling the emptiness of her stomach, Tiya took hold of the trio and led them outside, intending to find a place to eat something. Tiya, why did you suddenly ask me that? Upon exiting the Cinnabis Grand Theater, which served as the venue for the competition, Vivian could no longer restrain her curiosity and inquired of Tiya. I was merely a bit suspicious that you might have a touch of interspecies face blindness. Interspecies face blindness? Upon hearing this peculiar term, a look of bewilderment crossed Vivian's delicate features. It means being unable to distinguish the appearances of individuals from other races. Tiya elucidated. Oh, but I can certainly tell what you all look like. It's just that I'm not very good at describing it. What about those spectators down there? Didn't you say earlier that they all looked rather similar? Perhaps due to the sensation of hunger, which once acknowledged is difficult to ignore, Tiya clutched her empty stomach while quickening her pace, continuing to speak to Vivian. But they are male. Our little demon clan consists solely of girls, so isn't it quite normal for us to think that they all look alike? Following closely in Tiya's footsteps, Vivian replied with a sense of logic. However, upon hearing her words, Tiya suddenly froze, causing Vivian to collide into her unexpectedly halted form. Only Bellamy and Felina remained engrossed in conversation about the contestants on stage and Tiya's performance while continuing towards the carriage. The little demon clan consists only of girls? A mix of astonishment, curiosity, and confusion adorned Tia's face. What is it? Why did you stop so abruptly? Rubbing her nose after bumping into Tiya, Vivian asked with intrigue. Then how do your little demons reproduce? Tiya turned her head, gazing intently at Vivian. Reproduce? After we little demons reach adulthood, if we have a companion we fancy, we merely need to take a sip of their blood to have a little baby. Isn't that how you humans do it? Take a sip of blood to have a baby? Upon hearing Vivian's audacious inquiry, Tiya found herself shaking her head in disbelief, her neck feeling somewhat stiff. That's not the case. Then how do you humans give birth? Do tell me. Vivian's interest surged instantaneously. Witnessing her sudden excitement, Tiya fell silent once more, powerless to do anything but shake her head. After all, she was the well-educated, refined third miss of the Basak family, and such embarrassing topics were simply not within her purview. Tiya, Vivian, why have you stopped? Did you suddenly remember something important? Nothing, we're coming. Tiya then silently took Vivian's hand, hastening towards the carriage without uttering another word. The little demons, what a fascinating race. As they walked, Tiya pondered quietly within her mind. Chapter 92. Miss Norma's Culinary Creations for Today's Lunch. ZZZ. Refreshing drink. Oh. ZZZ. Hee. ZZZ. The day after the competition, before the blazing sunlight had fully invaded her cozy sleeping space, Tiya curled up with her soft blanket, lying on her side in bed, indulging in delightful dreams. Perhaps dreaming of something wonderful, the corners of her mouth slightly turned up, a glimmer of dew-like droplet escaped. Observing this scene, Miss Norma, who was quietly tidying up the room, couldn't help but smile, however. Noticing the light creeping through the window was inching closer to the bed. Miss Norma quickly concealed her smile and hastened her movements. Moments later, satisfied with the clean floor, polished tabletop, and the bookshelf neatly rearranged and labeled according to Tiya's habits, Miss Norma wore a smile once again. After preparing a glass of clear water and placing it on Tiya's bedside table, she finally felt at ease to leave Tiya's room and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a delicious lunch for her. Or rather, it should be called a brunch, because the cuisine crafted by the head chef employed by the Basak family typically favors the tastes of Charles or Old Land. Furthermore, Basak's lunches are generally heavier than breakfasts, making them unsuitable as the first meal for their young mistress upon waking. Therefore, unless there were tasks at hand, Norma believed it was necessary for her to personally take to the kitchen. What should I prepare for Miss Tiya today? Scanning the ingredients in the kitchen, Norma fell into contemplation. Herb-crusted tender rabbit with creamy pancakes? If I make it too often, Miss Tiya might get tired of it. So perhaps I should reconsider. Discarding that thought, Norma found herself lost in thought once more, hesitantly pacing. Her gaze darted around the kitchen, from onions and garlic to carrots and peas. No inspiration, shift focus. From chicken and rabbit to pork and beef. Still no inspiration, continue shifting focus. Moments later, just as Norma was about to exhaust all the ingredients, suddenly, a jar caught her attention. It was a specially designed water-sealed ceramic jar. Tiya, lazily propped up with a novel in hand, Tiya called out to Norma, who was beside her organizing the wardrobe. What is it, miss? I feel like having pickles. Closing the somewhat dull novel, Tiya buried her head heavily into the pile of pillows at her bedside. Then, imitating a round little seal, she rolled over 2.5 times to face Norma. Pickles? Once again, Miss Norma was bewildered by the strange term that escaped Tiya's lips. Although she had watched Tiya grow up, Norma felt that she had only ever seen the tip of the iceberg concerning Tiya, while the remaining secrets lay hidden within her somewhat daft little mind, surfacing only with great difficulty. Yes, it's vegetables that have been pickled and fermented. Observing Miss Norma's dazed expression, Tiya provided a vague explanation. Miss Norma still struggled to comprehend Tiya's description of this method of consuming vegetables. After all, vegetables here are typically enjoyed raw as side dishes or cooked in stews. Let me think. How about we make a big jar of pickled cucumbers together? They taste so refreshing. After some deliberation, Tiya exclaimed with excitement. Following this, Norma began to gather the ingredients Tiya mentioned. Cucumbers, onions, salt, honey, to substitute for white sugar, lime, to substitute for white vinegar, fennel seeds and fennel sprouts, black peppercorns, and most importantly, the beloved mustard seeds, from Mermaid, favored by seaside dwellers, and a jar that could be sealed with water. The ingredients were quite simple, with only the mustard seeds requiring a trip outside for purchase. The rest were already available at home. However, that jar had taken Miss Norma considerable effort. After visiting several ceramic shops without success in finding the water-sealed jar Tiya described, she ultimately had to commission a factory for a custom order. After much trouble, at last, all the materials were prepared. Now, what should be done next? Should all these ingredients be submerged in that jar? Guarding the pile of ingredients, Miss Norma pondered. Although Tiya had mentioned doing it together, it ultimately turned into Tiya directing while Norma did the work. However, for Miss Norma, this arrangement was indeed the most fitting. Only in this manner could she rest assuredly remain by her young mistress's side, becoming her most steadfast and reliable support. I seem to recall that I should place all these ingredients into a jar. Then pour in cooled boiling water, seal the jar, and await the completion of fermentation. However, as for the precise amounts of salt, lime juice, and honey to include, I find myself at a loss. It's up to you. Norma! With her fingers intertwined before her chest, Tiya gazed into Miss Norma's eyes, her expression brimming with fervent anticipation. Observing her mistress's charming demeanor, Norma could only rely on her experience to attempt the creation of this delicacy known as pickled cucumbers. Pickled cucumbers? Since they are called pickled cucumbers, the sour flavor must surely be the highlight. Thus, the saltiness should be slightly more pronounced than the sweetness of the honey, and neither of these flavors should overshadow the sourness. In an instant, Norma discerned the appropriate ratio of salt to honey. Assessing the dimensions of the porcelain jar before her, she judiciously added 3 spoons of salt and 2 spoons of honey. As for the lime, looking at it, Norma inexplicably recalled how stews become sour when left to simmer for too long. The sourness likely stems primarily from fermentation. This lime should serve merely as a catalyst to enhance the flavor. Then I shall cut half a lime and squeeze out a bit of its juice. Chapter 93. Indeed. Pickled cucumbers. Upon opening the jar, a distinct sour aroma wafted forth. According to her mistress, the contents must remain uncontaminated. Otherwise, if tainted, the pickled cucumbers would transform into a foul concoction that could induce vomiting and diarrhea. Thus, Miss Norma carefully retrieved a remarkably clean pair of tongs to extract a piece of cucumber that had transformed from green to a tender yellow through the brining process. How sour! And it possesses a remarkably invigorating texture. Without any accompaniments, as she savored the pickled cucumber, Miss Norma's typically serene expression contorted slightly for the first time. Just as Tiya described, this pickled cucumber is indeed refreshing. But how should I incorporate it into the dish? Once again, Miss Norma found herself in a quandary. However, she swiftly devised a solution. Since this creation originated from her mistress's imagination, why not use the method her mistress mentioned to prepare the accompanying dish? Preparing flour, kneading the dough, allowing it to rise, then shaping the risen dough into small rounded forms, sprinkling sesame seeds, and placing them into the oven to await their transformation. Next, it was time for the beef patties. According to Tiya, it seems I must finely chop the beef into a delicate mince, then combine it with diced onions and black pepper, shaping it into circles similar in size to the previously baked bread, before frying them to perfection. But, having never minced meat before, Miss Norma hesitated. If I turn this exquisite tenderloin into mincemeat, won't it lose its exceptional texture? Moreover, mincing could be exceedingly time-consuming. Perhaps I could simply slice it and fry it like a steak instead? Gazing at the entire piece of prime tenderloin, Miss Norma contemplated with some uncertainty. Very well, I shall proceed as Tiya suggested. Subsequently, a green gemstone, symbolizing the element of wind, illuminated upon the blade, its magical patterns flickering, instantly enveloping the sword in a flurry of chaotic gusts. Targeting the beef, she channeled a portion of the wind element to lift it, wielding the sword with remarkable speed. Moments later, the initial cut of beef was successfully transformed into minced meat. Indeed, this is far quicker. Were I to use a chef's knife, this meal would likely be postponed until evening. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Miss Norma sheathed her sword with satisfaction. However, when I have the opportunity, I should commission a large rectangular chef's knife as Tiya suggested. Otherwise, the wind element gemstone upon the sword cannot endure such consumption. With that thought, Miss Norma resumed her focus on crafting the beef patties. Adding diced onions, sprinkling pepper, stirring, then incorporating a pinch of sea salt for flavor, she placed the mixture on the stove, and a rich aroma of meat instantly filled the air. Once the patties were seared to a slight crisp on both sides and the baked round bread was retrieved, Miss Norma's culinary endeavor, or rather, Tiya's midday breakfast, was nearing completion. Bread, cheese slices, freshly fried beef patties, pickled cucumbers. It seems something is still missing. After a moment of contemplation, Norma procured a lettuce leaf and a tomato. This should be quite similar to what Tiya described. Slicing the soft bread open, she layered the lettuce leaves, cheese slices, beef patty, tomato slices, and pickled cucumber slices in succession, finally placing another layer of lettuce on top, capping it with the bread and applying a gentle pressure. The first pickled cucumber beef burger from Norma's hands was complete. Considering the time, Tiya should have awakened by now and be reading a novel while awaiting lunch. Beholding her masterpiece, a smile involuntarily crept onto Miss Norma's lips. "Tiya, your lunch is ready." Placing the pickled cucumber beef burger on a covered plate, she prepared a glass of fresh orange juice and walked into Tiya's room. Then, under Tiya's expectant gaze, Norma slowly lifted the cover from the plate. It's pickled cucumbers. Staring at the plate being unveiled by Miss Norma, Tiya exclaimed with great enthusiasm. However, she soon cast a curious glance at Miss Norma. "Norma, you've changed. You never used to cover my lunch to tantalize my appetite." Yet, despite her words, her actions betrayed her excitement. Casting aside her novel, Tiya dashed towards Miss Norma. Grabbing the plate, she took a hearty bite of the burger. The savory flavor of the beef patty, the saltiness of the cheese, and the crisp, tangy freshness of the tomato and pickled cucumber burst in her mouth. "Delicious. Thank you, Norma." However, as she reveled in the exquisite explosion of flavors, Tiya suddenly recalled something. She discreetly lifted the top layer of bread to peek inside. "It's pickled cucumber slices. Have our earlier pickled cucumbers finished fermenting?" Tiya looked at Miss Norma with delight. "Yes." Observing Tiya's adorable eating, Miss Norma nodded with a smile. "Hooray." Tiya then eagerly resumed devouring her burger with gusto. Moments later, "Norma, I want more. This time, I want extra pickled cucumber slices." Tiya, still savoring the flavors, eagerly looked at Miss Norma. "No problem. There are plenty of ingredients left to create more, and I can make a few extra for Bellamy and the others to try as well." Picking up the empty plate, seeing her mistress so pleased, Norma readily agreed. The delightful sensation of carbonation, the effervescent bubbles colliding in her throat, combined with the sweet and sour flavors, if only she could savor such a drink in this world. Along with the burger prepared by Miss Norma, Chapter 94. A washing machine? "Miss, here's your extra pickled cucumber beef burger." Having fried the patties, Norma sliced the baked bread open once more, arranging the patties and accompaniments within, and did not keep Tiya waiting long before returning to her room. Thank you, Norma." Her eyes lighting up, Tiya took the plate and sat at the table, lifting the enticing burger that emanated an irresistible aroma. She made a concerted effort to open her mouth wide and bit into it with abandon. However, perhaps due to the substantial nature of the burger or because, despite her efforts, Tiya, at 12 years of age, found her exuberant bite exceeded her mouth's capacity. Consequently, the melting cheese and the juices from the beef began to ooze out from the corner of her mouth. Feeling the warm mixture threatening to spill onto her clothes, Tiya frantically reached for her handkerchief, attempting to grasp it. With melted cheese and oily beef juices, if left to fall, her newly changed pajamas would be in peril. Then she would need to trouble Miss Norma to wash them, which would be both time-consuming and laborious. Yet, before Tiya could grasp her handkerchief, the warm flow that had escaped from her mouth had already trickled down to the tip of her chin, gathering into a droplet. In that fleeting moment, a multitude of possibilities flashed through Tiya's mind. Ultimately, she opted for the most foolish yet simultaneously the safest course of action. Her left hand continued to search for the handkerchief, while her right hand clutched the hamburger. Then, she lunged forward, her chin colliding directly with the center of the plate that had previously held the hamburger, producing a crisp thud upon impact. Observing her young mistress in such a comical state, Norma couldn't help but stifle a laugh, covering her mouth in amusement. "Miss Tiya, what on earth are you doing?" Struggling to contain her mirth, Norma inquired. Chewing, gulp. I bit off more than I could chew. Juices spilling from the corner of my mouth. To avoid staining her clothes, She had no choice but to manage this predicament. Otherwise, she would cause trouble for Norma again. It's quite all right, Mississippi, I have nothing to occupy my time anyway. Hearing her mistress's words, a warm sense of gratitude and contentment welled up in Norma's heart. At last, Tiya's diligent left hand located the handkerchief. Raising her chin, she carefully wiped the juice from her mouth with the cloth. Finally sitting up straight once more, however, having learned from her previous experience, Tiya was now cautious not to take such a large bite. If only there were a washing machine. A washing machine? Norma's face displayed a look of confusion upon hearing her mistress utter this unfamiliar term. It's a box-like machine that automatically cleans clothes by rapidly rotating water. Realizing she had inadvertently mentioned a concept that did not exist in this world, and seeing the puzzled expression on Norma's face, Tiya quickly spun her thoughts to provide an explanation. After contemplating the principle, she began to consider whether to request the assistance of a reliable magical aid like Norma to bring this invention to fruition. However, sensing a hint of lethargy emanating from the magical aid, Tiya ultimately decided to postpone this idea for the time being. Perhaps the magical aid overexerted herself during yesterday's performance. It's best to let her rest for a while. Miss Tiya, based on your description, this thing called a washing machine seems to only require a mid-level water vortex magic pattern, along with a water elemental crystal to create. Perhaps I could ask a mage I know for assistance in crafting it. Oh, is it that simple? Tiya exclaimed, astonished. Yes, I'll ask her right away if she can help create this washing machine. Once Tiya had finished enjoying her homemade hamburger, Norma tidied up the plate and swiftly summoned a coachman, climbing into the carriage that sped towards the location of the magical tools workshop. While sitting in the carriage, Norma gazed at her hands, which had become increasingly soft and supple from washing her mistress's clothes. And her heart began to swell with excitement. For a budding master-level magic swordswoman who loves swordsmanship, the solid and resilient hands developed through years of diligent training are undoubtedly her most prized possession. Thus, despite verbally assuring that it was fine, if there truly existed a machine that could replace manual labor and automatically wash clothes, Norma would absolutely not allow herself to miss out on such an opportunity. Chapter 95. Exploding in the pitch-black night, concealed within the undercurrents. The carriage urged forward, racing towards the city center. Moments later, it came to a smooth stop in front of an inconspicuous tailor shop, and Norma eagerly disembarked, pushing the door open. Welcome. How may I assist you today? Do you require clothing repairs or custom garments? The elderly tailor, leisurely adjusting the collar of a gentleman's suit, glanced up briefly at the sound of the doorbell, then continued his work while greeting her. However, it was evident that Norma's purpose for visiting was not among these options. Exploding in the pitch-black night, concealed within the undercurrents, casting a discerning gaze at the seemingly relaxed tailor standing behind the counter, Norma endeavored to maintain a neutral expression as she uttered the rather melodramatic code phrase. Upon hearing this, the leisurely tailor finally ceased his actions. After scrutinizing the maid before him, the tailor deftly inserted the needle and thread into a minuscule hole in a nearby vase and bowed graciously to Norma. Welcome to the 13th research room of the Magical Tools Workshop, esteemed Shadowed. The needle and thread disappeared into the tiny opening. The door behind Norma instantly locked itself, and the shutters on the windows closed tightly. Meanwhile, on the right wall, after a surge of magical patterns illuminated the area, a hidden door inscribed with the words Magical Tools Workshop slowly emerged and opened. Nodding in acknowledgement to the tailor, Norma stepped cautiously through the door that had manifested amidst the magical patterns. Following this, the patterns flickered once more, causing the entrance to fade away, while the previously locked shop door and closed shutters returned to their original state. The tailor then pulled the thread from the small hole in the vase and resumed his leisurely alterations to the gentleman's suit, as if nothing had transpired moments before. After the hidden door closed, following the illuminated path of magical patterns, Norma found herself in a dimly lit chamber, her objective in sight. A petite, long-eared young lady who appeared to be of a similar age. Jetta, so you truly are here. Observing the figure engrossed in her work beneath the dim light, diligently examining a crystal plate while continuously modifying the lines of her analysis chart, Norma spoke. Upon hearing Norma's voice, the individual known as Jetta finally lifted her gaze to meet Norma's. Huh? Gamma? No, I should call you Norma now. What brings you here? Marking the modifications on her analysis chart, Jetta inquired, surprised. I'm here to ask for your assistance in creating something called a washing machine. Also, could you please reconsider your entrance method and code phrase? It's such a hassle. While expressing her purpose, Norma couldn't help but vent her frustrations. Oh? You previously said my code phrase and entrance method were really cool. I thought it suited our shadowy theme perfectly. That was 10 years ago. Norma replied with exasperation. Huh? Has it really been that long? Jetta feigned embarrassment, scratching her head as if just realizing the passage of time. I suppose I should get out more. Perhaps meet the sage who created the crystal plate that detects items within spatial rings. As she gazed at the crystal plate she had been studying for several days without fully comprehending, Jetta's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, unlike Jetta, Norma felt an inexplicable cold sweat break out upon hearing her words. There's no rush on that. Can you help me see if you can create the washing machine first? Realizing that the sage Jetta mentioned was none other than her own mistress, and that this long-eared individual was nearly obsessed with magic patterns, Norma hastily interjected. All right, tell me more about this washing machine. Brightening the dim lights meant to create a special ambience. Jetta pulled out a new blueprint, her expression shifting to one of earnest focus as she turned to Norma. It's actually not very complicated. It's simply a device that cleans clothes using repeatedly rotating water. That's the gist of it. Plus, I recall that a mid-level magic exists to trap enemies in a vortex. Using its pattern combined with a large barrel should suffice. This ought to be fairly simple for you. Reflecting upon her mistress's description, Norma conveyed her thoughts to Jetta. Using rotating water to wash clothes, such a clever idea, and the implementation isn't particularly difficult. We should only need to design a pattern that allows the vortex magic to alternate between spinning directions and combine it with the original vortex pattern. All right, leave it to me. Once it's done, I'll have someone deliver it to you. As soon as Jetta finished speaking, she began sketching the magical patterns for the washing machine on her blueprint. Witnessing Jetta's focused demeanor, Norma quietly pushed open the door on the other side of the dim room and stepped outside. Indeed, while one must enter this place through the concealed passage in the tailor's shop, the exit is far simpler. One can merely push open the door on the opposite side of the hidden chamber as if departing from any ordinary room, revealing the bustling street adjacent to the tailor's shop. As for why one cannot simply enter through the door on the street side of the tailor's shop, well, that is because both doors are specially crafted one-way portals by Jetta. One permits entry but not exit, while the other allows exit but not entry. How absurd. Although Norma had traversed this familiar street numerous times before, she found herself feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Chapter 96. The Busy Day of Lord Shar Basak. In stark contrast to Tiya, who was relishing Norma's secret recipe for a hearty hamburger at home, Shar was perpetually engaged in a whirlwind of responsibilities. To be an exemplary lord is never a trivial pursuit, particularly for Shar Basak, who governs the expansive northeastern duchy. Despite having delegated a multitude of subordinate nobles to manage the myriad affairs of his domain, he remained wary of their potential for abuse and deceit. Thus, Shar instituted a strict regulation. All nobles overseeing portions of the Basak territory must submit weekly reports detailing the political affairs within their domains, including significant events, territorial planning, and various economic indicators. Those who managed their territories effectively and reported truthfully would be entitled to 60% of the taxes collected from their governed lands. Conversely, those who mismanaged their territories or submitted false reports would face confiscation of their assets and demotion to commoner status. To further prevent concealment and deceit, Shar would intermittently dispatch his shadows to oversee their activities. Consequently, in his quest to honor the vast legacy bequeathed by his ancestors, Shar found himself ensnared in the relentless cycle of administrative review. Master, if I may suggest, why not emulate that coastal duke and simply allow your marquises and earls to govern as they see fit, provided they do not cause any disturbances? The remaining trivial matters could easily be entrusted to us shadows, allowing you to rest easy and spend more time with your family. As she entered and observed Shar, who was furrowing his brow and sighing in fatigue, Aluofa approached him, gently massaging his shoulders while pondering her words. Upon hearing her suggestion, Shar felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. That coastal duke may indeed live a leisurely life, but do you truly believe that under his current circumstances he could command obedience? These individuals are not simple folk preoccupied with their next meal. They are astute. If left unchecked, who knows when they might secretly muster an army? With another sigh, Shar rubbed his temples and resumed his examination of the documents before him. By the way, what became of the investigation you were conducting into that cult of the demon god? After a brief moment, Shar caught a glimpse of a strand of Aluofa's hair, seemingly stained with blood from a prior encounter. He straightened his back, relinquished the document he had just reviewed, and leaned heavily in his chair as he inquired. We discovered one of their underground preaching dens, and we apprehended several of their followers. However, the small bishop there met his demise. Not by my hand. I assure you. It appears he intended to escape amid the chaos of our raid, but regrettably for him, we had fortified every exit. Ultimately, he was cornered and, clutching a peculiar crystal dagger, chose to end his own life before their idol. The fervor he exhibited was such that I dare say even the chief bishop of the Holy Light Church could not surpass it. Here, take a look at this. From her spatial ring, Aluofa produced the strange dagger and presented it to Shar. It bore an ancient design, etched with a blood droplet motif and composed entirely of a crystalline material. While the blade's edge was not particularly sharp, its tip was exceedingly pointed, and upon closer examination in the sunlight, one could discern a faint gray substance swirling within. Though its form is peculiar, it does not appear to possess any extraordinary qualities. Shar mused silently as he scrutinized it. However, recalling his previous experience of being ridiculed by Norma, he swiftly remembered his own status as a high-ranking mage. He summoned his mental energy to probe the dagger, seeking to uncover its secrets. "This is the power of a curse," he gasped, astonished by the revelation, "and it is devoid of any abyssal demon essence, exhibiting an exceptionally pure form of cursed energy." The findings left Shar in a state of alarm, for such pure cursed energy was documented as a unique characteristic belonging solely to the demon lord Iblis. Aside from Iblis, all other great demons wielded a hodgepodge of cursed energies. Otherwise, even after the demon lord's death, the remaining great demons would surely be capable of conquering territories in the human realm with such godlike power. Or rather, had the great demons who once guarded the demon lord possessed such pure cursed energy, humanity would likely have never succeeded in slaying him. Indeed, my lord, however, it seems they have yet to discover a method to utilize this power. They merely sealed it within this crystalline dagger. Aluofa hesitated to continue, as the prospect of confronting such an uncanny force left her uncertain of what fate might befall her. Even identical powers, when wielded by imaginative and creative humans, could yield results vastly different from their original nature. I recall you mentioning that the bishop took his own life in a research chamber. Were there any useful documents left behind in that chamber? Shar's concern for Aluofa's safety deepened with the thought. Only some outlandish theoretical writings. We did not uncover any descriptions regarding how they gathered the cursed energy and sealed it within the crystal dagger. That's of no consequence. Simply relay to me their recorded theories. This will at least grant me some insight into these individuals. Very well. Aluofa nodded in agreement. According to their doctrine, the original demon lord did not cast curses upon the elements scattered throughout our world to grant them sentience. Instead, as he sensed his life force waning and impending death, he merged his will, his remnants, and all his power with the elements that pervaded the world. Based on their reasoning, if they could reassemble the fragmented power of the demon lord Iblis residing within the elements, they could forge a true demon god belonging to their cult. Under the protection of this demon god, they would usher in an era of true equality and freedom. Listening to Aluofa's account, Shar fell into deep contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he digested the information and offered his assessment. This is utterly absurd, setting aside the question of whether they could succeed and whether the resultant entity would heed their foolish commands. The mere existence of this concentrated cursed energy poses a significant threat to contemporary humanity. Indeed, despite the ancestors' valiant efforts to slay the demon lord and repel the demonic forces, humanity remained prone to infighting and self-destruction. Just as evidenced at the front lines of the abyss, where idle officers and nobles sought to secure military achievements to bolster their standing, they would even go so far as to intentionally supply their rivals with resources and provisions. Imagining this farcical scene, Shar felt a chill run down his spine. Yet, he suddenly realized that he had likely been treading a misguided path. This so-called demon god cult might very well be an organization born from the boredom of certain nobles. Akin to the shadowy organization he had formed in his own reckless youth, nevertheless, Shar had unwavering confidence in his shadows. for it was a certainty that every wealthy household would invariably employ at least one maid. And few would take precautions against her. To ensure a fresh influx of recruits for his shadows, Shar had been discreetly managing several maid academies. Aluofa, let us shift our investigative focus. Begin by scrutinizing those nobles and merchants who seem perpetually idle and shrouded in mystery. Such a vast organization surely requires the backing of nobility or commerce to establish itself. After a moment of deep contemplation, Charles reclined comfortably, crossing his legs, and issued new instructions to Alufa. Moreover, be wary of the Mage Association, which has long been under the control of various nobles. I suspect that within the Mage Association, there may exist followers of the demon god cult. Following this, he continued to indulge in Alufa's skilled massage techniques. Observing as the daylight gradually waned outside the window, Charles decided to pause his administrative duties for the day. Next, it seemed that his little daughter would soon be heading to the imperial capital with her friends for school. So it was time to have a chat with her. After all, the imperial capital would not be as tranquil as the territory he had expended so much effort to govern. Upon returning home, Charles paused to glance into Tiya's room. As expected, just like any other day, she was engrossed in a book, lying on her bed, flipping through the pages with great focus. Occasionally, she would kick her little legs and delight at something amusing, laughing softly to herself. Indeed, having a daughter is truly heartwarming. Seeing Tiya's adorable demeanor, Charles felt as if the weariness of the day had vanished into thin air. Norma, please prepare something that Tiya enjoys for dinner. Before she goes to the imperial capital, there are a few things I wish to discuss with her. Furthermore, I presume Alufa has briefed you on the recent developments. Rest assured, Master, I will take good care of Miss Tiya. On the eve of their departure, Tiya resolved to comfort her father. Norma, do you think my father will feel lonely at home while I'm in the imperial capital? He probably will. After all, his wife and children are all headed to the capital, leaving him all alone at home. Upon hearing Norma's confirmation, Tiya lay on her bed, contemplating deeply. I've made up my mind. Norma, could you help me find a maid outfit in my size? After much deliberation, Tiya uttered a statement that left Norma utterly bewildered. Miss, why do you suddenly want a maid outfit? As a maid herself, Norma was momentarily taken aback, staring at Tiya in confusion. Well, Tiya sat up cross-legged on her bed, resting her chin on her hand for a moment, then clenched her right fist in a gesture of determination. I heard from Grandpa that Father seems to have a fondness for maids. So, I have decided to dress as a maid to cheer up my dejected father before I leave. Hearing Tiya's words, Norma silently cursed that eccentric old man, Rand, in her heart, in her view, while Tiya was usually rather laid back. She had always possessed a calm disposition. Thus, for her to come up with such a ludicrous idea, she must have been influenced by that perverted old man. Norma recalled a time when she was just a little girl, having lost her parents and banished to the slums of the imperial capital point one day, while wandering the streets in search of a job that could provide her with food and shelter. A well-dressed and handsome young man approached her and asked, You look rather distressed, however. Perhaps I can offer you a wonderful job. Will you provide me with food? The gentle-looking young man smiled and nodded. Not just food. As long as you work hard enough, I will also grant you a completely new identity and a fresh start in life. Will you become my shadow and serve me? I will. Thus, she was taken in by Charles, donned her very first maid outfit, and was sent to a peculiar maid school he had acquired, where she began learning the ways of a maid and various combat skills. Miss, would you like to try on this maid outfit and see if it fits? As Norma handed Tiya the maid outfit, she felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. It seems fine. However, the chest area feels a bit loose. Moments later, Tiya changed into the maid outfit and stood before the mirror, scrutinizing her reflection as she softly remarked, Norma, is this your outfit from when you were a child? Yes, Mississippi, all right. After receiving Norma's response, Tiya touched the empty space at the front of the outfit, feeling a twinge of sadness. Miss, do you need any adjustments made to the outfit? Noticing Tiya's melancholy expression as she touched her chest, Norma quickly inquired, No, it's fine as it is. Facing the mirror, Tiya lifted the hem of her skirt slightly, bending forward, and gazed at her maid limited edition self in the reflection, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Indeed, as long as one is cute, one looks good in anything, Tiya thought proudly. However, mere cuteness alone does not make one a competent maid. With this thought in mind, Tiya promptly took Norma's hand and requested her to teach her about the responsibilities and etiquette of being a maid. As Bellamy and Felina returned triumphantly from their graduation exams, their expressions a mix of astonishment and confusion, Tiya swiftly approached her father, who had just arrived home. Curtsying slightly while lifting her skirt and wearing a charming smile, Tiya's sweet voice rang out. Subsequently, Tiya followed the steps Norma had taught her, taking the bag from Charles' hand, hanging it on the rack by the door, and preparing to assist Charles in removing his coat. Despite this, it was enough to leave everyone present, except for Norma, utterly astonished, especially Charles, Tiya's father. As he beheld his adorable daughter clad in the exquisite maid outfit, Charles' emotions surged like a roller coaster. He vaguely recalled that the design of this maid outfit resembled the very ones he had prepared for the young girls he had lured in when he first established the shadows. Master, Miss Tiya is concerned that you might feel overly melancholic at home while she is studying in the imperial capital, so she decided to dress this way to leave you with some fond memories before her departure. Seeing Charles standing there, momentarily dazed and overwhelmed, Norma quickly stepped forward to explain softly, "Oh." Finally, Charles complied with Tiya's actions, slowly removing his coat and handing it over to her for hanging. "Father, dinner is ready. Please follow me." After somewhat flustered handling her father's attire, Tiya began to guide him toward the dining room. To express her feelings, Tiya had also prepared a dinner under Norma's guidance. While the taste might have been quite ordinary, the intention was what truly mattered. Following Norma's instructions, Tiya thoughtfully pulled out a chair for him, prepared a refreshing fruit drink and newspaper, then headed to the kitchen to place the previously prepared dinner onto a serving cart, gently wheeling it toward the dining room. Under Norma's guidance, Tiya managed to prepare 2 dishes, honey-glazed carrots with meat and pumpkin soup. Accompanied by bread, Tiya nervously placed them on the dining table. "Tiya, did you really make this yourself?" After taking a couple of bites, Charles suddenly inquired. "Yes, father. How does it taste?" Adhering to maid etiquette, Tiya stood quietly by Charles' side, eagerly awaiting his response. "It's delicious." Upon realizing that it was indeed his little daughter who had prepared the meal, Charles exclaimed delicious and, moved to tears, began to eat heartily. His exaggerated motions made it seem as though he were savoring a rare delicacy. Hearing her father's praise and witnessing his enthusiastic enjoyment, Tiya felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment swell within her. Norma, who had come to check on the dining room, keenly sensed that Charles was eating with a somewhat forced smile on his face. "My little daughter has grown up. She knows how to care for her father now. Unlike those 3 rascals who only know how to waste time." After completing her mission to comfort her father, Tiya, filled with a growing sense of achievement, sought out Bellamy and Felina. Then, together with Vivian, they celebrated the successful completion of their graduation exams in her room. By the way, the dinner celebrating Bellamy and Felina's successful graduation was personally prepared by Norma. In the realm of culinary delights, Tiya's exquisite creation of honey-glazed carrot pancakes and pumpkin soup had tantalized the palate of none other than Charles, the sole connoisseur to savor these delicacies. Chapter 98. The Departure and the Forgotten Competition. A peculiar sensation lingered, as if something vital had slipped from memory. Yet, dismissing the thought, Tiya resolved to press on. Thus, they set forth towards the imperial capital. Rising early to pack their belongings, Tiya, along with her companions, finally embarked on their journey to the capital, accompanied by Norma. Alongside them was a small contingent from the Basak family's personal guard, comprising a mid-tier mage and 4 knights, tasked with ensuring the safety of the group until they reached the capital. "Hooray!" exclaimed Vivian, bursting with excitement. "Hooray!" echoed Felina, albeit in a somewhat timid whisper. "Hooray!" sighed Bellamy, his enthusiasm waning. "Tiya, is it really necessary for us to head to the capital so many days in advance?" Seated in the carriage, Bellamy inquired, his spirits somewhat deflated. Although he was filled with curiosity about this bustling metropolis, revered as the sanctuary of mages, he had just emerged from a grueling academic regimen, barely having a day to recuperate before embarking on yet another journey, which left him feeling overwhelmed. Tiya noted that even her usually perky pink cat ears, akin to signal receivers, now drooped listlessly. Consider it an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. Otherwise, it would be rather embarrassing if we arrived for our official report without even knowing where the academy is located. Tiya remarked thoughtfully to Bellamy. "All right," he replied resignedly, tilting his head back and slipping into a state of lethargy. According to the itinerary, this journey would take approximately 2.5 days, aside from the first hour spent traveling by carriage to the canal dock. The remainder of the journey was predominantly on a magical sailing vessel. Although it was faster than a carriage ride, it lacked the joy of leisurely exploration and sightseeing. The entire trip became a series of moments spent aboard the ship. Tiya's favorite time of relaxation. Transitioning from the carriage to the small cabin of the large magical sailing ship docked at the harbor, Tiya, upon observing her companion's lethargy, instinctively retrieved her crystal display screen to showcase an anime for her friends. Shortly thereafter, Felina produced some pastries she had thoughtfully prepared in her spatial ring, sharing them with everyone. Subsequently, Tiya, as per her usual routine, picked up her beloved novel and began to read leisurely, however, in stark contrast to the tranquility aboard the ship. The coordinator of the Music King competition was currently embroiled in a whirlwind of anxiety. The reason? Within the staff observation room of the Shinobi's Grand Theater, the manager exclaimed in frustration, "Fack. Are these people mad?" Slamming his hand against the armrest of his chair, he was incensed as he surveyed the audience, who, upon each contestant's appearance, eagerly raised their red cards to eliminate them, as the one responsible for this audition competition. His fury surged to an apex. If this chaos continued, the event, funded by multiple powerful factions, would undoubtedly collapse, and he would share in the downfall. Yet, being a seasoned individual accustomed to high-stakes situations, he took a moment to breathe deeply. Attempting to regain his composure, reflecting on the precariousness of his hard-won position should this debacle spiral out of control, "Richard, inform me of the cause," he commanded, opening his eyes to gaze upon the trembling subordinate standing behind him. "Manager, it's due to that group called the Azure Star. They are attempting to expedite the competition by swiftly eliminating contestants to ensure their own performance comes sooner." Azure Star? Is that the group you previously mentioned? Renowned for their impactful performance style, capable of enchanting music through magic, and who secured a solid passage with green cards. The manager scrutinized the absurdly peculiar names on the documents before him. Questioning his own perception, however, the incessant shouts of "Fire" and "Azure Star" from the audience since his entrance made him realize that if he wished to resolve this predicament and safeguard his position, he might indeed need to rely on this Azure Star group. "Tell me, how long until the Azure Star group takes the stage during the third and fourth rounds of the single elimination tournament?" He continued to tap his fingers anxiously against the armrest. "The day after tomorrow? Given the current disorder, it seems that by tonight, all our contestants will likely be eliminated by red cards. Immediately invite the Azure Star group to perform ahead of schedule." However, the subordinate remained still, his expression growing increasingly awkward. "Manager, since we recognized this situation, we promptly sought the Azure Star group at the provided address, hoping to have them perform early." But the subordinate hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge the grim news. "But what?" the manager demanded, displeased by the stammering. The butler from the Basak Duke's residence mentioned that their third miss has likely forgotten about this matter and has already left for the capital with her friends to attend school. As he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, the subordinate nervously observed his superior's expression. "Basak Duke's residence? Third miss?" Upon receiving this disconcerting news and noting the mention of the Duke's residence and the third miss, the manager's countenance twitched in distress. Yet, moments later, as if struck by a revelation, he regained his composure. "Richard, instruct the host to inform the audience that the Azure Star group is attending school in the capital and thus will not be performing. If these mindless fans continue to indiscriminately raise red cards, we shall revoke their scoring privileges. Lastly, I must journey to the capital, so from this moment forth, you are the acting manager here. If there are inquiries from above, simply tell them the truth and state that I ordered you to do this." With that, a carefree smile graced his face as he mused, "Life is unpredictable. The grand encompasses the trivial before rising to depart. Since resolution is unattainable, I might as well embrace the chaos." This was the philosophy he had come to accept, as for the reason behind his journey to the capital. Having devoted the majority of his life to the opera house without ever indulging in leisure travel, he decided to seize this opportunity to relish the experience of a funded excursion. Furthermore, recalling the subordinate's earlier mention of the group's magical musical performances, the manager suddenly realized, if this was indeed true, it would undoubtedly herald a revolutionary upheaval in the music industry. Should he manage to forge a connection with them during this trip to the capital? The theater manager found himself lost in thought. For each evolution related to magic had historically been accompanied by immense opportunities and wealth, just like the magical carriages that had recently gained popularity in the capital. It was said that those who had previously befriended the inventor of these carriages were now reaping substantial rewards. Whether through maintenance, manufacturing, or rental services, none had returned without substantial gains, and their statuses had risen correspondingly. Chapter 99. The magical carriage in the capital resembled a hand-pulled tractor after disembarking from the final stretch of carriage travel from the nearby port to the capital. Bidding farewell to the escort team sent by her father, Charles, Tiya and her companions finally arrived at their destination, the capital of the Kester Empire, colloquially known as the capital. Their gaze was immediately captivated by the myriad of buildings within the city, each varying in style from ancient to exquisite, bustling with crowds traversing the sidewalks and the ceaseless flow of carriages on the streets. Yet, the most striking sight was the magical carriages, now liberated from the need for horse-drawn power. Although Daphne had mentioned the marvelous magical carriages in a letter from Ellie, Tiya was still left in awe upon witnessing one glide past her. The elegantly crafted two-wheeled carriage, adorned with silver patterns, housed 2 rows of comfortable seats, its canopy gracefully extended forward, providing shelter from the elements for the driver positioned at the front. However, the most remarkable transformation occurred at the very front. The traditional yoke and harness used to secure horses had vanished entirely, replaced by a robust iron beam extending from beneath the driver's seat. And at the end of this beam, there were no horses to be found. Instead, it was a peculiar, large iron box with a wheel on either side. Extending 2 long handrails towards the position of the driver, it appeared akin to a rural hand-pulled tractor, but in the guise of a luxurious carriage. Even the sound emitted was reminiscent of the clattering roar of a hand-pulled tractor. My goodness, is this the legendary magical carriage? As she summoned one, Tiya gazed at this behemoth in astonishment, her eyes widening. Were it not for the intricate magical runes densely etched upon the peculiar iron box at the front of the vehicle, emanating a rich elemental aura, Tiya might have mistaken it for an old-fashioned tractor from her previous life. So impressive. Just as Tiya was internally critiquing this bizarre magical carriage, Vivian's exclamation of "so impressive" made Tiya's composure utterly unravel. Are you referring to this? Tiya asked, her mouth twitching. Yes, it's absolutely magnificent. Following this, Tiya noticed that even Bellamy and Felina had nodded in agreement. Haha, little lady, I presume this is your first visit to the imperial capital. The driver, a man with a buzz cut, chuckled heartily as he brought the magical carriage to a steady halt before them, basking in the flattery. However, Tiya seriously doubted that this uncle had not misinterpreted the term impressive as a compliment to himself. Otherwise, how could he be laughing so heartily? Little lady, where are you headed? For just 10 silver coins, I can take you to your destination at the fastest speed. Once everyone boarded the carriage, the driver turned his head and spoke through the window behind the driver's seat. What was that place called again? Resting her chin on her hand, Tiya pondered the name of the location her father, Shar, had mentioned before their departure. Ultimately, Tiya could only cast a pleading glance towards the reliable Miss Norma. To the north of the Holy Covenant district, the Edrison Manor. Noticing her lady's beseeching gaze, Norma promptly relayed the destination to the driver. All right, hold on tight, we're off. No sooner had he spoken than the driver shut the window securely and shifted a lever that appeared to control the speed to the second position. Immediately, the magical runes inscribed upon the peculiar iron box glowed red, and with a cacophony of clattering, the carriage surged forward, listening to the sound reminiscent of a tractor engine from her past life. Tiya grew increasingly curious about the workings of this contraption. So magnificent. If only I could procure a few of these for the magical realm, perhaps I could rescue my kin from the clutches of the great demon all at once. Heroic Vivian. What a delightful title. Who knows, perhaps one of my kindred might even pen a novel about my exploits. As she sat in the magical carriage, gazing at the swiftly retreating streets outside, Vivian indulged in her fantasies. Moments later, Vivian concluded her daydream and suddenly turned her hopeful gaze towards Tiya. Tiya, could you buy me 10 of these magical carriages? 10? Are you out of your mind? Hearing Vivian's inexplicable request for 10 magical carriages, Tiya was left speechless. Then, Would 5 be acceptable? Vivian hesitated momentarily and asked once more with eager anticipation. In a way, just one will suffice. Can we agree on that? Vivian remained undeterred, continuing to press Tiya. Observing her unyielding enthusiasm, Tiya reluctantly leaned towards the front window of the carriage and opened it. Good sir, how much does one of these magical carriages cost? Braving the gusty wind, Tiya inquired of the driver ahead. What did you say, little lady? The wind was too loud, and the driver had not caught her words. With no choice, Tiya raised her voice against the wind and asked again. I said, good sir, how much is one of these magical carriages? Oh, I remember I acquired mine for over 200 gold coins. However, this thing is becoming increasingly popular, so the price is likely to be higher now. Perhaps 400 to 500 gold coins. What is this, little lady? Do you wish to buy one to experience the thrill of driving it at such speed? Amidst the sounds of the wind and the roar of the magical engine, the driver jovially shouted at Tiya. No, I was merely inquiring. Is that all right? Seeing Vivian's eager expression, Tiya indeed harbored a desire to purchase one for amusement and to further explore its mechanics, satisfying her curiosity. Yet, upon recalling the driver's mention of a potential 400 to 500 gold coin price, Tiya ultimately chose to decline. No, that's far too expensive. If you want one, earn the money yourself. Upon hearing Tiya's final rejection, Vivian finally settled down. However, merely a moment later, her eyes inexplicably sparkled once more. Tiya, could I borrow your horn magic? I want to earn money by singing, and I'll share half of what I make with you. Shaking Tiya's arm, Vivian implored with eager hope. Chapter 100. Milk Tea, Songstress, Replication. What a splendid idea, Vivian. When did you become so clever? Once you've earned enough to acquire a magical carriage, remember to let me enjoy it too. I adore this thing as well, Bellamy, intrigued, chimed in. If possible, may I join in as well? To be honest, I quite fancy this magical carriage too. Felina shyly added her agreement, and Tiya, listening to Vivian's request, Tiya fell into contemplation. Songstress. Vivian has even thought of becoming a songstress to earn money. Moreover, Tiya realized that with Vivian's looks and her exceptionally talented voice, she might indeed become popular. Contemplating this, Tiya was engulfed in sorrow. Ever since her sister, Ellie, had enrolled in the Royal Magic Academy at the age of 10, displaying her genius, Tiya had resolved to work harder in her memories. After that, she had managed to grasp the formidable elemental powers solely through the meager introductory teachings on basic magic in the library, relying on her unmatched willpower. She even later crafted milk tea from her past life using elemental power, planning to profit immensely from it and reach the pinnacle of her life. But now, she was merely sipping milk tea, continuing her lackadaisical existence. Now even Vivian was on the path to becoming a songstress, striving to earn money and ascend to greatness, while she remained fixated only on the intriguing tales of the imperial capital shared by her sister. Daphne, in her letters. How infuriating! Casting her gaze down at the luxurious black silk stockings adorning her legs, Tiya silently reflected. What's wrong with you, Tiya? Vivian once again shook Tiya's arm. Yet, Tiya did not respond immediately but instead gazed sadly at Bellamy. Bellamy, do you think I've become a bit too lazy lately? Why do you say that all of a sudden? I feel like you've always been the same. However, upon hearing this, Tiya felt even more melancholy. I didn't mean to imply that you've always been lazy. I just feel like you've remained unchanged. Always the familiar Tiya I know. Moreover, I absolutely adore that animated series you created along with your horn magic that plays music. Remember the first night I moved into your home? Suddenly faced with a strange bed, I was utterly distraught. Lying in bed, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, thinking about my father. It was only when I stumbled towards your room, guided by the beautiful music emanating from your horn magic, that I finally managed to drift off to sleep. Noticing a hint of sorrow on her friend's face, Bellamy quickly rushed to comfort her. Subsequently, although unsure why Tiya seemed suddenly melancholic, Felina chimed in to offer her reassurance. Tiya, I think you are already incredibly talented for creating the horn magic and that magical stone tablet that plays animations. Thank you both. I just feel that as the third young lady of the Basak family, I ought to strive a bit harder. Hearing her two companions comfort her for her capricious nature, the flicker of sorrow within Tiya vanished in an instant, transformed into gratitude. although there was something else Tiya chose not to voice. If I do not exert myself further, when the time comes for my elder siblings to inherit the family fortune, I shall find myself bereft of pocket money, languishing in idleness, and I truly fear I might starve on the streets. Contemplating her future, after a moment of introspection, a spark of determination ignited in Tiya's eyes. It was decided. I shall open a marvelous bubble tea shop. With that, Tiya grasped Vivian's hand. Vivian, since you wish to earn money through singing, why not become the exclusive songstress and mascot for my bubble tea shop? You can simply charm the customers with your cuteness and melodies, and I assure you, gold coins will flow abundantly. Tiya envisioned emulating the CAF from Is the Order a Rabbit, establishing a bubble tea shop adjacent to the school, and dressing Vivian in the adorable magical girl attire reminiscent of past anime to serve as the shop's delightful mascot. The rich, aromatic bubble tea priced at 10 silver coins per cup, complemented by exquisite pastries, paired with Vivian's enchanting performances, would surely create a thriving enterprise. Once Vivian gained fame, I could even sell merchandise related to her. Perhaps a figurine of Vivian, or organizing a signing event or concert for her. Furthermore, as Vivian requested, we could craft the horn magic into separate crystalline forms, which, when activated, would play music, allowing us to sell Vivian's record magic stones. Aside from feeling somewhat guilty towards the original artists of my past life, Tiya felt this plan was nothing short of brilliant. After all, this was a different world. The original creators would not become plaintiffs. Moreover, even in my past life, plagiarism had become a widespread phenomenon. Tiya vaguely recalled a particular spring festival gala where a singer's song bore an uncanny resemblance to Hatsune Miku's Tomorrow's Freedom. She had been astounded for quite some time. So, what do you think, Vivian? Isn't my idea splendid? After briefly sharing her thoughts, Tiya looked at her future mascot and exclusive songstress, Miss Vivian. However, without joining the association, can I truly earn enough from mere tips to purchase a magical carriage? Pondering Tiya's proposed plan, Vivian hesitantly inquired. Trust me, this is the imperial capital. There are plenty of wealthy patrons. Moreover, this is merely the preliminary income plan. As you gradually build your reputation, we can also sell merchandise and hold concerts. All the initial tips would be yours, and I will cover your meals and lodging, provide you with songs, and you can enjoy free bubble tea. Once you achieve fame, those benefits will remain unchanged, and we shall split the profits equally. Who knows? After hosting a concert, you might net several hundred gold coins. Really? Vivian's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed. Tiya nodded affirmatively. Then I shall do it. Ultimately, Vivian became completely immersed in the beautiful vision Tiya had painted and eagerly agreed. Bellamy, Felina, will you two join me in this endeavor? Turning her head, Tiya looked at her two companions. Sure. I'll be in charge of brewing the bubble tea. Bellamy was the first to agree. Felina nodded as well. However, despite her agreement, a hint of doubt still lingered on Felina's face. As they neared their destination, Felina could no longer contain her curiosity. Tiya, do you truly have enough tea leaves left to open a bubble tea shop? The most composed of the four, Felina had voiced the most critical question. Upon hearing Felina's doubts, Tiya, still contemplating the shop's decoration, was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Bellamy and Vivian turned their gazes toward Tiya. Well, Tiya fell into contemplation once more. She realized that even if she were to write to her father now, asking him to retrieve cuttings from the tea trees she had discovered for extensive cultivation, it would take several years for those tea trees to mature. Although there were indeed a significant number of tea trees in that area, if she were to open a shop, even if they stripped every leaf bare, it might still not suffice. Ladies, we have arrived at the Edelson Manor. The magical carriage came to a gentle halt, and the voice of the coachman interrupted Tiya's troubled thoughts. Reluctantly, Tiya had to set aside her musings for the time being. Tiya, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for so long. Stepping down from the magical carriage and following Miss Norma inside, Tiya immediately recognized a familiar voice, and a figure rushed towards her. It was indeed her sister Daphne. With a swift motion, Tiya was enveloped in a tight embrace. You've smeared your sunscreen all over my face. After a moment of being vigorously rubbed against by Daphne, Tiya, her cheeks slightly flushed, pushed her away. This isn't oil, it's sunscreen. The sun in the imperial capital is quite harsh. Without it, one would surely tan. Would you like me to apply some more for you? Pulling Tiya towards the interior. Daphne spoke with a somewhat disdainful expression. I think I'll pass. Tiya declined with a resigned look. Wait a moment. Something feels off. Hearing Tiya's refusal, Daphne halted her movement, scrutinizing Tiya's expression. Normally, if I suddenly embraced you, you should be rather stunned right now. Observing Tiya's merely slightly flushed cheeks, Daphne expressed her disbelief. Then she turned her gaze to the group following behind. Norma? Yes, no problem. Felina, we just shared Tiya's bubble tea before leaving. No issues there. But then, the pink-haired girl with cat ears, and the girl with red eyes adorned with what appeared to be decorative wings. This is unusual. Daphne immediately became alert. Who are you two? Why are you following my Tiya? Noticing that these two girls were not much less attractive than herself, especially the red-eyed girl, who was even larger than her, Daphne instinctively tightened her embrace around Tiya and inquired protectively. This pink-haired girl is Bellamy, and this black-haired girl is Vivian. Tiya once again wriggled free from Daphne's enthusiastic hold and proceeded with the introductions. Well, I never expected that just a month apart. My adorable sister has acquired 2 little girlfriends. How fickle. After Tiya's introductions, Daphne lamented with a hint of playful accusation. No way. I need a whole box of tea leaves to soothe my wounded heart. Subsequently, Daphne looked at Tiya with anticipation. Meanwhile, Tiya quietly assessed the remaining tea leaves in her ring and, recalling her aspiration to open a bubble tea shop, felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. Sigh. If only I could infinitely replicate the remaining tea leaves. Then I would never have to worry about running out of tea. Wait a moment. Replication? Tiya suddenly realized a significant insight. She vaguely remembered that when she was reincarnated, that being who identified as Yihua had spoken of granting her certain divine powers, although her attempts at utilizing them for magic had been rather disappointing. Since they were divine powers, then replication should surely be feasible, right?